Survival or demise, rebirth or decline, conquest or subjugation? War is an inevitable choice on the path of racial existence. A young human boy, emerging from an orc encampment, inadvertently uncovers a long-buried mystery of a millennia-old racial conflict. Magic and martial prowess vie for supremacy. Dragons and magical beasts dance in unison, as the enmity between humans and orcs endures through the ages. Elegant elves, ferocious dwarves, enigmatic sea folk, and vanished giants make their appearances as the continent of Baylund once again churns with tumult. Prologue. On the vast battlefield, countless beings engage in a frenzied slaughter. Radiant magical lights obscure the entire sky, as meteor showers, thunderous roars, and cataclysmic spells descend one after another. The surging martial energies rend the earth asunder, creating vast chasms and gigantic craters, while hills rise from the ground. The heavy armored cavalry of the humans charges forth like relentless waves, undeterred by death, their advance unyielding. Orc warriors enter a bloodthirsty frenzy, wielding spiked clubs, massive axes, and chain flails, fearlessly lunging at their foes with ferocious roars. Giant warriors clad in heavy enchanted armor move like mobile fortresses, crushing all life on the battlefield with their might. Elven archers unleash a barrage of arrows, each imbued with radiant magical light, creating zones of death across the battlefield. Dwarven cannons roar incessantly, while dwarven gunmen unleash a torrential downpour of bullets, tearing apart countless flesh and bone. Dragons spiral through the skies, their mighty roars echoing across the heavens, as they unleash dragon-speak magic upon their foes. Heavenly warriors flap their wings, their swords enveloped in sacred light, shimmering with brilliance as they reap the life force of their enemies. Every corner of the battlefield is engulfed in slaughter. Amidst this vast land, only death and destruction prevail. Life on this battlefield is rendered insignificant and trivial. The sole enemy of all beings is one. A group of creatures towering over 3 meters, adorned with short, curved horns. They possess strikingly handsome features, their streamlined humanoid forms clad in ornate black armor. Their strength is formidable, effortlessly shattering the armor of giant warriors with a mere gesture, while their dazzling black magic brings down dragons from the sky. Their combat skills are exquisite, as their agile forms evade cannon and magical attacks, their glimmering weapons wreaking havoc among the elven ranks. Their gazes are cold, devoid of any emotion as they methodically harvest the heavy-armored human cavalry and mercilessly slay the surging orc warriors. The golden dragon emits a roar of defiance, a lament of impending demise. Heavenly warriors plummet from the skies, their once pure wings stained crimson with blood. From dawn till dusk, the carnage endures as the blood-red twilight gradually dims. The battlefield is littered with countless shattered corpses, the earth soaked in blood, each step leaving a crimson imprint. Amidst the overwhelming disparity in numbers, these powerful beings clad in black armor continue to fall, the light of magic fading, their sharp weapons shattering, as they are forced to retreat. Seemingly sensing the hope of ultimate victory, humans, orcs, giants, angels, and dragons intensify their assault, expending countless lives to force these formidable beings back step by step. Behind these creatures lies a canyon, a grand and profound chasm shrouded in darkness. At the moment the last black-armored creature retreats into the canyon's mouth, the battlefield is suddenly illuminated by a dazzling light, red, orange, white, yellow, and blue. The kaleidoscopic brilliance illuminates the entire battlefield as vibrant hues intertwine and merge, gradually narrowing to form a massive white barrier, enveloping the dark canyon. As the light barrier approaches complete closure, a resounding roar emanates from the canyon, filled with defiance. What you have inflicted upon us today, you shall inevitably pay for. This land shall never know peace. This endless roar receives no response, as the white barrier and the dark canyon vanish into oblivion. Chapter 1. The Boy of the Orc Camp. The relentless march of history renders the myriad beings mere dust in its wake. Those heroes whose names echo through history are but brilliant stars adorning the vast tapestry of time. Yet, who can truly determine whether heroes shape history, or if history forges heroes? In the year 789 of the Age of Light among humans, early summer. Beneath the blood-tinted sunset, the Orlando Mountains are enveloped in a hazy crimson hue. The dying sun bleeds across the undulating peaks, ancient trees towering as Orcish roars pierce the skies, echoing through the majestic mountains. The Orlando Mountains stretch nearly 1,000 kilometers, separating the human kingdom of Iceake from the Orcish wastelands. On the side of the mountains closest to humanity, a fierce struggle unfolds within a valley concealed by dense forests. One combatant is an orc clad in rudimentary leather armor, his form adorned with a faint golden fur, representing the lion clan among orcs. Judging by his size, he is but a young lion. Nonetheless, his diminutive frame is filled with explosive power as he launches ferocious assaults against his opponent. The other combatant is a slender human boy, appearing no older than 10, his stature significantly smaller than that of the lion youth. Barefoot, the human boy is clad in ill-fitting, coarse leather armor, caked in mud, with a tousled mane of black hair obscuring his face. The clash between the two boys is far from trivial. It is a fierce contest. The lion youth's fists radiate a faint golden glow with each movement, and he is but a step away from solidifying that light, officially entering the ranks of warriors as a level 1 orc fighter. Even without formal recognition as an orc warrior, his punches carry a subtle explosive sound, creating half-foot deep craters upon impact with the earth. His attacks are fluid and cohesive, each punch and kick executed with precision, embodying a suite of Orcish martial techniques. In stark contrast, the human boy finds himself in a state of disarray, primarily evading the lion's onslaught, with his occasional counterattacks lacking structure and form. Fortunately, his agility allows him to jump, roll, and even evade through the lion youth's legs, ensuring he avoids the brunt of the lion's powerful strikes. Whenever an attack is unavoidable, he absorbs the impact with his arms or back, the sturdiest parts of his body. Even when knocked down, he swiftly rises, refusing to allow the lion youth to land consecutive heavy blows. Despite the ferocity of the lion youth's attacks, he has yet to completely subdue his smaller opponent, and the struggle persists. Surrounding them is a circle of over a dozen young orcs, wolfmen with green faces and sharp fangs, bull-headed creatures with short horns, and robust bearmen, each one vocally supporting the lion youth. Amidst makeshift tents of animal hide and a crude wooden palisade, a few orc guards glance over occasionally. This is unmistakably an orc encampment. However, this orc camp is perilously close to the human frontier. Frustrated by the stalemate, the cries of the other orcs further ignite the lion youth's ferocity as he lets out a low growl and charges headlong at the human boy. A young human, faced with the ferocious impact, proactively fell back before the bodies collided, swiftly rolling away to evade the onslaught. The lion man youth, having exerted his strength in a missed strike, could not contain his roar. "Arthur, you bastard, dare to face me in direct combat." "All right, next time I shall not evade," replied the human youth named Arthur, who had promptly risen to his feet, unexpectedly agreeing. "I will break your ribs." A pale golden light flickered around the lion man's fist as he leapt from the ground, lunging toward Arthur midair. Just as the lion man's fist was about to strike Arthur's head, Arthur suddenly tilted his head upward, parting his dark hair that had shielded his face, revealing bright eyes and a cunning smile at the corner of his mouth. A handful of gravel mixed with dirt was flung toward the lion man's face. Instinctively, the lion man closed his eyes and raised his hands to shield his face. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur lunged forward, lowering his head and using all his strength to crash into the lion man's soft abdomen, toppling him to the ground. Without granting the lion man any chance, Arthur mounted him and began to rain blows upon his face. The surrounding beastly youths erupted with shouts, angrily denouncing Arthur's treachery, yet not a single one stepped forward to assist. In the tradition of the Beastmen, a solitary duel forbids any form of assistance, otherwise, one is deemed a coward. The fallen lion man let out a fierce roar, and the pale golden light surrounding him flickered out, sending Arthur flying through the air. The lion man, rising from the ground, appeared remarkably disheveled, his leather armor askew, face bruised, with blood at the corner of his mouth. "You despicable human, I will tear you apart." His eyes began to turn blood red, his fur rapidly growing, sharp claws extending, his aura escalating as he seemed on the verge of entering a frenzied state. "Leon, cease this!" A commanding voice suddenly rang out. At the sound of this command, the lion youth's rising aura immediately deflated, and his eyes regained their original hue. A lioness, clad in an ornate robe, emerged slowly from the tents within the camp. Unlike the male beastmen, the women of the lion clan lacked the signature long hair and lush body fur, possessing instead softer features. This lioness, stepping forth from the camp, could be deemed a beauty even by human standards, exuding an innate air of nobility as she walked. Following the lioness were two beastmen guards, a towering, robust minotaur and a lithe female leopard, both exuding the essence of true beastmen warriors. The observing beast youths respectfully bowed to the lioness as she approached. Mother, he cheated. The lion youth Leon pouted, stepping forward to grasp the lioness's arm, shaking it in a display of childish petulance, entirely shedding his earlier ferocity from the fight. Master, Arthur, the human youth, bowed his head. The lioness, with a stern expression, shook off Leon's grasp. Leon, remember, there are no despicable means or honorable tactics on the battlefield. The ultimate goal remains singular, to slay your opponent, and the victor is crowned king. But mother, a true beastman hero must defeat his opponent face to face, Leon retorted, still somewhat unconvinced. Leon, you must understand that to become a hero, one must first employ any means necessary to survive. Do not be foolish like your father. Taken aback, Leon lowered his head. I understand, mother. The lioness approached Arthur, and despite her strict demeanor towards her son, she offered a faint smile to Arthur, affectionately ruffling his hair. Arthur, you performed admirably. Starting tomorrow, Shala will officially instruct you in beastman combat skills. Now go eat. Thank you, master. Arthur looked up, a radiant smile gracing his face as he bowed to both the lioness and her leopard guard Shala, then dashed toward the camp amidst the furious glares of the beast youths. Go on, you all should eat. Only by being well-fed can you grow into true beastman warriors. Starting tomorrow, you will all train under Hyzen. Yes, milady. The Minotaur guard bowed slightly to the lioness. The beast youths erupted in cheers and, led by Leon, raced joyfully toward the camp, the recent minor defeat quickly forgotten. The lioness shifted her gaze from the exuberant youths to the distant mountains and undulating hills, her face etched with deep concern. Chapter 2, The Blue Enchantress. As the lioness scanned the forested mountains, a short distance from the beastman camp, nestled among dense underbrush, several pairs of eyes were fixated on every movement within. The Lion Clan's women are truly rare. A robust man spat the four-leaf clover he had been chewing onto the ground with disdain. The man crouching behind the bushes wore a tattered gray cloak, and his worn half-leather armor was marred with scars. With short golden hair, a scruffy beard, and a long scar stretching from the corner of his mouth to his eye, he bore a fearsome countenance. He was Keynes, the enigmatic leader of the Blue Enchantress Mercenary Corps. 5 years prior, he and his mercenary group seemingly appeared from thin air at the borders of the Isaac Kingdom, and within 5 years, they ascended from the lowest G-rank mercenary group to a B rank, becoming a legendary phenomenon within the mercenary guilds of the Baylund continent. The elevation of a mercenary group's rank relies entirely on task points. The higher one climbs, the more arduous it becomes. In peacetime, it often takes decades, if not centuries, for a newly formed mercenary group to rise above C rank. Currently, the B rank or higher mercenary groups in human nations are predominantly long-established entities with histories spanning decades, with the Blue Enchantress being the singular exception. Boss, are we about to strike it rich? Inquired a diminutive man crouched beside Keynes in a hushed tone. Luck is on our side with the Blue Enchantress. Who would have thought we would stumble upon a beastman tribe for this C-rank task? If we devour them, we'll feast for a year, Keynes replied with palpable excitement. Have you both lost your minds? Below is a small beastman tribe, and we only brought 30-odd men, cautioned a cool voice, dousing Keynes's enthusiasm. The speaker was a woman clad in a black hooded robe, a silver hexagram at the collar denoting her status as a mid-level sorceress. Sorcerers are rare professions on the Baylund continent, coveted by various kingdoms and powerful factions, with mid-level female sorcerers being even more scarce. In her 30s, the sorceress had flaxen hair, blue eyes, and a prominent nose, her features gentle. Perhaps due to years spent in the wild, her skin appeared somewhat weathered. Turning to the sorceress, Keynes flashed a grin. Rest assured, Adeline, our Blue Enchantress brothers are all elite mercenaries, and we excel at hunting beastmen. Even double the number of beastmen wouldn't deter us. I disagree. This is far too risky, Adeline maintained her resolute tone. I am the leader. You shall follow orders. When the spoils are divided, you'll receive your share. I am also the vice leader of the mercenary group, responsible for the safety of our brothers. What you propose is reckless. You, as the vice captain, were appointed by me. If it weren't for the requirement of having a mid-level mage in a B-class mercenary group, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to recruit you, Keynes remarked nonchalantly. If you insist on being reckless, I will resign from the group right now. Adeline stood her ground firmly. Must you be so impulsive? Allow me to explain, Keynes conceded first. He had employed every means possible to persuade Adeline to join the mercenary group, knowing that the presence of a mid-level mage would significantly enhance their combat capabilities. Thus, he was reluctant to see her leave. You have little experience dealing with orcs and are unaware of their customs. Orcs typically form tribes based on their species. For instance, a werewolf tribe would never intermingle with orcs of other clans. The mixed presence of orcs in the camp below can only indicate one possibility. It is a noble orc tribe, as only nobles have the authority to recruit warriors from other tribes to serve them, Keynes explained patiently, pointing toward the orc encampment below. Do you see those younglings and female orcs in the camp? This indicates they are a noble orc tribe that has either fled or been severely weakened in battle. They have inadvertently found themselves here for specific reasons. The number of true orc warriors in the camp is exceedingly low, and their actual combat strength does not even reach half that of a typical orc tribe. A look of admiration involuntarily crossed Adeline's face. She had long realized that this rugged-looking man possessed a remarkably keen intellect. For instance, he was able to deduce the origins and combat effectiveness of the orc camp merely from a distant observation. Noticing the wavering expression on Adeline's face, Keynes continued, orc martial arts, rare materials, weaponry, armor, and golden herbs. A noble orc camp possesses wealth beyond your imagination. You know that our mercenary group is in dire need of funds. I still owe you half of the promised remuneration. We mercenaries engage in risky professions. If we do not dare to take risks, how can we support our women and children? Adeline nodded, finally ceasing her opposition. Boss, once we complete this job, you should consider upgrading your equipment, right? Our Blue Enchantress is a respectable B-class mercenary group, yet due to your gear, other mercenaries mock us as country bumpkins, a small man murmured under his breath. Keynes delivered a firm smack to the small man's head. Tony, you know nothing. This leather armor is of superior enchanted quality. No amount of attack can breach its defenses, and this cloak is made of dragonhide, something you ignorant fools cannot appreciate. Dragonhide? Spare me the tall tales. It has been years since a dragon was spotted on this continent, Tony retorted, his displeasure evident. Suddenly, the bushes rustled softly. The two men immediately ceased their bickering. Keynes placed a hand on the hilt of his great sword, while a fireball rapidly formed in Adeline's palm. Tony rolled aside, vanishing into the underbrush. A lean man clad in hunting attire emerged, his gaze sharp and bright, with neatly groomed whiskers adorning his upper lip. Keynes withdrew his hand from the sword hilt. Angus, what is the situation below? Angus spoke slowly and deliberately. The number of orc warriors does not exceed 50. Most of whom are low-level orcs of the first and second ranks. This includes that female lioness and her 2 guards. I have identified 5 mid-level orc warriors, but found no higher-ranking orc champions. Keynes raised a fist in excitement. Just as I suspected. Angus hesitated briefly. The only potential issue is that there is a squad of wolf riders in the camp. They will likely catch our scent as soon as we approach. Keynes chuckled lightly. Tony, it's your turn. I know you have a solution. I will gather some wild chrysanthemum from the forest, and when burned with the 3-colored mandrake, the smoke will incapacitate those beasts. Tony's voice faded into the underbrush. Excellent. Gather the brothers. We will strike once night falls. Keynes's eyes glimmered with intense determination. Chapter 3. The Beast Camp Battle. As the twilight faded, the Orlando Mountains melded completely into the enveloping darkness. The orc encampment nestled in the valley was shrouded in shadows. The flickering flames of the night offered no solace. Instead, they posed the risk of attracting formidable magical beasts or unknown foes. On the continent of Baylund, alongside the human, beast, and elven races, countless potent creatures thrived. Though their intellect was limited to primal instincts, their individual strength was formidable, and they were relentless predators of the more sentient races. Within the spacious tent at the heart of the orc camp, a lioness gazed through the top window at the 2 moons above, one crimson, the other azure. The Baylund continent boasted 2 satellites, the iron-rich Nasha, bathed in a reddish hue, and the methane-rich Tasha, reflecting a pale blue under the sun's rays. According to ancient legends that have endured for centuries, the goddesses Nasha and Tasha were sisters who wedded the celestial embodiment, the deity Aseruo. Consequently, the men of various races, including humans and orcs, were permitted to take 2 wives. Madam, are you still awake? Came the soft voice of the leopard woman guard, Shala, from outside the tent. Now that there are no outsiders, please call me Joya, the lioness replied. Shala, come inside and keep me company, will you? The sound of the tent flap rustling followed. Joya, we have evaded their pursuit. What more do you fear? Joya gently shook her head, her eyes sparkling unusually bright in the darkness. I have an unsettling premonition. Since we entered the mountains, my heart has been in turmoil. Perhaps I am overthinking it, but should any misfortune befall us, do not concern yourself with me. Take Leon and see him safely to my father. Shala clasped Joya's hand reassuringly. Do not worry. I will ensure that we all reach the Bloodflame tribe safely. Thank you, Shala. I truly do not know what I would do without you." Before Joya could continue, she paused, sensing a faint wisp of smoke wafting into the tent. Enemy attack. A cold glimmer sliced through the tent, and Shala leapt into action, brandishing her crescent blades. At the same moment, a massive fireball struck the nearby tent, engulfing it in flames instantaneously. A mage. Shala's heart sank. Fireballs rained down upon the encampment, igniting tent after tent. Illuminated by the blaze, shadowy figures surged into the camp, mercilessly slaughtering the orcs who were still caught in slumber. Human mercenaries. Orc warriors, to arms. Shala roared, charging towards the mages at the camp's entrance. The human mages represented the gravest threat. Shala's instinct was to eliminate them first. Just as she charged forward, a towering warrior emerged from the shadows, his sword gleaming with lethal intent aimed at Shala's midsection. Shala attempted to deflect the blow with her crescent blade, but upon impact, she was jolted backward, nearly losing her grip on her weapon. Sliding several meters, she managed to regain her balance. Shala's gaze fell upon the burly man wielding the massive sword, dread pooling in her stomach. In that moment, she recognized her inferiority. He was a high-ranking warrior of the human military. If she could not match him, what hope was there for Joya and the others? Unable to suppress her concern, she glanced back. Joya had also burst from the tent, only to be intercepted by a hunter-clad man, who forced her to retreat under his assault. Dozens of orc warriors roared as they emerged from the unscorched tents, only to be met with a hail of glimmering bolts from the darkness. The robust forms of the orc warriors fell as they were struck, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Poison arrows. Shala realized in horror. Who were these mercenaries? How could they possess steel crossbows, deemed contraband by the human race? Little girl, your opponent is me. Losing focus in battle is a poor habit. The man named Cain swung his massive sword, its blade shimmering ominously as it descended toward Shala. Shala crossed her crescent blades in defense, but predictably, she was sent reeling backward once more. Before Cain's could strike again, Shala launched herself at him, her blades glinting with energy. Moonlight slash. Shala unleashed her Orcish combat technique, sending forth a flurry of energy strikes towards Cain's. With lightning speed, Cain swung his great sword, effortlessly deflecting her attacks as if they were mere gusts of wind. Spinning slash. Cain's executed a rotational strike aimed at Shala. The clash of swords rang out as their weapons met, and Shala found herself continuously forced back. When the spinning blade finally ceased, Shala was half kneeling on the ground. Little leopard, you still lack finesse. Cain suddenly kicked her squarely in the chest, sending her flying. Shala tumbled several times before regaining her footing, blood trickling from her lips, agony coursing through her as if her ribs had been shattered. Turning, she shouted, Joya, take the children and flee. We cannot match them. Joya, stained with blood, had already succumbed to her berserk state, her hair wild as she lunged furiously at the hunter, Angus. Previously dominant, Angus now found himself retreating against the frenzied Joya, having sustained several blows. I cannot leave. You must take Leon and go. The berserk state of the orcs temporarily heightened their strength and speed while dulling their pain. Yet it came at the cost of their vitality, leaving them ultimately weakened. We either leave together or not at all. Shala joined forces with Joya, flanking Angus. Overwhelming the few is not the orc way. Cain's charged again, striking Shala back, while simultaneously engaging Joya, relieving Angus from his predicament. Even in her berserk state, Joya was no match for Cain's. The orc warriors clashed with the mercenaries emerging from the shadows. The mercenaries demonstrated superior combat prowess, having discarded their crossbows in favor of shields, swords, and daggers, working in coordinated groups to pierce the orc warriors' vital points with precision and speed. This was not the combat style of human mercenaries. It resembled that of a well-trained army, sending a chill down Shala's spine. The camp echoed with furious roars as Joya's Minotaur guardian, Hassan, and several orc warriors entered their berserk states, fueling a wave of frenzy among the others. The human mercenaries began to retreat, swiftly distancing themselves from the orc warriors. Before the orcs could close the gap, a series of fireballs rained down upon them, scattering the ranks of orc warriors. Intermediate magic. Chain fireball. Suddenly, the night air was pierced by the whistling of arrows, each imbued with energy, flying forth from the darkness. Each arrow claimed a life, striking true at the orc warrior's vital points, even Hassan succumbing to an arrow lodged in his throat. Elf archers. Shala's flickering hope was extinguished in an instant. Having lost all hope, she could not even react as an arrow sped toward her heart. In that fateful moment, Joya shielded Shala with her own body, the arrow embedding itself in her chest. Shala, go? Joya cried out in a final roar, lunging toward Cain's with the arrow piercing her heart. Chapter 4. The young Arthur, the fire within the orc encampment had been extinguished, leaving a grim tableau of orc corpses strewn across the ground. The mercenaries busied themselves clearing the battlefield, even stripping the leather armor from the orc corpses, which were piled high, ready to be burned. Those who were not yet dead received another thrust of the sword. No one deemed it cruel. The war between humans and orcs had endured for nearly 10 millennia, and the hatred ingrained in their very blood rendered the slaughter seemingly justifiable. Angus, how are the brothers? Not too bad. One severely wounded, for with minor injuries. It's a pity we let that mother leopard escape. The hunter, wrapping bandages around his arm, answered without lifting his head. Well, it's fortunate we didn't lose more brothers. The memory of that lioness's fierce last stand against Cain still haunted him. That mother leopard was quite formidable. If we had caught her and taken her to bed, just imagining it is thrilling. Tony, who had been absent throughout the battle, suddenly appeared from nowhere. Tony, with your capabilities? You couldn't even handle the women in the Nightingale Tavern, and now you wish to pursue the female orc? Be careful she doesn't snap your little appendage, Angus jested, provoking a raucous laughter from the mercenaries cleaning the battlefield. Tony, however, remained unfazed, a smile illuminating his face. Boss, we've struck significant gold. With a flourish of his hand, he signaled a group of mercenaries who brought forth a string of young orcs bound by ropes. Some of the little beasts bared their teeth and attempted to resist, but a mercenary's whip swiftly silenced them, leaving them wailing on the ground. Cain's eyes sparkled with excitement. Be gentle. These little ones are quite valuable. Killing one would cost us dozens of gold coins. Many human nobles favored orc guards to flaunt their wealth and power, while numerous noble women secretly sought them as playthings in their chambers. The allure was not merely curiosity. After all, orcs were endowed with attributes far surpassing those of human men. The character of adult orc warriors was stubborn and volatile. They would not yield even when captured, whereas the young orcs were more easily trained and subdued. Thus, numerous nobles preferred to purchase young orc slaves to cultivate from an early age, making them hot commodities in the marketplace, second only to elven women in value, with rarer breeds commanding even higher prices. Boss, do you think this one is worth 1,000 gold coins? Tony exclaimed, pulling forth the first in line, a young orc named Leon. Oh, what a surprise. This little lion cub didn't escape either. Cain crouched down, lifting Leon's chin with a finger. Leon's eyes, blood red and filled with hatred, bore the knowledge that it was these humans who had slain his mother. Suddenly, a pale golden light erupted from his hands, snapping the ropes binding him and unleashing his claws towards Cain's. However, the moment Leon moved, Cain seized him by the throat, rendering him immobile despite his struggles. Just as Leon seemed on the brink of suffocation, Cain threw him down, a grave expression crossing his face. Tony, such a valuable little creature should have been bound more securely. Captain, there's another here, worth merely a gold coin. What shall we do with him? A mercenary dragged forth the frail Arthur from the group. In stark contrast to the sought-after young orcs, the human boy slave was of little value. Cain had noticed this peculiar boy in the orc camp earlier and was astounded by his victory over Leon, who was nearly at the level of a first-tier warrior. Cain gently lifted Arthur's chin as well, though with more tenderness. Arthur looked up, revealing a smile and a set of pearly white teeth. Despite being covered in dirt and disheveled hair, his face was remarkably clean, and his gaze was pure. What is your name, and how old are you? Captain, my name is Arthur, and I am 12 years old. Cain paused. How do you know I am the captain? Don't the mercenaries all call you that? Cain chuckled. You are quite astute. Why were you in the orc camp? Our village was attacked by orcs 2 years ago. They killed my mother, and I was taken as a slave. You're lying. Tony suddenly grabbed Arthur by the collar, glaring at him fiercely. Orcs have no need for human children as slaves. Some orc nobles prefer to eat human kids. Plus, although you are a bit small, you hardly resemble a slave. How do you explain that leather armor? Tony, you will frighten him. Adeline interjected, unable to hold back. The boy's smile seemed to possess a certain charm, making her believe every word he spoke. Arthur cast a grateful glance at Adeline. Do not worry, beautiful and esteemed lady. He will not frighten me. I have seen orcs far more ferocious than this. You do have quite a sweet tongue. Realizing his strategy had failed, Tony gradually released Arthur's collar. I am alive because I still hold value. The lady wishes to provide her son with a human opponent to better understand his enemies, Arthur explained slowly. The lady? That lioness? Cain inquired. Arthur lowered his head sadly. In truth, the lady has treated me well. Without her, I would have long been food for some orcs. Leon, still lying on the ground, suddenly raised his head, casting a bewildered glance at Arthur. Untie his ropes. Here, he is no longer a slave, Cain declared loudly. Thank you. Arthur bowed deeply in gratitude to Keynes, Adeline, Tony, and even the mercenary who had freed his bindings. Keynes laughed heartily, waving his hand, urging the other mercenaries to continue hastily clearing the battlefield, sparing no valuable item. Are you planning to haul back these tattered leather armors and orc weapons as well? Adeline, trailing behind Keynes, could not help but murmur discontentedly. Every morsel counts. Even ants are meat. Turning them in for weapons will surely yield some gold, Keynes replied. You wouldn't understand the weight of responsibility. How many mouths do you think are waiting to be fed? He continued, lamenting their miscalculations, aside from these young orcs. There is hardly anything of worth in this noble camp. What do you plan to do with that boy? Adeline suddenly asked, her voice low. Let us take him back to the city. He is indeed an intriguing little fellow. Keynes' gaze swept towards Arthur, who was helping to clear the battlefield, gathering valuables from the orcs. Perhaps Keynes did not realize that this decision, born from mere curiosity, would alter the course of history on the continent of Baylund. Chapter 5. Hua Ao lay see the Orlando Mountains, shrouded in darkness, were fraught with danger. The glimmering eyes of beasts pierced the night, while the eerie cries of birds sent chills down one's spine. The Blue Rose mercenary group, devoid of torches, trekked through the mountains with heavy spoils, herding a group of young beasts in the dark. The mercenaries moved with great difficulty, navigating the treacherous paths where they frequently stumbled, while the lurking giants of the wild could strike at any moment. Yet, before the beasts could approach the mercenary group, they would be dispatched by arrows loosed from the shadows. Any beast that dared venture too close was swiftly consumed by Adeline's flames. After nearly a night of relentless travel, the mercenary group finally paused at the break of dawn. Even so, their halt was forced, as the captured young orcs could no longer move despite the mercenaries' prodding. All the orcs had collapsed on the ground, and only after the mercenaries had set up a simple perimeter did they begin to take turns resting. Arthur had quietly observed the mercenaries' actions throughout the journey, struggling to comprehend some of their deeds, yet he diligently committed them to memory. Exhausted from battle and the night's march, the mercenaries soon slipped into slumber. Even those tasked with keeping watch could not resist the pull of sleep, for dawn had arrived, and the danger had passed. Uncertain of how long they had slumbered, the mercenaries were jolted awake by a sudden scream. Instantly, they seized the weapons at hand, bracing themselves for battle. Tony, what in the devil's name are you shrieking about? Keynes, stifling a yawn, sat up. Boss, that little lion has escaped. How did it manage to flee? Did I not instruct you to secure it more tightly? Tony brandished two neatly severed lengths of rope at Keynes. Look at these cut marks. It was rescued by someone. Keynes furrowed his brow slightly. Are there any other young beasts that have made a break for it? No, just that little lion. Well, if it has fled, so be it. Let us rest a while longer before we set off again. We should depart quickly to avoid any further complications. What? Tony gasped, nearly dropping his jaw. How can we simply let this go? That little lion is our greatest catch. Moreover, I suspect there is a traitor among us. It is impossible for others to bypass our vigilance so easily. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Arthur. Keynes waved his hand dismissively. No need to investigate. The little lion's escape may actually be a fortuitous event. A fortuitous event? Tony scratched his head in confusion. Did you not notice the color of its fighting spirit? That is the exquisite red-gold energy of the Golden Lion clan, and only those qualified as heirs can cultivate it. The Golden Lion is one of the 3 most powerful clans among the beast folk, and their spies are pervasive even in our human territories. What do you think they will do upon discovering their heir has been sold into slavery? Keynes's seemingly calm tone belied a weighty gravity. Tony Angus and the surrounding mercenaries inhaled sharply, realizing this foreshadowed yet another war between humans and beasts. Keynes shared a knowing glance with Arthur, who returned it with a polite smile. 3 days later, the Lance Yaoja Mercenary Corps emerged from the Orlando mountain range, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Arthur suddenly noticed an additional member in their ranks. A slender, handsome man, bearing a large bow adorned with green vines and intricate carvings, stood amongst them. His pointed ears, peeking through his flowing golden hair, revealed his identity as an elf. He was the elusive archer who had been cloaked in shadows. While humans and elves did not share the same enmity as humans and beast folk, elves rarely ventured into human realms, and humans were forbidden from entering elven lands. Arthur was curious about how this elf, named Yalea, came to be part of the Lance Yaoja Mercenary Corps. Noticing Arthur's gaze upon him, the elf Yalea offered a gentle nod and a smile, embodying the grace and politeness characteristic of his kind. 2 days later, a towering city came into view. The walls, constructed from gray basalt, loomed 20 meters high, with watchtowers reaching heights of 7 to 8 meters. Massive crossbows were mounted at the battlements, and soldiers patrolled the walls with weapons in hand. The drawbridge lay flat against the ground, as people queued in long lines before the grand arched city gate, where a contingent of soldiers meticulously inspected the crowds entering and exiting the city. This was the headquarters of the Lance Yaja Mercenary Corps, located in the small border town of Huayolacy in the Isaac Kingdom of Humanity. Huayolacy served as the first line of defense against beastfolk assaults. Historically, the city had fallen and been reclaimed numerous times, and the walls bore the scars of battle, with dark brown stains from blood serving as testament to its tumultuous past. Consequently, even during peacetime, the city's guard remained vigilant, with a garrison of 5,000 stationed within its walls. Arthur gazed in awe at the immense city before him. From his humble village to the dilapidated beastfolk encampment, this was his first encounter with such monumental and majestic architecture. The mercenaries did not queue, instead heading straight for the city gate under Keynes' leadership. "Captain Keynes, it seems you have had a good haul this time." The gate captain, clearly familiar with Keynes, greeted him warmly without conducting any inspections. "Luck was on our side. We captured a few beast cubs, and I shall treat the brothers to a drink." Keynes casually tossed several gold coins to the captain, eliciting a chorus of compliments from the guards. Mercenaries held a status just below that of nobles and merchants in the human kingdoms. Since mercenary corps were obligated to assist in city defenses during wartime, they were welcomed in every city, especially large mercenary groups, which often possessed strength surpassing that of a human army division. As the largest city on the border, Huayolacy thrived in peacetime. The Orlando mountain range was rich in resources, yielding everything from rare ores to precious herbs, and a plethora of magical beast materials. Even contraband from the beastfolk wastelands could be procured in abundance, with streets lined with apothecaries, weapon shops, and trading houses, bustling with people. Overwhelmed by the crowd, Arthur was dazzled by the newness of it all, as the Lance Yaja Mercenary Corps entered the city with a procession of small beastfolk. Many onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle, with audacious children even throwing stones and spitting at the small beasts. The animosity between humans and beastfolk had evidently taken root in the hearts of the young, perpetuated through generations. In a corner of the southern part of Huayolacy, a large courtyard enclosed by a blue stone wall was presided over by a stout man with a gruff demeanor. His face was adorned with rolls of flesh, and his protruding belly resembled a small hill, with one arm missing and the other sleeve cut off at the shoulder. As the approaching group drew near, the stout man stepped forward, a smile breaking through his stern visage. "Brothers, welcome home." Chapter 6. Nightingale Tavern. The Lance Yaja Mercenary Corps was one of 3 B-grade mercenary groups in Huayolacy, comprising over 100 elite mercenaries. Their headquarters occupied a vast courtyard in the southern part of the city, with nearly 100 rooms spread across 3 courtyards. The massive one-armed man took a few steps forward and embraced Keynes. "Welcome back alive." Keynes pushed the man away and delivered a playful punch to his chest. "Randall, even if you were dead, I would still be alive. Come, let us see the extra spoils from this venture." Keynes proudly gestured to the small beastfolk behind him. "Is this little fellow also one of your extra spoils?" Randall's attention was immediately drawn to Arthur, who stood at the front of the beastfolk. Keynes beckoned Arthur forward. "This lad is just a slave we rescued along the way. He had nowhere else to go, so he decided to follow us. He is quite clever, and I thought he might be able to assist you." Randall's expression darkened. "Though I am missing an arm, I am not so helpless as to require someone else to care for me. I do not need you to find someone to look after me." Keynes chuckled awkwardly. "Brother, you misunderstand. I am not suggesting we find someone to cater to your needs. I simply see how hard you work and thought he could help lighten your load. Compared to your struggles outside, managing logistics and finances at home is hardly arduous. Besides, we do not have the spare funds to employ an unskilled child. Please, Uncle Randall, let me stay. I can do many things, and I do not need money. Just provide me with meals." Arthur's hopeful gaze was fixed on Randall. The world of mercenaries filled young Arthur with curiosity, and in just a few days, he had grown fond of this band of warriors. Aside from Arthur, many mercenaries also looked favorably upon him. Throughout the journey from the Orlando mountain range to Huayolacy, all but Tony had taken a liking to the boy. He was always smiling and exceedingly polite to everyone, eagerly volunteering for various tasks. Randall maintained a serious demeanor. "Since you truly have nowhere else to go, the Mercenary Corps will graciously take you in. While you may not require payment, as mercenaries, we believe in the principle of equivalent exchange. Therefore, your monthly remuneration will be 1 silver coin." Humph. Several mercenaries scoffed derisively at Randall's proclamation. In the realm of the human race, copper coins and silver coins serve as the common currency for everyday transactions, while gold coins and crystal coins hold greater value. However, The majority of individuals may never encounter a crystal coin in their lifetime. The exchange rate between these currencies is fixed at 1 to 100, with a pound of rice typically costing around 20 copper coins. The mercenaries expressed their discontent due to Randall's excessive stinginess. The lowest monthly wage for a laborer in the Kingdom of Isaac is no less than 10 silver coins. The Blue Rose mercenaries command an even higher remuneration of 50 silver coins per month, which constitutes merely a fraction of their overall income, primarily derived from commission on missions. Randall managed to hire a laborer at merely 1/50th of the going rate. "Thank you, Uncle Randall. You are truly a good person," Arthur exclaimed excitedly. As he had no concept of money, having never possessed any before, his heartfelt gratitude elicited a round of laughter from the mercenaries. Randall's plump face turned slightly red. Yet he bellowed, "You rascals, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and move everything inside, or I'll dock your wages this month. Come on, forget about those rascals. Let us discuss how to deal with those little beast men," Keynes urged, pulling Randall towards the courtyard. No matter the circumstances, returning home is a source of joy and excitement. Once the mercenaries entered the courtyard, they scattered in all directions, leaving Arthur standing alone. "Follow me. I will arrange a place for you to stay, so you can wash up properly, and then we will go buy you some clothes and shoes," Adeline's melodious voice chimed in. Arthur was still dressed in his orc camp attire, wearing a pair of shiny animal skin trousers and an oversized soft leather armor, with unkempt hair and bare feet. It was only then that Arthur realized how incongruous his appearance was in the current environment, and his face flushed with embarrassment. "Feeling shy now? Come along. You will certainly astonish them." Adeline giggled, her mood seemingly elevated since meeting the boy. The Nightingale Bar, one of the favored haunts of mercenaries in Huayo City, was owned by the former mercenary Nightingale, a renowned dual-wielding swordswoman in her youth who attracted countless suitors. After marrying, she opened this bar, but the once enchanting sword mistress had transformed into a plump middle-aged woman. The man she had chosen from her many admirers, alas, had met an untimely fate, perhaps at the hands of another woman. Rumors even suggested that Nightingale had personally slain her husband and his mistress, despite no longer possessing her youthful allure. Former suitors would still visit the bar upon returning from missions, gradually drawing younger mercenaries to frequent the establishment as well. The bar offered everything a mercenary could desire: the strongest gin, the finest roasted meats, and the most alluring women. In a corner of the bar, Tony, Angus, and 4 Blue Rose mercenaries gathered around a large oak table, heartily indulging in food and drink, with platters of roasted meat and mugs of malt beer lining the table. Tony, clearly inebriated, sported a flushed face and a slightly slurred tongue. "Let me tell you, none of you have ever been with a beast folk woman. Now that's a real experience," Tony proclaimed. "Tony, that means you must have had your fair share. Do tell us the details." A young mercenary with a freckled face eagerly pressed. The other 3 mercenaries wore expectant expressions, waiting for Tony to continue. He took a piece of meat and downed a generous gulp of liquor, deliberately prolonging the suspense for the eager listeners. "Once, during a reconnaissance mission, I was captured by a female bearfolk," Angus suddenly interjected, continuing Tony's tale. Tony abruptly stood up, spewing the drink he had yet to swallow all over Angus's face, and exclaimed, "Don't listen to his nonsense." Well, isn't this little Tony from the Blue Rose? Even thieves have enough coin to drink." A sarcastic voice echoed as a tall, effeminate man entered through the door. He too was clad in mercenary attire, a long sword at his waist, its hilt adorned with a prominent red gemstone, accompanied by 7 or 8 other mercenaries. As they entered, the lively atmosphere of the bar plummeted to a frosty silence. Tony turned with a smirk. "Ah, it's the vice-captain of the Bloodstained, Tristy. We Blue Roses just made a handsome profit. Let us treat Vice-Captain Tristy to a drink." His words sparked a wave of laughter throughout the bar. Tristy, the vice-captain of one of the 3 B-rank mercenary groups in Huayo City, had been mockingly addressed in a decidedly feminine manner, laden with sarcasm. His pallid complexion turned even whiter, and his voice grew cold as he replied, "Perhaps you've forgotten how your ribs were broken last time? Oh, I almost forgot. I wonder if the wound on your backside has healed. Why not drop your trousers and let everyone see?" Angus chimed in, his tone laced with mockery. "You're courting death." Tristy's aura erupted with intense battle intent. Angus, Tony, and the others also readied themselves for a confrontation, as tensions between the 2 B-rank mercenary groups were on the brink of igniting. Chapter 7. Challenge to bloodstained allies can also be adversaries. The relationships among the 3 major mercenary groups in Huayo City have always been fraught with tension. The Bloodstained Mercenary Group and the Wild Wolf Fox Mercenary Group are both long-standing factions with nearly a century of history. engaged in a subtle rivalry long before the rise of the Blue Rose. The swift ascent of the Blue Rose has encroached upon the market shares held by the two established groups, causing inevitable friction. Moreover, mercenaries often resolve disputes through brute force, rarely opting for calm negotiations, as compromise is often viewed as a sign of weakness. As Tristy's wrath surged, Tony, Angus, and their companions readied themselves for battle. Other mercenaries nearby quickly moved aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire, yet none chose to leave, all eagerly clutching their drinks, anticipating the unfolding drama. Even Nightingale, the bar owner, showed no inclination to intervene. She leaned on the bar, observing the commotion with interest. It was a common occurrence for testosterone-fueled mercenaries to brawl in the bar. As long as no weapons were drawn and no fatalities occurred, Nightingale remained indifferent, knowing that any damages would be compensated. No mercenary dared to dispute a bill with Nightingale. Those who had once pursued her, if still alive, had all risen to become leaders of their respective groups. Just as Tristy's fury was about to erupt, the bar door swung open once more. Nightingale, why is it so lively in here today? Adeline entered, elegantly draped in a splendid mage-esque cloak. Nightingale's face instantly brightened, as fellow female mercenaries. She and Adeline shared a close bond. Just in time. This little rascal, Tony, has had a bit too much to drink and has gotten into a verbal spat with Vice Captain Tristy. Nightingale's reprimand of Tony was, in reality, an attempt to provide Tristy with an opportunity to save face and defuse the conflict. What a coincidence. Vice Captain Tristy is here as well. Let me treat the bloodstained brothers to a drink. Adeline smiled gently. Tristy was compelled to temper his hostility. The formidable combat prowess of a mid-level mage was not to be underestimated. More importantly, with Adeline's presence, it was uncertain whether his side could contend with the Blue Rose mercenaries. We appreciate Vice Captain Adeline's goodwill. We can still afford a few rounds of drinks, Tristy begrudgingly conceded, leading his men to a nearby table. Thus, a potential brawl was averted by Adeline's timely arrival. Who is this little fellow? Nightingale suddenly noticed the small boy accompanying Adeline. At this moment, Arthur was clad in a short green samurai outfit, his feet adorned with brown leather boots. His long black hair was neatly tied back with a green ribbon, revealing a clean, youthful face adorned with a radiant smile. Not only Yin-Ing, but also Tony, Angus, and others noticed Arthur, their mouths agape in astonishment. Had he not been following behind Adeline, they could never have associated this charming young boy with the small Orcish Arthur they once knew. Good evening, Aunt Nightingale, Arthur greeted politely. What a handsome little fellow. If I had seen you when I was younger, I would have been utterly captivated, Aunt Nightingale exclaimed, playfully pinching Arthur's cheek. Arthur instinctively flinched, but soon realized there was no escaping her affectionate grasp. He is the new assistant hired by Brother Randall. Aunt Nightingale's barbecue is famous far and wide, and I brought him to witness it, Adeline explained with a smile. Oh, poor little one. Randall is quite the character. But Aunt Nightingale's barbecue will make you forget all your troubles. Nightingale pinched Arthur's cheek once more before returning to the kitchen to prepare. Adeline led Arthur directly to the table occupied by Tony and Angus. Tony, still wearing a sullen expression, muttered, I really don't understand why you're so courteous to Triss. You should join us in dealing with those bloodstained ruffians. Such pointless bar brawls, even if won, ultimately require Captain Keynes to clean up the mess. Tony, we are mercenaries, not the petty thugs of the city. Every effort we make must yield a corresponding reward. Adeline admonished him sternly. Arthur nodded instinctively while stuffing his mouth with barbecue. Tony, unable to retort against Adeline, playfully poked Arthur on the back of the head. What do you know, kid? After swallowing the morsel in his mouth, Arthur shot Tony a glance. I believe Adeline is absolutely correct. Even the orcs understand the folly of engaging in needless conflict. Needless conflict? You think I don't understand those foolish orcs? They're always brawling among themselves. Tony reached to poke Arthur again. Arthur was better prepared this time, slipping from his seat and hiding beneath the table. They fight for honor, to claim the title of the strongest warrior in their camp. We are contending for honor between Bloodstain and us, the strongest mercenary group in Hua-Ao-Lacey City. So, according to Orcish customs, what do you think we should do? Then we should openly challenge them, Arthur replied, peering up from beneath the table. A challenge? Tony paused momentarily before grinning mischievously. All right then, you represent us, the Blue Rose, and challenge those bloodstained brutes. Very well. Arthur emerged from beneath the table and strode towards Triss. Tony, Adeline shot a fierce glare at him. It's fine, if this kid dares to approach Triss. Tony's words were abruptly interrupted by a crisp voice. I, representing the Blue Rose Mercenary Corps, formally challenge the Bloodstained Mercenary Corps. Do you dare to accept? Triss glared at Adeline and Tony, his murderous gaze fixed upon them. Allowing a child to challenge him was an affront to his dignity. Don't act like a coward. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Arthur repeated. Coward was a customary term used by orcs to provoke one another, akin to stabbing Triss with a dagger. With a loud bang, Triss slammed his hand on the table. We accept your challenge. Adeline, Tony, who among you wishes to meet your doom? Captain Triss, it seems you've misunderstood. I initiated the challenge, and your opponent is me, Arthur stated earnestly, looking directly at Triss. Triss, momentarily amused, retorted. Are you here to die for them? No, I am voluntarily requesting this. Please refrain from jumping to conclusions before the duel concludes. Triss's aura surged forth, forcing Arthur to stagger back 2 steps. Do you know that I could easily kill you with a single finger? Arthur raised his fist, adopting a fighting stance. You may certainly try. Triss lifted a finger, his aura extending a foot in length, slowly aiming toward Arthur's brow. Adeline, Tony, Angus, and the others stood in shock, realizing that even if they wished to intervene, it was too late. Arthur appeared frozen, oblivious to the impending danger. At the last moment, however, Triss unexpectedly withdrew his aura. If he were to kill a child today, he would become the laughingstock among all mercenaries in the city. Triss glared at Adeline. Are you sure you want this child to challenge? No, I will. Tony never anticipated Arthur would dare to challenge Triss. Adeline, however, grabbed Tony, shaking her head slowly. Yes, we are certain. Adeline suddenly realized that the child was gambling, and it seemed he had already won half the battle. Chapter 8. The gift of battle. Faced with Arthur's challenge, Triss could not decline, yet he could not engage a child who was not even a first-tier warrior. He turned to a fresh-faced young mercenary behind him. Bernie, go teach him a lesson. Just don't kill him. The mercenary, upon being called, grinned. Fighting a child was hardly glorious, yet he was the weakest among them. Bernie just became a first-tier warrior 6 months ago. He is the weakest among the bloodstained mercenaries. Don't think we're deliberately bullying you, Triss explained to Adeline. Adeline shrugged, indicating her indifference. Yet inside, she was secretly delighted, contemplating that Arthur had perhaps anticipated facing a first-tier mercenary when he challenged Triss. Wait, I have something to say. Triss sneered at Arthur. What is wrong, kid? Realizing fear now? It's too late. I assure you, Bernie won't kill you. I merely wish to know what will happen if I win. Will you win? That is the funniest joke I've heard today. Arthur replied earnestly. I said if. There are always too many unforeseen circumstances in this world. What do you propose? I want that sword at your waist as my trophy. Kid has good taste. Even if I sold this sword 10 times, I couldn't replace it. What if you lose? Tony will kneel and apologize. Wherever the bloodstained mercenaries appear, he will turn and leave. Tony nearly spewed blood at that. No? I refuse. This little brat is trying to set me up. Haha. Triss laughed heartily, but soon grew serious. That's not enough. Tony kneeling means little against the worth of this sword. You bastard, I'll duel you. After being humiliated once more, Tony was seething with rage. Moreover, what about this staff? Adeline intervened, producing a slender, dark staff measuring over a foot in length. The material of the staff was indiscernible, yet the large, shimmering crystal embedded at one end indicated its considerable value, possibly exceeding that of Triss's sword. Don't. Both Tony and Angus shouted in unison. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Triss's eyes as he nodded slightly. Now that's fair. I hope you don't regret it. Adeline smiled gently. Then let us begin. Go, Bernie. If you lose this match, you're out of bloodstain. Arthur's challenge to Triss had drawn the attention of all the mercenaries in the bar, and as preparations began, many gathered around. Others remained seated, deeming the impending fight meaningless. The strength of a first-tier warrior is at least 3 times that of an ordinary person, and that slender child could be no more than 10 years old. A single punch from a first-tier warrior could easily extinguish the child's life. Such a duel did not necessitate a formal arena. Merely shifting aside a few tables cleared a modest space for the confrontation. I shall not bully a child. You may strike first, said the mercenary, Bernie, his face flushed red, under the watchful eyes of numerous seasoned mercenaries. It was hardly a dignified spectacle to engage a child in combat. Arthur remained silent, slightly bending forward, his gaze fixed on Bernie with a wolf-like intensity. The air was thick with murderous intent, an aura typically unleashed by beasts in the throes of the hunt. The gathered mercenaries stirred with unease. How could such a young child exude such a heavy bloodlust? Many seasoned warriors, who had seen their share of battle, lacked this ferocity. Who could possibly fathom the experiences Arthur endured during those 2 years in the orc camp? Cressida clenched his fists tightly, suddenly gripped by an unsettling feeling. Arthur sprang into action, resembling a small leopard as he lunged towards Bernie's abdomen. Bernie took a small step back, swinging a leg like a whip aimed viciously at Arthur's body. If that kick connected, it would send Arthur flying. Arthur abruptly halted his forward momentum, rolling to the side in the direction of Bernie's kicking leg. As Bernie's leg struck empty air, he leaned forward, delivering a downward punch aimed at Arthur. Bernie's fist shimmered with a faint white light, the motion accompanied by a subtle rush of wind. Arthur darted along the ground, evading Bernie's assault once more. After 2 consecutive missed attacks, Bernie's face reddened further in frustration. He propelled himself into the air with a kick, executing a move reminiscent of a hawk seizing its prey, leaving Arthur with little room to escape. Yet, Arthur evaded him like a slick fox, darting forward and rolling beneath a table for cover. Bernie raised his foot and shattered the tabletop, sending splinters flying. Arthur, amidst the scattered debris, lunged at Bernie's side. Bernie pivoted on his left foot and swung his leg in a rapid, fierce kick towards the approaching Arthur. 20 silver coins. Nightingale suddenly called out. Bernie staggered, nearly losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur charged and collided with Bernie's side. Bernie stumbled back 2 or 3 steps, only to retaliate with a flurry of punches to fend off the onrushing Arthur. The onlookers erupted in astonishment, while Nightingale's sudden shout had distracted Bernie. It was nonetheless incredible for a child to force back a first-tier warrior. Cressida glowered at Nightingale, who, unfazed, replied, "Rest assured, regardless of how many things are broken, I shall compensate you fully." Nightingale showed no regard for Cressida, merely reminding everyone that anyone damaging property would have to pay. Tony gently tugged at Adeline's sleeve, lowering his voice. "Did you already know he would win? Have you forgotten how he fought that little lion last time? He possesses extraordinary combat talent. Some are born warriors. And that is why Keynes left him." As they whispered, the clash between Bernie and Arthur resumed. Fueled by the murmurs of the surrounding mercenaries, Bernie succumbed to rage, launching a frenzied assault on Arthur. Yet anger alone would not secure victory. Arthur remained slippery as an eel, darting about the limited space, evading each blow. Although his movements appeared desperate, Bernie could not land a single hit. The relentless attacks swiftly drained Bernie's stamina and fighting spirit, his breaths growing increasingly labored. Cressida's clenched fists began to sweat. Could this child truly defeat a first-tier warrior? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Cressida shook his head vigorously. The tide of battle shifted at that moment. As Bernie delivered a frontal kick, Arthur nimbly leapt onto a table behind him like a monkey. Bernie followed suit, shattering the table with a kick, having long since ceased to care about the damage he inflicted. Each strike was delivered with all his might, fueled by an obsession to eliminate Arthur. As Bernie's foot struck the table, Arthur leveraged the momentum to leap into the air, launching himself at Bernie. Bernie, unflinching, threw a punch towards Arthur, his iron fist enveloped in a radiant white aura, hurtling towards Arthur's chest. Unexpectedly, Arthur did not evade. Instead, he merely tilted his body slightly in midair. Bernie's eyes gleamed with triumph as he exerted more force, and with a resounding crack, his fist collided with Arthur's left shoulder blade. Simultaneously, Arthur's right hand shot out like a claw, slicing through the air in front of Bernie. Arthur was sent hurtling backward, a piercing scream escaping his lips. Chapter 9. A stunning victory. Arthur clutched his shoulder as he rose from the ground, coldly observing Bernie, who was now clasping his eyes and wailing in agony, blood seeping through his fingers. That child had actually won. The mercenaries in the tavern were left dumbfounded, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds before they finally responded. 2 mercenaries rushed over to Bernie, assessing his injuries. "Forget him, he's worthless. He has nothing but a waste." Cressida screamed in frustration. The mercenary code placed great importance on reputation, no matter how furious Cressida became. Those bloodied mercenaries could not abandon Bernie in front of so many witnesses. 2 mercenaries hastily lifted Bernie and rushed him out of the tavern, seeking a healing mage. Perhaps they could still save his eyesight. All eyes in the tavern turned to Cressida, who was engulfed in humiliation as he wished for a hole to hide in. "We're leaving," Cressida declared, unable to remain in Nightingale's tavern any longer. "Cressida, perhaps you've forgotten something?" Adeline, Tony, and others intercepted Cressida. "You have already lost. Do not overstep." Cressida's furious gaze locked onto Adeline, his grip on his sword trembling. "You do not intend to renege on the spoils of that child, do you?" Adeline waved her staff in front of Cressida. Cressida turned to Arthur, his voice icy and eyes sharp, laden with menace. "Do you truly wish to claim that sword?" Arthur's left shoulder was visibly deformed, blood seeping from his clothing, yet he remained silent, forcing a smile. "Indeed, it is my rightful spoil of victory." "Very well, take it." Cressida suddenly hurled the sword towards Arthur. No one anticipated Cressidy's sudden action. The sword, enveloped in fighting spirit, whirled rapidly toward Arthur, leaving no time for anyone to intervene. You despicable coward. Adeline raised her staff, magical energies coalescing swiftly, while Tony, Angus, and the mercenaries of the Blue Damsel drew their weapons. No one believed Arthur could evade Cressidy's unexpected attack. What began as a simple bar brawl was on the verge of escalating into a violent clash between two mercenary factions. Yet, Arthur seemed to have foreseen Cressidy's strike. He fell backward like a lifeless body, allowing the sword to pass closely by his face. The long sword slammed heavily against the tavern wall, rebounding with enough force to shatter a large barrel on the ground, demonstrating its tremendous power. Seeing his ambush fail, Cressidy scoffed, "Adeline, I shall repay the humiliation you, Blue Damsel, have inflicted upon me tenfold." Adeline shrugged, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. Since Arthur was unharmed, there was no need for her to continue the quarrel with Cressidy. So she withdrew her staff and cleared a path. "We are leaving," Cressidy instructed his men to depart immediately. "Wait," another voice rang out. Cressidy halted mid-step, slowly turning back. "Cressidy, perhaps you still overlook something?" The nightingale gazed at Suacd with a smile, her arms crossed over her shoulders. Suacd said nothing and merely tossed a gold coin at her before turning to leave. However, the nightingale did not catch it. The coin hit the ground with a crisp sound. "Not enough, 10 gold coins." Suacd stumbled, nearly falling over. "What? Are you extorting me? Do these few tables warrant 10 gold coins?" The nightingale looked at him with a cold sneer, stating that the few tables damaged by Bernie were of little worth. But the barrel of fine wine he shattered was another matter. "Is a barrel of wine worth 10 gold coins?" She pointed to the spilled wine on the floor. "You broke my finest Jean Songzi wine. If you doubt it, Suacd, you may taste it from the ground." Suacd ground his teeth in frustration. Fully aware of the nightingale's opportunistic extortion, yet his pride prevented him from tasting the wine from the floor. Wasn't it just 10 gold coins? He could afford that. "No, it's now 12 gold coins. The extra 2 are compensation for your insult to me. You can ask these mercenaries when I, Yang, have ever extorted anyone. Indeed, Sister Yang is the most fair. Yes, Sister Yang has never deceived anyone." The surrounding mercenaries enjoyed the spectacle, rallying behind the nightingale. Suacd's face was one of suppressed anger, yet he had no choice but to swallow his pride. After emptying his and his companions' coin purses, he barely managed to gather 12 gold coins and fled the Nightingale's tavern in disgrace. Tony approached Arthur with a grin, holding Suacd's sword. "Kid, you did exceptionally well. From today on, you are a member of the Blue Enchantress. From now on, Brother Tony will look after you." Arthur simply nodded lightly, his face pale and his forehead glistening with sweat. "Get away from me. Don't you see this child is injured?" The Nightingale shoved Tony aside with practiced ease. She deftly opened Arthur's shirt and pressed her large hands onto his shoulder. As she worked, sweat dripped down Arthur's forehead. He closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, yet remained silent. A fragrant handkerchief gently wiped away the sweat from his forehead and face. When Arthur opened his eyes, he found Adeline's encouraging gaze mere inches away. Suddenly, he felt a cooling sensation on his shoulder, the pain easing instantly. The Nightingale was applying a black ointment evenly onto his left shoulder, then wrapped it meticulously with white gauze. "The bone inside is fractured. Refrain from moving it for the next few days. If you can find a healing mage, recovery will be expedited," she instructed Adeline. "Thank you, Sister Yang. This time, Kai&C has truly struck gold. This kid is a natural-born mercenary," she added, patting Arthur's face. Arthur lowered his head, a bashful smile gracing his features. "Kid, it's yours now." Tony handed the sword back. "Do you know? This rare enchanted longsword is worth at least 300 gold coins. Suacd saved for an entire year for it." Tony's tone was filled with envy and even jealousy. Arthur accepted it with one hand, without even looking, and handed it to Adeline. "Teacher, may I give this sword to you?" Adeline was taken aback. "Why? It's too valuable. I am not worthy of possessing it, nor can I protect it." The surrounding mercenaries gasped in astonishment, amazed that such a young child understood the principle that a gentleman without guilt can still bear the burden of possessing something precious. "Wait, why did you just call me teacher?" "The Nightingale had just said that I am your magic apprentice," Arthur replied with a sly smile. Chapter 10. The mercenary world. Kai&C and Landaire sat side by side at the head of the Mercenary Guild's assembly hall. Landaire's face was filled with anger, while Kai&C wore an enigmatic smile. Adeline, Tony Angassi, and the elf Elijah sat on either side, with only Elijah sporting a faint smile. Adeline remained expressionless, while Tony and Angassi kept their heads down. Arthur stood behind Adeline, using her presence as a shield, peering around like a timid mouse. Tony, was this incident instigated by you again? Londe Air's ire first targeted Tony. I merely had a verbal dispute with Suacd. The real instigator is this kid, Arthur. Faced with Londe Air's fury, Tony, who had previously claimed to protect Arthur, immediately threw him under the bus. Adeline shot Tony a fierce glare, and even Angassi deliberately shifted his chair away to create distance. Londe Air sneered. Don't think I'm unaware of what transpired. If it weren't for you, would Suacd have clashed with a child? Your commission from the last mission is halved, and you are forbidden from stepping out of the mercenary guild for a month. Tony jumped up from his chair, wailing. I'm innocent. I didn't instigate anything. Angassi can vouch for me. I was already drunk and knew nothing. Angassi shrugged. You scoundrel. You lack loyalty. Tony lunged at Angassi, but retreated upon meeting Londe Air's fierce gaze. Arthur, step forward. Londe Air directed his ire at Arthur. I truly underestimated you. Challenging Suacd? There are many ways to seek death, but do not involve the mercenary guild. Remember, you are not a member of the mercenary guild. I can expel you at any time. Arthur bowed his head, remaining silent. I'm deducting 3 months of your pay. For 3 months, you are not to leave headquarters without my permission. Now get out. Londe Air waved his hand dismissively at Arthur, as if he wished to see him gone at that very moment. Is that all? The child's pay for 3 months is only 3 silver coins? Is this punishment or protection? Everyone in the room looked at Londe Air with astonished expressions. Thank you, Uncle Londe Air. Arthur bowed deeply and swiftly exited. Kyan-C smiled as he watched Arthur's retreating figure. Old friend. You must now acknowledge that he is indeed my greatest gain on this journey. Boss, can I not have my pay deducted this time? Tony approached with a cheeky grin. Get lost. Kyan-C and Londe Air shouted in unison. From that day forward, Arthur officially remained within the Blue Enchantress Mercenary Guild, as a wondrous new world of mercenaries slowly unfolded before him. The Baylund continent had never been a peaceful land. Various races coexisted, and wars of all sizes raged continuously. In the wild mountains, magical beasts roamed freely, becoming forbidden zones for intelligent beings. Thieves and gangs plagued the countryside, and plundering and slaughter occurred frequently. The military forces of various races could only protect large towns, which made mercenary guilds immensely popular as the primary armed force outside of armies. By providing appropriate compensation, mercenary guilds accepted various commission tasks ranging from escorting and guarding to searching and hunting, and during times of war, even participating in battles at the behest of kingdoms. However, mercenaries are not a group that operates without principles or resorts to unscrupulous means for profit. They possess their own honor and codes. Protection, trust, and courage are the 3 esteemed qualities of a mercenary. Protection is the duty of a mercenary. Once a commission is accepted, they must safeguard the employer and goods, even at the cost of their lives. Trust is the lifeblood of a mercenary. They must trust their comrades and defend their brothers from attacks from behind, even unto death. Courage is the spirit of a mercenary. This is a high-risk profession where life is exchanged for reward, and cowards can never become excellent mercenaries. The mercenary guilds of Baylund continent are divided into 8 ranks, from the lowest rank G to the highest rank S, with legends suggesting the existence of X-rank divine mercenary guilds beyond rank S. Corresponding to the levels of mercenary groups, mercenaries themselves range from G to S rank. With legends of the X rank, the god S mercenaries, who accept divine commissions and serve as warriors of the gods. The B rank mercenary group, Lance Yao Ji, consists of just over 100 mercenaries, making it the smallest of the 3 major mercenary groups in Hua Ao Lacey City. However, the strength of Lance Yao Ji surpasses that of its counterparts, as first and second tier warriors constitute the backbone of most mercenary groups in Hua Ao Lacey City. While in Lance Yao Ji, third tier warriors are the minimum requirement for membership. The leader, Kyan-C, is one of the only 2 level 8 warriors in the city, the other being the division commander, Kuin Tuo, who seldom involves himself in disputes outside military affairs. This is primarily why Suacd, having suffered significant humiliation, dares not provoke them. The 2 vice leaders of Lance Yao Ji are Adeline and Londe Air. Adeline is a level 6 fire mage, while Londe Air, a warrior, can no longer have his strength measured due to the loss of an arm. The thief, Tony, the hunter, Angus, and the archer, Elijah, form the core of the mercenary group, each being a level 5 squad leader, often taking turns to lead ordinary missions. Vice leader Londe Air holds a unique position within the mercenary group, as mercenaries often speculate that he is the true leader of Lance Yao Ji. Since all matters aside from task acceptance and allocation fall under his jurisdiction, including finance and logistics. His volatile temperament renders him someone no one dares to provoke, and even Kane C must converse with him in a conciliatory tone. Over time, Arthur, as Londa Heir's assistant, realizes that despite Londa Heir's fiery temperament, he possesses a kind heart. Londa Heir has never treated Arthur as a mere servant, handling tasks such as cleaning himself. Initially assigning Arthur the task of teaching him to read, followed by organizing the storeroom. Arthur is a bright lad, quickly grasping what Londa Heir teaches and cherishing his opportunity to remain in the mercenary group, proactively assisting Londa Heir and other mercenaries with various tasks. Before Londa Heir rises, the water for washing has already been prepared in the main hall. By the time Londa Heir opens the door, the courtyard has been cleaned thoroughly. A month later, Arthur can swiftly and accurately locate every item in the mercenary group's vast storeroom. 2 months later, Londa Heir notices he is calling for Arthur more frequently. 3 months later, as soon as Londa Heir opens his mouth, Arthur has already presented the desired item before him. The mercenaries gradually observe the transformation within the group. Firstly, Londa Heir rarely loses his temper anymore, and at times, a smile graces his round face. Additionally, all weapons and armor remain spotless and gleaming, regardless of when they are retrieved. For various trivial matters, one can always turn to that lad named Arthur, who seems to possess solutions. Soon, everyone in the mercenary group begins to take a liking to this young fellow, and Arthur's good days are just beginning. Chapter 11. To live through death. The blazing sun beats down, and beads of sweat roll off their bodies incessantly. Over 30 mercenaries practice the same set of punches repeatedly, their thunderous shouts resonating in the training grounds of the mercenary group. In the shadow of the surrounding wall, Arthur mimics the movements of the mercenaries, surprisingly adept at it. Whenever he has free time, he enjoys running to the training grounds in the side courtyard. Watching the mercenaries train and spar is his greatest pleasure. Even without anyone teaching him, after observing for a long time, he has managed to learn the martial arts techniques practiced by the mercenaries. Strike with force. A voice suddenly calls out from behind Arthur. It's Uncle Londa Heir. Arthur retracts his thrown punch and turns with a smile to greet Londa Heir. Do you know what this martial art is called? They say it's called Wang Xingju. What a peculiar name. Arthur scratches his head in habitual thought. Its true name is actually Xiang Siju. These fellows changed it because they find the original name inauspicious. This martial art originates from the human army's death squads, and its essence lies in the principle of living through death. The technique is inherently meant for slaughter. Only with the courage to face death can one unleash the most formidable combat power, thereby slaying their enemies on the battlefield, Londa Heir patiently explains. Can you teach me Xiang Siju? Arthur musters his courage to ask tentatively. Londa Heir pauses, his gaze drifting for a moment before he sighs heavily, stating that those who can still wield this technique are nearly all gone. It is indeed a martial art that leads to death. Arthur is momentarily taken aback. Just then, a commotion erupts at the side courtyard's corner gate, as a group of mercenaries rushes in, carrying 2 stretchers. Tony leads the charge, frantically shouting, Londa Heir, hurry, save them. Londa Heir and the mercenaries in the training ground quickly gather around. The 2 mercenaries on the stretchers are bloodied and pale. One is entirely wrapped in layers of bandages across the chest, the fabric soaked crimson. The other has lost consciousness, his left pant leg hanging empty. The stretcher soaked in blood. Londa Heir tears open the pant leg of the unconscious mercenary, revealing that the lower leg has completely disappeared. And as he unwraps the bandages, blood spurts forth, exposing jagged wounds. Londa Heir swiftly takes an axe from a nearby mercenary. The blade, enveloped in battle energy, flashes as it cleaves through, severing the mercenary's lower leg at the knee. The mercenary lets out a horrendous scream and falls into unconsciousness. Londa Heir discards the axe, and his white battle energy flares up, enveloping the mercenary's wound, staunching the flow of blood. Nearby, a skilled medic has already applied a tourniquet to tightly bind the wound. Let me handle this. An elderly mage rushes over. The level 3 wood mage, Wabo Heir, hired at great expense by Lansei Yaoji, is an indispensable talent for all major mercenary groups. As the incantation begins, a soft green magical light envelopes the mercenary's wound, merging with Londa Heir's white battle energy. Under the nurturing light of the magic, the bleeding halts completely. Not only that, but the flesh around the wound begins to grow visibly, quickly sealing the injury. The level 2 wood magic, Muji Xianya, possesses formidable healing capabilities. The pain of flesh regrowth jolts the unconscious mercenary awake, who, upon seeing his half-missing leg, lets out a desperate scream, prompting nearby mercenaries to rush over to restrain him. As Wabo Heir attends to the other mercenary, Londa Heir pulls Tony aside, demanding to know what happened. Tony's eyes blaze with fury. It's those bloodthirsty bastards. While we were hunting a three-eyed spirit ape, they deliberately provoked a rampaging magic bear. They used bloodthirsty potions to send the bear into a frenzy, suddenly crashing into our carefully laid trap, leaving Hager and Bobby severely injured. Those bastards are playing dirty. Londa's rage ignites. I will gather the brothers right now. We will storm the lair of those bloodthirsty scum. Tony turns to rally the others. Wait. If we confront them directly, it's tantamount to declaring war on them. Without Kane C present, it's not yet the time to engage. Anger does not render Londa entirely irrational. What do you suggest we do then? Just let Hager and Bobby's injuries go unavenged? This humiliation we are to endure? Tony glares at Londa, questioning him. Londa's eyes widen, and he shouts at Tony, Tony, how dare you speak to me like that? Do not forget this is not a battlefield. If we go to war with them, the city's military and the mercenary guild will surely intervene. We will settle this account when Kane C returns. Once Londa's anger flares, Tony's bravado quickly diminishes. Very well, Bobby's life is saved. Waboair stands shakily. Having reached the limit of a level 3 mage after treating 2 critically injured individuals, are they both going to be alright? Tony once again approached to assess the condition of the 2 mercenaries. Fortunately, Bobby had escaped without any damage to his internal organs and meridians. With a few days of rest, he would recover. However, Hag was essentially incapacitated. Wobble shook his head helplessly. Was there truly no way to save him? I have heard of the magic that can regenerate severed limbs. Tony and the surrounding mercenaries stared eagerly at Wobble. The powers of the wood magics Kumu Fengchun and the light magics Guangming Lizan could indeed rescue those on the brink of death and regenerate limbs. But such abilities could only be mastered by a 12th level Grand Magician. Wobble sighed and continued, even if we could find a 12th level Grand Magician, our mercenary group could not afford the cost of their assistance. Well, it is fortunate enough to save a life. Let us send Hag back. Randall weakly waved his one arm. A somber atmosphere enveloped the scene, as everyone understood that Hag's mercenary career had come to an end. Arthur silently observed everything before him. Suddenly, Randall turned around, his gaze fixed on Arthur. Did you see that? Do you still wish to learn this Yangxiju? If I don't learn, will I not die? Arthur's tone was surprisingly flat. At least I won't die so soon. Being a mercenary is a profession that constantly faces death. Anciang Siju requires practitioners to seek survival in death. When my mother was killed by orcs, I thought I would die too. When I was captured and taken to the orc camp, I watched as one child after another perished. At that moment, I thought my fate was sealed. Since death is inevitable, I do not wish to be powerless when I face it again. Arthur's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. He had witnessed his mother's murder. And of the children who were captured with him, he was the sole survivor. In that moment, Randall and the mercenaries began to faintly realize the terrifying experiences this boy, who always wore a smile, had endured. Good lad, since you possess the courage to face death, prepare to embrace it. Randall's large hand thumped heavily on Arthur's slight shoulder. Chapter 12. Danyang Lianshun. From the early morning of the following day, a slight figure appeared in the training grounds of the Blue Demon mercenary group. Faster. Strike faster. Only by landing your attack on the enemy, first can you preserve your life. Randall, wielding a stick, personally instructed Arthur. If Arthur's movement slowed even slightly, the stick would fall upon him. The Xiangxi Ju 72 styles employed boxing, kicking, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and other methods to attack the 8 vital points of the human body: the ear, the temple, the throat, the heart, the back of the head, the cervical spine, the spine, and the back heart. Movements must be swift, precise, and fierce, each strike requiring the full force of the body to eliminate the enemy in one blow, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Randall simultaneously elucidated the essence of martial skills to Arthur. Why such ruthless techniques? Arthur could not help but pause and ask. This is a set of martial skills derived from special forces in the military. The special forces do not act unless necessary. When they do, it is a life or death mission. If they do not kill the enemy immediately, it is their own life that is forfeit. If I can kill the enemy, can I use any other method? The methods of killing are never fixed. The Xiangxi Ju 72 styles are one of the fastest and most effective killing techniques summarized from countless life and death battles. But they merely offer an introductory approach. Once one reaches the level of a warrior, every gesture and posture can become lethal. I still prefer the Orcs attacking style. Arthur suddenly scratched his head. You'd better forget everything you learned in the Orc camp. Those biting techniques may seem ferocious, but they still leave room for the enemy to counterattack. In our past battles with Orc warriors, an equal match would yield light injuries for us while resulting in their death. Even when challenging higher-ranked foes, we could fight to a standstill. So you were once a warrior too, uncle? Captain Keynes and Tony were as well, right? Arthur's eyes suddenly sparkled. He had long sensed the distinction of the mercenary group. The Blue Demon mercenaries did not exhibit the usual sloppiness and casualness characteristic of mercenaries. Their combat methods and daily training bore a strong military imprint. Randall's expression faltered as he momentarily became lost in thought, seemingly immersed in memories. Arthur curiously observed Randall, wondering what story lay hidden beneath. However, his curiosity was met with Randall's furious shout, accompanied by another strike from the stick. This is not something you should concern yourself with. Practice your side punch 100 more times. From the dawn of the sun to the dual-colored moonlight, day after day, Randall was like a relentless demon entwined around Arthur, with shouts and strikes always appearing at the moment he relaxed. Under the stormy trial, Arthur suddenly understood why the mercenaries dared not provoke Randall. He was not merely short-tempered. Leaning against the corner gate of the training ground, Keynes watched Arthur sweat profusely under the scorching sun. Are you employing the same methods you used to train new recruits back then? Are you not afraid of ruining this lad? Fear not. This boy possesses greater resilience than any soldier I have ever trained. Randall appeared like a ghost beside Keynes. We must acknowledge that people's talents vary. Some are born as artists or musicians, while Arthur is naturally a warrior. Keynes's eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a treasure. How do you plan to handle the matter with the bloodied mercenary group? Randall suddenly shifted the subject. Keynes's eyes darted, and he replied languidly, last time. Trieste paid with a sword, losing face, and neither side formally declared war. Could we possibly initiate a conflict this time? Since they wish to play dirty, we shall indulge them. What do you intend to do? I have yet to decide, but perhaps we could send Tony and Arthur? Arthur, are you joking? Randall looked at Keynes in astonishment. Keynes smiled enigmatically. Do you not recall that incident at the Nightingale Bar? I have always felt that Tony and Arthur are a perfect match. Last time, Trieste was careless. Otherwise, any mercenary they deployed could have easily dispatched Arthur. Surely, you do not wish to send this lad to his death? One cannot become an excellent warrior without experiencing some storms. Keynes remarked casually. But relying solely on Xiangxi is far from sufficient. The essence of a warrior's ultimate potential lies in their fighting spirit. Randall instantly grasped Keynes's intention, his expression shifting suddenly. I disagree. That fighting spirit technique is not complete. Thus far, no one has successfully crossed into the realm of battle generals. The fact that no one has succeeded does not mean Arthur cannot. Did you not just say that his resilience surpasses that of all the soldiers you have trained? Do you not wish to witness its true power in your lifetime? Arthur may be our final hope. Keynes spoke meaningfully. Randall fell into silence. Since you have decided to become a mercenary, you must not only learn martial skills, but also cultivate your fighting spirit. Martial skills are the surface, while fighting spirit is the essence. Only by uniting the two can one become a true warrior. Arthur's instructor had now changed to Keynes, and Arthur gazed up at Keynes, his eyes filled with anticipation. In the Orc camp, he had witnessed the might of Orc warriors endowed with fighting spirit. Yet, Orcs would never casually impart fighting spirit techniques to a human slave. Keynes continued, the fighting spirit techniques of the Baylund continent are divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each tier further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. Legend has it that above this lies the divine technique. The majority of fighting spirits are white in color, but if your opponent possesses a fighting spirit of a different hue, you must be cautious. The more vibrant the color, the stronger the power. Then what level is Leon's fighting spirit? Arthur could not help but interject. You mean that little lion? He possesses mid-tier heavenly fighting spirit, Chiri Lu Jin, a closely guarded secret of the Golden Lion family. Oh, Arthur nodded gently, yet an inexplicable sense of melancholy welled up within him. Regarding the path of Duki you are about to embark upon, you have 2 choices. One is the military technique known as Bingyuan Gi Ju, which complements Xiangxi Ju. The other is an unnamed technique that I, along with Randall, stumbled upon during an expedition, which we have named Danyang Lianshun. What are the respective levels of these techniques? Arthur inquired earnestly. Bingyuan Gi Ju is classified as a high-grade Xian level technique, while Danyang Lianshun must certainly surpass it. However, I cannot ascertain its exact level. If it were complete, it would surely belong to the celestial grade. Then I shall learn Danyang Lianshun. Keynes observed Arthur with a grave expression, warning, young man, do not rush to make a decision. Although Bingyuan Gi Ju is merely a Xian-level technique, it has been refined through nearly a millennium of practice by our human army, achieving near perfection. Its cultivation may be slow, but it steadily leads one to the ranks of combat schools. In contrast, no one has yet breached the threshold of the battle general through cultivating Danyang Lianshun, and the process is exceedingly agonizing, a torment that few can endure. The name Danyang Lianshan itself derives from the excruciating pain akin to being scorched by a blazing sun during cultivation. I am determined to learn Danyang Lianshan, Arthur resolutely reiterated. In the face of the helplessness that death brings, what is pain compared to it? Kane suddenly turned his head, casting a meaningful smile at Randall, who stood in the corner. Chapter 13, The Suffering Past. Thick clouds obscured the entire sky, their edges adorned with a radiant halo of red and blue, creating an exceptionally enchanting sight. Beneath the clouds, on a high rooftop, two black figures, one large and one small, lay in wait. In front of the rooftop lay a vast courtyard, with every row of houses illuminated, extending back and forth for 7 or 8 sections. The two figures remained motionless, nearly indistinguishable in the darkness, save for the glint of their eyes revealing their martial identities. A cool night breeze swept by, and Arthur felt a profound comfort emanating from within, the searing pain of the day long forgotten. Since he began practicing Danyang Lianshan, these days had been akin to living in purgatory. The Duki techniques on the continent emphasize gradual progression, drawing the Duki from the heavens through various meridians into the body, with only a minuscule amount remaining in the Dantian before being exhaled again. This cyclical inhalation and exhalation refines the martial artist's physique. However, Danyang Lianshan takes an unorthodox approach, forcefully drawing Duki into the body and refusing to expel it easily. Instead, it propels the energy to surge violently through the meridians until depletion. The process of drawing Duki into the Dantian and then explosively dispersing it throughout the body resembles a raging fire spreading from the abdomen outward, an invisible flame that inflicts unbearable inner agony. Each time Arthur activated Danyang Lianshan, it felt akin to a form of self-destruction, requiring immense courage. After each session, he was left drenched in sweat. The immense pain also brought considerable rewards. Within just over half a month, he could already sense a faint flow of Duki within him. While ordinary Xian-level techniques typically yield such sensations only after 3 months. I heard you are practicing Danyang Lianshan? Arthur, lost in the painful memories of his training, was suddenly jostled by the small figure of Tony beside him. Compared to his initial disdain, Tony's impression of Arthur had drastically changed. Unsure how to respond, Arthur simply nodded as acknowledgement. Brother warns you not to be fooled by Keynes and Randall. It's best to give up early. That technique is not meant for humans. The pain you are experiencing is merely the beginning. The suffering will only intensify as you progress. You know about Danyang Lianshan? Arthur asked, his eyes reflecting confusion. Tony smirked enigmatically. You are not the first of Keynes's little guinea pigs. Those brothers who were swayed by them back in the day either could not endure the pain and abandoned it or perished during their advancement. Do not be deceived by your rapid progress. With this technique, you will never reach the rank of battle general. Arthur managed a wry smile. It is too late for your warnings. Having made my decision, I shall persevere, even unto death. Tony shrugged. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. It is no wonder those two have taken a liking to you. He then ceased his conversation with Arthur. However, Arthur leaned in closer. Tony, what shall we do next? Tony shot Arthur an exasperated glance. I truly do not understand why Keynes had me bring along such a liability. You stay here and keep watch while I go and stab Tristy to avenge Hag and the others. And then what? What do you mean, and then what? After you stab Tristy, are you daft? Of course, we run. Arthur stared at Tony with an expression of utter bewilderment. What are you looking at? Do you not comprehend? If you delay and let the bloodstains capture you, do not blame your brother for not warning you. Arthur suddenly had an epiphany. I now understand why Captain Keynes wanted me to accompany you. It is not that I am daft, but rather that you are. What do you mean by that? When you go to assassinate Tristy, the bloodstains will surely retaliate, and both sides will plunge into all-out war. If Captain Keynes wishes to engage the bloodstains now, why would he send us to do it? Tony blinked. You have a point there. Yet, he soon frowned. We need to avenge Hag without igniting a conflict. That complicates matters. Arthur smiled mischievously. I may have a solution. You have a plan? Tony regarded Arthur with skepticism. Arthur scoffed dismissively, believe it or not. This task was assigned to you by the captain, not me. Tony poked Arthur again. Oh, you're getting feisty now? Speak up. I trust you have plenty of clever ideas. I will share, but I have a condition. After I help you avenge Hag, you must teach me some thieving skills. If you truly have a way to deal with the bloodstains, I will not only teach you thieving techniques, but also my pride and joy, the shadow step. Will you keep your word? Arthur's eyes sparkled with excitement, knowing Tony's ability to evade danger on the battlefield stemmed from his mid-grade, Earth-level footwork. When have I, Tony, ever gone back on my word? Before Arthur could revel in his joy, Tony added, but if you cannot master it, do not blame me. Being a thief requires talent. Not everyone can just decide to become one. Arthur rolled his eyes, suspecting this was Tony's true sentiment. Since they played dirty, we shall do the same. The three mercenary groups in Hualuo-Lacey City have had enough friction with the Bloodstains. We cannot allow the Wild Wolves to sit back and watch. Tony looked at Arthur askance. You intend to create discord between the Bloodstains and the Wild Wolves? I warn you, the leader of the Wild Wolves, Valio, is a cunning old fox. Do not be foolish and bring trouble upon ourselves. Rest assured, Arthur whispered conspiratorially into Tony's ear. Tony gazed at Arthur with surprise. You may be small, but how do you have so many clever ideas? A fleeting expression of pain crossed Arthur's face. Human slaves in the Orc encampment faced death at any moment, forced to devise every conceivable means of survival, even resorting to deception against their companions to please the Orcs. Before your assault on that Lion Man encampment, there were 57 human slaves like me. My survival is no mere stroke of luck. Suffering breeds growth. At that moment, gazing at the ever-smiling face of Arthur, Tony seemed to finally recognize this prematurely mature child. Chapter 14. The bar incident. The night was deep, yet the clamor within the Nightingale bar remained unabated. The raucous voices of mercenaries mingled with the crisp clinking of malt liquor glasses and the occasional laughter of barmaids, filling the entire establishment. This was a true portrayal of the lives of most mercenaries, where the days, beyond the bloodshed, were spent indulging in drink and the company of women. The alluring proprietor of the bar, Yi Ying, rested her chin on her hand, her eyes half closed, seemingly lost in thought, perhaps reminiscing about her own youth. Three mercenaries clad in gray leather armor pushed the door open and strode in with enthusiasm. The cacophony within the bar paused momentarily before resuming, as evidently, no one paid any mind to the small contingent of the Wolf-Fox mercenary group. The trio surveyed the room and swiftly made their way to a table at the center, already occupied by several members of their group. 7 glasses of gold rum, shouted a tall, lanky mercenary, raising his voice towards the bar counter. His call captured the attention of nearly half the mercenaries present. Gold rum was among the finest spirits in the human realm, characterized by its sweet and aromatic flavor, with premium varieties showcasing a crystalline amber hue. A single glass commanded no less than a gold coin, typically affordable only to the wealthy elite and mercenary captains. The other mercenaries at the table gazed eagerly at the lanky one, with one unable to restrain himself from asking, Sully Chi, what fortune have you stumbled upon to treat us to such fine liquor? I haven't struck it rich, just had a stroke of luck and picked up a bargain, replied Sua Li Chi, a proud grin on his face. What bargain? Do tell, urged the others. The bar was a haven for mercenaries to boast and banter, and thus Sua Li Chi felt no need for concealment. He scanned the room, noting the gazes fixed upon him, and deliberately began to slowly unwrap a long, beast-eye-draped object from his waist. As the layers of hide fell away, a magnificent long sword emerged, its hilt adorned with a strikingly large red gemstone. When he drew it slightly, the bar was illuminated by a ghostly blue light, a signature magical sheen of the enchanted blade. By the heavens, an enchanted longsword of rare quality. What incredible luck you've had. This sword is worth no less than 300 gold coins, exclaimed the surrounding Wolf-Fox mercenaries in awe. Sua Li Chi reveled in the envious gazes of his fellow mercenaries, basking in their admiration. Now tell us, how did you acquire this enchanted longsword? They pressed him further. Just around the corner, a poor lad from the countryside approached me to sell it, claiming it belonged to his deceased father. The fool didn't recognize its worth. I offered him 10 gold coins, and he ran off thinking he had struck a great deal. What? Only 10 gold coins? You've truly taken advantage of him. Indeed. Bartender, bring us another 7 glasses of gold rum. The mercenaries chimed in excitedly, their eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from the side, aiming for the enchanted long sword on the table. Brother, what are you doing? Sua Li Chi swiftly blocked the hand, nearly losing his balance in the process. The hand belonged to a tall, robust middle-aged mercenary, unmistakably marked by a silver eye patch over one eye. This was Yin Yen Sali Ku, a 5th-level sergeant, notorious within the mercenary circles of Hualuo-Lacey City. I mean no offense. I merely wish to examine the sword, Sali Ku said, his single eye glinting with a predatory gaze fixed on Sua Li Chi. A chill ran down Sua Li Chi's spine. He recognized Sali Ku all too well. However, a mercenary must never show weakness in the face of provocation from another group, lest they become a laughingstock, forever unable to hold their head high among their peers. Sua Li Chi grasped the longsword firmly, meeting Sali Ku's gaze defiantly. You will require permission to examine it. Little brother, this sword seems rather familiar. It bears a striking resemblance to one that our Captain Chui C.D. lost a few days ago. Many in the circle knew that Sa Li Ku was a close ally of the vice-captain of the bloodstained mercenary group, Chui C.D. With his words, the attention of the crowd shifted once more to the longsword. A few months prior, when Chui C.D. had lost the sword in a tavern game, several mercenaries were present, and many immediately recognized the red gemstone on the hilt. Yet, no one pondered how the sword had come into the possession of a poor country lad, nor how it had ended up in the hands of the wolf-fox mercenaries. I cannot speak to the appearance of Vice-Captain Chui C.D.'s sword, but I purchased this one for 10 gold coins. Many present had seen Captain Chui C.D.'s sword, and now suspicion arose regarding the sword's origins. I have no reason to believe your explanation, Sua Li Chi. Sa Li Ku stated dismissively. Sua Li Chi took a step back, tightly clutching the sword, aware that he would need to produce evidence. Please accompany me to Bloodstained. If Captain Chui C.D. claims this sword is not his, you may leave. Sua Li Chi held back his anger. Do you take me for a fool? Once we arrive at your bloodstained mercenary group, anything that isn't yours will be claimed as such. If you refuse to go, I, Sa Li Ku, will ensure you do not leave empty-handed. You paid 10 gold coins. I will compensate you double, 20 gold coins, and I shall cover the drinks for your brothers tonight. Are you dreaming? I refuse to sell. Sua Li Chi turned to leave. Sa Li Ku quickly stepped in front of him, blocking his path. You shall not leave until this matter is resolved. Sua Li Chi glared at Sa Li Ku. So, you intend to take it by force? I have no such intention. You may accompany me to Bloodstained, or you can wait here for Captain Chui C.D. Otherwise, you shall not set foot outside this bar. You bloodstained mercenaries are too much. If I wish to leave, who dare stop me? A cold light flashed as Sua Li Chi drew the enchanted longsword. The other wolf-fox mercenaries rose to their feet, encircling Sa Li Ku. Others may fear your bloodstained group, but we, the wolf-fox, are not intimidated. The 3 mercenaries from Bloodstained, who had been seated with Sa Li Ku, rushed forward, and a fierce scuffle was imminent, with shouts and shoves escalating. For bored mercenaries, brawling was a grand source of amusement, and as the prospect of a clash between the seasoned Bloodstained and wolf-fox groups loomed, the other patrons of the bar cheered, banging their malt liquor glasses on the tables. As the situation spiraled out of control, a flicker of hesitation appeared in Sa Li Ku's eyes. He believed he had shown considerable restraint towards these lesser mercenaries, yet their fierce resistance surprised him. Mercenaries were inherently risk-takers, gambling their lives for the sake of profit. A weapon worth hundreds of gold coins was worth fighting for. Sa Li Ku underestimated the vast disparity between the 20 gold coins and the sword's true value. For Sua Li Chi, this enchanted longsword was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and for the sake of his dignity as a mercenary, he was prepared to fight fiercely. In that moment of hesitation, a large drinking glass suddenly flew from the crowd of onlookers, striking Sa Li Ku squarely in the face, igniting the chaos that would ensue. Chapter 15. Fishing in troubled waters. The unexpected flight of the large glass became the catalyst for the ensuing melee. The glass, of course, did not reach Sa Li Ku, who instantly retaliated, his fist, imbued with fighting spirit, shattering the glass without a single drop of liquid splashing onto him. However, the splintered shards of the glass acted like sharp projectiles, striking the surrounding wolf-fox mercenaries. 2 of the closest mercenaries, unable to evade, were cut across the face by the shards, eliciting cries of pain. Sa Li Ku intended to identify the culprit who had thrown the wine cup amidst the crowd, when suddenly the mercenaries of the wild wolf-fox charged forward, hurling insults. Solik led the charge, his blade gleaming menacingly as it sliced towards Sa Li Ku's face, seeking his demise. Sa Li Ku's single eye glinted coldly as he deftly evaded the sword's edge, swiftly grasping Solik's sword-wielding wrist and wrenching it outward. Simultaneously, his fist, enveloped in fighting energy, struck solidly against Solik's abdomen. Despite wielding an enchanted longsword, Solik, merely a level 3 warrior, found himself vastly outmatched by Sa Li Ku. The searing pain radiating from his midsection contorted his features, causing him to be propelled backward, relinquishing his sword in the process. The forsaken blade grazed a mercenary's head before embedding itself deeply into a pillar of the tavern, just as Sa Li Ku sent Solik flying. 2 mercenaries from Wild Wolf Fox surged in from either side. Sa Li Ku managed to trip one, but the other mercenary retaliated with a kick to his waist, causing him to stagger back precariously. As Sa Li Ku regained his footing, Solik, enduring excruciating pain, rose to his feet once more, this time forsaking his sword and lunging towards Sa Li Ku in a frenzy. The tavern's rules prohibited weapons during brawls, and Solik had already broken this rule, prompting Sa Li Ku to take decisive action and disarm him. The surrounding mercenaries, witnessing the fray, eagerly joined the melee, tables and chairs flying, as fists connected with flesh, igniting a cacophony of chaos. Although Salik held the advantage in strength, he was outnumbered by the 7 mercenaries of Wild Wolf Fox. While only 4 from the Bloodstab faction remained, and in a situation where lethal force was not an option, Salik found himself on the receiving end of several blows. Brawls among mercenaries were not uncommon in the tavern, yet a large-scale conflict between 2 mercenary factions was a rarity. The onlookers erupted in cheers, intoxicated with excitement as they guzzled their drinks. Yi Ying, unfazed by the commotion, leaned pensively against the bar, lost in thought as the chaotic scene reminded her of her youth, when 2 minor mercenary leaders engaged in a similar brawl. The raucous sounds of insults, punches landing, and cheers merged into a symphony, nearly lifting the tavern's roof off. Unbeknownst to the exuberant spectators, 2 slender figures lurked among them, their excitement feigned beneath voluminous cloaks, their eyes betraying an unusual calm. "You are quite clever, having devised such a scheme," Tony remarked, nudging Arthur with his foot. "I believe it's insufficient." "This won't escalate matters enough," Arthur replied quietly. "Just watch me." Tony chuckled mischievously as he retreated. At the back of the crowd, a burly mercenary strained to peer over the commotion, his view obstructed by the thrashing bodies. Unable to suppress his frustration, he let loose a curse. Suddenly, he felt a lightness at his waist, and before he could comprehend the situation, he was propelled into the center of the fray. "Who the hell did that?" the burly mercenary exclaimed, glancing back in search of the perpetrator. He had no time to pinpoint his assailant before colliding forcefully with Salik's back, who was already grappling with Solik and 2 others. Salik lurched forward, and Solik, seizing the opportunity, and along with his companions, unleashed a flurry of strikes. The fury ignited within Salik, his fighting energy surging forth, sending Solik and the others sprawling. Turning around, he spotted the burly mercenary regaining his footing and retaliated with a swift kick, sending him crashing into the throng of onlookers, toppling 2 more mercenaries in the process. "How dare you strike me as well?" The Bloodstab faction truly harbors nothing but scoundrels. The burly mercenary spat, rising from the ground, bloodied and furious, and charged at Salik. "We shall join the fray," cried the 2 mercenaries who had been knocked down, rushing to attack the Bloodstab faction. Salik, realizing his mistake, knew he could not show weakness amidst a brawl and unleashed his full power, leveraging his level advantage to knock down each approaching mercenary. The tavern devolved into utter chaos. In addition to the initial 3 mercenaries, others were inexplicably thrust into the battle, joining the fray after being attacked. Most mercenaries targeted the Bloodstab faction, with Salik still fighting valiantly, while the other 3 Bloodstab mercenaries lay incapacitated on the ground, surrounded by their assailants. "How's that for excitement?" Tony exclaimed as he weaved through the crowd, returning to Arthur's side. "Then we should join in. Salik has already made quite a name for himself today. I shall deliver a decisive blow." Tony's eyes glinted coldly at Salik, enveloped in a halo of white fighting energy. "No, we assist the Bloodstab." Arthur firmly grasped Tony, preventing him from charging towards Salik. Tony hesitated, taken aback. "Trust me, be cautious not to be recognized, and then we shall separate." Arthur nodded vigorously and turned to slowly approach the pillar where the enchanted longsword remained embedded. Yi Ying's brow furrowed. A sense of foreboding crept over her. This brawl over a sword seemed to be spiraling out of control. Just then, a series of sharp cracks echoed as 3 lights on the tavern wall shattered, plunging the room into darkness. "Cease at once," Yi Ying commanded, realizing it was time to end the chaos. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the tavern, coinciding almost perfectly with Yi Ying's command. The fighting abruptly halted, leaving the tavern in a stunned silence. Solik was slowly collapsing, clutching his abdomen, where a bone-handled dagger protruded. "It wasn't me, I didn't stab him." A Bloodstab mercenary, rising from the ground, fervently shook his head, revealing an empty scabbard at his waist. Yi Ying was momentarily taken aback. This was no longer an ordinary brawl. Chapter 16. The mercenaries' first hunt. What began as a typical brawl had transformed into a bloody incident. Fights among mercenaries were frequent, yet fatalities were exceedingly rare. Absent any significant stakes, none would resort to lethal force, and mutual support in times of trouble was an unwritten rule among mercenaries. "You will regret this. Today's events are far from over," shouted the Wild Wolf Fox mercenaries as they hurriedly carried Solik out of the tavern, still vowing vengeance. Indeed, this incident would not conclude here. The Wild Wolf Fox faction could not simply let the injury of their own mercenary go unpunished. That very night, the 2 vice leaders of the faction, the frenzied Wolf Aluda and the fire wolf Isaiah, led over 200 furious wild wolf fox mercenaries to blockade the entrance of the Bloodstab faction, demanding the surrender of the responsible party and compensation. Aware of their guilt, yet unwilling to concede, the Bloodstab faction could not hand over anyone without losing face in the mercenary community. Fueled by anger, Trieste, the leader of the Bloodstab faction, charged out to confront the wild wolf fox mercenaries, prepared for a fierce confrontation. A large-scale conflict between mercenary groups was imminent. However, the cunning leaders of both factions, the old fox Valerio and Kirker, remained absent, resulting in a standoff filled with insults, but no one daring to strike first. The escalating confrontation quickly drew the attention of the city guards. Thanks to their intervention, the impending conflict was averted, but the commander of the garrison, a formidable level 8 warrior named Captain Kunto, was compelled to personally mediate. Amidst the chaos, the enchanted longsword that had incited the dispute mysteriously vanished, leaving the Bloodstab faction without evidence to support their claims. Consequently, the only allegations that could be substantiated were that Sollyk had attempted to seize the weapon belonging to the Wild Wolf Fox faction, igniting the brawl, and that the Bloodstab faction had grievously wounded Sollyk amidst the turmoil. Fully aware of their culpability, the leader of the Bloodstab faction, Kirker, was ultimately forced to concede, compensating the Wild Wolf Fox faction with 400 gold coins to quell the matter. Although the battle did not commence, a deep-seated animosity was established between the two factions, each harboring a sense of grievance. Consequently, minor skirmishes among the mercenaries persisted for an extended period. The conflict was ignited by a sword allegedly lost by Tsuacd, leading both mercenary groups to suspect that the Lan Siyaoji had instigated the discord. However, the Lan Siyaoji mercenary group maintained an aloof stance throughout, leaving no evidence of their involvement. Little did they realize that the entire situation stemmed from the reckless actions of the two rascals, Tony and Yasi. Just as their scheming bore fruit, they were sternly halted by Kai and Si and Lan Dayer. Yasi, being still a child, believed his clever little ploys would go unnoticed once they yielded benefits. Through this incident, Kai and Si and Lan Dayer recognized that they had underestimated Yasi. This little fellow consistently delivered unexpected surprises. The bar incident, an unforeseen occurrence, restored a delicate balance among the three B-class mercenary groups in Hua Al Lacey City, where they remained at odds yet were equally powerless against one another. Meanwhile, the instigator of the events, Yasi, was swiftly navigating through a dense grove of oaks, skillfully leaping over clusters of shrubs and tangled vines. As he ran, Yasi donned a set of earthy-toned leather armor made from an unknown beast's hide, its edges frayed and rugged. A blue headband held back his long black hair, which now reached his shoulders. His physique had notably strengthened since he first joined the mercenary group, transforming from a frail youth into a burgeoning young man. In the midst of his sprint, Yasi drew a dark iron bow from his back, releasing an arrow that swiftly flew from the string. Ahead of him, a black-backed wild boar was vigorously rooting at the base of a towering oak tree, its sharp tusks carving deep grooves into the hard bark. The black-backed wild boar, classified as a first-tier magical beast, was not particularly intelligent but possessed a fiery temperament, with tusks rivaling the finest spears and a hide as tough as iron. Impervious to ordinary blades, an adult black-backed wild boar could weigh up to half a ton, comparable to a calf, and could easily overpower several human warriors of the same tier. Nevertheless, its flesh and tusks remained highly coveted by hunters and mercenaries, who risked their lives to hunt it. Upon hearing the arrow's whistling flight, the boar ceased its foraging and turned its head. Just then, the arrow struck its neck, the immense force toppling the creature to the ground. The black-backed wild boar shook its head and quickly regained its footing, the arrow falling to the ground as it merely inflicted a superficial wound. The boar soon spotted the young human who had attacked it and let out a painful growl. Charging towards Yasi, without losing speed, Yasi continued to shoot, releasing 3 arrows in rapid succession, all aimed at the black-backed wild boar. The 3 arrows formed a nearly straight line as they flew. Suddenly, a voice from the branches of a nearby oak exclaimed in surprise. Tony could hardly believe that the miserly Ilaya had imparted his skills to the young lad. How could Yasi run so effortlessly without employing his life-saving skill? Yoing Chinching? The figure hidden in the tree was none other than Tony and Angasi. This was Yasi's first solo expedition for training. As per Lan Dayer's intent, only through the trials of danger and the crucible of life and death battles could the strongest mercenaries be forged. Yet, unable to shake off his anxiety, he had sent Tony and Angasi to follow him discreetly. Was it too perilous for him to confront a first-tier magical beast alone? A hint of concern colored Angasi's voice. Tony wiped his nose and boisterously replied, "Just watch. This kid is a genius. In just half a year, he has already mastered the flow of energy and become a first-tier warrior. How many years did it take you to refine your body and master the flow of energy? 3 years, or 5? While the two bantered in the tree, Yassi had discarded his bow and dashed in front of the black-backed wild boar. The previous 3 arrows had struck nearly the same spot, with the final arrow penetrating over half a foot into the boar's neck. As the beast ran, the arrow was violently jostled, and thick blood splattered as it galloped. Yassi had thoroughly enraged the first-tier magical beast, which let out a roar and charged at Yassi, its tusks resembling blades poised to tear him apart. In the instant the tusks nearly grazed him, Yassi executed a nimble spin, evading the assault. Facing the beast once more, Yassi weighed his hunting knife, revealing a hint of disdain in his smile. Chapter 17. The Apprentice of Magic. Amidst the overgrown thicket, the young mercenary calmly confronted his first hunt. The enraged beast roared, repeatedly charging at the diminutive figure before it, intent on using its tusks to shred him apart. The thicket was the black-backed wild boar's domain, its immense strength carving deep furrows through the underbrush. Despite the boar's frenzied onslaught, Yassi exhibited an unusual calmness and composure for one of his age, narrowly dodging each attack at the last moment. Though the process appeared perilously close, each evasion was meticulously calculated, with not a single ounce of energy wasted. While evading, Yassi's sharp knife repeatedly grazed the wild boar's body. Though each wound was shallow, after enduring over a dozen attacks, the boar was now covered in numerous bleeding gashes. Its once black mane now stained crimson. This scene left Tony and Angassi, hidden in the trees, utterly astonished. Did this boy not know fear? He was clearly using this magical beast for practice. It must be noted that even second-tier mercenaries struggled against a frenzied black-backed wild boar. Some first-time hunters had even soiled themselves in fear. Little did they know that, having long been accustomed to the more ferocious orc warriors in the orc camp, Yassi found the rampaging black-backed wild boar to be less intimidating than the wolves from the camp. After yet another failed charge, the black-backed wild boar hesitated, its body trembling slightly. The continuous loss of blood had begun to weaken it, yet its blood-red eyes remained fixated on Yassi, brimming with brutality, madness, and fury. This was the precursor to the boar's full eruption. A frenzied beast would rather perish than flee. Yassi tightened his grip on the hunting knife, slightly bending his knees. His gaze locked onto the black-backed wild boar, now fully focused. In unison, the boar and Yassi surged forward, charging at each other. The wild boar, with all its might, leapt from the ground, its immense force hurtling down towards Yassi. The sheer power was sufficient to send Yassi flying, and the tusks would easily pierce through his leather armor, opening his chest. Facing the charging boar, Yassi showed no intention of retreating. He too leapt into the air. Yassi soared higher than the black-backed wild boar, and with a flash of his knife, he struck out with lightning speed. This was undoubtedly a move leading to mutual destruction. The crux of life and death hinged upon whether the boar's tusks would pierce Yassi's chest first, or if Yassi's knife would find its mark in the beast's flesh. This was a decisive moment, where every strike was a gamble of life and death. Yet, in the very instant the boy and beast collided, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The black-backed wild boar suddenly jerked its head, and its tusks shot forth, resembling 2 flying daggers aimed at Yassi's chest and face. Tony and Angassi in the trees could not help but gasp in alarm. They had forgotten to warn Yassi that although the black-backed wild boar was merely a first-tier magical beast, all magical creatures possessed innate magical abilities. The black-backed wild boar was no exception, and its innate skill was to launch its tusks as projectiles. The loss of tusks significantly diminishes the ferocity of the wild boar. Thus it would never relinquish its pair of tusks unless faced with a life-threatening moment. The intensity of the battle suggests that Arthur's earlier provocations truly incited its wrath. The black-backed wild boar was now consumed by fury. When the tusks came hurtling towards him, Arthur did not evade. At such a close range, evasion was futile. He merely tilted his body slightly in midair, striving to avoid critical injury, extending his arm as his dagger thrust forth with greater speed. One tusk swiftly grazed Arthur's cheek, leaving a crimson trail, while the other effortlessly pierced his chest armor, the tremendous force propelling him forcefully to the ground. Ultimately, Arthur's hunting knife failed to find its mark on the black-backed wild boar's body. Exhausted, the boar collapsed to the ground, its massive head crashing down in front of the fallen Arthur. Before the black-backed wild boar could rise to attack again, Arthur, lying on his back, sprang up like a spring, lunging forward as his 1-foot-long blade pierced the boar's eye socket with lightning speed. The black-backed wild boar thrashed its head wildly, Emitting a desperate roar, Arthur gripped the hilt tightly, twisting the blade with ferocity, effectively destroying the boar's brain. The beast swayed, struggling to maintain its balance. But after several attempts, it fell heavily to the ground, devoid of any further movement. Arthur staggered back a few steps, collapsing onto the ground. A tusk remained embedded in his chest, blood continued to flow from his left cheek, yet he felt utterly drained. The last strike having exhausted his final reserves of fighting spirit. It is akin to the tale of a freshly initiated mercenary single-handedly slaying a first-tier magical beast. Comparable to an old mercenary drunkenly boasting of having slain a dragon. With effort, Arthur pushed himself up, casting a mischievous grin towards the distant grand oak tree. That little rascal, he must have known we were following. Tony couldn't help but curse, preparing to slide down the tree trunk. "Oh no," Angus suddenly exclaimed. Accompanying his shout was a thunderous roar. Arthur, already pale from significant blood loss, turned sharply, his complexion growing even more ashen. A slightly smaller black-backed wild boar charged at him in a frenzy. Its shorter tusks and relatively smooth bristles indicated it was a female. Damn it. Encountering a pair of lovesick wild boars, it was merely seeking vengeance. In the face of death, an odd thought flickered through Arthur's mind. A fiery determination ignited within him, unleashing the last vestiges of his potential as he leaped to his feet. The sudden motion aggravated the wound on his chest, causing him to grimace in pain. He stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing again. In such a weakened state, escape was impossible. In an instant, the black-backed wild boar was upon him. Its sharp tusks aimed at his lower back, delivering a final strike. Angus had just drawn his hunting bow when Tony's head collided violently with the tree trunk. At a distance of 100 meters, there was no time left. At the moment of collision between the black-backed wild boar and Arthur, a massive fireball erupted between them, sending both flying backward. A Tier 3 spell, the explosive fireball. Angus and Tony were momentarily stunned. Chapter 18. Dual cultivation of martial arts and magic. The atmosphere in the Blue Rose Mercenary Corps conference hall was heavy and somber, as if a storm were on the brink of erupting. Standing in the center of the hall, Arthur kept his head bowed, his tattered leather armor hanging in shreds, though the wounds on his face and chest had long since healed. For a mercenary group boasting a wood mage, such external injuries were relatively easy to remedy. Arthur clenched his fists tightly, too apprehensive to raise his gaze. Outside the hall, many mercenaries peered in curiously. Although Arthur had utilized a magical scroll to slay the black-backed wild boar, the fact that a newly initiated first-tier fighter had single-handedly slain two magical beasts of the same rank sparked tremendous excitement within the mercenary group. "Who allowed you to study magic?" The first to speak was Randall, his tone suppressing anger. "Arthur's magic is taught by me. He is currently my magic apprentice." Adeline remarked coolly. "No, it was I who persistently begged Teacher Adeline to teach me magic," Arthur quickly interjected, waving his hands in explanation. Randall shot a fierce glare at Adeline. Within the mercenary group, he cared little for anyone else. Adeline showed no intention of elaborating, remaining expressionless. "Before I formally instructed you in martial skills, did I not tell you that once you choose to become a warrior, you cannot learn magic? Why did you not heed my words?" Randall shouted, his anger finally erupting. In the Berlin continent, there exists a clear demarcation between warriors and mages, with very few excelling in both. The reason is simple: whether one aspires to become a high-level warrior or a great mage, it demands a substantial investment of time and energy. Warriors must tirelessly absorb fighting spirit day and night, honing their bodies, while mages require even more time for meditation to refine their minds, commune with the magical elements in space, and memorize numerous magical construction formulas. The foundational theory of the cultivation realm states that warriors cultivate their bodies while mages refine their spirits. "I merely wish to learn more," Arthur muttered softly, still too timid to look up. "To what extent have you learned?" This question came from Captain Keynes, standing nearby. "I can now communicate with the magical elements that wander through space and retain a small portion within myself," Arthur replied earnestly. "And constructing magical arrays? I am not yet capable. I always fall just short." "What magical element do you communicate with most easily?" "It seems I can communicate with all magical elements." Arthur slightly raised his head, a hint of pride in his demeanor. "Whistle." Keynes let out a low whistle, teasingly stating, "I thought the mercenary group would gain a future great mage." Arthur's expression reflected surprise, as if he sensed Keynes did not commend his ability to communicate with magical elements. Noticing Arthur's expression, Keynes turned to Adeline beside him, chuckling, "It seems you haven't been diligent in teaching your magic apprentice." Adeline's face flushed slightly. Arthur had no affinity for any specific magical element, and in truth, he was not suited to become a mage. However, I did promise to take him on as my apprentice at the Nightingale Tavern, and that explosive fireball magic scroll was my introductory gift as a teacher. I simply did not expect him to harness magical energy so swiftly. This situation touches upon another foundational theory in the cultivation realm. Only those favored by magical spirits can become mages. To become a mage, the prerequisite is that one's spirit must establish a connection with the magical elements that wander through space. However, the type of physique that can communicate with magical elements seems to be random. Thus far, scholars from various races on the Baylund continent have failed to identify any patterns. Even the children of mages do not possess a higher probability of connecting with magical elements than those of common folk. Even if one can communicate with magical elements, it does not guarantee they will become a mage. One must also consider the affinity for magical elements. Only by being particularly close to a specific type of magical element can one truly qualify to become a mage. Among ordinary people, those who ultimately become mages are exceedingly rare. It is precisely this high threshold that elevates the status of mages above that of warriors on the continent. Naturally, some mages may be attuned to 2 or even 3 types of magical elements, but such mages ultimately achieve lesser heights than those who specialize in a single type. As history has shown that there has never been a mage proficient in all schools of magic. Arthur's face could not conceal his disappointment. He turned to Adeline. So, does this mean I will certainly be unable to become a mage? Eileen offered a bittersweet smile before gently shaking her head. In theory, anyone capable of communicating with magical elements could become a mage. However, those who attempt to gather and manipulate multiple elements find themselves significantly slower than mages with a singular affinity. This disparity becomes increasingly pronounced at higher levels, leaving many to remain at the novice mage tier throughout their lives. Arthur's previously dim gaze sparkled with renewed hope. So, does this mean I can still learn magic from you? Again, Eileen Kushao, this time genuinely. Of course, you may. However, you are more suited to be a warrior. On that path, you will progress much further. Indeed, Arthur nodded vigorously. I will become a powerful warrior, but I shall not abandon my pursuit of magic. You little rascal, you should abandon such foolish thoughts at once. Do not entertain notions of mastering both martial and magical arts. It is simply impossible. Randall interjected, dousing Arthur with a metaphorical bucket of cold water. Arthur met Randall's fierce gaze with unwavering determination. Teacher, if you wish for me to abandon the study of magic, you must tell me why. Since Randall began imparting martial skills to Arthur, he had taken the initiative to change how he addressed him. Initially, Randall was not accustomed to it, but over time, he came to accept Arthur's address. The path of a warrior is akin to a protracted race. Those who aspire to become formidable warriors have no room for error. Once one strays from the path, their potential is irrevocably stunted. To squander one's energy on a futile pursuit is the greatest folly. Randall seemed to recall something, as his gaze became somewhat distant while speaking. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Randall, but I still wish to learn magic. I promise it will not hinder my training as a warrior. Arthur remained resolute. This was the first time Arthur had ever contradicted Randall since joining the mercenary group. Randall's brows furrowed with intensity, a surge of formidable energy threatening to erupt from within him. Just then, a large hand landed firmly on Randall's shoulder, suppressing the impending outburst. You still have that fiery temper. First, let us hear the young one's explanation, Kane suggested with a slight nod, urging Arthur to continue. When I began learning magic, my initial motivation was to acquire more knowledge and become stronger. Yet, as I poured my entire being into communicating with the magical elements, I found myself forgetting the pain inflicted by Dan Yang Lian Shun on my body. What? Repeat that. Keynes and Randall exclaimed in unison. Once a warrior enters the first tier, a rotating vortex within their dantian absorbs the ambient energy, expanding their meridians and refining their flesh and bones. The greatest drawback of Dan Yang Lian Shun is the excruciating pain it inflicts on the body during the process, akin to being seared by fire. Consequently, the soldiers trained under them could not endure long sessions of practice, needing to rest every half hour. Otherwise, the relentless agony would drive them to madness. Arthur claimed he could ignore this pain. This revelation indicated that Arthur could simultaneously cultivate both energy and magic, an unprecedented miracle. Furthermore, the time spent cultivating energy using Dan Yang Lian Shun would surpass that of the soldiers he had previously trained with by several times. Impossible. How could you possibly maintain focus and commune with magical elements amidst such pain? Randall stepped forward, gripping Arthur's shoulders tightly, causing him to wince from the pressure. Initially, I sought to alleviate the pain by shifting my mental focus, but to my surprise, the pain allowed me to perceive the magical elements with greater clarity and authenticity. Once I immerse myself completely, I forget the pain. Impossible, impossible. How can this be? Randall shook his head in disbelief. It is not impossible. It simply means that none of those warriors we trained were foolish enough to attempt studying magic while cultivating energy. Keynes could not suppress a hearty laugh. Huh. It seems we, the Blue Demon, have struck gold this time. Chapter 19. The young man grows up. The dawn cast a golden hue over the expansive training grounds. On the field, a young man stood bare-chested, the golden sunlight outlining the fiery red energy emanating from him. Opposing him were 3 robust mercenaries, evidently well-coordinated, attacking and defending with precision, each displaying a fierce determination. Remarkably, all 3 were Tier 3 warriors, and their combined strength could easily overpower a Tier 4 warrior. Despite facing 3 opponents, the young man maintained the upper hand. With his agile footwork, he moved like a specter amidst their fierce onslaught. His punches struck like lightning, his kicks whips, creating a symphony of sound as he engaged. Intriguingly, his techniques lacked a fixed form, yet targeted the vulnerabilities of his opponents, forcing them into a precarious defensive position. On the sidelines, Kane stroked his golden beard, unable to conceal his amusement. Beside him, Randall remained stoic, his expression unyielding, scrutinizing every detail of the battle. Suddenly, the dynamics of the fight shifted. Arthur darted forward, leaping to confront the mercenary directly in front of him, delivering a punch aimed at the mercenary's face. The mercenary stepped back, crossing his forearms to block, while the other 2 rushed in from the sides to assist. Arthur, mid-punch, abruptly halted, his clenched fist unfurling into an open palm from which a water sphere, the size of a human head, shot forth. The level 1 water spell, Water Sphere. Though its offensive power was modest, it caused the mercenary to shut his eyes and lean back. Seizing the moment, Arthur leaned forward, shouldering the mercenary and sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. This little brat is using that technique again, Keynes muttered, though his tone betrayed admiration. Randall, however, scoffed, humph, merely taking advantage. With only 2 mercenaries remaining, they were no match for Arthur. Within 2 exchanges, one was sent sprawling by a well-placed kick, while the other surrendered, lying on the ground. Arthur turned to face Keynes and Randall, a hint of pride evident in his smile. In response, Randall thundered. What kind of kick was that? It lacked any force. I'll have you kick a wooden post 1,000 times. You shall not eat until you finish. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, particularly from the mercenaries who had just been defeated by Arthur, their jeers ringing louder than the rest. Time flew by, and Arthur's growth in the mercenary group over the past few years was nothing short of astonishing. At not yet 15, he had reached the pinnacle of Tier 2 warriors. Had it not been for Randall's insistence on solidifying Arthur's foundation, he could have easily crossed into Tier 3, while still at Tier 2. Among all mercenaries below the rank of warrior, none could rival this burgeoning young man, leaving many seasoned veterans embarrassed. Not only within the mercenary group, but Arthur had also established himself as a local powerhouse in Hua Ao Lacey City, with mercenaries like Qi Shui and Yi Lang who opting to steer clear of him. Although the 3 mercenary groups had not sparked any major conflicts in recent years, minor frictions remained constant, and Arthur had engaged in several skirmishes with the others. Initially, they dismissed him as merely lucky for having bested Chui CD. But after several encounters, it became evident that none below Tier 3 could contend with Arthur. The consequences of provocation were universally disastrous. Even the Tier 4 mercenaries refrained from challenging Arthur, as it was dishonorable to bully the young, and he often surrounded himself with Tony and Angus, making any attempt to intimidate him a risky endeavor. Thus, the years passed with few opportunities for Arthur to experience defeat, and now, they finally had a chance to vent their frustrations. The saying fortune conceals disaster seemed to ring true, as just when a few individuals were reveling in joy, Randall's roar swiftly followed. You and you. 3 grown men allowing a child to knock you down, and you still have the audacity to shout here. Go kick the iron stakes, 500 times each. If you fail to complete it, you shall not eat. The mercenaries observing the scene hurriedly dispersed, fearing that Randall's impending wrath might fall upon them. Keynes, standing nearby, couldn't help but shake his head. You might be a tad too harsh on him. A little strict now may prevent him from perishing on the battlefield later. Battlefield? Keynes sighed deeply, as if recalling an age long past. Do you wish to send him to the battlefield? Randall's gaze fell upon Arthur, kicking the iron stakes in a corner of the training ground, murmuring, Don't tell me you don't think that way. The unfinished business from our past may very well rest on this child. For a long time, Keynes remained silent. Have you decided to take on that commission? Randall suddenly blurted out an unrelated remark. Yes, the other party offered a commission that is simply irresistible. Have you truly considered this? That place is quite peculiar. No one has ventured there for many years. It could be perilous. There was a rare hint of concern in Randall's tone. Keynes managed a wry smile. As mercenaries, we earn our keep with such life-threatening tasks. Besides, it is precisely because of the danger that they are willing to offer such a high commission. After a moment's hesitation, Randall replied, "Perhaps we should reconsider. We are no longer young and have long surpassed the age of reckless endeavors. Let us make one last gamble. Since we have resolved to let Arthur fulfill our unaccomplished wishes, we should start preparing early. So, you have made your decision?" "Yes, our modest abilities are sufficient for training. But teaching a dual-skilled genius." Keynes shook his head gently, leaving his thought unspoken. "Have you already established connections? So many owed us their lives back then. Surely a few must still bear gratitude." Keynes gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Randall sighed deeply. "That will require a substantial sum. It seems we must accept this commission after all." The two men stood in silence, no further words exchanged, their shadows stretching long in the sunlight. In the Pansasi Beastman wasteland, at the Lalas Canyon, the fierce winds swept through the jagged rocks at the canyon's mouth, producing a mournful sound that rendered the entire gorge desolate and eerie. This location is one of the 10 most perilous places within the realm of the Beastmen. The canyon is home to untamed beasts and magical creatures, and it is said that at its end lies an ancient magical beast that survived the era of the war between gods and demons. Several expedition teams led by heroic beastmen have attempted to hunt this ancient creature, but all have met with disastrous fates, never to return. As the last rays of the setting sun illuminated the deep gorge, two tall figures appeared at the canyon's mouth, an old man and a youth. The elderly figure, with disheveled white hair, a broad nose, and formidable, piercing eyes that bore an oppressive weight, stood beside the young beastman, who had soft golden hair, a strong and upright build, and carried a massive two-handed sword on his back, his face barely concealing a fierce bloodlust. "Go, Leon. Do not return until you break through to the 3rd level and become a beastman warrior." The young beastman nodded and strode into the canyon without a backward glance. Chapter 20. Mercenary Arthur. Today marks an extraordinary day for Arthur. He even spent the previous night tossing and turning in sleepless anticipation. Staring at the green-tipped stone house before him, Arthur clenched his fists tightly, his palms slightly sweating with excitement. This is the Mercenary Guild's branch in the city of Hua Al-Lay on the continent of Baylund. Arthur is no stranger to the Mercenary Guild. He has accompanied Tony or Randall to collect and deliver tasks on multiple occasions. However, today is different. It is the day Arthur officially registers as a mercenary. This signifies that from this day forth, Arthur can earn task commissions like any other mercenary, rather than relying on the few silver coins Randall gives him each month as pocket money. This implies that the once frail child can now sustain himself through his own abilities. A pair of large hands gently ruffled Arthur's hair. Keynes had intentionally accompanied Arthur today to register, understanding the excitement swirling within the young man. He led Arthur straight into the Mercenary Guild's branch. As soon as they entered, the branch manager, Brandon, greeted them with a warm smile. Although the Blue Rose had recently risen to prominence, it had begun to show signs of becoming the foremost mercenary group in Hua Al-Lay over the past 2 years, prompting Brandon to personally attend to such an esteemed client. Brandon also took it upon himself to handle Arthur's registration. In reality, the registration process for new mercenaries is not complex. One merely needs to possess the strength of a level 1 warrior, belong to a registered mercenary group, and pledge an oath under the gaze of the mercenary king, Amy, to uphold the mercenary code and defend the honor of mercenaries. After recording Arthur's age, residence, martial artist level, and affiliated mercenary group in an ancient magical ledger, Arthur officially became a mercenary. This magical ledger is one of the greatest secrets of the Mercenary Guild, with each branch possessing a copy. Once registered in one, the same information is replicated in the magical ledgers of other branches. From this point forward, every task Arthur completes across the continent will be documented, serving as proof of his mercenary rank advancement. Welcome to the Mercenary Guild. From this day forth, you are a G-ranked mercenary. Never forget the mercenary creed. Brandon cheerfully handed Arthur a badge. It was a bronze badge shaped like a shield, embossed with a design of crossed long swords and an axe. The shield, long sword, and axe symbolize protection, trust, and courage, respectively, as outlined in the mercenary creed. The bronze signifies the lowest rank of a novice mercenary, corresponding to G and E ranks, while above that are the silver badge for intermediate mercenaries, the gold badge for advanced mercenaries, and the purple gold badge for the elite. Keynes took the bronze badge from Brandon and pinned it on Arthur's left chest, then firmly patted Arthur's shoulder. "Arthur, welcome to the Blue Rose Mercenary Group. Yes, Captain. Arthur stood with his feet together, right fist over his heart, displaying a genuine smile. This was a standard mercenary salute, symbolizing the vow to protect with one's life. Throughout the process, a curious little girl with flaxen hair stood behind Brandon, observing Arthur with interest. The girl's slender face, pert nose, and a few scattered freckles made her appear particularly playful and endearing. When Arthur noticed her, she immediately ducked behind Brandon. "Kid, I have a gift for you," Kane said, presenting a finely crafted box made of tianqing wood to Arthur. Tianqing wood is an exceedingly rare and expensive material, named for its surface that appears speckled like stars. This wood is found only in the dream forest of the Elven territories and not only resists decay for a millennium, but also prevents magical elements from dissipating when fashioned into boxes and other items. Just from the box alone, one could surmise that the gift within must be of considerable value. Arthur was taken aback, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the box. This was the first gift he had ever received in his life. Under Keynes's encouraging gaze, he gently opened the lid. The girl behind Brandon also peeked out, intrigued about the contents of the box, only to be met with disappointment. Inside lay a white pendant shaped like a six-pointed star. The material of the pendant was indiscernible. It resembled jade, but even if it were jade, it appeared to be of the lowest quality, lacking luster and oiliness, with a faint yellow tint permeating the white. It is certain that this is not a magical artifact, as no trace of magical energy can be felt from it. However, Arthur felt no disappointment. The mere fact that Captain Keynes was able to present him with a gift surpassed the value of any object. "Wear it," Keynes said. "Though it may not be of great worth, I have carried it as a talisman for protection. Now, I bestow it upon you, hoping it will likewise safeguard your mercenary career." Arthur carefully placed the pendant against his chest, keeping the empty box tightly in hand. Observing this, Keynes chuckled. "Arthur, let us not keep the box. Give it to that little girl." Although Arthur felt a pang of reluctance, he was never one to be stingy. So he generously handed the box to the girl. The girl behind Brandon scrunched her lips in disdain, clearly unimpressed. She did not understand. But Brandon recognized the value of the tianqing box and, with a broad smile, accepted it from Arthur. "I thank you on behalf of her, Captain Keynes. This gift is simply too precious. It is merely a trinket. Gratitude should also go to President Brandon. Should there be future high-reward assignments, do think of us, Blue Enchantress." "First. Certainly. The guild relies on the support of Captain Keynes and Blue Enchantress." This favor from Keynes was indeed directed towards Brandon. It is known that the Mercenary Guild, as an intermediary between employers and mercenaries, holds vast resources at the president's disposal. Mercenary tasks can be publicly announced for mercenaries to claim or prioritized for eligible mercenary groups, as long as the assignment is completed successfully. Employers do not concern themselves with the internal workings of the guild. Moreover, among the plethora of assignments, some present low difficulty yet offer generous rewards, while others may seem ordinary but harbor significant risks. In summary, maintaining a good relationship with the Mercenary Guild is beneficial in every regard. After exchanging polite words, Brandon personally escorted Keynes out of the guild. Upon exiting the Mercenary Guild, Arthur's heart raced with excitement. This expression did not go unnoticed by Keynes, who remarked, "I hear that Tony and the others have arranged a celebration for you at the Nightingale Tavern?" Arthur smiled shyly. "Yes, Captain." "Then you need not accompany me back to the guild. Go on ahead." "Thank you, Captain." Arthur bowed to Keynes and dashed away. Keynes could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Even as a mercenary, he remains a child. "By the way, tell Tony and the others not to stay out too late. We have a mission to undertake early tomorrow." Keynes suddenly remembered something to remind him, calling out to Arthur's retreating figure. However, Arthur had already vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving Keynes shaking his head in bemusement. Chapter 21. Preparing for battle, the dual-hued moonlight of red and blue gradually faded, while the sun had not yet fully risen, enveloping the entire Hua Al-Laci city in a delicate morning mist. The melodious sound of camel bells pierced through the fog, rousing the sleeping city. By the time the city had fully awakened and the clamor of daylight reverberated once more, the mercenary team of Blue Enchantress had already vanished beyond the outskirts along the trading path. The mercenary group, having set out early, comprised over 70 members. Except for a few tasks that had not yet returned and a small number of mercenaries left behind, this was a considerable deployment for Blue Enchantress, which consisted of just over 100 members, marking a full display of their elite force. The entire mercenary group formed a loose circular formation, surrounding 7 large musk oxen at the center. Resembling cattle, yet notably larger, the musk oxen possessed a grayish-white hue, devoid of horns, and exhibited superior strength for burden-bearing. making them well-suited for traversing mountainous terrains. Technically classified as a first-tier magical beast, musk oxen are timid by nature, and their innate magic is a defensive technique that encases them in mud upon sensing danger, which is why they are among the few magical beasts that can be tamed by humans. Each musk ox bore several large boxes on their backs, containing not only the mercenary group's supplies such as tents, food, weapons, and medicine, but also the items entrusted for this mission. However, apart from Captain Keynes, not a single core member, including Adeline, was privy to the nature of the employer's entrusted items, as Keynes forbade anyone from approaching the boxes carried by 3 of the musk oxen. In accordance with the mercenary code of conduct, as long as Keynes remained silent, no one would dare to inquire out of curiosity. The mercenary profession often treads the line between legality and illegality, with many employers entrusting items that cannot see the light of day. Seasoned mercenaries had encountered many strange requests and were no longer surprised by such matters. Captain Keynes led the way at the front of the group, flanked by the magician Adeline and the thief Tony. The hunter Angus, serving as the scout for the mercenary group, maintained a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers ahead, ready to alert the group of any dangers. As for the elven archer Elijah, he never revealed himself during missions, yet all mercenaries knew he was nearby, always providing timely support in moments of peril. Among the mercenary group was a unique presence, young Arthur, who had only recently become a formal mercenary. Today, he donned a brand new set of standard second-tier leather armor, a gift from his older brothers Tony and Angus to celebrate his official entry into the mercenary fold. Compared to the first-tier leather armor Arthur had worn previously, the second-tier armor was meticulously crafted, the leather sourced from the hide of the second-tier magical beast, Xianfeng Ice Wolf, with its surface imbued with a unique sheen, and the edges finely treated. Although this basic piece of mercenary armor was worth at least 5 gold coins on the market for a small mercenary group, a second-tier mercenary would need to save for half a year to afford such armor. Arthur cherished this armor, having not taken it off since he donned it the previous night, with the mercenary insignia prominently displayed on the left chest. Draped over his back was the guild's standard-issue blue cloak, which was also a piece of second-tier equipment. Mercenaries spend much time outdoors, and a quality cloak not only shields against wind and rain, but can also serve as a blanket for warmth at night, while providing some degree of protection as a second-tier item. In addition to the cloak, Arthur carried a shimmering iron bow, named the Wandering Youth Bow, known for its power, with arrows that flew as swiftly as a youth returning home. The bow's back was adorned with intricately carved vine patterns, clearly the work of the elven craftsman Elijah. This bow was a gift from the elves, constructed from materials sourced from the second-tier magical beast, Kongjiao. However, the most valuable item Arthur possessed were the unassuming gray short leather boots on his feet, a gift from Adeline. These were bona fide third-tier equipment, and Adeline had even sought out an enchanter to inscribe a wind speed spell upon them, enabling Arthur to accelerate instantly in times of danger. This pair of third-tier enchanted leather boots was worth at least 35 gold coins, the value of Arthur's entire outfit. If compared to a newly inducted mercenary in a small group, would require 3 to 5 years of earnings to accumulate. Even Tony expressed a hint of jealousy towards Arthur, cautioning him not to stray far from Keynes, lest he become a target for envious mercenaries looking to rob him. Arthur, however, paid little heed to Tony's warnings. This was his first mercenary mission, and he was like a newborn calf, perceiving everything as wondrous and bustling about. In reality, Keynes had not assigned him any tasks, as this mission seemed more about introducing him to the world. While Keynes left him to his own devices, Arthur diligently sought out tasks, running ahead to assist Angus with scouting, checking the boxes on the musk oxen for looseness, and even venturing into the thicket to find Elijah, simply to present him with a rare fruit he had stumbled upon. It was precisely this eagerness that made Arthur the most beloved member of the mercenary group. 3 days later, the mercenary group had reached the outskirts of the Orlando Mountains, where the trails had long since vanished. Only seasoned hunters and mercenaries could navigate through the mountains, seeking the optimal paths for passage. From the moment they entered the mountains, all mercenaries, including Keynes, heightened their vigilance, for the mission truly commenced at that instant. Within the mountains, danger could descend at any moment. Sudden ambushes by magical beasts, packs of wild animals, foreign tribes venturing for experience, and roving bands of robbers. A sharp, urgent bird call suddenly pierced the air. Without command, the entire mercenary unit came to an immediate halt. The bird calls continued, each one drawing closer, each one more frantic. This was Angus's unique warning signal. Keynes's expression turned grave as he prepared for battle. The entire mercenary team sprang into action, with 40 mercenaries stepping forward to form the front line, while another 15 on each side secured the flanks and rear. Crossbows were swiftly drawn and distributed among the mercenaries. These weapons, regarded as contraband for armies, were only employed in the direst circumstances, typically kept in secret storage by the mercenary group. Keynes gently unsheathed his massive sword. Adeline raised her magic wand, and even Arthur knocked an arrow on his bow, as the air thickened with the anticipation of combat. Chapter 22. The Bailey beast horde. Arthur's hand trembled slightly on the bowstring, not from fear, but from excitement. Observing Keynes and the mercenaries, he understood that the forthcoming battle would be anything but simple. Facing such a conflict on his first mission made his heart race. Soon, Angus's figure appeared in Arthur's view, sprinting frantically while glancing back frequently. To Arthur, Angus's frantic run seemed somewhat comical, prompting a suppressed laugh. Yet the grave expressions of Keynes and the surrounding mercenaries revealed the seriousness of the situation. Battle. The Bailey. Angus's voice, almost torn, reached them. Only then did Arthur realize that Angus was fleeing, as waves of grayish-white beasts pursued him relentlessly, threatening to engulf him at any moment. What he initially perceived as waves were, in fact, a horde of small, grayish-white beasts known as Bailey. As they drew closer, the ferocious appearance of the Bailey became vividly etched in Arthur's mind. The Bailey were slightly smaller than domesticated hunting dogs, their mouths filled with sharp teeth. Their heads were covered in white fur, while the fur on their necks transitioned to gray. Most notably, these creatures possessed two bushy tails resembling those of foxes. The rapid movement of these tails allowed the Bailey to glide swiftly across the ground, achieving remarkable speed even in short bursts, surpassing even the veteran Angus by a narrow margin. The Bailey represented a unique category of creatures, positioned between wild beasts and first-tier magical beasts. They were not classified as first-tier magical beasts due to internal disputes within the Mage Guild regarding their nature. According to human definitions, a magical beast must possess a core magical ability, which the Bailey lacked. However, the Bailey exhibited a bloodthirsty nature, in a state of frenzy. Their vitality and offensive power would double, relentlessly pursuing their prey. The prevailing view within the Mage Guild contended that bloodlust did not fall under the realm of magic, although some mages argued that it belonged to a branch of dark magic, a stance largely dismissed due to the millennia-long cessation of dark magical traditions on the continent. Regardless of the Mage Guild's classification, Keynes and the seasoned mercenaries were acutely aware of the terrifying ferocity of these small beasts. Their extraordinary speed and vicious temperament rendered any small contingent of mercenaries facing a Bailey horde utterly doomed. The horde drew ever closer, with over 100 Bailey hot on Angus's heels, their low growls sending chills down the spine. "Come on, you little beasts," Tony muttered under his breath as he pulled the trigger, a sharp crack echoing as a bolt wrapped in fighting spirit shot forth. The specially designed crossbows of the human army boasted an effective range of 150 meters. The bolt whizzed past Angus, embedding itself into the ground ahead of the Bailey swarm. Tony inhaled deeply and calmly released a second shot. A spatter of blood erupted from the horde as the leading Bailey crumpled to the ground. Instead of deterring the pack, the sight of blood ignited their ferocity, their growls escalating into furious roars. A mere drop of blood sent the entire horde into a frenzy. "Tony, you idiot. Are you trying to get me killed?" Angus cursed vehemently, his speed now only marginally faster than that of the beasts. The frenzied Bailey quickly closed the gap. Snapping at his heels, embarrassed, Tony rubbed his nose and took aim again, sending another bolt into the horde, eliciting another burst of blood. "Let loose, brothers. Otherwise, Angus won't have a rear end left." After 3 shots, the horde was now within 100 meters, the optimal range for their deadly bolts. At Tony's command, a flurry of bolts soared through the air, mercenaries deliberately avoiding Angus as blood splattered behind him, each bolt finding its mark among the Bailey. The scene unfolded with a bizarre beauty, the red blossoms of blood amidst the chaos momentarily entranced Arthur, causing him to forget to shoot. "Arthur!" Keynes's low growl jolted him back to reality. His face flushed. Arthur hastily drew his bow and released his first arrow, only to miss wildly. The mercenaries unleashed a rapid volley of 3 bolts, then, like Tony, discarded their crossbows to draw shields, swords, and axes for close combat. While crossbows offered greater lethality and accuracy, they also had the undeniable drawback of lengthy reloading times. The finest crossbow could only fire 3 bolts in succession before becoming a useless hunk of metal, leaving no time to reload in the heat of battle. The mercenaries lacked the precision to eliminate their targets with a single shot as Tony had done. Their 3 volleys only took down the foremost Bailey, and the horde surged within 50 meters. Beside Keynes, Arthur released his second and third arrows, this time finding his mark. One arrow pierced a Bailey's mouth, while another pinned one to the ground. Yet, he found no opportunity for a fourth shot, as the leading edge of the horde collided fiercely with the first line of mercenaries. The mercenaries stood firm, weapons raised, skillfully slaughtering the encroaching Bailey. Much like their previous encounters with the Orc encampment, Arthur once again witnessed the Blue Orchid mercenaries executing their tactics with the precision of an army, formed in a line. Each mercenary faced off against a single Bailey, while those on the sides or behind stepped in to intercept any flanking beasts. Angus and Tony, retreating into the ranks, swiftly navigated the front lines, occasionally delivering crucial strikes. In the absence of overwhelming numbers, the first-tier Bailey stood no chance against the third-tier mercenaries. Soon, each mercenary found themselves surrounded by 3 or 4 carcasses. The horde was rapidly decimated, yet the remaining Bailey continued to charge fearlessly, even after sustaining grievous injuries. Some, with their bellies pierced by swords, still lunged to bite the mercenaries' arms, showcasing their unyielding ferocity, resulting in several mercenaries sustaining injuries. The horde attempted to circumvent the frontline mercenaries, launching attacks from the sides, only to be intercepted by the vigilant defenders. As the numbers dwindled to a mere few dozen, the remaining Bailey finally succumbed to fear, turning to flee. Throughout the entire process, Canes, Adeline, and the lurking Elia refrained from intervening, with Canes even halting the mercenaries from pursuing the remaining beast horde. This victory brought Canes no joy. Gazing at the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, his brow remained furrowed. Having encountered swarms of magical beasts barely upon entering the mountains, it seemed this mission was destined for turbulence. Chapter 23. Solo and Shagu, amidst the serene and beautiful mountainous landscape, lay scattered the shattered bodies of the Bailea. Had a small mercenary band confronted the Bailea, the remnants on the ground would have belonged to the human race. Unfortunately, today the Bailea faced the Blue Enchantress. This land epitomizes the law of survival, where the weak are devoured by the strong, a harsh reality of the Baylund continent. Aside from 5 or 6 mercenaries sustaining minor injuries, the Bailea caused little harm to the mercenary group. After tending to the wounded briefly, Canes promptly ordered their departure. The stench of so many corpses would soon attract larger predators. As soon as the battle concluded, the mercenary group moved swiftly. The injured comrades assisted one another in bandaging their wounds, while the others quickly gathered their weapons and equipment, hastily leaving the battlefield. The Bailea carcasses were left behind. Though they could be classified as first-tier magical beasts, their value was minimal. While their hides could fetch a decent price, the hassle of skinning them outweighed the benefit, and their meat was coarse and difficult to digest. In the Orlando Mountains, teeming with game, no mercenary or hunter would bother consuming Bailea flesh. The mercenary group traversed the rugged mountain paths for an entire afternoon, finally pausing to rest in a hollow as dusk approached. Following a life-and-death battle and an afternoon of relentless travel, even the physique of a third-tier warrior was nearly at its limit. However, Arthur observed that the mercenaries of the Blue Enchantress were truly exceptional. Throughout the afternoon, not a single mercenary complained or fell behind. Even the few injured were supported by their comrades or carried in turns, ensuring no one lagged. Once the group halted, Arthur, exhausted, lay directly on the ground but quickly rose again upon noticing that, aside from himself, none of the mercenaries immediately sat down to rest, despite their fatigue. The mercenaries naturally divided into several groups. Adeline directed one group to unload the boxes from the musk ox to prepare dinner and set up camp. Tony and Angus led their respective groups to scout the surroundings, ensuring no hidden dangers, such as large magical beasts, lurked nearby before the mercenary group officially began to camp. Other mercenaries, seemingly idly standing around, actually formed a loose circle, guarding the musk ox and cargo at the center. No one could approach the mission's entrusted items undetected. This was wisdom accumulated by veteran mercenaries over years of missions, for danger in the Orlando Mountains could strike without warning. Once Tony and Angus returned, the mercenary group commenced their official encampment. After setting up the outer watch, Angus scattered a ring of insect repellent around the campsite and set several small traps with alerting mechanisms, allowing the mercenaries to finally relax their tense hearts. Seizing the moment, the accompanying wood mage, Vorpal, used 2 sapling spells to completely heal 2 mercenaries who had sustained more severe injuries. In a non-combat environment, mages would seldom allow their magic to dip below half their capacity. Until Vorpal's restorative magic was fully replenished, the remaining injured mercenaries could only rely on herbs for hemostasis. As the other mercenaries gathered around the newly ignited bonfire, laughter filled the air. Even before the food was cooked, some were eagerly producing their own wine. Meanwhile, Canes, Adeline, Tony, and Angus, the leaders of the mercenary group, sat together by a small bonfire, while Elia, the elf, remained absent from the group. Arthur, taking the opportunity to roast meat for a few, edged closer. Adeline gently stirred the flames with the tip of her staff, coaxing it to blaze more brightly. As a fire mage, her staff served as a natural igniter. I believe you should inform us of our mission's destination, so we can adequately prepare for the journey ahead. Adeline remarked without lifting her gaze from the fire. I thought that as long as I remained silent, you would never inquire, Canes replied with a teasing tone. You are the leader. There must be a reason for your reticence regarding the mission. However, since entering the mountains, my instincts have been quite unsettled. Is that a woman's sixth sense? Indeed, a woman's intuition. Our destination is Xiagu, Canes stated directly, causing Adeline to tremble slightly. A burst of flame erupting from her staff as his words evidently startled her. Tony and Angus were momentarily taken aback, yet their expressions soon diverged. Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement, while Angus's face appeared frozen, rigid. This was the first time Arthur had heard the name Xiagu, and he was deeply curious about the place that elicited such a strong reaction from the others. Adeline sighed softly. No wonder I felt uneasy. It is a cursed place, said to still harbor remnants of the divine and demonic energies left over from the ancient wars, intertwined and lingering within the canyon. Under the influence of this aura, both mages and warriors find their power significantly diminished in the canyon. But that is not the most terrifying aspect. The true impact is psychological. Many warriors and mages emerge from the canyon behaving oddly, some even completely insane. Angus interjected, continuing Adeline's thoughts. Fortune favors the bold. That site was an ancient battlefield, leaving behind many treasures. I have heard tales of someone retrieving a legendary broken sword from there. Even a fragment of its blade is an invaluable treasure. If luck is on our side, perhaps Tony could unearth some remnants of artifacts this time. Tony's gaze brimmed with elation. As a rogue, he naturally reveled in the risks and opportunities such ruins presented. I am now quite curious about the employer. Who would choose to send items to Xiagu? Adeline could not help but inquire. Canes shook his head. The employer is quite enigmatic. You know that fellow Brandon from the Mercenary Guild. He would not divulge a single word about any confidential information regarding the employer, even with our mercenary group's strength. Venturing there is a considerable challenge. Adeline sighed once more. After a moment of silence, Canes finally spoke in a low voice. I am aware of the significant risks associated with this mission, but the client has offered a price that is simply irresistible. Moreover, we need not enter the canyon. We only need to deliver the items to the mouth of the canyon, where someone will be waiting to receive them. Adeline fell silent, lowering her head as she continued to poke at the fire with her staff. Having chosen the mercenary profession, danger had become an integral part of life. The flames flickered higher, casting dancing shadows upon the thoughtful faces of the mercenaries. Chapter 24. The appearance of the devouring worms. The bonfire, which had burned through the night, gradually dwindled, leaving behind heaps of glowing ashes that still emitted residual warmth. Tony, on the last watch, quietly returned from outside the camp and sat beside a pile of ashes in the middle, gently covering the sleeping Arthur with the cloak that had slipped off him. The residual heat from the ashes soon lulled Tony into drowsiness. He stifled a yawn, struggling to keep his eyelids from closing completely. Do not sleep. You absolutely must not sleep. The boss will kill you if he finds out. Just a quick nap, only for a moment. Dawn is approaching, and there will be no danger. These two thoughts clashed within Tony's mind, while his eyelids gradually succumbed to the struggle. Just as he drifted into a hazy half-sleep, a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the air. Tony jolted upright from the ground, startled awake. In the stillness of the night, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, rousing not only Tony but also Canes, Adeline, and the other mercenaries, who quickly sprang to their feet. What was that sound? Canes urgently inquired of Tony. It seems to have come from outside the camp. Tony, now fully awake, strained to recall the direction of the chilling scream. This is bad. It's our perimeter guard. His expression shifted as he dashed toward the camp's edge. Everyone, be on guard and protect the cargo, Canes commanded, following closely behind. Arthur too rose from the ground, hesitating for a moment before bolting out of the camp. Tony and Canes halted at a low thicket approximately 70 to 80 meters outside the camp. Beneath their feet lay a small depression in the earth, beside which a steel crossbow had been discarded. While the mercenary assigned to guard this location was nowhere to be found. It was Nathaniel. He was on the last shift here, Tony remarked, his brow furrowing. Was it a creature or a beast? Canes asked. It must have been a beast. The attack originated from below, as if it swallowed the entire person whole, Angus speculated. crouching down to examine the loose stones at the edge of the depression. "Step back," Keynes commanded, leaping into the air, his massive sword spinning as it descended toward the ground. The rapid rotation of the blade generated a swirling force, akin to a tempestuous dragon diving into the sea, piercing the earth beneath. The full force of an 8th-level warrior's strike was undeniably formidable. With a thunderous explosion, debris and soil flew in all directions. When the dust settled, a gaping hole over 2 meters deep had been created, revealing a dark, bottomless opening the width of a barrel. What kind of beast left this? A rock python or a tunneling beast? Keynes inquired, pointing at the opening. Neither seems likely. Angus gently shook his head. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the camp. "This is bad. It's a distraction." Almost simultaneously, the thought crossed everyone's mind as they turned to rush back inside. Within the camp, dozens of mercenaries had formed a circle, with several in the inner circle desperately striking the ground with their swords and knives. "What is going on?" Keynes asked upon his return, as the outer circle of mercenaries parted to allow him through. The inner circle continued their assault, digging at a pit identical to the one outside the camp. "A monster suddenly emerged from underground and swallowed one of our brothers whole, then burrowed back down," a nearby mercenary reported hastily. "Did anyone see what the attacking beast looked like?" Angus scanned the surroundings. "I vaguely saw it. It was a long-bodied creature. Its head was as large as its body, and its mouth was situated on top of its head, splitting open to reveal the entire head," several mercenaries recounted in unison. "It looked like a giant earthworm," one added. "This is terrible. It's a demonic devourer." Angus's expression abruptly changed. As a hunter, Angus was well acquainted with this type of creature. Demonic devourers are a Tier 3 Earth-type beast that resembles a colossal worm. They lack heads and eyes, with their vital organ located in the middle of their bodies, while both ends are equipped with mouths that can devour prey instantaneously. They are mindless creatures, relying solely on instinct to hunt. "Impossible. I checked thoroughly. This is definitely not the territory of demonic devourers," Tony immediately countered. "Demonic devourers are social creatures with a strong sense of territory. If one is discovered, hundreds or even thousands more are bound to be found within a radius of several dozen miles. Their hunting grounds become zones of death." "No, Tony, you are overlooking something. Their territory can shift. When they exhaust the food supply in one area, they migrate to another," Keynes explained, furrowing his brow. "The speed at which they move underground is not fast, and the attack only began at dawn, suggesting they may have just relocated or are searching for new territory." As they conversed, another scream echoed through the night. Without warning, a depression appeared in the ground near the camp's edge, and a massive gray worm erupted from the earth, its gaping mouth producing a powerful suction. A mercenary closest to the opening was instantly pulled down, letting out a scream before being devoured up to his waist by the demonic devourer. This transpired in the blink of an eye. When the others turned at the sound of the scream, they saw the demonic devourer dragging the mercenary back into the hole, his lower half still exposed. Nearby mercenaries watched helplessly, unable to intervene. In a flash, Keynes hurled his unsheathed sword. It traced a beautiful arc as it sliced through the air, splattering yellow-brown blood as the upper half of the demonic devourer slumped to the ground, while the other half fell back into the pit. The closer mercenaries rushed forward, using their blades with great effort to cut open the creature's body and pull out their comrade. The delay between being swallowed and rescued was mere moments. Yet the mercenary had already lost his life. His bones had been crushed and deformed by the creature's abdomen, while his skin, exposed beneath the leather armor, was grotesquely mangled by the beast's corrosive fluids. Even the most seasoned mercenaries turned away, struggling to hold back tears. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the demonic devourer. Its sudden underground attacks and voracious appetite made it a deadly foe, capable of preying on even those of equal or greater strength. Moreover, such attacks were nearly impossible to defend against. As long as the creature remained hidden underground, only Earth-type mages stood a chance against it. The hunting grounds of the demonic devourer were veritable death traps. "Retreat. We must evacuate immediately," Keynes nearly shouted. Chapter 25. The race against death. The shadow of death loomed over the mercenary group. Although mercenaries are accustomed to high-risk professions, the Blue Rose had not suffered casualties in a long time. The loss of 2 brothers plunged everyone into mourning. Yet, this was only the beginning of their troubles. The mercenary group moved swiftly, forming into groups of 5, maintaining a cautious distance of 2 or 3 steps between each other, ever vigilant for sudden attacks from below. Having traveled only a few hundred meters, the first attack came. The ground at the rear suddenly collapsed, and a gray worm surged forth. Alerted by the warning cry of a vigilant mercenary, the others turned and swiftly fired their crossbows, releasing 3 bolts with tremendous force aimed at the demonic devourer. The dull thuds echoed as each bolt struck true. However, the beast's momentum showed no signs of abating. Years of burrowing underground had rendered its skin as tough as rock and riddled with wrinkles, making it difficult for strength-based weapons like crossbows to inflict significant damage. The other 4 mercenaries, upon hearing the warning, immediately turned and fired their weapons, the sounds of impact echoing through the air. Yet, despite their efforts, the barrage only slightly slowed the creature's advance, which continued to target the mercenary at the back of the group. The Blue Rose mercenaries, well-trained and disciplined, recognized the futility of their crossbow attacks and discarded their weapons in unison. A mercenary wielding a shield stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront, while the others drew their blades with urgency. The shield-bearer barely had time to raise his circular shield before the demonic devourer crashed into him. What the mercenary did not anticipate was that at the very moment the Shur Machong collided with the shield, its cavernous maw, already agape, split open even wider, nearly tearing its head apart as it devoured the shield whole, along with the mercenary's entire arm. The creature's immense, consuming force yanked the mercenary towards its gaping mouth. Fortunately, a fellow mercenary reacted swiftly, severing the arm at the root and forcefully pushing his comrade aside. The Shur Machong, now fully revealed, measured over 4 meters in length and was as thick as a barrel. Seizing the opportunity, 3 surrounding mercenaries struck at the creature's head with their blades and axes. Each of their powerful blows landed, yet against the Shur Machong's tough hide, the attacks from these third-tier warriors inflicted no lethal damage. Each strike merely carved shallow wounds into its flesh, igniting its fury completely. The Shur Machong writhed, abruptly turning its head and lunging at one of the mercenaries with the ferocity of a striking snake. The targeted mercenary stumbled back. But how could he retreat faster than the Shur Machong? In an instant, he was met with a maw filled with countless tiny teeth, and at that moment, death seemed imminent, paralyzing him with terror. Just as the creature was about to consume him, its massive head exploded before his eyes, splattering him with a spray of yellow-brown blood. Having narrowly escaped death, the mercenary collapsed onto the ground. It was the elf, Yalaya, whose arrows could fly with such swiftness. The early intervention of Yalaya signified dire circumstances ahead. The demise of the Shur Machong heralded the onset of a swarm attack. Great worms periodically erupted from the ground, launching assaults on the mercenary group, and sometimes 2 or 3 Shur Machongs would surface simultaneously. The frequency of attacks escalated, and despite the Blue Demon mercenary group's utmost caution, casualties were inevitably on the rise. Third-tier mercenaries were no match for monsters of the same tier. Only the likes of Kyensi, Yalaya, and Angisi, warriors of the officer rank and above, could inflict significant damage on these creatures. Even Adlin's fire magic lost much of its potency against them. The attacks of these worms were exceedingly treacherous. They traversed swiftly underground, locating their prey through the heat emitted by living beings, thus consistently choosing unexpected spots to emerge and strike. At times, pits would appear directly beneath the mercenaries' feet, leaving them to feel the ground suddenly give way, plummeting them into the jaws of the Shur Machong. Kyensi and his companions maneuvered fiercely to protect the entire team, charging to slay any worm that dared to show itself. A mere second of hesitation could spell doom for a mercenary. The group trudged onwards, having slain 3 or 4 dozen worms. Yet Tuni and Angisi were already panting heavily, while Adlin's fireballs dwindled in size. But the ferocity of the Shur Machong's attacks showed no signs of abating. Arthur and several musk oxen remained ensconced at the heart of the group, tightly guarded by the mercenaries. At the battle's commencement, Arthur had shot 2 arrows at a nearby worm, but the damage inflicted was less than that from a close-range crossbow bolt. Witnessing familiar mercenaries being injured or devoured by the Shur Machong filled Arthur with a profound sense of helplessness, reminiscent of his time in the Orc encampment. Watching comrades being chosen for slaughter, praying desperately that he would not be next, Arthur bit his lip, veins bulging on the back of his hand gripping the bow. Tuni drove his blade through the lower jaw of a Shur Machong, piecing its gaping mouth back together, then turned to Kyensi, exclaiming, "Boss, we need a plan. The swarm appears to be tracking our movement. At this rate, we shall never escape their hunting grounds." Kyensi leaped forward, severing the head of the worm Tuni had impaled. He planted the tip of his great sword into the ground, leaning on the hilt, his gaze fixed upon the musk oxen safeguarded at the center of the formation. Due to concerns over the mission's items, equipment, and imminent attacks, the mercenaries' pace had been persistently quickened. However, if they forsook these possessions and fled with all their might, the Shur Machong could not pursue the warriors who ran upon the surface. Kyensi gritted his teeth and made an instant decision. Tuni, Angisi, You two carry the box on the middle musk ox's back. We will charge out swiftly. What about the remaining supplies? Baylund could not help but inquire. Leave them behind. We must get out first. I will lead the way. Yalaya will guard our rear, and everyone follow me with all your strength. Kyensi issued the retreat command. The Shir Machong's assaults continued, yet the entire mercenary group began to run. It was a race against death. Any mercenary left behind faced a grim fate. The running mountain path was littered with numerous worm carcasses, interspersed with the fallen mercenaries. Chapter 26. Threats resurface. Never overestimate one's own strength. Even the mightiest blue demon mercenary group of Hua Aluwa City found themselves in dire straits against a horde of third-tier magical beasts. The mercenary group dashed 20 miles down the mountain path before finally escaping the hunting grounds of the Shir Machong. When Kyensi commanded a halt, the mercenaries collapsed onto the ground, too exhausted to even remain vigilant of their surroundings. Arthur bent over, gasping for breath, beads of sweat streaking down his face. Even the seasoned third-tier mercenaries were utterly spent, while only Arthur, a second-tier warrior, managed to keep pace with sheer willpower. His once bright leather armor now tarnished with blood and dirt. Though disheveled, Arthur's overall condition remained relatively intact, his equipment still in order. While the fallen mercenaries lay with their armor askew, having lost most of their personal belongings apart from their weapons, many bearing injuries. Only Kyensi and a few leaders of officer rank and above stood resolutely. Kyensi surveyed the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. As the leader, he had to be the strongest. As long as he remained standing, the entire mercenary group would not falter. Yet, when his eyes fell upon the brothers sprawled on the ground, a trace of sorrow crept in. Tuni, assess our losses. Boss, 13 did not make it, and 7 brothers are severely injured. We suffered a great loss on this mission. Tuni replied with a mournful countenance. Kyensi felt as though he had been struck hard in the chest, though Tuni had not stated it outright. Everyone understood the fate of those 13 mercenaries. Kyensi painfully closed his eyes, though this was the mercenaries' lot, a conclusion predestined from the first day in the profession. Losing one's brothers was a truth no one could face calmly. When Kyensi reopened his eyes, a new determination emerged, and GC. Take the injured brothers to find another mountain path back to the city. The rest of us will rest for half an hour before departing. This place is not suitable for lingering. NGC paused for a moment before solemnly responding. Let Tuni lead the return. I am more familiar with the mountain routes. And our supplies are lost. With me as the hunter, securing food will be more convenient. Tuni immediately protested. NGC, what do you mean? In terms of wilderness survival, what do I lack compared to you? After a brief pause, Kyensi continued. Our mission must proceed. Indeed, NGC is more suitable. Tuni, you shall lead the return. Boss. Tuni, this is an order. We have already lost over a dozen brothers. I do not wish for anyone else to meet with misfortune. You must bring everyone back alive. Tuni opened his mouth to argue further, but was silenced by Kyensi's stern gaze and reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Once a decision was made, Tuni ceased his hesitations. He briefly discussed the route back to the city with Anjisi and, accompanied by 7 injured mercenaries and 3 caretakers, they set off, supporting one another. As Keynes aptly noted, this was certainly not a suitable place to linger. After taking a few steps, Tuni abruptly returned to face Yace, embracing him tightly, the force of which nearly left Yace breathless. Be careful, kid. Tuni Dage has drinks and ladies waiting for your return at the Nightingale Tavern. Don't throw your life away, still a greenhorn. His words elicited hearty laughter from the surrounding mercenaries, easing some of the somber atmosphere. Yace's face flushed, and at a loss for words, he merely nodded foolishly. Tuni waved his hand and decisively turned away, his gaunt figure quickly vanishing among the undulating hills. Not long after Tuni's departure, the mercenary group resumed their journey. Following the recent battle, their numbers had dwindled by nearly a third. Having just experienced casualties, many mercenaries appeared somewhat despondent, and the journey was marked by an unusual silence. Keynes and Anjisi became even more cautious. And even the elusive elf Yalaya began to scout ahead, ensuring to thoroughly survey their surroundings at each stop. Fortunately, in the following days, no further mishaps occurred. However, after discarding their supplies and equipment, the mercenaries faced difficulties with meals and camping, resorting to barbecuing freshly caught game for every meal, and at night, finding shelter to wrap themselves in their cloaks to sleep. Yace was now truly experiencing the hardships of a mercenary's life. This was the authentic face of their existence. In stark contrast to the glamorous facade of revelry in taverns and gambling dens that he had previously witnessed. Few were aware that the glamour of mercenaries was earned through toil and peril. As the mercenary group crested a low hill adorned with shrubs, The melodious sound of flowing water drifted towards them. At the foot of the mountains, a crystal-clear stream emerged, several meters wide, bordered by purple-red reeds about a foot tall. A few furry creatures were drinking at the stream's edge. Joyful expressions illuminated the faces of all the mercenaries, dispelling the fatigue of their recent travels. Nevertheless, not a single mercenary recklessly dashed toward the water. Instead, they gripped their weapons tightly. Seasoned mercenaries understood well that not only humans, but nearly all sentient creatures were drawn to water, and thus, such locales often concealed great dangers, with many beasts considering the water's edge their hunting grounds. "What position are we at? How much longer?" Kane suddenly inquired. The Swallowing Gorge lay directly south of the Holy Sword Peak, the highest point of the Aelanduo mountain range, said to have been cleaved by the god's holy sword during the celestial battle. The largest river in the Aelanduo mountain range, the Duni River, originates from the Holy Sword Peak, flowing southward through the Swallowing Gorge towards the realm of humankind. The stream before them was likely a tributary of the Duni River, by following its course upstream. They were approximately 3 days away from the Swallowing Gorge. As an experienced hunter, NGC had the entire map of the Aelanduo mountain range etched in his mind. At that moment, a clear, melodious flute sound resonated from the riverbank. Without waiting for Kane's command, the mercenaries excitedly rushed toward the stream, some peeling off their leather armor as they ran. The flute's tune was unique to the elf Yalaya, who, unlike humans, had a particular fondness for water and cleanliness. When Yalaya joyfully played her flute, it signified that the vicinity was undoubtedly safe. The mercenaries leaped into the water, using the crystalline stream to wash away the grime accumulated over the days, cleansing themselves of both physical and mental fatigue. Observing the merriment of the mercenaries frolicking in the stream, Keynes, standing at the riverbank, unveiled a rare smile, a sight not seen in days. Though only Yace and Adlin remained by his side, Keynes turned to Adlin. "Aren't you going to find a secluded spot to wash up? I can keep watch for you." Adlin shot a fierce glare at the bearded leader, clearly uninterested in Keynes's crude jest. Keynes, feigning nonchalance, chuckled to himself. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, a chorus of startled cries erupted from the stream's edge. Accompanying their exclamations was the tremor of the earth beneath them. Chapter 27. The level 7 beast. The ground shook as if an earthquake had struck, and the once tranquil stream erupted into waves. A colossal beast, resembling a small mountain, surged along the water's course, splashing as its massive feet struck the ground, causing nearby creatures to scatter in fright. This unexpectedly appearing beast stood at least 6 or 7 meters tall, completely hairless, its skin a grayish-brown resembling rock, with a sharp horn nearly a meter long protruding from its snout. The level 7 beast, the shaking mountain rhinoceros. Keynes thought in disbelief. How could such a creature appear here? Beasts of level 7 to 9, often referred to as minor lord-level beasts, typically possess a defined territory and would not stray far unless compelled by extraordinary circumstances. Keynes's astonishment was fleeting as he quickly regained his composure. Shouting to the mercenaries in the stream, "Get out of the way, everyone move." There was no need for Keynes to reiterate his command. After the initial shock, the mercenaries began scrambling up the bank in a panic, feeling as insignificant as ants before the towering level 7 beast. The shaking mountain rhinoceros barreled downstream at an astonishing speed. From the moment it came into sight, it was nearly upon them within the blink of an eye, with some terrified mercenaries still unable to clamber ashore. Suddenly, 3 arrows flew in a straight line from the grass along the riverbank, aimed directly at the rhinoceros's head. 3 stars in a row. It was Yalaya's signature technique. "No," the experienced Anjisi exclaimed, trying to intervene. But there was no time left. Few creatures could easily evade the elf's arrows. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 arrows, imbued with fighting spirit, exploded against the rhinoceros's head. To everyone's astonishment, the arrows failed to pierce the beast's defense. The shaking mountain rhinoceros shook its massive head, awakening from the assault, its furious copper eyes locking onto the source of the attack. Despite its immense size, the shaking mountain rhinoceros was generally a gentler creature. It rarely attacked unless provoked. If it had merely been passing through before, the mercenary group had now become its target. With a deep, bellowing roar, the rhinoceros charged toward the grass where Yalaya had concealed herself. Yalaya leapt from the thicket, sprinting up the hill while shooting arrows behind her. The elf's intentions were clear. She aimed to draw the rhinoceros away. The beast galloped with remarkable speed, its massive form undeterred by its size, swiftly closing the distance to Yalaya. Lowering its head, the rhinoceros thrust its formidable horn toward the elf's back. In a critical moment, Yalaya rolled aside, narrowly evading the beast's strike. As the rhinoceros missed, It lifted its front hooves and stomped toward the direction where Yelaya had dodged. Despite only a 2-level difference, Yelaya found herself at a severe disadvantage against the level 7 beast. Mountain Cleave. A brilliant white energy erupted in the air, a razor-sharp sword light slashing toward the shaking mountain rhinoceros's massive body. Canes had intervened, launching a fighting technique immediately. The fierce sword light sliced through the air, and the rhinoceros's enormous body shuddered as a massive gash opened along its side. The wound did not bleed profusely. The full force of the 8th-level warrior's strike merely breached the defenses without injuring the vital areas shielded by the sturdy skin armor. This blow from Canes thoroughly incensed the Han Shan-Shi. With a powerful stomp of its foreleg, a massive fissure appeared in the ground, extending right beneath Canes' feet. As a creature of the earth, the Han Shan-Shi's innate magic, the Earth Shatter technique, possessed the might to cleave mountains and split the ground. Canes took a leap, propelling himself high into the air. The Han Shan-Shi lunged forward, its enormous head swinging violently, its horn aimed at the airborne Canes. With no room to evade, Canes twisted his waist and swung his arm, forcefully executing a second strike in midair. A brilliant sword light erupted as his colossal sword struck the Han Shan-Shi's formidable horn. In a direct clash, the beast emitted a low growl of pain, as Canes managed to carve a small notch into the horn, while he himself was sent tumbling away, crashing heavily onto a distant hillside. Before Canes could rise, the Han Shan-Shi charged again, its massive hooves slamming down, unleashing another Earth Shatter technique. A figure darted out, and Angus swiftly pulled Canes from the crumbling rocks just in time. Almost simultaneously, 5 enormous fireballs rained down from the sky, colliding with the Han Shan-Shi and exploding in flames that nearly engulfed its colossal form. The dance of explosions. Adeline finally showcased her true prowess as a 6th-level fire mage. In the next moment, the Han Shan-Shi burst forth from the fiery inferno, its exterior charred black but sustaining no significant damage. An arrow, propelled by the force of the wind, struck the beast's previously wounded area, detonating and creating a gaping wound the size of a human head, from which blood gushed forth abundantly. This time, it was a genuine injury. Seizing the opportunity, Canes rose to his feet, regaining his breath. Adeline, Ilya, do not confront it head-on. Everyone else, keep your distance. Canes began strategizing the encirclement of the Han Shan-Shi. With Canes, an 8th-level warrior capable of facing the beast directly, alongside the assistance of a 6th-level mage and a 5th-level elven archer, the mercenary group gradually regained the initiative after the initial chaos. Canes channeled his internal fighting spirit to its fullest, enveloping his body in a shimmering aura that subtly formed the shape of a howling white wolf, a hallmark of a battle school elite. His dual-handed sword danced gracefully, emitting radiant white light as he struck at the Han Shan-Shi, each swing reminiscent of a ravenous wolf's bite. Adeline maneuvered swiftly around the battlefield, unleashing fireballs and fiery arrows upon the Han Shan-Shi, embodying the role of a mobile artillery unit. Ilya, elusive and stealthy, would appear only to unleash precise explosive arrows aimed at the beast's vital points, almost never missing. The lowest-ranked elven archer was ironically the one inflicting the most damage upon the Han Shan-Shi. Meanwhile, Arthur lay concealed on a distant rock, gazing with envy and longing at the battle unfolding before him, dreaming of the day he too would possess such formidable power. The wounds on the Han Shan-Shi continued to multiply. Chapter 28. The mist begins to clear. By the stream, a fierce battle between man and beast raged, transforming the landscape. Canes grew bolder with each clash, his sharp sword energy leaving successive wounds on the Han Shan-Shi's tough hide, diminishing the creature's earlier ferocity. Both Arthur and the mercenaries felt their blood surge with excitement. As one of the only 2 8th-level warriors in Hua Al-Laci City, the mercenaries recognized their leader's strength, yet few had witnessed Canes unleash his full potential until now. They finally comprehended why the long-standing mercenary groups, Blood and Wild Wolf Fox, harbored resentment towards the swift rise of the Blue Demoness, but dared not voice their grievances, resorting instead to subtle sabotage. After another clash with Canes, the Han Shan-Shi suddenly turned and fled upstream along the stream. It's running away? The watching mercenaries were initially slow to react. The first to respond was the elven archer, Ilya, who leaped from the bushes in pursuit of the retreating beast. Forget it, don't chase it. This creature possesses formidable vitality. We cannot kill it, Canes called out, halting the elven archer just in time. A 7th-level beast. If we could slay this giant, the Blue Demoness would gain immense recognition in Hua Al-Laci. Angus lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Stop dreaming. Even if we kill it, we cannot transport it back, Adeline remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow. her breath slightly labored. The recent battle had nearly depleted her magical reserves. Had the Han Shanxi not fled, she would have been forced to withdraw. Suddenly, they noticed Keynes had fallen silent, and upon glancing up, they found his face pale. Though he stood upright, propped against his sword, his legs trembling slightly. "Boss, are you all right?" Angus stepped forward to support Keynes' arm. At that moment, as Angus steadied Keynes, he staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Were you injured?" Adeline asked with concern, moving closer to assist him. "It's nothing, just an old wound acting up." "I exerted myself a bit too much," Keynes replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he slowly sat down. "We are being followed, while remaining inconspicuous." "Find out who it is," Keynes suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. Angus and Adeline exchanged glances, but neither displayed any outward signs of alarm. As the mercenaries gathered around, the two quietly distanced themselves from the crowd. The mercenary group decided to camp by the stream that night, after the intense battle. The area was suffused with the scent of a 7th-level beast, deterring lower-level creatures from approaching, making it the safest place to rest. When the campfire was ignited, Angus and Adeline returned to the encampment. The mercenaries were still abuzz with excitement over the earlier battle, unaware of the absence of their two leaders. Keynes sat alone by a small fire, sipping from a flask, with 2 grilled fish that Arthur had just delivered at his side. Knowing their captain had sustained some injuries, no one dared to disturb him. Keynes gestured for Angus and Adeline to sit down, then inquired eagerly, "Any discoveries?" Adeline shook her head gently. Angus also shook his head but quickly added, "While we didn't find anyone tailing us, there are indeed signs that others have lingered nearby. I noticed 2 patches of flattened grass indicating someone had passed through." As a hunter, Angus was highly attuned to various animal tracks, and if he claimed it was human, it was undoubtedly accurate. Keynes furrowed his brow, his expression affirming his suspicions. "How did you know we were being followed?" Adeline asked, puzzled. "I said it was a guess." "Do you believe me?" Keynes retorted. Adeline shot him a disdainful look. Keynes, feeling rebuffed, continued, "As soon as we entered the mountains, we encountered a pack of Belia, and if that could be dismissed as coincidence, we subsequently fell into the territory of migrating devouring worms, only to later encounter a 7th-level beast suddenly charging out of its domain. Too many coincidences suggest an underlying necessity. Based on this alone, you deduce that someone is deliberately targeting us? It's impossible for anyone to control devouring worms and 7th-level beasts." Adeline remained skeptical. Keynes, however, turned to Angus. "From your experience, is there a way to do so?" Angus pondered for a long moment before slowly responding. "There are indeed individuals capable of controlling 7th-level beasts, but not with low-intelligence creatures like the devouring worms. Am I wrong in my assessment?" Keynes' frown deepened. Angus, however, suddenly shifted his tone. "Boss, your judgment is correct. After careful contemplation, I have concluded that while controlling magical beasts poses significant challenges, luring them onto our path is rather effortless. Should we encounter a magical beast, it will instinctively attack us. How, then, do they accomplish this? I am familiar with the method to entice the Han Shanxi, which involves obtaining the urine of a female during its mating season. It will follow the scent unceasingly. As for the Shimo Chong, although I am unaware of the exact method employed, I have heard that the blood of dragons holds an irresistible allure for these creatures." Angus elaborated slowly. "Do not jest. If one possessed the capability to acquire dragon's blood, would they need to resort to such tactics against us? They could simply attack, and we would be powerless to resist." Adeline expressed her skepticism regarding Keynes' assessment. "No, the enemy does not need to procure genuine dragon's blood." Keynes interjected. "Do not forget that numerous subspecies of magical beasts possess a fraction of dragon blood. I suspect that their blood may serve a similar purpose." The trio fell into silence. Every aspect of the situation became clear, revealing that a colossal trap had likely been set the very moment the mercenary group entered the mountains, or perhaps even earlier. Yet, new questions arose. Who had ensnared the mercenaries in this trap? Was it the Bloodstained, the Wild Wolf Fox, or a collaboration between the two? Adeline inquired tentatively in a hushed tone. Keynes shook his head resolutely. "None of them. Although they are competitors, as established mercenary groups, they would not stoop to such depths. And importantly, they lack the strength to eliminate us entirely." "Then is the issue related to the mission? Someone has set their sights on the item we are escorting." Keynes sighed softly, reflecting, "I was too complacent. I underestimated the significance of this escort. I know I should not pry, but at this juncture, do you still wish to keep us in the dark regarding the nature of this escort?" Adeline's tone was laced with urgency. Keynes managed a wry smile. "To be honest, I am uncertain about what we are transporting. Perhaps it is better for you not to know. Let us abandon this mission and refund the commission to the client," Adeline suggested. Once a mercenary accepts a task, it is an unyielding duty until death, Keynes replied, his tone steady. The danger of this mission has far exceeded my expectations. You should return with the team tomorrow. I shall proceed to Sulingu alone. At that moment, Keynes truly yearned to meet the employer. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Chapter 29. The mysterious assassin. The holy sword peak of the Baylund Mountains towers into the clouds. Its upper slopes blanketed in perpetual snow, while its summit remains shrouded in the ethereal mists above. Legends speak of secrets from the divine demon war hidden atop this icebound peak. Yet no soul has succeeded in reaching its heights to uncover the truth. The Holy Sword Peak is formidable, and the Sulingu that lies at its base is equally treacherous. The canyon is perpetually enveloped in a gray mist, its sheer cliffs as smooth as if carved by a blade, while a mighty river cascades alongside one of these cliffs, known as the Dunny River, which traverses the canyon. Within the gorge, wild grasses flourish, and grotesque rocks litter the landscape, scattered amongst remnants of shattered armor, weaponry, and desiccated bones, marking a site of ancient battles. Years ago, many mercenaries and adventurers sought treasures within the canyon, but after millennia, even the divine armors and spirit weapons have lost their essence, reduced to mere relics of rust. Few have emerged with treasures from the gorge, yet many have vanished or succumbed to madness after their passage. This peculiar nature of the canyon has led to Sulingu becoming a forsaken place, forgotten by the world. On this day, a contingent of mercenaries pierced through the fog at the mouth of the canyon, stepping cautiously into the seldom trodden Sulingu. The Blue Rose mercenary group was present, with Keynes initially intending to escort the item alone, but not a single member was willing to abandon him. Trust is the lifeblood of mercenaries. This oath is upheld by each member of the Blue Rose. One mercenary called out, "If we are to be barred from accompanying simply due to danger, it is a betrayal of brotherhood. We are unworthy to remain Blue Roses." Keynes smiled with appreciation, realizing he could not dissuade these mercenaries. For their conviction, they would face death without hesitation. He had experienced such resolve once before. Today was merely a return to that moment. The mercenary group proceeded as per their original plan, albeit along a far more obscure route. Although the Baylund Mountains lack well-defined paths, generations of hunters and mercenaries had forged a more suitable route through exploration and trial. However, this very path granted hidden enemies the opportunity to lure magical beasts into ambushing the mercenary group. To prevent the enemy from setting traps along the way, Angus led the mercenaries along a rarely traversed route. This path effectively skirted the Sulingu, taking them a full double the time to reach the canyon's entrance. Despite the increased duration and distance, the mercenary group encountered no unforeseen incidents along the way. At the forefront, Keynes, Adeline, and Angus led the charge, while the mercenaries behind them readied their crossbows and unsheathed their blades, all prepared for battle. Even Arthur had knocked 3 sharp arrows onto his bowstring. The mist within Sulingu was thick, rendering visibility poor after just a few meters. Keynes raised his hand, signaling the entire group to halt. "Our mission is to escort the items to the canyon's mouth. We shall wait here for the recipient." "I fear we may never see the recipient." A slender figure emerged slowly from the fog, stepping into view. It was the elf Yaliah, who had somehow positioned himself at the front of the group, entering the canyon ahead of them. In his grasp was a plump, pale man, whose head hung limply, his once resplendent golden robe now marred by dried bloodstains. "Is he dead?" Angus inquired in astonishment. "He was already deceased when I found him, pierced through the heart by a sword, from the state of the corpse. He has been dead for quite some time," Yaliah replied, laying the man gently on the ground. "Is this the recipient we awaited?" Angus examined the body, noting that it had been disturbed. Apart from the lavish clothing, nothing remained. "How curious. He is neither a warrior nor a mage. If he were merely a merchant, how did he arrive here alone?" Throughout this exchange, Keynes remained deep in thought. He had anticipated that encountering the client would unravel much of the mystery. Yet the recipient had been murdered as well. The circumstances of his death bore no relation to their mission. Since the recipient had perished, the task was effectively concluded. "And we should retreat." Keynes made a decision that astonished everyone. Curiosity may lead to peril. The entire mission has been shrouded in strangeness. Adhering strictly to mercenary protocols will maximize our safety. "And what of this corpse?" Angus asked. "Take it with us. We must provide an account to the mercenary guild." No one questioned Captain Keynes's judgment as the mercenary group began to withdraw slowly toward the canyon's entrance. "What a pity. Do you not intend to wait a while longer?" "Captain Keynes?" A dry, rasping voice suddenly emerged from the fog. The entire group froze in place. Keynes remained silent, his hand gently grasping the hilt of his sword. his gaze fixed on the source of the voice. The mist parted, revealing a lean man clad in a tight black outfit. His face was concealed by a soft black mask, leaving only a pair of cold, piercing eyes visible. Keynes and Yelaya exchanged glances, and he saw astonishment reflected in the elf's eyes. Before Yelaya could enter the canyon ahead of the mercenary group, he had already conducted reconnaissance on the periphery of the gorge. The fact that this individual could evade the elf's perception indicated that his strength was undoubtedly far superior to Yelaya's. "Who are you?" Keynes inquired coldly. "No comment," came the equally frigid reply. "What do you seek? Perhaps we can assist you." "As a mercenary group, we are open to any commission." Keynes slightly softened his tone. "I personally admire the prowess you have displayed along the way, but alas, we too are bound by our commissions." Keynes let out a gentle sigh. Everything was beyond redemption. The black-clad figure's words had already revealed his identity. Keynes was facing a professional assassin organization. From the lethal technique of the piercing sword to the man's all-black attire and his stance that presented only one side to Keynes, he had already begun to surmise the man's origins. There could be no negotiations with assassins. They were but cold instruments wielded by others. "All personnel, retreat from the canyon." Keynes issued the withdrawal order, yet his body leapt forward, a sharp sword aura slicing toward the black-clad man. "Since you've come, none shall escape," the assassin scoffed. One shadow after another burst forth from the mist, lunging toward the mercenaries of the group. Chapter 30. Life and Death Dilemma on the Continent of Baylund. There exists not only the Mercenary Guild, but also the more enigmatic Assassin Guild. The continent's top 3 assassin organizations transcend races and span across the land. Keynes was uncertain from which assassin organization the enemy hailed, but he knew there was no reasoning with them. They were like venomous snakes lurking in the grass. Once they struck, their aim was nearly infallible. This was evident from the traps laid against the mercenary group throughout their journey. Today might spell doom for the Lan Xiaoji mercenary group. Thus, while Keynes promptly issued the order for retreat, he recklessly surged forward, determined to carve out a glimmer of hope for his comrades. It was not only Keynes who harbored such thoughts. Idlin, Yelaya, and Angus mirrored his resolve, all charging toward the incoming assassins. Idlin's staff moved rapidly, conjuring enormous fireballs that shot forth like a barrage toward the emerging black-clad assassins. Yelaya's arrows flew swifter than the fireballs, each imbued with fighting spirit, piercing through the thick fog and targeting the vital points of the assassins. The sounds of clashing weapons and arrows rang out incessantly, yet Yelaya's arrows, which never missed their mark, were deftly deflected by the assassin's slender black daggers. Simultaneously, a volley of ice spears shot forth from the mist, colliding with Idlin's fireballs and extinguishing them all. When Keynes's sword clashed directly with the assassin's dagger, his heart sank to the depths of despair. The enemy had long since prepared specific tactics against the mercenary group. The man before him could easily parry his sword, indicating at least a level of superiority. The ice mage concealed within the mist could effortlessly obliterate all of Idlin's fireballs, suggesting mastery of magic at level 7 or above. The assassins that emerged from the fog were all warriors of level 4 or higher. Otherwise, they could not have blocked arrows from an elven archer at such close range. Angus had plunged into the throng of assassins, but 2 black-clad figures quickly ensnared him. The lowest rank was level 4 among these assassins. This organization was truly terrifying. As Keynes and Angus found themselves ensnared, the mercenary group, which was retreating toward the canyon's mouth, hesitated momentarily. Some obeyed the order to withdraw quickly, while others wished to return and support their leader. However, in that brief hesitation, the foremost black-clad assassins circumvented Idlin and Yelaya, swiftly closing in on the rear of the mercenary group. Die! A mercenary who had turned around pulled the trigger of his crossbow, unleashing a volley of bolts at the assassins. Once again, the clattering sounds echoed as most of the bolts were deflected by the assassin's daggers. Yet the sheer density of the close-range attack still managed to wound several of them. Yet, these assassins appeared impervious to pain, allowing the bolts to embed in their bodies as they charged into the mercenary ranks. Were these creatures even human? Some mercenaries were momentarily stunned. "Retreat, everyone get out!" Keynes bellowed fiercely while battling the black-clad figures. But it was too late. The sounds of stabbing echoed incessantly as the assassins plunged their daggers with swift precision into the vital points of the mercenaries. Seasoned mercenaries found themselves utterly powerless against the onslaught of these assassins, unable to withstand their fierce attacks, and one by one, they fell. Though only a handful of black-clad assassins had emerged from the mist, they wreaked havoc upon a mercenary force of over 50, forcing them to retreat in disarray. "Brothers, we do not retreat. Let us fight them." A towering mercenary swung his great axe toward the approaching assassins. Opposite him stood a diminutive black-clad assassin, who was a head shorter than him. Yet this assassin deftly crouched to evade the powerful swing of the axe, then sprang upwards with lightning speed, driving his dagger upward into the throat of the tall mercenary, swiftly withdrawing and charging toward the next target. The towering mercenary clutched his throat, blood gushing forth, his eyes wide in disbelief as his massive body slowly toppled forward. Arthur, still shielded within the ranks, had blood-red eyes. He knocked a few arrows, yet each was easily deflected by the assassin before him. Arthur's attacks earned him only a fleeting glance from the assassin, who, while dispatching other mercenaries, seemed to convey, "I shall remember you." That glance sent chills down Arthur's spine as he envisioned the scene from the past when the Orc tribe hunted. Realizing that in the cold gaze of the black-clad assassin, they were no different from prey. Regardless of their struggles, the outcome would be the same. Keynes's great sword flickered with fighting spirit as he executed 3 swift slashes, forcing the assassin before him to retreat a few steps, intending to turn and resolve the plight of his comrades. However, as soon as Keynes turned, the figure of the assassin ghosted up to him, dagger thrusting with lethal intent toward his back. Keynes had no choice but to swing his sword to defend himself. Meanwhile, Eidolon, Yaliah, and Angus found themselves similarly ensnared. The ice mage blocking Eidolon stepped forth from the mist, a figure clad in black, wearing a black mask. The only distinction from the other assassins was that he wielded not a black dagger, but a white bone staff. 3 white ice shields rapidly spun around the assassin mage, and as he brandished his staff, ice spears and ice bullets rained forth at a pace swifter and denser than Eidolon's fireballs. Eidolon was forced to continually retreat, nearly devoid of any means to counterattack, and the hastily erected fire shield was shattered the moment it appeared by the ice projectiles, leaving her to evade while desperately expending her magic to hold her ground. Yaliah's effectiveness with her bow was severely hampered in close quarters. 2 black-clad assassins, skilled in speed, had correctly identified the elven archer's weakness, sticking closely to Yaliah and denying her any chance to create distance. Angus, too, was entangled with 2 black-clad assassins, but his situation was even more perilous. As a hunter, Angus did not excel in direct confrontation, and facing off against equally ranked assassins, he was struck several times within mere moments, barely managing to evade fatal blows. Blood trickled incessantly from Angus's wounds, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. The 2 assassins besieging him also slowed their attack frequency, yet they fixated on Angus with predatory gazes, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Keynes witnessed the perilous plight of the entire mercenary group, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide with rage, and as he roared, the sword energy surged ever more intensely. The cloaked figure facing Keynes let out a sneer of disdain, declaring that their futile struggles were in vain. None would escape today. Chapter 31. 10th level battle general. The Blue Demon Mercenary Corps found themselves at the brink of life and death, under the blades of the enigmatic black-clad assassins. Mercenaries fell one after another, and within the blink of an eye, more than half of the 50-strong group had succumbed. Witnessing his longtime brothers fall around him, Keynes's eyes turned crimson, resembling a man possessed, his aura swelling ever more ferociously. The leader of the assassins, of a higher rank than Keynes, paid no heed to Keynes's transformation and did not rush to attack. It seemed he merely wished to ensnare Keynes temporarily, forcing him to watch as his comrades perished. Only when Keynes attempted to escape to save the remaining mercenaries did the assassin unleash his full assault, targeting the one who sought to rescue. "Brothers, we fight with them," one mercenary bellowed as he charged forward. When the black dagger pierced his chest, he clung tightly to the assassin before him, refusing to let go. 2 mercenaries beside him seized the opportunity to plunge their weapons into the assassin's body. As the assassin was struck by the blades of the 2 mercenaries, a black projectile shot from his left sleeve, embedding itself in the abdomen of one of them. Even in death, they sought to take one with them. These assassins were more fearsome than beasts. The sacrifice of the 2 mercenaries ignited the remaining warriors' fighting spirit, and all the mercenaries surged forward, embracing the notion of mutual destruction. Arthur also charged in, wielding the deadly technique known as Death's Embrace, convinced he could take down an assassin even at the cost of his own life. However, just as he lunged forward, someone yanked him back, and when he attempted to charge again, he was pushed away once more. Despite being outclassed in one-on-one combat, the mercenaries still viewed Arthur as a child, unwilling to let him face death first. After 2 failed attempts to advance, Arthur's eyes were already reddened. Each mercenary standing in front of him was sacrificing their lives to protect him, only to fall beneath the assassin's blade a heartbeat later. Everyone was fighting with all their might. Adeline had ceased her retreat. Her magic was nearly depleted, and behind her lay the treacherous waters of the Neilton River. She deflected 2 ice spears aimed at her with her staff, her bitten lip now bleeding, casting a final glance at Keynes, who was fighting desperately, before she thrust her hands forward, unleashing the last remnants of her magic. A vast expanse of flame clouds, almost scorching the sky, surged toward the opposing ice mage, instantly engulfing him. Level 6 magic, Fire Cloud Technique, the most powerful fire spell that a 6th level fire mage could cast. In that moment, everyone in the canyon felt the searing heat as the surrounding mist thinned considerably. Once the fire clouds dissipated, the silhouette of the ice mage reappeared. His 3 rotating ice shields vanished, replaced by resplendent white armor. Level 5 Ice Magic, Ice Armor. Adeline was not surprised. The 6th level Fire Cloud Technique could hardly contend with a 7th level Ice Mage. She slowly unfurled the scroll she had been holding. At the scroll's activation, a massive fire dragon roared forth, aggressively charging at the Ice Mage, intent on incinerating everything in its path. The 7th level Fire Magic, Fire Dragon Technique Scroll, was the last means of survival Adeline had purchased at a great cost. The scroll's activation drained her final vestiges of magic, and she collapsed onto the ground. The masked Ice Mage's expression was concealed, but for the first time, he uttered a curse, desperately wielding his bone staff to conjure a fierce ice storm. The fire dragon plunged into the ice storm, and the collision of fire and ice erupted in a tremendous explosion, shaking the entire canyon. As the smoke cleared, the Ice Mage staggered out, his ice armor shattered, and even his black robe and mask were marred with charred marks. Adeline closed her eyes in resignation, realizing she could no longer control her fate. Irea's bow snapped, but he used its ornate back to block a fatal blow aimed at his throat, then retaliated with a beautifully crafted dagger, plunging it into the assassin. Casting aside his bow, Irea engaged in close combat with the black-clad assassin. His intricately embroidered armor soon stained with blood. The vibrant red lent a unique beauty to the petals etched upon it. However, this beauty was paid for with lives. Angus, having lost too much blood, could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. The assassin, eagerly awaiting this moment, leaped forward, aiming his dagger at Angus's back to deliver the final blow. As Angus lay on his side, he suddenly rolled onto his back, throwing a nearly transparent hunting net. The assassin's dagger instinctively slashed out but could not sever the net. Instead, he found himself ensnared, pulled to the ground by Angus's downward force. Angus and the assassin tumbled together, his hunting knife swiftly puncturing the assassin's chest as he shouted furiously, "You bastard! Let us see you be so arrogant now. Let you know what a hunter is." Meanwhile, another assassin plunged his dagger into Angus's body. Angus's curses ceased, and he lay still, the hunting knife still embedded deep in the assassin's chest. "Ah!" Keynes roared, a surge of energy exploding within him. Simultaneously, the energy from his sword coalesced into the shape of a wolf's head, launching from the sword's tip and crashing into the black-clad figure, sending him flying with a single blow. Keynes stepped forward, soaring into the air, standing above the chaos. His blood-red eyes scanned the gruesome scene in the canyon. Adeline sat collapsed at the cliff's edge, ice spears aimed at her chest by the Ice Mage. Irea knelt on the ground, a black dagger embedded in his chest. One assassin lifeless and the other wounded before him. Angus, bloodied and lifeless, lay on the ground, and only a handful of mercenaries remained standing. The intelligence had been flawed. A battle general. He is indeed a battle general. The leader of the assassins screamed in terror. The ability to manipulate energy and soar through the air was the most distinctive trait of a battle general. Keynes had astonishingly broken through 2 levels, leaping from an 8th to a 10th level battle general, a feat beyond belief. Especially the transition from 9th to 10th, known as the battle general's threshold, was a crossing that few warriors achieved. All actions on the battlefield halted as everyone stared in awe at Keynes, who resembled a deity of war suspended in the air. Their expressions a mixture of shock, confusion, surprise, and fear. Chapter 32. All is in vain. Each battle general is a formidable presence, capable of turning the tide of battle amidst thousands. Yet, it seemed all overlooked the question of why Keynes had only now revealed his true strength. Suspended in the air, Keynes's blood-red eyes regained clarity. Beyond the intent to kill, they reflected sorrow and longing. With a mere flick of his wrist, an almost imperceptible sword energy erupted from his colossal sword. The blade swept past, and the 7th level Ice Mage, who had been poised to deliver a fatal blow to Adeline, had no time to react before his body was abruptly cleaved in 2. The formidable 7th level mage is no match for the might of a battle general's sword. In a swift motion, Kainisi wielded his great sword, unleashing 3 arcs of sword energy, each directed at different targets. The leader of the black-clad assassins, the space before Elia, and the mercenaries confronting the assassins. Having witnessed the grim fate of the Ice Mage, the black-clad figures instinctively attempted to evade or defend against the onslaught. However, the vast disparity in levels rendered their efforts futile. As soon as they moved, they were cleaved in two. Only the assassin leader managed to tear open a magic scroll, summoning a towering golden-armored giant to shield himself. The 8th-level gold magic, Guardian of Gold, materialized in response. The assassins, significantly wealthier than the mercenaries, had their means of survival. As a top-tier 9th-level assassin, he possessed several life-saving techniques. Yet, the 8th-level gold magic could only withstand one of Kainisi's strikes before shattering into fragments. With one blow thwarted, Kainisi leaped towards the assassin leader, delivering a radiant arc of light that descended upon him. As the giant crumbled, the leader began to retreat, his form growing increasingly ethereal. Nevertheless, he could not fully evade the lethal strike, resulting in the severing of his arm in a clean, bloodless cut at the moment of impact. Only after the arm was severed did blood begin to gush forth. Not content with partial success, Kainisi pressed forward with another strike, his sword energy piercing toward the assassin leader's heart. Wounded and exhausted, the leader could not escape this blow. He resigned himself to fate, closing his eyes as the sword struck. That moment stretched into eternity as he awaited the inevitable, only to find that the blade had not pierced through. When he opened his eyes, he was astonished to see Kainisi, half kneeling on the ground, his sword drooping helplessly, trembling in his grasp. Kainisi had failed to deliver the final blow. His head hung low, his face ashen, blood trickling from his lips, and his eyes devoid of any light. The once formidable presence of the battle general had dissipated, leaving a mere shell of a man. The assassin leader quickly shook off his shock, the thrill of survival erasing his composure as he laughed heartily. "So you are but a flickering light," Kainisi murmured feebly. "Even if there comes a day when someone avenges me, you will not witness it. Today, you will perish by my hand first." The leader, channeling his energy, staunched the flow of blood from his severed arm and slowly advanced toward Kainisi. Suddenly, Kainisi lifted his head, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes as he hurled his great sword forward. The assassin leader, terrified, retreated swiftly. "Flee!" Kainisi shouted, before collapsing to the ground, breathless. Yet, the sword did not aim at the leader, but rather at the black-clad assassins across from the mercenaries. The spinning blade, infused with Kainisi's last vestiges of energy, effortlessly severed 2 unsuspecting assassins in half before embedding itself in the ground, still quivering as if mourning its master. Kainisi comprehended that he could not vanquish the leader, yet he was determined to expend his final breath to grant his comrades a fleeting chance of survival. With the leader still standing, there were 7 or 8 remaining black-clad assassins. Kainisi's strike provided a moment of respite for the mercenaries. "For the captain's vengeance, I shall fight to the end," they cried. To Kainisi's surprise, none of the mercenaries fled toward the canyon's exit. Instead, they charged recklessly at the remaining assassins, falling one after another beneath their blades, or dragging the assassins down with them. These cold-blooded killers could never comprehend the fervent courage of the mercenaries, which might seem foolish to them. Arthur approached, retrieving the great sword embedded in the ground, nearly as tall as he was, and dragged it toward the leader of the black-clad assassins. Adelina, shaky but resolute, rose to her feet, moving toward Kainisi's lifeless body. As the leader passed her, he casually struck with his sword. Adelina stumbled a few steps forward, collapsing beside Kainisi. As the leader walked past the proud elf, she defiantly lifted her chin. "Do not touch me with your filthy hands." Elia turned for one last glance at Kainisi and Adelina, lying side by side, before plunging her exquisite dagger into her chest. Ultimately, Kainisi could not secure even a fleeting chance for his mercenary band. One by one, the valiant fighters became cold corpses, save for the boy still dragging the great sword, who had yet to fulfill his final mission. The assassin leader waved his hand, halting the assassins poised to strike Arthur, allowing the boy to approach him. The leader tilted his head, intrigued by the sight of the youth dragging the massive sword, bemused that the mercenaries had brought along a mere child. Yet, it mattered not. On the road to the underworld, there is no distinction of age. The assassin would not spare him simply because he was youthful. "Boy, that sword is far too large for you." Kainisi's captain claimed someone would avenge him. The leader found this boy amusing, thinking it a pity for him to die so soon. "Is it you? You must first possess the strength to lift that sword." Arthur remained silent, leaping into the air, the great sword carving a graceful arc as it aimed for the assassin leader's face. A faint red glow enveloped the blade, fiery in its hue. Unbeknownst to him, Arthur had broken through during the battle, his energy now able to infuse his weapon. The assassin leader gasped, "Such red energy. You are indeed a promising little fellow." With a sharp clang, the black short sword easily intercepted Arthur's full-force strike. "But you are still far from enough." In midair, Arthur released his grip on the sword, allowing it to be deflected. He then waved his free hand, conjuring a sudden fireball that struck the leader's mask. The leader shrieked in agony. Although the leather mask shielded his face, his eyes, nostrils, and mouth were exposed, and the fireball seared him painfully. Temporarily blinded, the leader nevertheless thrust his sword toward Arthur's direction. Arthur activated the wind step enchantment in his boots, propelling himself away. The anticipated strike missed, and the leader bellowed frantically, "Seize him! I want to skin him alive." As three black-clad assassins closed in, Arthur realized hope was lost. Grasping the great sword from the ground, he retreated a few steps before resolutely leaping into the torrent of the Nyeduan River. Chapter 33. A home no more following the brutal slaughter. The mouth of Soloan Gorge lay strewn with bodies and discarded weapons. In no time, these corpses and arms would wither away like other remnants of the battlefield, indistinguishable from their former owners as time eroded their memory. The three surviving black-clad assassins methodically searched the mercenaries' corpses. This meticulously orchestrated assassination was not merely about killing. The leader stood alone beneath the cliff, gazing at the roaring, rushing waters below, lost in thought. For him, this was nearly a failed operation. From 6 teams of 18 elite assassins, only 3 survived, alongside the loss of a 7th-level ice mage, a valuable asset for any organization. And he had also lost an arm. The only consolation was that despite the heavy toll, the mission had been accomplished. The troublesome B-class mercenary group was obliterated. As for Arthur, who leaped from the canyon, he was not within the realm of consideration. The distance from the ground to the river surface at the canyon's base was over 10 meters, with the rushing river swift and winding, its bed riddled with hidden rocks. It was inconceivable for a mere fledgling who had just broken through to the 3rd level to survive such a plunge. Even he himself would likely meet his demise if he were to jump, especially considering that the young lad foolishly clung to that heavy great sword. "Commander, we found nothing." A black-clad assassin whispered behind him. The leader of the assassins shuddered involuntarily. Arthur could not comprehend why he instinctively grasped the great sword at that moment. After all, if he could not swim, jumping into the water would mean certain death. It was better to take it with him than let it fall into the hands of those killers. Is this how I perish? What is the world beyond death like? These thoughts surged through Arthur's mind as he leapt. With a resounding splash, Arthur plunged into the water, feeling as if every bone in his body shattered. The world spinning around him, his thoughts dissolving into oblivion. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, and water rushed in. Yet, he did not release his grip on the sword, and his body sank swiftly to the depths. Eyes tightly shut, unable to breathe, his mind blank, just as he felt he might lose consciousness entirely. His body suddenly felt light, and he began to rise slowly to the surface. Gasping for air, he opened his eyes to find not only himself floating on the river's surface, but also the great sword buoyant beside him. More accurately, it was the sword's buoyancy that had drawn him from the depths. Shouldn't metal sink? Why does this heavy sword float? Arthur was utterly bewildered. The tumultuous river carried Arthur and the great sword downstream, the peculiar blade seemingly losing its weight in the water. Arthur found it easier to maneuver in the water than on land. When encountering submerged rocks and reefs, he deftly nudged them aside with the sword's tip. The Danyang Lianshan circulated within him, radiating a searing warmth that kept him from losing body heat despite the frigid river surroundings. Navigating through treacherous rapids and plunging down countless cascades, just as Arthur felt his bones were completely shattered and his body numbed by the water, the current began to calm. And he finally crawled onto a flat riverbank. Soaked and on the brink of being eroded by the water, Arthur stood and gazed at the unfamiliar mountains surrounding him. Lost in confusion, in a time of peace devoid of conflict with Orcs, Aeolisai City was a tranquil settlement on the periphery of the human kingdom. Aside from the Lord commissioning the procurement of dragon whips to appease his newlywed concubine, and the scandal involving the bloodthirsty Tuasidi and the Kwangsha mercenary group vying for a woman in the Nightingale Tavern, there were no noteworthy events. However, recent news had sent shockwaves through Aeolisai City, becoming the talk of every street corner. The most powerful mercenary group in the city, the Blue Demonis mercenary group, had not returned since its leader, Kinsey, embarked on a mysterious mission with nearly all of its main forces over a month ago. Just the night before, the headquarters of the Blue Demonis had been consumed by flames, leaving no mercenary to escape. The bodies charred beyond recognition. No traces remained at the scene. The scorched corpses bore wounds that indicated fatal strikes to vital areas. The murderer had set fire after slaying everyone. Both the Lord's Mansion and the Mercenary Guild had issued substantial bounties for the capture of the perpetrator responsible for the massacre and arson at the Blue Demoness headquarters. 2 days had passed with no leads uncovered. Despite the lack of clues, many veteran mercenaries suspected that the Blue Demoness had undoubtedly crossed paths with a formidable enemy during this mission, while Kinsey had not returned. It was likely he would never return. It was not unheard of for B-level mercenary groups, such as the Blue Demoness in this border town, to be uprooted overnight by antagonizing the wrong opponent. Even among S-level super mercenary groups and noble families throughout the continent's long history, the Blue Demoness, a mercenary group that had rapidly ascended like a comet, now seemed to plummet just as swiftly into obscurity. After half a month, even the most significant news faded into the past, seldom mentioned in casual conversation. A long-awaited torrential rain finally descended, and a ragged youth dashed through the gates of the city just as they were about to close. After wandering the Orlando mountains for an entire month, Arthur had finally returned home. Home, the mercenary group, had become his family over 3 years. Even though Kinsey, Randall, Adeline, and Tony had perished, Randall and Tony still remained. And he longed to share everything that had transpired in Solin Gorge with Randall. It was this unwavering belief that sustained Arthur, enabling him to endure hunger, fend off wild beasts, and traverse endless hardships to finally emerge from the mountains. However, when he realized that the charred rubble before him was the remnants of the mercenary group's headquarters, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed to his knees. His home was gone. The very conviction that had propelled him forward had vanished. At that moment, Arthur was truly lost. He was the sole survivor of the mercenary group. Where would he go from here? In the night rain, the young man could no longer contain his emotions and wept openly. Since being captured by the Orc camp and becoming accustomed to death, Arthur had not cried in many years. Yet, at that moment, tears flowed uncontrollably, mingling with the rain. A large hand silently grasped the shoulder of the weeping youth. Chapter 34. The mercenary's legacy. On that rain-soaked night, the lonely boy cried out before the charred courtyard. He was unaware that someone had approached him, and when the hand rested on his shoulder, Arthur shivered. Sensing no pressure from the hand, he slowly turned to find a plump woman's face before him. Aunt Nightingale. Arthur hurriedly wiped his tears. Come with me. Without a word, Nightingale pulled him along. Arthur was swiftly led through alleyways, and despite his urge to inquire, Nightingale silenced him each time. They stopped at a back door of a narrow alley, and Arthur remembered that this was the rear entrance to the Nightingale Tavern. Nightingale led him into a cozy, spacious room, and after securing the door, she embraced him tightly. Disregarding his drenched state, "My child, it is wonderful that you are alive. Finally, someone from the Blue Demoness has survived." Crushed against Nightingale's bosom, Arthur found it difficult to breathe. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he turned his face to glance around the room. It was evidently Nightingale's personal space, with pink curtains draping over the bed, while 2 crossed swords hung on the side wall, hinting at her past as a mercenary. Though Nightingale had grown into a plump middle-aged woman, the room was still filled with a feminine charm, proving that she had indeed been pursued by countless men in her youth. Aunt Nightingale, are Kinsey and the others still alive? How did you survive? Although Nightingale was not part of the mercenary group, her close ties with the Blue Demoness and her fondness for Arthur made him regard her as family. Thus, he recounted his experiences from entering the mountains to the ambush in the gorge. When he reached the part about Kinsey, Adeline, and Angus falling in battle at Solin Gorge, tears welled up in Nightingale's eyes, and she sighed heavily. Aunt Nightingale, are Deputy Commander Randall and Tony still alive? Who burned down our mercenary group? This is a record of the inquiries Arthur wished to make regarding Ying during their journey. With a sigh, Ying stated that none of the individuals left behind by the mercenary group had survived. The charred remains were ultimately collected by the Lord's men, and she suspected that Randall was among them. As for Tony, he never returned. The murderer left no trace. But I suspect they are connected to the black-clad assassins who ambushed you in Solun Gorge. It stands to reason. How could the assassin organization that had been covertly tracking the mercenary group allow Tony and the others to survive? Arthur, overwhelmed by sorrow, kept his head lowered and remained silent. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Allow me to fetch you something to eat, Ying said before turning and leaving, giving the young man a moment of solitude, perhaps more effective than mere words of consolation. Before long, Ying returned with a large platter of succulent beef and potatoes, accompanied by rye bread and a generous jug of malt beer. The enticing food had a soothing effect on sorrow, especially for Arthur, who had endured hunger in the mountains for over a month. As he sat quietly, devouring his meal, Ying smiled softly at the sight of him. Ying, how is it that you happen to be near our mercenary headquarters? Arthur inquired between bites. My aunt runs a tavern. I can gather information swiftly if I have the intent. Don't think yourself clever. The moment you entered the city, someone took note of your presence. So I surmised you would return to the mercenary group first. At this point, Ying's expression grew serious. You must leave immediately after you finish eating. It is too dangerous here. If those who ambushed you learn that the Blue Enchantress has survivors, they will surely not spare you. Arthur paused, his head drooping in despair as he murmured, But where can I go? To the royal city. It is far safer there, Ying replied, pushing a rectangular wooden box toward Arthur. For me? He asked, astonished. It is something Randall left for you. Arthur stood up abruptly, excitement coursing through him. So, Uncle Randall is still alive? Ying gently urged him to sit. He left it with me before that incident. Perhaps he sensed something and entrusted it to me for safekeeping. This has happened before, so I didn't think much of it. After the mercenary group faced that calamity, I assumed no one had survived and opened the box. At least one item inside is intended for you. Trembling, Arthur opened the box. At the top lay a gilded envelope, beneath which were 2 ledgers. Arthur recognized the ledgers as Randall's, which recorded the mercenary group's daily finances. Beneath the ledgers were several crystalline cards, each the size of a business card, shimmering with an unusual luster, as if energy flowed within. He counted 5 in total. Is it these items in the box that attracted those mysterious assassins? Arthur questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Ying. Ying shook her head. I have examined the ledgers. They contain no crucial information. The cards you have not seen are called crystal coins, each worth 1,000 gold coins. A considerable sum in Hua Ao Lei Si, though insignificant in the eyes of the major powers. As for the letter, you should open it yourself. Extracting the letter, he found a few short lines inscribed on a pale blue paper, known as Huanhua Jian, a luxurious stationery favored by the nobility and wealthy merchants. Over the years, Arthur had learned much from Randall and recognized it as a letter addressed to the Blood Sun Royal Academy of the Isaac Kingdom, signed by Arthur Zolo, with a family crest featuring a stag's head embossed on it. Upon reading the letter, Arthur remained bewildered, questioning, who are these individuals mentioned in the letter? What does this have to do with me? Ying couldn't help but chuckle. Silly boy, you are Arthur Zirluo. Zirluo is the family name of the Kane's clan. I believe he has bestowed his surname upon you. In the Baylund continent, only those from ancient noble families possess surnames. Commoners only have given names and are forbidden from adopting surnames unless granted by royalty or nobility. As for that Kinuo Patrick, I do not know who he is. But he must be a significant figure. The Patrick surname is one of the 4 great families of the kingdom. Blood Sun Royal Academy. Arthur repeated in a hushed tone. Chapter 35. The punishing night. The ebbs and flows of life are often fraught with unexpected twists. The youth who emerged from the beast camp believed he would become a formidable mercenary, yet calamity thrust his fate into a broader world. Go forth. I believe this is also the wish of Keynes and Randall. It is not only safer there, but it will also empower you. Ying gently counseled Arthur. When I become strong, I will return to avenge the mercenary group. Arthur declared, gritting his teeth. Never return, nor should you harbor thoughts of revenge. That mysterious organization is beyond your reckoning. No, I must have my vengeance. I am a mercenary of the Blue Enchantress. My conviction is my life. Ying offered a smile of encouragement, recognizing the spirit of the Blue Enchantress within him. They did not misjudge you. But do not think of revenge until you become a warlord-level warrior. After a night of rain, the skies cleared just before dawn, heralding a new day. A queue had already formed at the city gate, comprising woodcutters heading out to gather firewood, hunters venturing into the mountains, mercenaries accepting commission tasks, and merchants engaged in fur and herbal trade at the border, all bustling about in pursuit of their livelihoods. Ying provided Arthur with a simple set of common clothing and arranged for a familiar merchant caravan to depart the following morning, claiming they would assist in taking a friend's child to study abroad. Unlike the scrutiny faced upon entering the city guards did not interrogate those leaving, and the boy mingled unnoticed within the merchant group. Upon exiting the city gates, Arthur could not resist glancing back. 3 years ago, he had entered the city as a child with the mercenary group, and now, as he departed, he had matured into a young man, pondering when he might return. Moreover, a lingering mystery plagued Arthur's mind. Why did Captain Kane suddenly ascend to the rank of warlord-level warrior, only to perish after unleashing a few strikes? What had he experienced? All remained unresolved enigmas. Are you already longing for home? Inquired a plump middle-aged man, who approached him. It was the caravan leader, Laxinda. Arthur offered a shy smile, replying, "It's nothing, Uncle Laxinda, just a bit melancholic. You're doing quite well. It takes courage to venture out alone at such a young age for education. When I was your age, I didn't even dare to leave my village. If you need anything along the way, just let me know. I have been a long-time friend of Ying, so do not hesitate." Arthur politely smiled and bowed in gratitude. From that day forth, he accompanied Laxinda's caravan southward. Laxinda's caravan was modest, consisting of only 12 musk oxen transporting goods, one of the many small to medium-sized caravans traversing the kingdom's interior to the border. Laxinda operated several general stores in Sualan City and made 2 annual trips to Hua Ao Lacey, transporting herbs and furs from the Orland Mountains to process and sell. Due to his frequent travels along this route, Laxinda had brought only 6 accompanying store assistants and, to be on the safe side, had hired 5 mercenaries for protection while in Hua Ao Lacey. These mercenaries belonged to a small E-rank mercenary group, led by a lean man in his 40s who was a mere level 3 warrior. Alongside him were 3 level 2 warriors and a young man of 17 or 18, who was just a level 1 warrior. In truth, this was the norm for warriors on the continent. Individuals like Arthur, who became a level 3 warrior at the age of 15, were indeed exceptional. Typically, martial artists commence their training at the tender age of 7 or 8, diligently honing their bodies and forging their sinews. With a modicum of natural talent and a willingness to exert themselves, they may circulate their internal energy throughout their meridians by the age of 17 or 18, thus achieving the rank of a first-tier martial artist. Following this, the journey involves a ceaseless accumulation of internal energy, utilizing it to refine the body, and after 7 or 8 years of arduous training, they may ascend to the rank of a second-tier martial artist by the age of 25 or 26. The vast majority of martial artists find their progression halted upon reaching the 3rd tier. Only a select few with exceptional talent or those fortunate enough to receive deliberate cultivation may transcend this threshold and attain the status of a battle officer. The martial path thereafter resembles a pyramid, becoming increasingly narrow as one ascends, with battle generals being the apex that all martial artists revere. Beyond the realm of battle generals lies the domain of legends. Throughout this journey, the mercenaries demonstrated unwavering dedication, whether scouting during the day or patrolling at night, leaving no room for error. It was evident that Norris, the middle-aged mercenary leading the group, though not highly ranked, possessed a wealth of experience as a seasoned mercenary. Over time, the mercenaries quickly formed a camaraderie with the merchants and Arthur, often exchanging crude jokes. Arthur, wary of revealing his true identity, deliberately maintained a distance from the mercenaries. However, the young mercenary named Hashtur, upon learning that Arthur had traveled to the royal city of Zingular for his studies, often approached him with inquisitive questions whenever they paused for rest, his words betraying envy and yearning for the royal city. "Arthur, how about we have a friendly contest? We are both first-tier martial artists, and I am curious to see how much of a gap there is between us, especially since you have the opportunity to study in the royal city." The caravan had just halted by a water source when Hashtur seized the chance to sidle up to Arthur again. Given that a 15-year-old third-tier martial artist was rather intimidating, Arthur merely claimed to have recently broken through to the first tier, which piqued Hashtur's interest in a duel. "Let us skip it, Hashtur. I just recently reached the first tier, and I could never match you. Don't worry, it's just a friendly spar. We won't use weapons, and I will be careful not to hurt you," Hashtur continued to persuade Arthur. Suddenly, a cacophony of hooves in the distance shattered Hashtur's desire for a duel. "Stand guard." Norris and a few others nearby swiftly returned, drawing their weapons and preparing for combat. Dust billowed along the road, and just as the mercenaries readied themselves, a dozen formidable horned horses charged forward. The riders, clad in gleaming silver armor and golden capes, bore a red cross emblem on their armor's chest, with 3 blazing flames embroidered on their capes. "The Knights of Punishment from the Church of Light. These are not to be trifled with," Hashtur whispered to Arthur. On the continent of Baylund, the human kingdoms operate under dual systems of governance and religion, where the body is under the king's jurisdiction, while the soul is governed by the Pope. "Who is responsible here?" inquired a square-faced knight in a commanding voice. "Praise the God of light." Razan, the caravan's leader, quickly stepped forward, placing his hand over his heart and bowing in a gesture of reverence before speaking. "I am the owner of the caravan. Please, noble knight of light, instruct us." The square-faced knight nodded in satisfaction. "We are in pursuit of a boy aged around 14 or 15. Have you seen anyone fitting that description?" Arthur froze, realizing that all eyes were gradually turning towards him. His heart raced with trepidation upon the revelation that the mysterious organization was indeed linked to the Church of Light. a formidable entity that even the kingdoms dared not provoke. Clenching his fists, Arthur prepared himself for a counterattack. He would not submit without a fight. The knight scrutinized Arthur's face for a moment before shifting his gaze. Not him. Open all your crates. I wish to inspect them. Arthur exhaled a sigh of relief, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. Sir Knight, the wagon is filled with medicinal herbs and furs. Opening the crates could lead to moisture damage. Might you consider a leniency? Razan's face twisted in distress as he produced a small pouch of coins from his pocket, ready to offer it. As a caravan leader accustomed to life on the road, he always carried 2 small pouches filled with varying amounts of gold and silver coins, prepared to offer a bribe to avoid complications during inspections. Yet this time, they encountered a firm refusal. The square-faced knight's expression hardened, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Do you intend to bribe the knights of God? The tribunal is meant for avaricious merchants like you. Razan, frightened, dropped to his knees. I would never. Open everything. Open all the crates. Arthur gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, not fully grasping why the knight's mention of the tribunal had so terrified Razan. The square-faced knight remained mounted, while 5 or 6 other knights dismounted to thoroughly inspect every crate capable of concealing a person. After confirming that the caravan harbored no hidden individuals, they departed without a word, galloping away. The caravan's crew had no choice but to repackage the goods that had been ransacked by the church knights. Shaking their heads in dismay, yet daring not to voice a complaint, for to be overheard would be tantamount to blasphemy against the divine. Who were those people? Arthur inquired of Hashtur. Did you notice the red flame emblem on their capes? That signifies they are from the tribunal, the church's knights of punishment, Hashtur whispered, lowering his voice in fear of being overheard. Are there other knights from the church? Hashtur seized the opportunity to display his knowledge, raising his chin. You do not know this basic knowledge. The church comprises 3 knight orders, the Knights of Punishment under the Tribunal, the Knights of Light under the Cardinal's Council, and the Guardian Knights under the Garrison. I noticed you seemed quite frightened of those knights earlier. Hashtur shot a stern glance at Arthur. Do you not understand their terror? The Tribunal holds the authority to search, interrogate, and judge heretics in this region. Those deemed heretics by them cannot be saved even by the king. The Knights of Punishment are essentially the Tribunal's enforcers, the most fearsome of all. Whose enforcers are those knights? I did not quite catch that. Arthur feigned ignorance, raising his voice to attract the attention of others. You fool, you've put me in danger. Hashtur seethed, lunging toward him. Arthur, with a mischievous grin, darted away, while Hashtur attempted to pursue, only to be halted by Norris. Come and help. We must leave here at once. The presence of the Knights of Punishment nearby was far from auspicious. If they were to associate Arthur with heresy, there would be no escaping the consequences. Thus, the caravan hastily gathered their belongings and set off. As the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come alone, perhaps foreshadowing a tumultuous journey ahead. The caravan had barely traveled a few miles when the sound of hooves echoed behind them once more. Could it be those Knights of Punishment returning? Arthur jested, attempting to frighten Hashtur. Not good, it's the Gale Thieves. Norris's expression shifted dramatically. The Gale Thieves do not refer to a singular group of bandits, but rather to a collective term for those who roam freely without a fixed base, pillaging and plundering. These thieves are typically not very strong, ranging from a dozen to hundreds in number, with dozens of such bands scattered throughout the kingdom of Isaac. The heavily laden caravan had no hope of escape. The mercenaries could only shield the caravan, ready to fight to the last breath. In the blink of an eye, over 20 horned horses charged forth, their riders brandishing weapons and shouting as they encircled the caravan. Unlike the tall and imposing steeds ridden by the Knights of Punishment, these thieves mounted smaller horned horses, clad in a hodgepodge of attire. Despite their diminutive stature, these magical beasts are remarkably suited for swift movement along mountain paths. Akin to the wind, once they ascend the heights, the antelope is utterly uncatchable, rendering them the preferred mounts of most swift-wind bandits. Greetings, esteemed brothers. I am Norris from the Tsang-ing Mercenary Corps of Hua Ao Lacey City. We are all striving to make a living, so I kindly ask for your cooperation. Norris clasped his fists in salute to the surrounding bandits and discreetly signaled to Laxinda. Laxinda, understanding the cue, produced a small pouch of coins and tossed it towards the tall, lean bandit leader. The leader, possessing a pair of sinister eyes, weighed the pouch in his hand and managed a faint smile of satisfaction. He returned a slight bow to Norris, indicating they could leave. The caravan had paid their toll, and thus the crisis was averted. The honorable Swift-Wind bandits would not completely plunder the caravan, as that would be akin to depleting a lake of its fish. Engaging in a few such transactions would render the road barren of caravans and invite mercenary unions to eradicate them. Therefore, as long as the bandit group did not overstep, the mercenaries preferred to avoid a true conflict. The relationship between the mercenary corps and the bandits was one of mutual dependence, each party deriving what they needed. Without the bandit presence, caravans would not spend substantial sums to hire mercenaries for protection, just as everyone in the caravan believed the danger had passed. The bandit leader's malevolent gaze suddenly fell upon Arthur in the crowd. "Wait, you may leave, but that young lad must stay." "What do you mean?" Norris, having sheathed his knife, placed his hand once more upon the hilt. "It's nothing sinister. We merely wish to invite this young friend to our stronghold for a few days. We will return him soon," the bandit leader replied dismissively. "Good sir, I believe you have mistaken the boy's identity. He is the child of an old friend of mine. A squad of the Vengeance Knights has already conducted a search, and if the earlier sum is insufficient, I have more to offer," Laxinda said, producing another pouch of coins. The bandit leader sneered. "I am unaware of what those mad dogs from the church are searching for, but the Swiftwind bandits have received a lucrative bounty to find a black-haired youth, approximately 15 or 16 years of age. If we have indeed erred, the boy will naturally be returned to you." Norris swiftly drew his knife, declaring fiercely, "You shall not take him. If you wish to bear a grudge against the Tsang-ing mercenary corps, then come at us." Unlike the helplessness exhibited before the Vengeance Knights, the bandits' demand had now encroached upon the honor of the mercenaries. Should the bandits succeed in taking the boy from the caravan, it would signify a failure in the mercenaries' duty to protect, compelling Norris to stand firm even to the death. Arthur, concealed amidst the crowd, sighed quietly, murmuring, "I did not expect them to come so soon." Chapter 37. A journey alone. Arthur knew this was no mere coincidence. They had indeed come for him. As he stepped forward, he was abruptly pulled back by Haskeg, who reassured him, "With the Tsang-ing mercenaries here, you will not be taken." This young mercenary's eyes reflected determination and a readiness to face death. Once a contract was accepted, one must defend it with their life, embodying the spirit of a true mercenary. "What do you Tsang-ing mercenaries think you are? Let us take the boy, or none of you shall leave today." The bandit leader glared at Norris, clearly dismissing him. "Then you must first step over our corpses. You Swiftwind bandits shall also pay with lives." Norris unsheathed his sword, defiantly locking eyes with the bandit leader. Haskeg and 3 other mercenaries drew their weapons, prepared to fight to the death. The bandit leader rolled his eyes and slowly moderated his tone, stating, "The reward for that bounty is astronomical. What price are you willing to pay to keep this boy?" Sensing a momentary lull in the situation, Norris turned to seek Laxinda's counsel. At that instant, the bandit leader leaped from his mount, brandishing a long-handled machete that glinted dangerously as it descended towards Norris's face. Despicable. Norris hastily raised his sword to defend himself. The bandit leader's strike knocked Norris's sword aside, the blade gliding downwards to slice through his protective leather armor and inflict a grievous wound to his left chest. Blood spattered as Norris staggered back. The bandit leader landed, delivering a powerful kick that sent Norris sprawling to the ground, the tip of his blade pressed against his throat. In just 2 moves, Norris was rendered incapable of resistance. "You are not worthy to fight." The bandit leader's arrogant gaze surveyed the crowd. Although he had initiated the attack unexpectedly, it was evident that he was a formidable warrior of a higher rank than Norris. Haskeg and the other mercenaries, though seething with anger, hesitated to intervene, fearing the bandit leader would kill Norris before they could act. "Release Uncle Norris, and I will go with you." Arthur squeezed past Haskeg to confront the bandit leader. The leader appraised Arthur, saying, "How refreshing to see a boy with such spirit. Fear not, we shall not harm you. There are those above who wish to find you." Arthur bent down to retrieve the sword Norris had dropped, asserting, "I am also a warrior. If you wish to take me, you must first defeat me." The bandit leader erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, and the surrounding bandits joined in, mocking him. The leader kicked Norris aside, and, casually holding his machete, said, "Little one, I will allow you to strike first. If you can make me budge even a little, I shall consider you the victor." "Very well." Arthur nodded solemnly. The bandits laughed once more, anticipating his folly. Arthur lunged forward, thrusting his sword towards the bandit leader's abdomen. However, the speed of Arthur's attack was painfully slow in the eyes of the bandit leader. As the sword tip approached, he merely flicked the back of his machete outward, deflecting Arthur's blade while simultaneously using the force to unbalance him. The bandit leader smirked derisively. Everything unfolded just as he had predicted, highlighting the vast disparity between a first-rank warrior and a fourth-rank warrior. A swift kick would easily send the already unsteady Arthur flying. Unexpectedly, as Arthur's body tilted, his left hand instinctively raised, revealing a glimmer of light. In an instant, that light transformed into a massive fireball, hurtling straight towards the bandit leader's face. The distance between them was so short that the bandit leader could only instinctively raise his arm to shield himself from the oncoming fireball. As the fireball exploded against his arm, Arthur swiftly reversed his sword, executing a lightning-fast upward slash in a maneuver known as the reversal strike. This strike, imbued with the essence of the lethal technique, aimed directly for the bandit leader's throat. The leader's scream of agony was cut short as the blade pierced his throat. With a swift pull, blood gushed forth, and the lifeless body collapsed forward. One decisive stroke, executed with impeccable precision. After 3 years of rigorous training in the lethal technique, Arthur finally revealed his true prowess. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to stand still, the entire scene enveloped in silence, as the bandits gaped in shock. Unable to utter a sound, Arthur, however, remained the calmest amid the chaos. After drawing his sword, he lunged forward, swiftly reaching the nearest mount, thrusting his sword upward into the abdomen of the startled bandit. As the bandit screamed in agony, Arthur withdrew his sword and lunged at the next target. It was only then that the bandits, recovering from their shock, realized the gravity of the situation. Despite their numerical advantage, they were thrown into disarray, lacking unified command, and faltering against Arthur's rapid onslaught. A group of bandits leaped down from the cliffs, brandishing their weapons as they lunged at Arthur. Some attempted to charge him with their mounts, only to be thwarted by their comrades blocking the way. Others, upon witnessing the demise of their leader, were paralyzed with fear and prepared to flee. Arthur activated the Wind Walk enchantment on his unassuming gray boots, propelling himself forward with sudden swiftness. Breaking free from the encirclement of bandits, he cast a level 2 firewall spell, conjuring a towering barrier of flames that separated him from his pursuers. While he stowed away all his equipment, he retained the enchanted boots, which proved invaluable at this critical juncture. Seizing the moment, Arthur approached a lone bandit, deftly disarming him with a flick of his sword before plunging it into the bandit's chest. As the remaining bandits circled around the firewall, Arthur activated Wind Walk once more, evading their grasp and redirecting his assault towards those wavering on the outer fringe. The Wind Walk bandits were fundamentally weak. Aside from their deceased leader, most were merely first or second-tier warriors. Given a one-on-one opportunity, they were no match for Arthur, often falling with just a strike or two. With his remarkable agility, Arthur swiftly dispatched 3 enemies in the blink of an eye. The disorganized bandits, witnessing such ferocity from one so young, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. From the ground, the injured Norris suddenly shouted for assistance, urging everyone to join the fray. This rallying cry spurred several members of the Tsang-ing mercenary group, who had been momentarily frozen in place, to charge at a small cluster of bandits alongside Haskeg. As they surged forward, the already demoralized Wind Walk bandits scattered, fleeing in disarray. The once formidable bandits dissipated in an instant, leaving behind only a handful of corpses. While the living vanished without a trace, Arthur approached Norris, who was being tended to by a merchant's assistant, and bowed deeply as he returned his sword. "Thank you, Uncle Norris." Norris reddened, replying, "We should be the ones grateful to you. Truly, heroes emerge in youth." Arthur then turned to Razend, performing a deep bow. "Uncle Razend, thank you for your guidance along the way. I intend to depart on my own now. You need not leave. Remaining with us will ensure your safety." "And I have promised the Nightingale," Razend began, but Arthur interrupted. "I appreciate your kindness, but I would only cause trouble for the caravan." Arthur walked towards the last cargo cart of the merchant team, where his previous attire and equipment were stored. As he brushed past Haskeg, he turned with a mischievous smile, asking, "Shall we have a friendly duel?" Haskeg shook his head vehemently. "Duel with you, a monster? What a jest!" Arthur donned his mercenary garb once more, and as he slung the massive sword that once belonged to Cain's across his back, the eyes of the Tsang-ing mercenaries, led by Norris, brightened. Arthur bowed in gratitude once again before resolutely turning to leave. The merchants watched him depart, their gazes lingering on the diminutive figure carrying the colossal sword, growing ever smaller in the distance. Chapter 38. The existence of rangers for every man. There comes a time to journey forth, to venture into the unknown in pursuit of a more illustrious life. As he traversed the rugged terrain, the youthful gaze of Arthur was filled with dreams and contemplations. The young Arthur was indeed that adventurous spirit, embarking on his first solitary expedition, filled with wonder at every turn. He raced across the boundless plains, climbed treacherous peaks to shout into the void, leaped into crystalline streams to catch fish and shrimp, and lay upon the colorful meadows, drifting into blissful slumber. He wandered through towns, observing the bustling crowds from the sidelines, and traversed villages, moved by the warmth of rural hospitality. yet equally incensed by the cruelty and indifference of the unscrupulous. On his journey, the vast world unveiled itself to the youth, sharpening his perception of the good and evil, beauty and ugliness, profit and righteousness that coexisted within it. The weather in the kingdom of Isaac shifted unpredictably between summer and autumn. One moment, the sky was clear and bright, and the next, a fierce wind swept through, ushering in dark clouds followed by torrential rain. Once leisurely, Arthur quickened his pace as the raindrops began to fall heavily upon him, compelling him to seek shelter from the downpour. The massive sword remained securely strapped to his back, not hindering his swift movement. After traversing the Orlando Mountains and bearing the weight of the sword for nearly 2 months, it had become an integral part of him. After running several hundred meters, Arthur spotted a dilapidated church not far from the roadside. The structure appeared long abandoned, its pointed roof overgrown with weeds, its arched stained glass windows riddled with cracks, and one door hanging askew. He dashed toward it, but halted abruptly as he stepped inside the threshold. Not only were there people within, but quite a number of them, all turning their gazes toward Arthur in unison. "Come in, young brother. We are merely seeking refuge from the rain," called a burly man with a thick beard. The man, robust and broad-shouldered, bore a striking resemblance to Cain's, instantly endearing himself to Arthur. The bearded man and 3 others were seated around a central spot facing the entrance, each armed and casually resting their weapons on the ground beside them. A fire crackled in their midst, roasting food over the flames, fueled by the remnants of the church's broken pews. Having received an invitation, Arthur stepped inside, shaking the raindrops from his cloak before seating himself near the fire. He took the opportunity to survey the interior of the church and noted 2 groups of people in the corners. To the left, a cluster of 7 or 8 individuals, each dressed differently, maintained a respectful distance from one another, evidently having come together by chance to escape the rain. The other group appeared to be a family. A middle-aged man dressed in scholarly attire frowned at the relentless downpour outside, while a lovely young woman clutched 2 children, a boy and a girl. The girl, slightly older, seemed to be around 11 or 12, while the boy appeared no older than 7 or 8, both occasionally erupting into peals of laughter. 3 sturdy young warriors accompanied them, along with a man who seemed to be a steward in his 60s, conspicuously holding a long, purple bronze pipe that drew attention. Perhaps due to the presence of the armed men in the center, the 2 groups deliberately kept their distance from them. At the altar directly opposite the entrance stood a statue, draped in cobwebs and dust, missing an arm and bearing only half a face. From the clean-cut edge, it was evident that it had been severed by a sword strike. Arthur could not identify the deity represented, but he was certain it was not the light god, whom the citizens of Isaac predominantly worshipped. Though the Church of Light was not a monotheistic faith, the majority of churches within the kingdom honored the light god as their principal deity. The presence of such an obscure idol might well explain the church's abandonment. "Are you a mercenary, young brother?" the bearded man asked, casting an eye over Arthur's massive sword resting across his knee. "I became a formal mercenary just 2 months ago," Arthur replied candidly. "That is quite commendable. And what of your mercenary group?" The bearded man inquired as he cut a piece of meat from the fire and handed it to Arthur. "Thank you," Arthur said, accepting the offering. As he took a bite, he mumbled, "We got separated. I had to relieve myself in the woods, and by the time I returned, the group had vanished." Arthur told a small fib. Such a young mercenary would be more easily accepted than if he revealed he was traveling alone. The men surrounding Arthur erupted into laughter, amused by the antics of this novice mercenary. They spoke freely, without any reservations about Arthur's presence, and through their conversation, he quickly discerned their identities. They were the Yoshia. This was a group of individuals who walked the line between good and evil, neither bound by rules nor laws. Similar to mercenaries, Yoshia did not belong to any formal mercenary guild and, therefore, could not accept assignments from such organizations. They occasionally undertook escort or search missions privately, and at times transformed into assassins or avengers, engaging in acts of vengeance, or even becoming brigands to plunder the wealthy. Yet, they adhered to a code of redistributing their ill-gotten gains to the impoverished. Otherwise, they would not be worthy to call themselves Yushav, but rather mere bandits. Arthur found great delight in listening to their conversations, enthralled by their tales of camaraderie and vendetta. The carefree life of Yosha was a dream for many, including young Arthur, who was captivated by the allure of such a lifestyle. Lost in this reverie, he hardly noticed when the rain outside ceased. The bearded man clapped the dust from his trousers and stood up, declaring, "All right, young mercenary, we must take our leave. Until we meet again, if fate allows." The sudden farewell caught Arthur off guard, and he could only nod dumbly. The other men, evidently led by the bearded one, also rose, gathering their weapons and belongings in preparation to depart. As the bearded man stepped forward, he had barely crossed the threshold of the church when the sound of hoofbeats echoed outside. A squad of knights clad in resplendent armor blocked the entrance, donned in silver and gold, with crimson flames dancing upon their capes. The church's punishment knights. These specters refused to depart. Arthur spat into the fire in frustration. The bearded man caught the scene and winked at Arthur, continuing his stride outward, seemingly unfazed by the presence of the punishment knights. "Stop!" a knight bellowed. "Surround the church. No one is to leave. Anyone who dares step outside shall be mercilessly slain." The bearded man hesitated, retracting his foot. "We are in pursuit of a boy, around 14 or 15 years old. Those uninvolved should not act recklessly." "Damn it, not again." Arthur spat into the fire once more. Chapter 39. The ruins of the demon god. Although Arthur cursed under his breath, he merely cast a glance outside the church before withdrawing his hand from the hilt of his sword. Just like the previous search of the merchant caravan, there stood a full squad of knights outside. The knightly order of the Church of Light was structured in units, with the most basic being a squad of 12 knights, each led by a captain and a vice-captain. The lowest rank of knights was required to be at least a level 3 warrior, while captains typically held ranks of level 4 or 5. These knights were not the disorganized bandits of the swift wind. Their training surpassed even that of the kingdom's regular army, bolstered by their fervent faith, which made them relentless in battle. Arthur knew that if he dared to resist, he would not escape their encirclement. "You may enter and search if you wish. See if the person you seek is here." The bearded man stepped aside at the entrance, glancing back at Arthur with an inquiring look. Arthur pretended not to notice. The young captain of the knights cast a cold glare at the bearded man, but remained rooted in place, as did the knights behind him. The congregation within the church hesitated, unsure whether to venture outside, creating an oddly tense stalemate. Amidst the uncertainty, 3 more knights arrived at the church's entrance. Leading them was a stout priest clad in white robes, flanked by 2 armored warriors wielding halberds. The bearded man's expression turned grave. The Church of Light had mobilized a priest, warriors, and a squad of punishment knights all at once. What manner of individual could provoke such a response from the church? He glanced back at Arthur, only to find him gazing curiously at the door, utterly devoid of tension or anxiety. Arthur's expression was genuine. It was his first encounter with the church's priests and warriors, and he remained oblivious to the significance of their arrival. The captain of the knights slightly bowed to the priest, acknowledging the latter's superior status. "Indeed, it is here. I can sense the presence of dark magic." The priest's excitement was palpable as he strode into the church. His gaze swept over the faces of the congregation, momentarily pausing on Arthur before moving on to settle upon the shattered statue in the center of the church. "Azia, that is the demon god Azia," the priest exclaimed, pointing at the ruined effigy. The congregation remained bewildered. Aside from the Church of Light members, few would recognize the name of any demon god. The priest, lost in his own fervor, shouted, "I understand now why this remnant has hidden here. This was their stronghold. Which fool allowed this place to remain intact after exterminating those wretched creatures?" The captain's gaze continued to scan the faces among the congregation. "What shall we do with these people? It seems that the boy we seek is not here. Take everyone back for questioning, one by one." After a moment's hesitation, the captain confirmed with the priest, "You mean to take them all?" The priest's tone was unwavering as he replied, "The information from above indicates that the dark magician is a boy of around 14 or 15. But who can guarantee that he does not have accomplices or has not passed dark magic to others? Moreover, this is the stronghold of the demon god's remnants. Everyone who appears here is suspect." The priest's words were spoken without discretion, leaving those present acutely aware of their implications. Dark magic only revealed itself when utilized. In its absence, no one could discern its presence. Thus, the church had failed to eradicate dark magicians over thousands of years, leading to a brutal policy of better to wrongly accuse than to let one escape. The bearded man exchanged furtive glances with his companions, while those who had huddled on the left side, numbering 7 or 8, dropped to their knees in terror, some even weeping. To the common folk, the punitive arm of the church was akin to hell. Few had heard of anyone who emerged alive after being taken. Arthur, however, was in a daze. He finally understood whom the church was pursuing: the dark magicians, believed to have been long extinct. The Church of Light viewed them as worshippers of evil, considering them the greatest threat, and had not ceased their purges for millennia. The family within the church appeared notably calm. A middle-aged man dressed as a scholar stepped forward and bowed slightly to the priest, stating, "I believe there is a misunderstanding. We are from the Palmer Duke's household, merely passing through to escape the rain." The stout priest raised his eyelids and glanced at the middle-aged scholar. If there is indeed a misunderstanding, it will be clarified at the punitive institution. If you truly have no connection, you will be allowed to leave. The middle-aged scholar frowned deeply at the priest's blunt rebuttal. One of his warrior attendants stepped forward, glaring at the stout priest. You may not have authority over the affairs of the Duke's household. All the world exists under the grace of the God of Light, and all beings belong to him. Do you think the Palmer Duke's household can defy the will of the God of Light? The attendant spat disdainfully onto the ground. Not everyone fears your church. Let us see who dares to take our master away. I declare you a blasphemer. The wrath of the divine shall descend upon your sinful flesh. The stout priest shouted vehemently. As his words echoed, the two punishment knights behind him lunged at the attendant with their swords. Do not engage. The middle-aged scholar shouted in desperation. Should a direct confrontation with the church's punitive arm occur, the situation would spiral out of control. The attendant hesitated noticeably upon hearing the shout, yet the two paladins of retribution would not heed the commands of the scholar. In that fleeting moment of the attendant's indecision, one sword pierced deep into his thigh. The attendant let out a piercing scream and retaliated in fury, delivering a powerful punch to the chest plate of the paladin, causing him to stagger backward. As the attendant rebelled, the other paladin, who had also aimed to strike his leg, raised his sword tip and thrust it into the attendant's abdomen. With a swift withdrawal of the long sword, blood gushed forth. The attendant collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen, his body convulsing, clearly on the brink of death. No one anticipated that the paladins would act so swiftly. The young boy behind the scholar began to cry in terror. You. The middle-aged scholar angrily pointed at the congregation of the church, realizing too late that his words had cost the attendant his life. Take them all away, the portly priest commanded coldly. The paladins behind him brandished their swords and surged forward, ready to bind everyone in the church. The first to be captured was the middle-aged scholar himself, who was kicked to the ground by a paladin, who then began to bind him. The remaining attendants of the scholar attempted to resist the advancing paladins. Among them, an elderly steward, who appeared slightly more seasoned, demonstrated prowess that exceeded that of the paladins. Perhaps driven by the capture of his master and the brutal demise of a companion, the elder showed no restraint, attacking with ruthless efficiency. He deflected a sword aimed at him with his pipe, then delivered a punch to the paladin's throat, shattering his windpipe. He then turned and kicked another paladin charging from the opposite side, sending him flying. The captain and two other paladins joined forces, managing to withstand the steward's onslaught. Meanwhile, the burly ranger and his companions began to fight back as well. These rangers, unbound by the laws of the land, fought with reckless abandon. The burly ranger, a level 5 battle sergeant, wielded a massive sword infused with fighting spirit, forcing 3 paladins to retreat repeatedly. His 3 companions, equally formidable, included one wielding an axe, another a sword, and yet another brandishing a double-headed flail the size of a human head, each surpassing a single paladin in strength. Their fierce assault pushed the paladins back towards the church's entrance. The 2 holy knights behind the priest stepped forward with their long polearms, launching a series of thrusts that repelled several rangers. The entire church descended into chaos. Amidst the melee, no one noticed a plume of black mist slowly rising from the ground. Chapter 40. Dark Mage in the midst of the chaos within the church. Arthur gripped the hilt of his great sword tightly, still hesitating whether to assist the burly ranger and his companions. Should the paladins prevail, he would undoubtedly be implicated and taken to the retribution facility. Conversely, if the rangers succeeded, they would attract the ire of the formidable religious institution, leading to endless trouble. And his own predicaments were already numerous. Arthur scratched his head in confusion. Lowering his gaze, he suddenly noticed a faint black mist rapidly ascending from beneath his feet. The mist rose swiftly, soon reaching above his knees. Arthur reached out to grasp it, but found nothing in his hand. At that moment, everyone became aware of the strangeness within the church, instinctively halting their attacks as the black mist swiftly enveloped the entire space. The face of the holy priest broke into an excited smile. Indeed, hiding here, you little rats lurking in the darkness cannot escape. Come forth. The priest raised his hands, a brilliant sphere of light appearing between them, spinning and radiating dazzling white light. As the brilliance shone forth, the surrounding black mist retreated as if snowflakes were meeting the blazing sun. The level 3 light magic, Radiant Sphere, lacked significant lethality but naturally countered dark magic. However, when the black mist had receded a few meters, it halted, swirling ominously and seemingly confronting the light. In reality, this was a continuous clash between light and dark magic, with new spells being generated and swiftly consumed. The smile on the holy priest's face froze, Aside from a few meters around him, the entire church was shrouded in darkness, with the hidden dark mage exhibiting magical control that was equally formidable. The surrounding black mist thickened, obscuring visibility beyond a short distance. Enveloped in the black mist, Arthur sensed a chilling presence. This black mist was indeed more than a mere obstruction of sight. "Run! I cannot hold on much longer." A frantic voice echoed from the darkness. Arthur and the burly ranger, along with his companions, remained rooted in place. Yet, the trembling civilians who had been cowering in a corner of the church since the onset of the conflict seized the opportunity to flee towards the entrance. Emboldened by the voice from the shadows, "Not a single one shall escape. Eliminate them all." The priest thrust the sphere of light forward, causing it to explode, and the blinding white light instantly illuminated half the church, revealing the fleeing civilians. A few paladins lunged forward, swiftly dispatching these defenseless individuals. "You bastards! This has nothing to do with them. Do you have no humanity?" A voice of fury arose from the darkness. Perhaps he did not foresee that his decision to grant these people a chance to escape would ultimately lead to their demise. The black mist surged violently once more, and a dark tendril, thick as a human arm, emerged, ensnaring a paladin at the forefront and dragging him into the depths of the mist. This was the legendary level 2 dark magic, Dark Tendril. "A mere trick, begone." The holy priest scoffed, raising his hand to unleash a white light sword that severed the dark tendril. This was the level 3 light magic, Light Slash. The severed portion of the dark tendril dissipated, reverting to mist. The mist swirled, quickly giving rise to another dark tendril. The light sword flew forth again, but as soon as it severed the tendril, yet another emerged. The holy priest slashed 3 times into the mist, yet his light sword seemed to vanish without a trace. Failing to reach the dark mage's location, the holy priest could not help but twitch his lips. His Light Slash was a level 3 spell, consuming far more energy than that of his adversary. At this rate, he would surely deplete his own strength first. "Charge in and capture that wretched little rat." The priest bellowed at the paladins before him. The paladins rushed into the black mist, their swords glowing with white light, as their weapons had been blessed by light magic, enabling them to illuminate the darkness when their fighting spirit was activated. "Stop them! Do not let that brat escape," the burly ranger shouted, charging alongside his 3 companions toward the paladins. Simultaneously, the old steward seized the opportunity to rescue the middle-aged scholar, and together with 2 martial attendants, they once again obstructed the paladins. The church devolved into chaos once more. The burly ranger and the old steward did not act out of a desire to aid the hidden dark mage. Rather, they understood the religious institution's consistent methods. They would not spare anyone within the church, even if they captured the dark mage. Arthur still had no intention of intervening. Utilizing the cover of the black mist, he slowly began to move towards the church's exit, hoping to slip away and escape this perilous place. "Stop him! Do not let that brat get away." However, Arthur could not evade the holy priest's gaze, as a light sphere was hurled in his direction. Though the level 1 magic light sphere possessed little lethality, it nonetheless revealed Arthur's figure amidst the darkness. A retribution knight swiftly extricated himself from the fray, thrusting his sword towards Arthur's chest. "You have forced my hand." Arthur, with a mighty swing of his colossal sword, intercepted the blow with a resounding clang. The opposing knight was momentarily taken aback, having expected an effortless kill of a mere civilian, only to find the youth before him thwarting his attack. Arthur, however, would not grant his opponent a moment's hesitation. Leveraging the force applied to his sword, he pivoted his body, the massive blade following suit. In a flash, the sword's edge had encircled the knight's waist. The knight attempted to evade, but he underestimated the exaggerated length of the great sword. The blade effortlessly sliced through the knight's armor, cleaving him nearly in half. Arthur retracted his sword, turned, flashed a grin at the portly priest, and then leapt into the air. Everything transpired too swiftly. The light priest instinctively raised a luminous shield in front of him. Yet, he had forgotten that the protective magic of the light element was widely recognized as the weakest among all schools of magic. In midair, Arthur horizontally positioned his sword, transforming his downward slash into a crushing blow that struck the shield. The shield shattered like glass. In the next instant, the blade came crashing down upon the light priest's head, obliterating both his skull and his astonished expression. His lifeless body collapsed. The battlefield had been inadvertently turned. The process far more effortless than imagined. A priest stripped of protection was indeed so feeble. Chapter 41, A Gruesome Battlefield. With the demise of the light priest, the church once again filled with a suffocating black mist. Yet, the Retribution Knights did not falter. Their fervent zeal for their faith only fueled their madness. A scream pierced the air as a warrior attendant brought by the middle-aged scholar fell to the ground, pierced through, and was soon met with a flurry of strikes from advancing knights. Only the aged steward and another attendant remained, retreating to protect the scholar's family against the onslaught of the knight commander and 3 retribution knights. On the other side, the bearded ranger and his companions found themselves in dire straits. Although the 2 light warriors were merely 4th-tier battle lieutenants, their martial skills were solid and fierce. And in their coordinated assault, the bearded ranger's furious roars rang out, yet he could not break free from their combined assault. His 3 companions struggled against the relentless charge of 6 retribution knights, already bearing injuries, and yet persisting through sheer will. Suddenly, one of the light warriors flanking the bearded ranger faltered, a gap appearing in their formation. Seizing this opportunity, the bearded ranger swung his sword towards the light warrior's face. Just as the sword was overhead, the light warrior hastily raised his spear to block. The clash of sword and spear revealed a noticeable disparity in strength. The spear was forced downward, and the sword's edge swept across the light warrior's chest. Shortly thereafter, another retribution knight attacking the aged steward also hesitated, his thrust lacking vigor. The steward seized the knight's wrist, twisting forcefully, and broke it with a sharp motion. The light warrior and retribution knight's blunders led to severe injuries, gradually restoring balance to the battlefield. However, the peculiar events were only just beginning, as retribution knights continued to make critical errors, resulting in further casualties. When a sense of weakness suddenly washed over the knight commander, he swiftly realized the dire situation. No, it's the weakened spell. The 2nd-tier dark magic spell, Weakened Sphere, bore minimal lethal force but induced a momentary fatigue, affecting higher-level warriors less. This seemingly trifling spell, if struck during an ordinary moment, could go unnoticed by slow-reacting individuals. Yet in the heat of battle, even the slightest delay could prove fatal. The peculiar magic and formidable crowd control capabilities exemplified the terrifying essence of dark mages, which had led the church to view them as a thorn in their side for millennia. As the weakened sphere struck the knight commander, the flow of his battle energy faltered, and his sword's thrust slowed, allowing the aged steward to knock it aside with his smoking pipe. Followed by a forceful palm strike to his chest, the knight commander stumbled backward, landing heavily on the ground. A retribution knight stepped forward to intercept the steward's pursuit of the knight commander. The steward flipped his pipe, aiming the bowl directly at the knight's face, unleashing a massive fireball that erupted upon impact. This strange pipe revealed itself to be a weapon of considerable enchantment. Fall back. The knight commander seized the opportunity to rise quickly, but did not rejoin the fray. Instead, he clutched his chest and rushed towards the church entrance. The retribution knights, though emboldened, were not foolish. They understood that a dark mage lurked in the shadows, and this mission could not succeed. The knight commander ordered the others to retreat, and upon witnessing this, the remaining retribution knights attempted to extricate themselves from their foes. Do not let them escape. If even one of them gets away, none of us will survive. The bearded ranger bellowed in desperation. These retribution knights were not the true threat. The real danger lay in the vast power of the church behind them. If news of today's events were to leak, everyone would face relentless persecution from the church. Arthur, who had slain the light priest with a single strike, did not take the opportunity to flee. He stood resolutely at the church's entrance. With his great sword poised, he revealed a cold smile that belied his youth. Having encountered a tiger, one must not let it return to its lair. Get out of my way. The first to charge was the injured knight commander, thrusting his sword towards Arthur's face, the energy radiating from the blade extending nearly half a foot. A 5th-tier battle lieutenant's strike was not something Arthur could withstand. He deftly dodged to the side, evading the lethal thrust while simultaneously clearing the doorway. The knight commander, disregarding the pursuit of Arthur, seized this chance to leap outside. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt a sudden weakness. The area beneath him sank rapidly into a mire. A geomage. The knight commander's heart sank. He had not anticipated an ambush beyond the church. A rush of wind whistled past his ears. Arthur's great sword swept down from behind him. The knight commander was unable to turn in time, forcing him to twist his waist in a desperate counterattack, parrying Arthur's powerful strike. Even though his feet were mired, preventing him from exerting his full strength, Arthur struggled to penetrate the knight commander's defenses. The knight commander glared at the youthful face before him, flames of rage igniting in his eyes. Arthur smiled faintly at the knight commander, suddenly releasing his grip on the great sword and lunging forward. The force pressing down on the knight commander's sword vanished abruptly, causing the knight commander to instinctively raise his weapon, inadvertently exposing his back. In that fleeting moment, Arthur darted behind him, plunging his dagger into the Knight Commander's right side. The Knight Commander let out a muffled grunt, retaliating with an elbow strike that sent Arthur flying. Anticipating this, Arthur absorbed the force of the blow. Retreating back to the church entrance, where he coldly observed the Knight Commander slowly collapsing in agony. The principle of a decisive strike dictated that Arthur's thrust to the right side had ruptured the Knight Commander's liver, leaving him with no chance of rising again. The church was soon filled with the cries of the fallen. With the loss of such a fifth-tier powerhouse as the Knight Commander, the bearded ranger and his comrades, aided by the Dark Mage, unleashed a veritable slaughter upon the Retribution Knights. Those who managed to charge toward the church entrance only found themselves colliding with Arthur, the small harbinger of death. As silence enveloped the scene, the black mist within the church began to dissipate, gradually revealing a nightmarish tableau. The ground lay strewn with grotesque corpses, the blood nearly staining the entire floor crimson. Within the hallowed confines of the church, only the bearded ranger, the elderly steward, and Arthur remained standing. The ranger bore 2 conspicuous wounds on his chest, his front soaked in blood, yet he valiantly maintained an upright posture, his great sword firmly planted. Behind him, his 2 companions sat on the ground, tending to each other's injuries, while another lay lifeless, a fatal wound from a long spear piercing his abdomen. Unable to evade the final strike of the valiant knight before his demise, the steward clutched a long pipe in one hand, the other arm hanging limply, blood dripping incessantly. Not far behind him crouched a middle-aged scholar with his family in a corner of the church. The man shielded his wife, who tightly embraced their 2 children. Nearby, a warrior's attendant lay entwined with the Knight of Retribution, their weapons embedded within each other's bodies, never to part, even in death. Among them, Arthur appeared to be in the best condition, aside from a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his body unmarred by injury. The ranger and the steward regarded Arthur with astonished and curious gazes, for none anticipated that this young mercenary would prove pivotal to the day's unfolding events. "Come forth," the ranger suddenly yelled at the statue of the demon. Chapter 42. Xingjiaoyuo. All eyes turned towards the statue in response to the ranger's commanding shout. Certainly, more than just Arthur and his companions retained their fighting spirit within the church. The lurking dark sorcerer could not be overlooked. With a faint creak, a frail figure slowly emerged from behind the statue. Contrary to the sinister image one might envision of a dark sorcerer shrouded in deathly aura, it was a boy of similar stature to Arthur, though his gaze betrayed a hint of nervousness. There must have been a mechanism concealed behind the statue. Otherwise, the boy would not have remained hidden for so long without being discovered. Gripping a white bone staff of unknown material, he bore an expression of vigilance. It was no wonder that the Knight of Retribution had not troubled Arthur earlier. The boy's appearance was vastly different from that of the young mercenary. The boy was frail, with slightly curled flaxen hair, thin lips pressed tightly together. Whether from prolonged exposure to darkness or the toll of magic, his complexion was pale and detached. In contrast, Arthur, having trained vigorously within the mercenary guild over the past 3 years, was robust as a young calf. His penchant for laughter causing his eyes to squint and his lips to curl into an inviting smile. The ranger let out a derisive laugh, taken aback that the dark sorcerer responsible for their calamity was merely a youth. Their eyes met for a brief moment before the boy quickly lowered his head, murmuring, "I sincerely apologize for the misfortune that has befallen you. I am willing to compensate you to the best of my abilities." As he spoke, he searched his person, revealing only a handful of silver coins, nothing more. His head bowed even lower. The steward sighed softly, conceding that the boy was also a victim in this scenario, and he bore no full blame for the calamity. "Of course, we do not hold you accountable. I am simply curious, having never encountered a dark sorcerer before." The ranger chuckled, though the laughter pulled at his chest wound, causing him to wince. "Today, we have dispatched over a dozen of the church's lackeys. It is indeed satisfying. Child, you must flee. The church will surely hold you accountable for today's losses. They will not spare you," the steward advised in a hushed tone. The boy's astonished gaze swept over each individual present. Prior to his emergence, he had prepared for the worst, yet these people showed him mercy instead of wrath, and he resolved to remember each of their faces. "I am Annalal, and you may call me Annal. I owe each of you a debt of life, and I shall repay it in due time," he declared. "We rangers never seek recompense for our deeds. First and foremost, preserve your own life," the ranger replied nonchalantly. The steward waved his hand lightly, suggesting, "Just consider this encounter as one where you never laid eyes upon us. That would be the greatest gratitude you could offer." "I am Arthur, Arthur Xingjiaoyuo." Arthur smiled warmly, extending his hand towards Annal. The steward and the ranger exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads gently. The youth was indeed naive. unaware of the dire consequences of associating with a dark sorcerer. "Arthur, I shall remember your name," Annel repeated, yet he did not shake Arthur's hand. Instead, he performed a deep bow to each person in the church before hastily exiting through the grand doors. The church was not a place for lingering. As Annel's figure faded from view, the middle-aged scholar and his family took their leave. "We too must depart. I hope you all can forget today's events." He offered a slight bow to the ranger and Arthur before ushering his family away. Unlike the homeless ranger and Arthur, the scholar was most fearful of the repercussions. For having slain the church's light priest and numerous knights of retribution, the church would not hesitate to pursue him. Even the duke's estate could not offer protection. "I must trouble you, brother, to assist with the bodies of my fallen companions," the steward addressed the ranger, having taken a few personal items from the attendants. Yet he could not bear their remains for burial. The ranger nodded subtly in acknowledgement. The church could not simply leave so many corpses behind. The church would undoubtedly investigate and uncover traces. With Arthur's assistance, the ranger gathered all the bodies together, igniting a great fire that consumed both the corpses and the church. The flames, coupled with the rain, would obliterate most evidence, leaving only charred remains, and the church would gain nothing. "Young brother, we should part ways now. The world is vast, and perhaps fate will reunite us," the ranger stated, tossing a small pouch of coins to Arthur. Inside were the spoils taken from the light priest and the knights of retribution. Apart from the coins, the ranger had not touched anything else. Even the valuable weapons and armor, as those could attract the church's suspicion and pursuit. Arthur did not refuse, adhering to the mercenary code that this reward was rightfully his for the peril he had faced. Even half of the church's wealth was a substantial bounty. "In the coming years, I shall be in the royal city. Should you find yourself there, do seek me out," Arthur waved cheerfully as he turned to depart. Watching the young swordsman recede into the distance, the ranger could not help but reflect on the surprising emergence of such formidable youngsters in the world. The majestic Mount Azalier towered into the sky, a colossal pillar firmly rooted in the continent. Mount Azalier and the Orlando mountain range were renowned peaks within the kingdom of Isaac, serving as the foundation of its prosperity. The Orlando mountain range stretched for thousands of kilometers, forming a natural barrier between the realm of humanity and the Orcish wastelands. At the foot of Mount Azalier lay the immortal city of the human realm, Xingjialuo, constructed around the base of Mount Azali. The city of Xingjialuo boasted towering gray walls that reached 38 meters high, impervious even to the war beasts of the Orcs. The 5-meter-thick walls were hewn from solid obsidian, one of the hardest rocks on the continent. Upon the walls, dragon-slaying ballistas and dwarven cannons were plentiful. Behind the walls, 108 mage towers, each reaching a height of 100 meters, stood as formidable instruments of offense, capable of conjuring a magical barrier to envelop the entire city in an instant. Having withstood countless wars throughout its history, Xingjialuo had never fallen, emerging as the true impregnable fortress of the human realm. At the foot of the grand city, the boy removed his cloak and gazed up towards the city walls, a warm smile gracing his face. "Blood of the Royal Academy, I have arrived." Chapter 43. Unexplained conflict on the continent of Baylund, a realm governed by the law of the jungle. The few powerful beings and their backing forces dominate the world. Although various races on the continent acknowledge the existence of slavery and the slave trade, it is not a society that permits the arbitrary enslavement of commoners. The strong and the nobility, while wielding power, also allow for avenues of advancement for the common folk. This path is provided by the numerous academies scattered across the continent, where common children with martial or magical talents can receive training and education. Upon graduation, they may have the opportunity to be selected for the military or bureaucratic positions, or even be recruited by noble houses, thus embarking on a journey that could alter their destinies forever. Within the borders of the Isaac Kingdom, there exist 8 renowned academies, collectively referred to as the 7 Flowers and 1 Bud. Among these, 7 academies are celebrated for their comprehensive strength, earning them the title of the 7 Golden Flowers, which holds significant renown across the continent. The Bloodlight Royal Academy stands out as the unique bud among these 7. Its distinctiveness arises from its peculiar admission policy, which exclusively recruits children from noble or affluent families, requiring recommendations for entry. Furthermore, the academy is populated by the offspring of officials and the wealthy, leading to an environment rife with peculiarities and absurdities. Despite its eccentricities, the academy's comprehensive strength is undeniably ranked first in the kingdom. Bloodlight Academy boasts the finest teaching resources, and as a royal institution, all faculty members are bestowed the titles of mage from the Abyssal Tower or warrior from the Martial Hall. receiving salaries that are at least triple that of professors in other academies. Additionally, the Royal Library serves as the Academy's private library, housing a vast collection of tomes that document the continent's forgotten history, ancient magics, and lost martial arts techniques. The current king of the Isaac Kingdom, His Majesty Strek, is an alumnus of this academy, and even the institution's name was altered by the king to reflect his creed. Only blood can defend honor. This creed has naturally become the academy's motto. Step aside, Arthur mused, gazing at the blood-red motto inscribed on the towering sword-shaped monolith before the academy, when suddenly, he was forcefully shoved from behind. Caught off guard, Arthur stumbled forward but instinctively raised his right leg and kicked back at the source of the push. A scream echoed from behind him as he swiftly turned, drawing his sword and adopting a defensive stance. A young warrior clad in green was curled on the ground, clutching his abdomen and wailing in pain. Arthur's daily practice of the deadly technique had led to an instinctive response that left his assailant grievously injured. Beside this unfortunate soul stood 3 other young warriors, also clad in green, who were momentarily stunned by Arthur's swift counterattack, unsure of how to react. Where did this country bumpkin come from, daring to cause a ruckus here? What are you waiting for? Capture him, commanded a tall youth of about 15 or 16, standing behind the others. This youth, handsome with golden curls and adorned in splendid golden martial attire, bore a long sword embellished with golden motifs at his waist. He exuded a certain nonchalance, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of arrogance. Upon his command, the 3 green-clad warriors promptly encircled Arthur. The lead warrior leaped forward to throw a punch at Arthur while the others flanked him from the sides. As a mercenary, Arthur relished such straightforward confrontations. Recognizing that the punch was delivered by merely a 3rd-level warrior, he met it head-on with his own strike. Their fists collided, causing Arthur to stagger back a few steps while deftly evading the attacks from both sides. In contrast, his opponent was forced back several paces before crashing to the ground. The Bloodlight Academy was situated on the slopes of Mount Azuro, with only a broad road leading to and from its entrance. The scuffle immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers, primarily consisting of youthful boys and girls of similar age to Arthur, who had gathered for the first day of new student enrollment. As Arthur braced himself against a kick aimed at his back, he propelled himself forward, landing a powerful punch to the ribs of a black-clad warrior, sending him sprawling to the ground. In a fluid motion reminiscent of his days in the Blue Orchid Mercenary Corps, Arthur skillfully handled the 3 adversaries. The onlookers, brimming with youthful enthusiasm, cheered him on as he effortlessly maintained the upper hand against his older opponents. The golden-haired youth's expression darkened further, as he perceived the laughter directed at him as a mockery. "You useless fools, get out of my way," he shouted, leaping into action, his hands forming claw-like shapes as a pale blue aura surged from his fingertips, aimed directly at Arthur's head. At his age, the golden-haired youth had already attained the rank of a lieutenant warrior. Arthur, smirking slightly, prepared to meet the challenge head-on. He was unafraid of a 4th-level warrior. "Stop it!" A commanding voice rang out as a figure charged into the fray. Arthur barely caught a glimpse of the newcomer before being forcefully thrown backward by a rush of golden-red energy. The golden-haired youth and his companions were similarly hurled away. The impact was harsh, and Arthur took a moment to gather himself before rising to see a middle-aged man clad in a golden-red robe, tall and slender. Despite his stern demeanor, the sparse hairs on his chin lent him an oddly comical appearance. Before Arthur could muster a smile, the middle-aged man began to berate them. "You little rascals, daring to brawl at the academy gates. Tell me, are you idiots or just looking for a beating?" Having experienced such reprimands before from Randall, Arthur wisely chose silence, bowing his head in acknowledgement of his fault. However, the golden-haired youth, evidently unaccustomed to such discipline, could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "That wild kid struck first." In an instant, the golden-red figure struck again, sending the golden-haired youth flying even further than before. "Did I ask you? Did I permit you to speak?" The middle-aged man retorted, his patience wearing thin. "I am the Marquis of Garfield." The youth's words were cut short as he was thrown once more, this time rendered unconscious by the force of the impact. "I do not care who your father is. Even His Majesty Strek must adhere to the rules here, for they were established by the king himself. From this day forth, you all better behave, or I will ensure you regret ever stepping through the academy's doors." This proclamation was aimed at the gathered youths, serving as a warning to the newcomers. Turning back to Arthur, the middle-aged man added, "You, young mercenary, be gone. This is Bloodlight Royal Academy, not a place for you." Dressed in worn, earth-toned mercenary leather armor, and cloaked in a dusty gray mantle from his travels, Arthur appeared starkly out of place among the well-dressed youths around him. Yet, he showed no sign of fear, countering, Does your academy not accept new students this year? Of course we do, but we do not accept mercenaries. Each student must have a letter of recommendation from a noble of at least marquis rank. Do you possess such a document? Arthur produced a crumpled, exquisite letter from his belongings. Is this what you mean? The middle-aged professor was taken aback as he accepted the letter from Arthur, his hands trembling slightly upon recognizing the marquis's personal seal embossed at the bottom. The authenticity of the letter was indisputable in any human kingdom. Forging the private seal of a high noble was a grave offense. The middle-aged professor, who had initially worn a stern expression, immediately broke into a smile. Since he possessed a letter of recommendation, he met the admission criteria. As long as he passed the entrance examination, he would officially become a student of Shuiyao Huangjia Shuyuan. Come, let me take you to register. The crowd that had gathered was taken aback upon hearing their conversation, astonished that this young mercenary was indeed qualified. Arthur scratched his head, puzzled by the professor's sudden change of demeanor, yet wisely refrained from further inquiries, hastening to follow the professor's lead. As for the blond youth lying on the ground, aside from a few attendants rushing over to assist, he garnered no further attention. This is the reality of the continent. People's gaze is forever fixed on the strong. As they walked, the middle-aged professor introduced himself to Arthur. I am Professor Augustus from the Academy's teaching department, responsible for maintaining discipline. You may call me Professor Ogu in the future. Hello, Professor Ogu. My name is Arthur, and I hail from Hua Ao Siqing. Arthur observed that Professor Ogu did not appear nearly as intimidating as he had moments ago. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that all the students passing by seemed to deliberately avoid them, and he was unaware that past students privately referred to Professor Ogu as the Skeleton Professor upon entering the imposing gates of the academy. They were greeted by a vast circular plaza paved with large blocks of azure stone. 3 mountain paths extended from the plaza, each leading in different directions. Professor Ogu suddenly halted, pointing to the 3 paths as he explained. The left path leads to Weiyundian, where the academy trains warriors. The right path leads to Molan Tower, responsible for training mages of various disciplines. The middle path leads to the administrative district and the academy library. New warrior students also register at Weiyundian. We will take this route. After saying this, Professor Oga headed straight down the left path, only to realize a few steps later that Arthur remained rooted in place. Arthur scratched his head, revealing an embarrassed smile. Professor, I wish to register as a mage. Professor Oga's mouth dropped open in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. You wish to become a mage? Arthur nodded earnestly. Before entering the academy, he had already decided on his major. Powerful warriors did not require an intricate array of martial techniques. The more straightforward the killing strike, the better. Thus, with the imminent threat of death, Arthur did not feel an urgent need to learn additional martial skills, though the practice of Danyang Lianshun brought him immense suffering. Its efficacy far surpassed that of other combat techniques. In contrast, the more powerful a mage, the more spells they needed to master, along with the complex principles of magic and intricate magic circles. Without specialized and systematic learning, it would be challenging to become a formidable mage. Another unique case. It seems Shuiyao Huangjia Shuyuan will forever be adorned with the mantle of peculiarity. Professor Ogu had no choice but to redirect his path to the right, grumbling inwardly as he walked. He could hardly fathom that this young man, who could hold his own against 3 opponents with martial skills, aspired to be a mage. Ascending the winding mountain path, they passed through breathtaking landscapes adorned with exotic flowers and stones, as if Shuiyao Academy were a royal garden, leaving Arthur in awe. After traversing over a mile of the mountain path, the scenery opened up to reveal several mage towers of varying sizes standing amidst the forest. The towers were of diverse shapes. The shortest had merely 3 levels at about 7 or 8 meters high, while the tallest soared to 7 stories, reaching several dozen meters, with some towers shimmering with mysterious magical light. Amongst the cluster of towers, the most prominent one stood 100 meters tall, its immense structure capable of accommodating thousands. Looking up, one could see the tower's pinnacle flickering with electric light. Without offering much explanation, Professor Ogle led Arthur directly to a quaint 7-story mage tower. A number of new students awaiting testing had already gathered before the tower, each being called inside one by one for their magical assessment. Those who passed would be awarded a magical token signifying their student status at the academy. The students not yet summoned huddled in small groups, each adorned in luxurious mage robes, their wands varying in form and material, yet all were enchanted. For mercenaries, such expensive and rare magical equipment was a luxury. For these noble offspring, it was merely an everyday learning tool. When Arthur, clad in mercenary leather armor and wielding a massive sword, stepped among them, it immediately stirred quite a commotion. Is he also a mage? Some whispered. There are no commissioned tasks here, mercenary. Others mocked directly. Choosing to ignore the surrounding murmurs and gazes, Arthur curiously examined the mage tower before him. Let this little fellow go first. Professor Ogu handed Arthur's previous letter to a young female professor in charge of guiding students at the tower. The young professor merely glanced at the letter's signature before returning it to Arthur, chuckling lightly. No wonder Professor Ogu personally brought you here. But are you sure you haven't taken a wrong turn? Professor Ogu's lips twitched slightly. He himself was curious about that. Go on in. The young professor gestured for Arthur to enter. Arthur stepped forward, gently pushing open the door of the mage tower. As soon as he set foot inside, a gentle magical light enveloped him. Detecting magic, Arthur remained still, allowing the magical glow to flow around him. Age-appropriate. Possessing both combat energy and magical elements within, what an interesting young man. The first floor of the mage tower was a spacious hall. Directly opposite the entrance stood a long table made of black sandalwood, behind which sat 3 mages. The voice came from a diminutive elderly man in the center, clad in a white magical robe, with a snowy beard and bright eyes. Though his nose bore a slight redness that added a touch of humor to his noble mage demeanor, the mage on the left was slightly younger, tall, and imposing, maintaining a stern expression. The mage on the right was shrouded in a flowing halo, making it impossible for Arthur to discern either their appearance or gender. Arthur approached and bowed respectfully to the 3 mages. The elderly man spoke directly. The admission criteria for Shuiao Academy requires students to be under 16 years of age, achieving at least a level 3 warrior or a level 2 mage. A level 2 mage must be able to cast at least 2 complete level 2 magical skills without the aid of a wand. If you are prepared, you may begin. Any magic will do? Arthur inquired. Any school of magic is acceptable. Nodding, Arthur raised his hand, and a wall of fire appeared before the 3 mages. The speed of his casting made the old mage's eyes light up. With the wall of fire still ablaze, a whirlwind suddenly materialized. The flames carried by the wind surged toward the sandalwood table. Showboating. The elderly mage on the left scoffed, and without any visible movement from him, the whirlwind and the wall of fire abruptly vanished. Very well, tell me your name. My name is Arthur Shiloah. Arthur, you have been accepted. The old mage picked up a black shield-shaped token from the table. A flash of light revealed Arthur's golden name inscribed upon it. The old mage tossed the token to Arthur, saying, Remember, from now on, the Shuiao token must be carried with you at all times. It serves not only as proof of your student status, but also as a key for accessing various areas of the academy. You may proceed now. Someone will guide you through the subsequent enrollment and payment procedures. Arthur scratched his head. I still need to pay? 3,000 gold coins for 1 year's tuition. Not a single coin less. The stern-faced mage on the left interjected again. Arthur was taken aback, then blurted out, Are you a money-grabbing academy? Chapter 45. The original sin of humanity. As Arthur emerged from the mage tower with a woeful expression, a chorus of gleeful jeering erupted from outside. Pride, envy, anger, sloth, greed, lust, and gluttony are the 7 deadly sins of humanity, reflecting the inherent flaws within human nature. The noble offspring outside the tower could not bear to witness this country bumpkin obtaining the same qualifications as themselves, and thus they reveled in Arthur's failure, delighted that he had not passed the test while they had succeeded. Professor Augu cast a faint smile at the female sorceress, then gently patted Arthur on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Do not worry. I shall take you to Wuyun Hall. You are destined to be a warrior. Arthur raised the black bloodlight token in his hand. The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, as if struck by a sudden silence. Many faces that had once been adorned with mockery now froze in disbelief. Unable to contain himself, Professor Augu kicked Arthur lightly, questioning why he was sulking despite being accepted. Tears welled in Arthur's eyes as he murmured, Is this the Royal Academy, or a den of thieves? He was still reeling from the sting of spending 3,000 gold coins. His enchanted leather boots cost merely over 30 coins, while the exceptional enchanted longsword, treasured by the vice-captain of the Bloodlight Legion, was priced at 300 gold coins. The tuition fees for a year could buy 10 such magical pieces of equipment, which felt like a grievous sacrifice for Arthur. Little did he know, each year, those fortunate enough to gain entry into the Bloodlight Royal Academy were either affluent or noble, with the lowest being the offspring of titled earls. Possessing a title implied ownership of lands, reaping the revenues from one or even several towns. Thus, while 3,000 gold coins was a significant sum, it was nothing but a trifle for these aristocratic families. Professor Augu chuckled heartily, stating, It makes no difference, His Majesty, Emperor Streck hopes the Academy can cultivate more bandits like Jinu. Who is Jinu? Arthur regretted his inquiry almost instantly, recalling that the signature on his letter was Jinu Patrick. Professor Augu brushed off the question with a wave of his hand, saying, "You will come to know who he is in due time. The subsequent procedures will be guided by someone. Should you have any questions, you may find me in the Academy's discipline office." With that, he turned and departed gracefully. Remember, fighting within the Academy is strictly prohibited, or you will face severe consequences. Professor Augu's voice echoed from a distance. Infusing magical energy into the token will illuminate the Bloodlight token, displaying the names of every building within the Academy. Proceed to the finance office to pay your tuition, and they will assign you a room. Your future course schedule will also be communicated through the token. The female sorceress began to briefly explain the forthcoming arrangements to Arthur. This time, Arthur truly expanded his horizons. This seemingly ordinary black token was not only a magical map, but also a magical communication device. He stowed the token away and lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of the surrounding young men and women, before breaking into a radiant smile, saying, "From now on, we are classmates. I hope for your kind assistance." The atmosphere turned awkward, with no one responding, as if something lurked behind that brilliant smile. On the other side of Bloodlight Academy, the testing of warrior students was underway in the square before William Hall. The responsibility for the warrior assessments lay with another vice president of the Academy, the 12th level battle general, Moriai Robbins. Moriai had once served as the chief bodyguard for the late king, and upon the new king's ascendance, he was granted this leisurely position in recognition of his years of dedicated service. At the center of the square stood a massive scoreboard, surrounded by 7 magical puppets. Students attacked the puppets using their fighting spirit and martial skills without external assistance, with the damage inflicted translating into scores displayed on the scoreboard. The test required candidates to inflict a cumulative damage exceeding 1,000 points within 1 minute. This method of assessment was deemed the most objective and fair after years of experience by Bloodlight Academy. The disparity in strength among third-level warriors was significant, as many noble families resorted to drugs and other external means to artificially elevate their children's warrior rank. Such warriors were merely superficial in prowess. One by one, test takers showcased their skills. Some relentlessly struck a single puppet, while others delivered a punch to one puppet and a kick to another. And some launched their martial techniques against the puppets. The results varied, with some rejoicing while others lamented. One unfortunate soul's score halted at 999 just as the final bell tolled. A single point short, he was deemed unqualified. Although all students were children of nobility, there was no leniency in the entrance examination. Failure to pass meant no exceptions. This scoring-based method of selection was merely symbolic for Vice President Moriai, representing the Academy's commitment to every new cohort. Growing weary, Moriai yawned, casually resting his feet on the desk, remarking on the lackluster performance of this year's students. Just as he finished speaking, a dark figure burst into the testing ground. With a single punch, a dull thud echoed as a puppet fell. The shadowy figure continued, leaping to the next puppet, driving a knee into its abdomen and sending it flying. As the figure landed, it charged shoulder first into another puppet's chest, toppling it over. The individual's movements flowed like water. The puppets fell one after another, as the scoreboard's numbers skyrocketed. As the bell rang, the score settled at 3,388. All eyes in the square widened in astonishment at the incredible score and at the youth clad in black martial attire beneath the scoreboard. The boy, with dark skin and a solemn face, was not particularly tall, yet exceptionally agile. His striking yellow eyes and short ears drew particular attention. Moriai nodded to himself, realizing the boy had grown quite a bit. Amidst the crowd, murmurs erupted. Some voiced admiration while others expressed jealousy. Who is he? So impressive. He is quite handsome. Look at his ears. How peculiar. A freckled boy scoffed dismissively. A half-beast? What's so strange about that? The surrounding youths immediately perked up with curiosity, urging him to continue. A half-beast is the offspring of human and beast. Unlike the half-beasts born from humans losing their women to the beasts, Hui is the product of a human and a beast woman. So you know him? The freckled boy began to swell with pride. Naturally. Those who can father children with beast women are the strongest among us humans. Hui is the illegitimate son of Prince Rex. Prince Rex. He is the younger brother of His Majesty, Emperor Strek. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The excitement grew among the group, their voices rising without a care, completely oblivious to the cold gaze that had already turned toward them. The dark figure moved again beneath the scoreboard, leaping over to the group of youths engrossed in their animated discussion. Without uttering a word, he struck out, delivering kicks, just as the puppets had been sent flying. These youths were hurled away, one after another. Stop! A sharp command rang out as Professor Augu's ghostly figure reappeared, with an arm that moved like lightning. He aimed to send Hui flying. The youth's form shifted, and he deftly evaded Professor Augu's strike. The professor uttered a soft gasp, sighing, "One Arthur is not enough. This cohort of extraordinary students is truly remarkable." He then reached out, seizing Hui by the collar and forcefully tossing him aside. Chapter 46. Events of the past. Within the confines of the magic tower, 3 sorcerers delayed summoning the next student for testing. The new students waiting outside, however, dared not express a shred of discontent. Unlike Arthur, these noble offspring had long since discovered the identities of the 3 within the tower. These 3 individuals were the pinnacle of the magical realm at Bloodlight Academy. The short, red-nosed sorcerer was the Academy's vice president, the 12th level grand sorcerer, Halix. Beside him stood the tall sorcerer, known throughout the kingdom as the thunderous grand sorcerer, Austin. As for the third, he was ostensibly merely a guest professor. Yet he was a favored guest of His Majesty, Emperor Streck. After a prolonged silence within the tower, the hot-tempered Austin spoke first. "Do not tell me you failed to notice the sword behind him? Moreover, his surname is Shiloah." Old Harry stroked his graying beard and slowly remarked, "Of course I noticed it, but I cannot fathom what that rascal Keynes is up to. He has clearly taught him the arts of combat and martial prowess. Yet he allows him to delve into the study of magic, specifically, the dual realms of fire and wind magic? Haha, who would have thought Keynes' son has grown so large? But he cannot be Keynes' son. He has only been away from the royal city for a few years. There is no way he could have such a grown child. And he bears no resemblance. He must be an illegitimate child. That lad was always sneaking into the rooms of female students during his time at the academy. And he certainly accrued his fair share of romantic debts back then. Haha. Thus did 2 esteemed grand magicians engage in a light-hearted exchange about the past exploits of their disciple. How unseemly. An unassuming voice from the right suddenly interjected, revealing itself to be a melodious female tone. The conversation abruptly ceased. Arthur, of course, remained unaware of the myriad stories that had unfolded since his departure. After enduring the painful transaction of handing over 3 crystal coins at the finance office, he acquired a scholarly robe. Its colors mirrored those of the professors. A splendid blend of gold and crimson, yet the distinction lay in that the robes for magic students were one piece, while those for martial students comprised separate upper and lower garments. Arthur could not discern the fabric of the robe, but it felt exquisitely smooth to the touch. Adorned with 2 first-level magical arrays, one was a cleansing spell of the water element, rendering dust and grime unable to settle upon it, while the other was a heating spell of the fire element, ensuring warmth even in the depths of winter. Though these 2 spells might appear trivial in combat, they were beloved by many noble affluent individuals, and such robes commanded a price of no less than 100 gold coins in the marketplace. This brought Arthur a modicum of comfort, as he had at least recouped a fraction of his expenses. The staff at the finance office input a room number into Arthur's bloodstone token, causing the magical map to instantly reveal the room's location, transforming the token into a key. Arthur could not help but marvel at the wonders of magical craftsmanship. Following the directions indicated on the magical map, he easily located his room within the magical tower. This area served as the unified accommodation for newcomers, featuring 7 ancient-style 7-story towers that stood in a staggered formation. Upon entering the tower, each floor housed 4 rooms, providing every student with their own private space. Ascending the spiral staircase, Arthur arrived at the door of room 701. He waved the token before the keyhole, and the door swung open of its own accord, illuminating the space with soft magical light. The room spanned 70 to 80 square meters, comprising not only a bedroom, but also a dedicated living room and study. At the center of the study stood a spacious sandalwood desk, flanked by a wall of bookshelves. The extent of a magician's library largely represented their arcane knowledge and expertise, yet at present, the shelves remained entirely bare. Sliding his fingers across the smooth wood grain of the desk, Arthur found himself lost in thought. He had never resided in such a splendid chamber throughout his life. Recalling the filthy orc encampment where he once sought refuge, this place felt like paradise. Lying on the wide, soft bed, he sensed an unprecedented tranquility wash over him, and the fatigue from his journey surged forth, prompting him to gently close his eyes. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Arthur was suddenly jolted awake, his first instinct being to reach for his sword. Upon grasping the hilt, he slowly released it again. A child forged in the crucible of danger often harbors an innate sense of unease. After this, sleep eluded him. Although the tuition for the first year was settled, he pondered the looming question of how to manage the subsequent years. He would need to study here for 5 years to graduate, and 15,000 gold coins was an astronomical sum for Arthur. He rose from the bed, shaking out his belongings to organize his meager possessions. Arthur's belongings were few. Apart from the second-tier mercenary leather armor he wore, a matching second-tier azure cloak, and third-tier enchanted leather boots, he possessed an unnamed great sword, a finely crafted hunting knife, along with a collection of small items, including a white pendant gifted by Canes, a bronze mercenary badge, 2 ledgers left by Randall, a crumpled letter, and 2 crystal coins amounting to 117 gold coins and 23 silver coins. This constituted the entirety of Arthur's possessions. Arthur gazed at his meager belongings for a moment before carefully stowing them away and stepping out of the room. With a few days remaining until classes officially commenced, Arthur resolved to explore the surroundings, as he needed to prepare for the tuition and living expenses for the forthcoming years. On the mountainside of Azaluel Mountain, a grand palace complex stood solitary, just beneath the snow line of the mountain. Within the depths of the palace, in a modest side chamber, a middle-aged man clad in a loose brocade robe reclined against an intricately carved chair of tianqing wood, his eyes partially closed as he sipped tea, the fragrant aroma filling the chamber. The man was none other than His Majesty King Strike of the Isaac Kingdom, who ascended to the throne at the age of 20 and had now ruled for 2 decades, thriving in the vigor of his youth. Beside King Strike stood a plump man with a pale complexion and no beard, his demeanor exuding reverence and caution. "The church has been unusually active lately, has it not?" Strike casually inquired. "I have heard it is due to a dark mage. Not only did they fail to apprehend him, but they also lost a squadron of Retribution Knights." Archbishop Soces is not pleased. Not pleased is an understatement. Losing a squad of Retribution Knights is trivial. Losing face is the real issue. Soces's ambitions extend far beyond our Isaac, the man replied, not daring to interject further on matters beyond his station. After careful consideration, he added cautiously, "Due to this incident, the church has detained numerous individuals." Strike waved his hand dismissively. "Let Soces vent his frustrations, as long as they do not overstep their bounds. It is best not to sever ties with them for now. There is another matter, though, which I am unsure whether to mention. Jesse, as the intelligence director, do not hesitate, speak freely, and I shall make the final decision," the king encouraged. "Your Majesty, it's merely a trivial matter. Hugh participated in the entrance exam for the Bloodstone Academy today." Strike momentarily failed to grasp the name. "Who is Hugh?" "Prince Rex S. Hugh." Jesse reminded him. Instantly, Strike's expression turned cold. "This Rex is truly reckless. He has developed a genuine affection for a female orc and now intends to bestow a title upon a half-orc? You must handle this. We cannot set a precedent for granting titles to half-orcs." Jesse bowed in acquiescence. "Exercise caution in your methods. The last female orc caused a rift between Rex and me. As his elder brother, this time, we must prevent further discord," Strike reiterated earnestly. Chapter 47. Unforeseen Events in the City of Xingjiaoyuo. The palatial residences on the mountainside were deep and serene, while the bustling city at the foot of the mountain thrived with life. This city, a bastion of humanity, presented 2 starkly contrasting visages. Along the wide streets, splendid carriages whirled past, drawn by creatures both familiar, such as musk oxen and wildebeests, and rare, like the 2-headed earth dragons and 4-eyed sand lizards. On either side of the streets, shops and taverns flourished, while caravans, mercenaries, and various pedestrians bustled in and out, filling the air with lively chatter. Clad in gleaming armor, the city guards patrolled the thoroughfares, ever vigilant in maintaining the peace within the city. Amidst the clamor and vibrancy, Arthur meandered along the street, feeling somewhat despondent. He had ventured out in search of part-time work, but after 2 days of inquiries at various weaponry, general goods, and herbal shops, the highest offer he received was a meager 50 silver coins. Though 50 silver coins might seem considerable for an apprentice in the royal city, it paled in comparison to the exorbitant tuition fees of the Bloodstone Royal Academy. Wandering aimlessly, Arthur unknowingly turned into a secluded alleyway. Suddenly, several individuals emerged from around the corner, blocking Arthur's path. Without uttering a word, Arthur gazed warily at the 4 figures before him. Clad in short martial attire and wielding daggers and clubs, their malevolent gazes fixated on Arthur. "I've been following you for quite some time, and now no one is coming to your rescue," a voice echoed from behind. Turning around, Arthur was met with an angry face, the very blond youth he had clashed with just 2 days prior. Behind him stood a robust, middle-aged warrior, arms crossed. His indifferent gaze trained upon Arthur. Arthur was not taken aback. It was common for mercenaries to seek revenge after a brawl. However, he did not anticipate that they would find him so swiftly. "Have your injuries healed so quickly?" Arthur mocked. Adhering to the principle he learned from Tony at the bar that one must never lose face during a confrontation, The boy's face turned pale with rage. Having been knocked unconscious in front of so many, he had never endured such humiliation. Unable to seek revenge from Professor Ogu, he ordered his companions to keep an eye on Arthur. Today, I shall break one of your legs. So you remember that the royal city is not a place where a rustic like you can run amok. That was merely a misunderstanding. Perhaps we can talk this over. Arthur retreated a step, leaning against the wall while swiftly assessing the situation. The adversaries were evidently prepared. The blond youth was of comparable strength to himself, and the middle-aged warrior behind him was assuredly formidable. The blond youth sneered, "I will break your leg first, then we shall see if it was a misunderstanding. Young master, stop wasting time. Act quickly. The next patrol of the city guards will pass by in 15 minutes, the middle-aged warrior whispered suddenly. Fighting was strictly prohibited within the confines of Zingler City, and even the scions of noble families would face dire consequences if caught by the city guards. This was why they chose to act in a secluded area. Arthur cast a surprised glance at the middle-aged warrior. Recognizing that these individuals were indeed familiar with the local dynamics, they had even discerned the patrol patterns of the city guards. It seemed that his situation today was rather perilous. With a sigh, Arthur inquired, "If that is the case, may I have your name so I may know whom I have offended?" A glimmer of pride appeared on the blond youth's face as he declared, "Remember this, you have been attacked today by the house of Marquis Garfield." Before the youth could finish his sentence, a sword sliced through the air towards his face. Catching him off guard, the middle-aged warrior stepped forward just in time, deflecting Arthur's massive sword with a single arm. Arthur's blade was sent soaring, nearly slipping from his grasp due to the force of the impact. His expression grew increasingly grave. The middle-aged man before him was likely a 5th or 6th level warrior. Despicable. No one intervene. I want to slay him myself. The blond youth's face paled as he swung his sword at Arthur. Arthur raised his massive sword to parry, simultaneously delivering a kick to the youth's abdomen. This was a technique he had practiced, aimed at attacking the enemy's vital points from every conceivable angle. The blond youth was sent flying backwards, having never encountered such an unusual maneuver before. Arthur did not pursue. He held his ground, waiting for another attack. The blond youth channeled his energy, a blade of light erupting from his sword, aimed directly at Arthur's throat. Arthur smirked with disdain. The primary distinction between a warrior and a soldier was the ability to project energy. Although the blond youth was a level above him, he could only release such a short burst of energy, indicating he had only just stepped into the threshold of a 4th-level warrior. Arthur positioned his sword horizontally to block the youth's strike, then twisted his wrist, pivoting with his sword to slash horizontally towards the youth's abdomen. The blond youth had no choice but to retreat once more. "Young master, do not hold back any longer. He is stalling for time," the middle-aged warrior urged impatiently. "You brought this upon yourself, you wild brat." The blond youth's eyes gleamed with malice as he flicked his wrist, sending a flurry of sword energy towards Arthur. Arthur's massive sword was not particularly swift, and the dense barrage of energy left him with no avenue for evasion. Instead, he chose to tumble backward, rolling while clutching his massive sword. The blond youth's face drained of color. His carefully honed technique had been effortlessly countered by Arthur's unorthodox tactics. "What other tricks do you have? Bring it on," Arthur taunted, springing back to his feet. "Young master, we are out of time. You all attack him now." The middle-aged warrior commanded the others to engage. They simultaneously lunged at Arthur. Activating his wind step technique, Arthur leaped forward, slashing horizontally with his massive sword at the midsection of several attackers, forcing them back. Behind him, the blond youth charged once more, aiming a thrust at Arthur's back. Arthur chose not to evade. Instead, he pivoted and swung his sword in a desperate counterattack. The blond youth altered his thrust into a downward slash, attempting to intercept Arthur's blow. At the moment their weapons collided, Arthur sensed a weakening in the youth's sword, allowing him to exert more force. With a resounding clang, the blond youth's sword was knocked from his grasp, and in that instant of shock, Arthur stepped forward and delivered a kick to the youth's abdomen, sending him flying. "You dare!" The middle-aged warrior rushed in, throwing a punch at Arthur's face, his fist enveloped in a blazing aura. Arthur raised his sword to block, but there was no contest. He was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. The middle-aged warrior pursued, intent on delivering another blow. Suddenly, a thick cloud of black mist materialized, enveloping the middle-aged warrior and his companions. "Arthur, over here," a voice called from outside the mist. Arthur's expression brightened as he dashed toward the source of the voice. Chapter 48. The Path to Prosperity in a small, secluded eatery tucked away in an alley. Arthur glanced helplessly at Arno, who was devouring his meal with great fervor. After a month apart, Arno still appeared as frail and pale as when they first met. "Thank you. I haven't had a proper meal in months." Arno suddenly looked up and said, You're welcome. Take your time. What brings you to Zingler? Arthur inquired. Arno wiped his mouth, revealing a slightly bashful smile. I came to find you. Arthur raised an eyebrow in surprise. Find me? This is the headquarters of the Church of Light in the Isaac Kingdom. It's far too dangerous for you. I know. The most dangerous places are often the safest. The knights and priests of the church are hunting me, but they would never expect me to come to the royal city. Besides, you are here. So I finally have a friend, Arno replied earnestly. A friend? But we've only met once. We fought together. You saved me, and now you're treating me to a meal. Most importantly, you extended your hand to me despite knowing I am a dark mage. You are the first to choose to believe in me, Arno asserted. Arthur scratched his head. Arno seemed even more naive than himself. All right, since you saved my life today, we can consider ourselves friends. Arno smiled and extended his hand toward Arthur. The boy, with his curly flaxen hair, was equally charming when he smiled. Arthur grasped his hand, the two small hands clasping tightly together. Two men destined to alter the course of history in the Baylund continent stood side by side for the first time. How did you happen to be there? Arthur suddenly asked. I've been searching for you in the city. It seems we truly are fated. Not quite. It's a sensing magic. I left a dark sensing mark on you. As long as you are within 1,000 meters, I can sense your presence. Arthur half-jokingly remarked. Dark magic is truly formidable. No wonder the church has pursued you relentlessly for thousands of years. Abul lowered his head, a trace of anguish etched upon his visage. Yasser recognized that he had unwittingly touched upon O's hidden troubles and hastily shifted the topic. What are your plans moving forward? He inquired. No, still gazing downwards, softly replied. If possible, I intend to stay. After a moment's hesitation, Yasser replied solemnly. This place remains perilous for you. However, should you insist on remaining, I may not be affluent, but I can lend you some money to secure temporary lodging. Do you need money, Yatha? Amla asked. With an exasperated glance, Yasser retorted, Of course I do. In fact, I require a substantial amount. I have a method to earn money. We could become enchanters and trade in magical equipment. At this, Yasser's eyes sparkled with interest. Enchanters, a branch of mages, are recognized as the wealthiest among them. A finely crafted sword valued at 1 gold coin could, after an enchanter's touch, imbued with a level 1 spell of sharpness or a fireball spell, fetch 5 or 6 gold coins. However, his enthusiasm waned. Do you think becoming an enchanter is that simple? The mages capable of such are exceedingly rare, and one requires the approval of the Church of Light along with guidance from a seasoned enchanter. I understand why enchanters are so scarce. It involves a secret concealed for millennia, Noah continued in a hushed tone. The rarity of enchanters is due to the necessity of being a dual-element mage. In addition to their primary magic, they must also wield the art of enchantment, which is crucial for etching magical arrays onto equipment. Enchantment does not fall into any of the known magical categories. Is there truly magic that does not belong to any category? Indeed, enchantment is a refined form of magic. Its true name being dark corrosion. Are you suggesting that enchantment derives from dark magic? Yasser gasped in disbelief, then smacked his forehead. Now I comprehend why the church requires approval for enchanters. All enchanters possess the potential to become dark mages, and the church must ensure that every enchanter remains under control. Amor nodded gravely. I grasp your intent. You wish to bypass the church's approval and clandestinely employ dark corrosion to enchant weapons for profit. What do you say? Shall we proceed? If discovered by the church, the consequences would be dire. With a sly grin, Yasser replied, With such lucrative prospects, of course we shall. A mercenary thrives on the balance of risk and reward. Moreover, the mere act of befriending you would have warranted my execution by the church multiple times already. But tell me, why have you not employed this profitable method before? Abo shot Yasser a glance in reproach. Would you dare use equipment imbued with dark magic? He sighed and continued. This method necessitates collaboration with mages of other elements. Over the years, you are the first non-dark mage I have trusted. All right then, let us discuss the specifics, Yasser said, his eagerness palpable. The process of enchanting equipment must be conducted solely by one mage. I observed you utilize water and earth magic in the chapel. I possess a slight affinity for earth magic. If you teach me the earth spells, I can etch the earth magical arrays onto the equipment. I can also instruct you in dark corrosion, allowing you to see if you can become an enchanter. A broad smile spread across Yasser's face. Aside from time magic, which is deemed a magical taboo, I can enchant any elemental magic as long as I have the magical array diagram. Are you a monster? Noah was taken aback, for enchanters, being dual-element mages, typically could only enchant one type of magic throughout their lives. Since we are collaborating, I have a condition. Speak. How do you propose we divide the profits? It has nothing to do with money. I wish to enter the Bloodyog Royal Academy alongside you. After a moment of contemplation, Yathr shook his head. The academy is indeed the safest place, but admission requires a letter of recommendation from a high-ranking noble, which I cannot procure. I do not need formal enrollment. I am aware that your academy permits students to have a personal attendant for daily affairs. The attendant may not attend classes, but can reside in their master's quarters. You need only declare me as your attendant and register with the academy. Yathr tilted his head, observing all. You have done your research. You do not appear as innocent as you seem. With a wry smile, Obo replied, I must think further ahead than others and prepare more thoroughly. Otherwise, I would have perished at the hands of the church long ago. Grabbing O's arm, Yathr urged, let us go. Do not dwell on the church. Countless gold coins await us. Chapter 49. The Principles of Magic. Magic, in essence, is a form of energy. The land of Baylund is imbued with an abundance of magical elements. Generations of mages have explored the principles of magic, constructing intricate and diverse magical arrays that allow magic to circulate within specific loops, thereby producing various magical effects such as flames, storms, and lightning. The role of an enchanter is to etch these magical arrays onto equipment, enabling the instantaneous activation of magic with just a modicum of magical energy during combat. Enchanting equipment necessitates not only the art of enchantment and the magical array diagram, but also the magical medium for constructing the array. Crystals and mithril are recognized as the finest magical mediums on the continent, with superior options like magic crystals and dragon crystals available, typically reserved for high-level forbidden magic arrays. As beginners, it is easier to imprint magical arrays on larger equipment. Thus, Yathr procured a substantial quantity of level 1 armor, shields, and several vials of the lowest quality crystal powder before dragging Omo into a room. Ideals are often lush, yet reality can be harsh. Becoming an enchanter proved far more arduous than the two had envisioned. On Yathr's end, mastering dark corrosion was not fraught with difficulties. A single spell cast left the surface of a metal shield riddled with pockmarks. However, etching magical arrays onto the shield using dark corrosion required meticulous magical control. After 3 consecutive days of failure, he had ruined 7 or 8 shields without managing to etch a single straight line. Conversely, Anoa struggled with a poor affinity for magical elements outside of dark magic. After 3 days, he barely managed to cast the simplest earth spell, Solidify. The enchantment technique demanded that the enchanter instantaneously etch the magical array onto the equipment. Any hesitation could render the array ineffective. Reality proved that transforming dark corrosion into an enchantment technique was indeed warranted. Both had underestimated the complexity of becoming enchanters. What ultimately pulled Yathr from his repeated failures was a magical message suddenly transmitted by the blood. The academy had officially commenced its term. In the crescent-shaped classroom, a sparse gathering of around 20 youthful faces occupied the seats. These represented the new cohort of magic students at the Bloodyog Academy. Mages are rarer than warriors. And under relaxed conditions, this year only 23 students were admitted, while the Lian had enrolled 4 classes totaling 118 students. At the podium stood the diminutive mage delivering the inaugural lesson, the academy's vice president, known as Lai, a 12th level grand mage named Toto. Children, welcome to the Bloodyog Royal Academy. Our human race has thrived and flourished on the Baylund continent due to the courageous battles fought by generations of warriors and mages, who defended our honor with their very lives. From this day forth, you shall inherit the banners of your predecessors, upholding the glory of the kingdom with your blood and the brilliance of magic, safeguarding the dignity of humanity. The young students below were filled with fervor, as Ano's few words ignited their passion and sense of honor. From now on, forget everything you previously learned about magic. I shall guide you to rediscover the magical world. Who can tell me what is a mage? Hanikasu posed a question that bordered on the elementary. Yet the students below fell into contemplation. Except for Yathr. All were registered as second-level mages with the Mage Guild, yet none could provide an accurate definition of a mage. Not receiving the desired answer, continued to speak. Magic is the energy that permeates the world, invisible and imperceptible to most. Only a select few, through rigorous training, can sense magical elements. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Those who can perceive and harness magical energy are referred to as wizards. The path to becoming a wizard comprises 4 essential steps: perception, communication, guidance, and manipulation. Simply being able to perceive magical elements and communicate with them to integrate them into one's own magical essence is merely the foundation of magic. The true determinant of a wizard's strength lies in their ability to manipulate magic. Arthur listened intently as Hallex elucidated these fundamental theories of magic, which were entirely new to him. Previously, he had studied magic under Lin, a formidable wizard, but not a professional teacher. While she imparted many basic magical skills to Arthur, she lacked the capacity to systematically explain the principles of magic as Hallex did. Hallex prepared to demonstrate magical manipulation. Who will step forward to showcase the basic fireball spell? A young man, elegantly attired in the Academy's gold and crimson robes, rose gracefully, with striking features and flowing silver hair. He bowed to Hallex before entering a meditative state. After a brief moment, a fireball the size of a watermelon manifested in his palm, drawing gasps of astonishment from his peers. Completing the magical formation and releasing such a sizable fireball in mere seconds marked him as an exceptional wizard among his peers. Were this fireball to strike a warrior of lower rank, it could cause significant harm. Hallex extended his hand, and instantly a colossal fireball, the size of a bull's head, materialized, inciting further astonishment. Children, while both of us have cast the same first-level fireball spell, mine is larger and faster. However, this does not imply that my control over magic is superior. Rather, my proficiency in constructing magical formations and accumulating magical energy is greater. Now, I shall demonstrate what true magical manipulation entails. As he spoke, the fireball in his hand swiftly diminished, eventually condensing into a small flame that danced upon his fingertip. Throw your fireball at me, Hallex instructed the student holding the fireball. The student, nervous, trembled, causing his fireball to extinguish. Hallex chuckled. What? Are you concerned that your fireball could harm a level 12 Grand Wizard? The student's face flushed as he recast the fireball spell and hurled it toward Hallex. With a flick of his finger, Hallex sent his small fireball soaring. Upon release, it split into two smaller fireballs, which traced distinct arcing paths, colliding with the oncoming fireball and vanishing simultaneously. How is this possible? How did he achieve that? Murmurs of disbelief erupted among the students. Children, this is the essence of magical manipulation, Hallex remarked, a subtle smile gracing his face. Professor, how did you accomplish that? Arthur could not contain his excitement and stood up. All eyes in the classroom turned towards him. Chapter 50, The Four Peculiarities. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, Arthur felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, Hallex waved it off with a smile, gesturing for Arthur to sit down. That was an excellent question, Arthur. Many wizards believe that once the magical formation is successfully constructed and the magic generated, releasing it towards the target completes the process. However, that is hardly what we call magical manipulation, and one can never become a truly powerful wizard through such means. The generation of magic is merely the commencement. The true completion of magic is marked by its precise targeting. Arthur was intrigued that the Grand Wizard Hallex remembered his name and could not resist asking, how can one manipulate magic to hit a target accurately? Hallex tapped his forehead with a finger. Mental strength. Your ability to become a wizard inherently indicates that your mental fortitude surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Through continual communication and accumulation of magic, your mental strength is further honed and fortified. You must learn to utilize your mental strength, first by externalizing it through the medium of magical elements to perceive your surroundings. Once you can project your mental strength, you will discover that the world transforms before your eyes. Professor, do you mean that magical manipulation relies on the externalization of mental strength? Another student inquired. Hallex nodded with satisfaction. Precisely. Even after the magic is released, you still need to maintain a connection through your mental strength to guide it toward the target. Additionally, there is another method. You can leave a mark upon your opponent using your mental strength. Within the range where your mental strength can sense the mark, the magic will activate and attack in accordance with the mental label. Arthur suddenly comprehended many concepts, such as the dark mark that Arno had once placed upon him, which operated on this very principle, the only difference being that it served as a locator rather than a guiding attack. Most importantly, he finally understood why his dark corrosion had consistently failed to etch magical formations. As long as he established a link between his mental strength and the dark corrosion, marking the complete magical formation on the equipment with his mental strength and subsequently guiding the dark corrosion to attack, he could succeed. Arthur envisioned a multitude of gold coins beckoning to him, unable to suppress a laugh, completely oblivious to the renewed attention of his classmates. Arthur abruptly flung open the door and dashed excitedly into the room, startling Arno, whose hands trembled, causing the shield before him to be riddled with corrosive pits. Arno's eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, and his already pale complexion appeared even more ashen. He had been more anxious than Arthur these past days, having encouraged him to become an enchanter, yet repeated failures had eroded his confidence. I was so close to succeeding, Arno lamented, turning his head to complain to Arthur. Arthur, still brimming with excitement, replied, No, we are far from it. Our previous methods were simply incorrect. Arno's expression turned blank before dimming. I'm sorry. It seems my approach truly doesn't work. Arthur pushed Arno playfully, laughing heartily. What are you thinking? It's not that the method of enchanting is wrong, but rather that our approach to using dark corrosion is flawed. Can you externalize your mental strength now? Arthur recounted his classroom insights and thoughts to Arno. Arno's eyes lit up as he immediately grabbed a new shield, made slight adjustments, and released the dark corrosion again. A small mass of magical black mist slowly approached the shield. As the black mist dissipated, it revealed not just pits and simple lines, but a somewhat indistinct magical formation. Arno looked up, beaming with understanding. Arthur's hypothesis was entirely correct. Let me try? Arthur eagerly took the shield from Arno's hands. The black magical mist swept over once more, revealing an even clearer and more complete magical formation on the shield's surface. Though the etched lines varied in depth and thickness, just shy of fully illuminating the magical formation. Arno gazed at Arthur in disbelief. You are a genius. To achieve such perfection on your first attempt. Arthur, flattered by the praise, smiled bashfully. Unbeknownst to Arno, the torment caused by the Danyang Lian Shun had endowed Arthur with extraordinary mental strength and resilience, and an enchanter need not project their mental strength over great distances. With the correct method in hand, the door to becoming an enchanter had swung wide open for the two young men. All that remained was the necessity for further practice. I can't hold on any longer. I need to take a nap, Arno yawned, rising unsteadily toward the bedroom. The relentless attempts they had made together over the past days had depleted a significant amount of their mental energy. After the joy of success, Arno could no longer endure. Perhaps it was Arthur's mental strength that was stronger, or perhaps he remained enraptured by excitement, for he felt no fatigue at all. Arthur was preparing to continue his practice of magical manipulation, yet after searching the entire room, he could not find a single blank piece of equipment suitable for enchanting. He contemplated going out to purchase a new batch, but was disheartened by the sight of the heavily corroded gear piled in the corner. The dilemma of how to dispose of these unusable items weighed heavily on his mind. Reselling them to the blacksmith or weapon shop posed too great a risk, as they bore the marks of dark magic. Should the church's representatives discover this, they would undoubtedly trace the source back to him. It was truly vexing. Sighing, Arthur rubbed his temples and stepped outside. As he lowered his head upon exiting, he collided with someone coming from the opposite direction, causing him to lean back while the other person fell to the ground. The individual sprawled on the floor was a chubby young boy. His loose magical robe stretched tightly around him. I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Arthur hurriedly said, bending down to help him up. It's all right. I was in a rush. The boy, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, grasped Arthur's outstretched hand and revealed a simple, sincere smile. Arthur politely apologized again and prepared to turn and descend the stairs. You are Arthur, right? I didn't realize we lived next door. The chubby boy exclaimed suddenly. You know me? Arthur turned back in confusion. We are both freshmen in the magical studies department. We attended class together this morning. Arthur scratched his head. His attention had been entirely focused on the renowned Archmage Harrix, leaving him with no recollection of others. The boy, smiling broadly, extended his hand. My name is Morar, and it's a great honor to meet a legendary figure. Legendary figure? Arthur was even more perplexed. You probably don't know yet, do you? Our Shuiao Academy is referred to as the Peculiar Academy, and within the Academy, we have our own evaluations for peculiar individuals. Being recognized as one is a tremendous honor. Evaluated by the Academy? Morar chuckled. It's the students who conduct the evaluations internally, but the credibility is quite strong. You are undoubtedly the most uncontroversial selection among this year's 4 peculiar figures. For peculiar figures? What nonsense is that? Arthur was utterly baffled by Morar's words. It's not nonsense at all. The 4 peculiar figures are simply 4 individuals. The swordsman mage, the untouchable half-orc, the thorny rose, and the lovable fool. Arthur remained in a state of shock, realizing that the swordsman mage must refer to him. What could the other 3 be like? An unexpected collision had revealed to Arthur that he had somehow become one of the so-called 4 peculiar figures. He discovered that Morar was quite the chatterbox. Once the topic of the 4 peculiar figures arose, he could not be silenced. The untouchable half-orc was named Huey, the illegitimate son of Prince Rex and a female orc, who had recently beaten up nearly every boy at the Wuyun Palace who dared to speak of it. Arthur could not help but stick out his tongue. Huey was indeed a formidable character. The thorny rose was named Guli, the youngest daughter of Duke Ross. She possessed the face of an angel but the temper of a devil. Any man who dared to approach her would find himself thoroughly pricked. An illegitimate son of a prince, a duke's daughter. No wonder Shuiao Academy was dubbed the Peculiar Academy. It was hardly surprising that the offspring of such high-ranking nobles would be difficult to manage. Arthur was particularly curious about the identity of the lovable fool. Morar pondered for a moment before managing to articulate his thoughts. How to describe him? You'll understand once you meet him. Well, in an academy, there will always be opportunities to encounter one another. Thank you for sharing so much with me today, Arthur replied, turning to head downstairs. Noticing Arthur's sword-laden silhouette, Morar's eyes shifted, and he quickly followed, saying, "Wait, are you heading out? I'll join you. Didn't you just say you were in a hurry?" Morar chuckled. "Now that I think about it, it's not that urgent. I grew up in the royal city, and there's nowhere I'm not familiar with. Wherever you wish to go, I can be your guide. I'm going to the blacksmith to buy some target shields and armor." Arthur did not conceal this, as all mages required targets for their practice. For mages like Arthur, using shields as targets was quite basic. Affluent mages utilized magical mannequins instead. "I happen to know a weapons shop. If you need a large quantity, they can offer a discount. Plus, they have many enchanted items for sale. Just looking around would be beneficial," Morar said enthusiastically. Arthur found no reason to refuse, especially as the notion of enchanted items intrigued him. He had only encountered his own Windrunner boots and the rare long sword once owned by Trishja. Gaining exposure to other enchanters' creations would undoubtedly be advantageous for his own skills. As they walked and conversed, Morar dominated the dialogue most of the time. Arthur realized that Morar was a veritable fountain of information. In just a few days, he had unraveled the backgrounds of most individuals among this year's freshmen, including family feuds and alliances, as well as various professors' temperaments and histories. During his time in the mercenary group, Arthur had never been exposed to such entangled affairs. Compared to the rivalries and schemes among noble families, the relationships among mercenaries were significantly simpler, reducible to two phrases. 1. Disagreements lead to fighting, and 2. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Curious, Arthur looked at Morar and asked, "Why are you so interested in these matters?" Morar beamed proudly. "You wouldn't understand. Noble families from the Isaac Kingdom and surrounding realms would go to great lengths to get their children into Shuiao Royal Academy. Not merely for the purpose of learning magic and combat skills. If not for learning, then what is the purpose?" Arthur was taken aback. "I didn't realize you were so naive. It's all about connections. The classmates you make here are from noble families, and after graduating, they will naturally support each other." Arthur remained bewildered. In the orc encampment and mercenary group, there was only admiration for strength and the relentless pursuit of power, with no concept of connections. Sensing Arthur's continued confusion, Morar elaborated, "Let us take myself as an example. My family is one of the 3 largest salt merchants in the royal city. A tuition fee of 3,000 gold coins is merely a trifle for us. To secure my admission, my father spent a full 30,000 gold coins. Managing a monopoly on salt in the kingdom requires the protection of various nobles. A significant portion of our profits is spent on maintaining and fostering relationships. It's crucial to ensure that every level, from local lords to the lowest guard captain, is properly handled to avoid trouble." "And how does that relate to you coming to the academy?" Morar grinned, his expression radiating the shrewdness of a businessman. "My father hopes I can make friends here so that when the family business eventually falls to me, it will be easier to manage. Most importantly, my father desires for me to secure a noble title for our family. The kingdom stipulates that titles cannot be granted without military merit. But if one graduates successfully from Shuiao Academy, the kingdom will bestow the title of knight upon graduates." This was the first time Arthur had heard of titles. Until now, neither Keynes nor Randall had shared any information about the academy with him. He still could not comprehend why Keynes would invest such a substantial amount to send him to Shuiao Academy. The tuition fee of 3,000 gold coins was nearly equivalent to 1/3 of the mercenary group's annual income, and Morar's father had spent 30,000 gold coins. How great a cost had Captain Keynes incurred for him? In the realm of humans ruled by nobility, the bestowal and inheritance of titles varied slightly among the kingdoms. For instance, in the Isaac Kingdom, titles could be hereditary but would be downgraded with each generation. For example, when passed to one of the current duke's children, the title would diminish to that of a marquis, leaving the other children without titles. To attain noble titles, other offspring must earn military merits on the battlefield. The martial spirit of the AI Sa Ku Wang Guo largely stems from this regulation. The exorbitant tuition fees of the Shui Yao Academy attract the children of aristocratic families, as it offers a shortcut to nobility. As Arthur and Morar conversed while walking, they soon arrived at a weapon shop named Tiangong. This establishment not only boasts an excellent street location, but also occupies a considerable space, comprising a standalone 3-story building. Morar was familiar with this shop, and as soon as they entered, a staff member approached them. A young attendant clad in a blue outfit and a cap greeted them with a smile, inquiring, "Young Master Morar, welcome. What would you like to select today?" Morar replied, "My friend wishes to choose some shields and armor to serve as magical targets. Please select the best ones and charge them to my account." Arthur quickly interjected, No, it's just for practice. I only need the cheapest tier 1 armor and shields, and I will pay for them myself." He then communicated the required quantities to the attendant. Observing Arthur's insistence on paying, Morar refrained from pressing the matter further, though he was somewhat taken aback by the quantity Arthur requested. "You require a substantial amount. They will need some time to fetch them from the storeroom. Let's check the enchanted equipment on the second floor." The first floor of Tiangong was dedicated to high-quality ordinary weapons and equipment, while items of rare grade and above, as well as enchanted gear, were available on the second floor. Arthur followed Morar directly upstairs. At the entrance of the second floor, Morar paused for a moment, then nudged Arthur with his hand, pointing toward a young man dressed in a shimmering white magic robe. "He is the one adored by all." Following Morar's gesture, Arthur recognized the young man, who was the one that had stood up in class to demonstrate the fireball spell earlier that day. His courteous demeanor had left a deep impression on Arthur. Now, he had merely exchanged his gold and crimson academy robes for a silver magic robe, complemented by his long silver hair and a complexion as pale as jade, making him appear as handsome as a silver elf. Even Arthur, having only seen him once, felt a favorable inclination toward him, fully embodying the phrase adored by all. But where did the foolishness come from? The young man also noticed Arthur and Morar at the staircase. After a brief moment of surprise, he walked over with a smile, extending his hand to Arthur. "What a coincidence." "Hello, Arthur, I am Qiong." In a sea of students clad in academy uniforms, Arthur stood out as an anomaly, dressed in mercenary leather armor and carrying a sword, so it was not surprising that Qiong recognized him. As for Arthur's reason for not wearing the new academy uniform, it was rather peculiar. The magic robe was too oversized and hindered his movements. Qiong introduced himself with an unusually simple name, perhaps merely a nickname, without disclosing his surname. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Arthur politely shook Qiong's hand. "I am Morar." Morar enthusiastically grasped Qiong's hand. Having made connections with two unique individuals in a single day was indeed an unexpected gain for Morar, who aspired to establish a network. After exchanging pleasantries, Qiong returned to selecting enchanted equipment, while Arthur shifted his attention to the displayed items. This floor showcased nearly 100 pieces of equipment of rare grade or higher, each individually displayed beneath crystal glass covers. Customers able to afford items from this floor were considered significant patrons, each accompanied by a dedicated staff member to retrieve any items of interest. Arthur examined several enchanted items in succession, meticulously observing the magical arrays inscribed on each piece. The magical arrays affixed to the equipment resembled intricate patterns, and Arthur gently traced each line with his fingers, not overlooking any detail. The enchantments on these items were primarily basic and commonly used spells, such as a longsword imbued with a level 2 gold elemental sharpness spell and chainmail reinforced with a level 2 earth elemental fortification spell. Even for a novice like Arthur, the enchantment techniques and their practical effects seemed rather ordinary. However, two pieces of equipment caught Arthur's eye: a finely crafted steel spear enchanted with a level 3 wind blade spell, capable of unleashing 3 wind blades upon thrusting, and a cloak imbued with a level 3 wind elemental levitation spell, which, while not allowing the wearer to fly, enabled brief hovering, proving advantageous for evasion or high-altitude attacks. To gauge the prices, Arthur inquired about each item, only to find that these seemingly average enchanted pieces commanded astonishing prices. The longsword with the sharpness enchantment was priced at 200 gold coins, the level 5 steel spear with the wind blade spell at 500 gold coins, and the rare level 5 cloak with the levitation spell astonishingly priced at 800 gold coins. The prices of equipment increased geometrically with their levels. For instance, a Tier 1 leather armor cost 1 gold coin, while Tier 2 required 4. Arthur's own Tier 2 mercenary leather armor, due to its exquisite craftsmanship, was worth at least 5 gold coins. As for Tier 3 gear, prices soared to 15 or 16 gold coins, while the Tier 3 boots Arthur wore, enhanced through enchantment, were valued at a minimum of 35 gold coins. In the relatively remote city of Hua Ao Lei Si, enchantment prices were lower, but in Tiangong, similar equipment would be priced at least 3 times higher, around 50 gold coins. Meanwhile, Qiong remained deeply intrigued by the enchanted equipment, inspecting several items without any signs of stopping, currently toying with a pair of silver half-fingered leather gloves. How much for this piece? It seemed he indeed had a penchant for silver. If the young master is interested, it can be yours for 50 gold coins. Xiong's expression turned cold. Are you jesting with me? The nearby attendant quickly smiled apologetically. If the young master finds it expensive, I can consult the manager. Perhaps 40 gold coins may suffice. Xiong's demeanor soured further, and he angrily retorted, this price is an insult to the enchanter of this equipment. Why is it that other enchanted items are priced at a minimum of 200 gold coins, yet this one is only 50? Are you deliberately undermining that enchanter? The attendant was taken aback, realizing that this young master was dissatisfied with the low price assigned to the item. He hastily clarified, young master, you misunderstand. Our shop has always prioritized credibility. We price it at 50 gold coins because it is genuinely worth that amount. You see, the primary material used for these gloves is sourced from a Tier 3 magical beast, the Ice Snow Fox, thus it can only be classified as Tier 3 equipment. The magical array inscribed is merely a level 1 mist spell, rendering these gloves superficially splendid but ultimately lacking substance. Superficially splendid? You completely fail to grasp the genius enchanter's intent. The mist spell can cleanse a mage's body and robe at any time, allowing them to maintain a refreshed spirit and elegant appearance, serving a purpose far beyond that of ordinary attack and defense spells. The attendant, quick-witted, immediately concurred with a smile. Young master, you are absolutely correct. We lack the understanding of this equipment's unique effects. Waving his hand, Xiong declared, never mind, I shall take these gloves. I am willing to pay 200 gold coins. The attendant's face revealed hesitation. I must consult the manager. Our shop has always valued its reputation. If the young master wishes to pay more, I cannot arbitrarily decide to charge you extra. Who says the extra money is for your shop? If you price it at 50 gold coins, then charge me 50. As for the additional amount, please ensure it reaches the enchanter of this equipment and inform him that I wish to be the first to know of any future brilliant ideas or exceptional enchanted items. Please wait. I will inquire with the manager right away. The attendant dashed downstairs without waiting for Xiong's follow-up, possibly encountering the most peculiar customer in his experience as a salesperson. Arthur observed the entire exchange, nearly unable to suppress his laughter. Yet he did not view Xiong as foolish. Perhaps Xiong was simply more sincere or genuine. He merely assigned what he believed to be the appropriate value to the enchanted item. At that moment, the attendant who had initially received them approached Arthur to inform him that the items he requested were ready. Having gained a general understanding of the market for enchanted equipment, Arthur had no desire to continue browsing. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiong, he descended the stairs. This time, Arthur required a substantial quantity, and the Tiangong weapons shop would send someone to deliver the goods shortly. As Arthur and Morar emerged from the weapons shop empty-handed, night had fully enveloped the surroundings. Where shall we go now? Allow me to introduce you to the nightlife of the royal city, Morar suggested with a mischievous grin. No, let us return early. I have classes tomorrow morning, Arthur declined decisively. Morar, taken aback by Arthur's prompt refusal, hesitated before saying, very well, let us head back. I know a shortcut. Chapter 53. Who is the fool? Morar guided Arthur through winding alleys, their conversation flowing as they walked. Arthur discovered that this rotund fellow was indeed an intriguing character, possessing unique insights on various matters that starkly contrasted with Arthur's own experiences. Environment shapes destiny. While Arthur struggled for survival in the orc camp, Morar, born into a merchant family, had already learned to leverage resources for profit. Suddenly, Morar halted, gazing earnestly into Arthur's eyes, and asked, Arthur, have you ever acted against your own conscience? Arthur nodded. From birth, individuals are constrained by myriad rules, and the journey of growth is a battle against these societal norms. No one can act solely according to their true inclinations. Mature individuals compromise their principles to adapt to the rules, striving for a better existence, while the obstinate resist fiercely, often resulting in wounds that mar their very being. In the pursuit of survival or an improved life, one is frequently compelled, whether by circumstance or choice, to act against their conscience, and I am no exception. Arthur, I apologize. I was compelled. Morar suddenly bowed deeply to him. Before Arthur could react to this unexpected gesture, shadows emerged from the darkness, encircling him. Morar, well done this time. There will be no need to pay the protection fee for these past months. A familiar voice echoed from the shadows. Arthur furrowed his brow in annoyance, his gaze fixed intently on Morar. I apologize, Morar reiterated, then swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. What a narrow fate. We meet again. The blond youth emerged from the throng, his pallid visage starkly illuminated by the dim lights. Having suffered 2 humiliating defeats at Arthur's hands, he regarded these encounters as lifelong disgraces. Particularly after the last incident, where Arthur had delivered a crippling blow to his abdomen, nearly costing him his life. Were it not for the timely intervention of a high-ranking mage summoned by his family, he would have been bedridden for 3 months. Arthur surveyed his surroundings. This time, over 20 individuals surrounded him, including several seasoned warriors in their 30s and 40s, in addition to the middle-aged fighter from before. Generally, a warrior's level correlates with age, suggesting these individuals might match the middle-aged warrior's prowess. Pleading for mercy would yield no reprieve. Instead, one must fight to instill fear in their adversaries, and even in death, drag the enemy down with them, ensuring the price is steep and unbearable, thus creating a glimmer of hope for survival. Drawing his great sword from his back, Arthur bent slightly, his gaze locked onto the blonde youth, preparing for a desperate struggle. This time, no one can save you. Today, I shall watch them dismantle you, declared the blonde youth with a malevolent glare. Would my intervention count? A calm voice emerged from the crowd's periphery. The voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Outside the throng, a striking youth clad in white stood beneath the dim light, observing the scene with serene composure. Xiong, this matter does not concern you. It would be wise to avoid trouble. The blonde youth evidently recognized one of the peculiar new students. It was initially unrelated to me, but since fate has intertwined our paths, it has now become my concern. The blonde youth sneered, deeming him a fool. Do you truly believe you possess the ability to save him? Xiong, unfazed, returned the sneer before a powerful surge of magical energy erupted from his hand, illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance. As the light dimmed, everyone discovered they remained unscathed, with Xiong now holding an unfurled magical scroll. The impression magic scroll, sealed with a level 10 magic of light restoration, had but one purpose: to record a segment of footage which could be replayed upon activation. I believe you are familiar with it. If I present this to the Academy, attacking a student of the Bloodlight Royal Academy is tantamount to assaulting a government official. A grave offense. In the Kingdom of Isaac, such actions are met with severe punishment, and King Strelch is known for his stringent application of the law. Even nobles would not escape unscathed upon verification of guilt. The blonde youth gasped in shock. Are you out of your mind? That scroll is worth 1,000 gold coins, and you would use it to save someone utterly unrelated. The impression magic scroll is extraordinarily rare, not only because only high-level light mages can craft it, but also due to its connection to principles of time magic, which is deemed a forbidden domain, making its success rate exceedingly low. It is typically reserved for recording significant events such as the arrival of miracles or the coronation of kings and popes. Yet here it was, wielded by Xiong to preserve evidence. Xiong smiled gently. I am delighted. Surrounded by foes, Arthur felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Indeed, Xiong was endearingly foolish. You seek your own demise. Do not blame others. The blonde youth gestured, and 3 figures surged from the encirclement towards Xiong. Their movements were swift, revealing them to be seasoned warriors. Before Xiong could retreat more than a few steps, the trio had formed a triangle, trapping him. Fools remain fools. You cannot escape. And I wonder what use your magical scroll will be now. Useless? You shall regret underestimating it. As Xiong spoke, he waved his hand, summoning a colossal fire dragon that roared forth. Level 7 magic, fire dragon spell. The warriors encircling Arthur hastily evaded to either side. This was no mere fireball from a level 2 mage. Even seasoned warriors would be reduced to ashes in an instant if consumed by the dragon. Casual as it was, Xiong discarded the protective scroll that had once saved Adeline's life. With another flourish of his hand, a deluge of fiery rain cascaded from above, indiscriminately engulfing a radius of 100 meters. Level 4 magic, fire rain spell. Those who dodged too slowly found themselves scorched by the falling embers. Cries of agony erupting in unison. Kill him, the blonde youth bellowed in desperation. Before the seasoned warriors could close the distance, 3 fiery shields rapidly spun around Xiong, creating an impenetrable barrier. Level 5 fire magic, rotating fire shield. Explosive fireballs and earth fire spells were unleashed in rapid succession, as Xiong seemed to hurl money without restraint, each spell scroll being of 4th level or higher. The cheapest explosive fireball scroll cost 50 gold coins, while the level 7 fire dragon spell scroll was worth 500. This was not a battle, it was a lavish expenditure. In mere moments, he had unleashed 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins. The erupting flames illuminated the sky, visible from several blocks away. Young master, we must leave. The commotion is too great. If trouble arises, even the Lord cannot protect us. I will not leave. Charge in and kill him. Let us see how many more magical scrolls he possesses. Before the middle-aged warrior could protest, he seized the blonde youth and turned to flee. The others followed suit, scattering in various directions. Observing the fleeing figures and the raging flames, Arthur felt as though he were in a dream. That individual had single-handedly resolved the situation. Thank you for saving me. Arthur's appearance was somewhat disheveled, having been singed in several places by Cheong's indiscriminate assault. Yet he did not forget to express his gratitude at the first opportunity. Cheong waved her hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for gratitude, but insisted that Arthur must repay her for the cost of the magical scrolls. Arthur gazed at her in astonishment, realizing that she was not foolish at all. Chapter 54. An uninvited confrontation. Moral spent the night, plagued by nightmares, each one featuring Arthur, bloodied and seeking vengeance. Ultimately, he was pulled from his slumber by the sound of a magical communication device. He had a practical magic class to attend that morning. With 2 dark circles under his eyes, Moral steeled himself to leave his room, anxiety gnawing at him as he wondered if he would encounter Arthur today. As Moral opened the door, a smiling face appeared before him. Before he could process the shock, Arthur slipped through the door and without a word, threw a punch that landed squarely on Moral's eye. Taken completely off guard, Moral fell backward. As a wizard, once Moral was in close proximity, he was utterly defenseless. Arthur mounted him and unleashed a flurry of punches, raining down blows on his face and body like a torrential downpour. Moral cried out for help. Someone, help me. However, Arthur had closed the door behind him, and the soundproofing in the wizard's quarters ensured that even the smallest commotion would not reach others. Even if Moral screamed until his throat was raw, no one would hear him. Arthur said nothing, his fists relentlessly targeting the most painful spots on Moral's body. The louder Moral shouted, the harder Arthur struck. I was wrong. I was coerced. Please spare me. Moral began to plead incessantly. Arthur continued, driving Moral to the brink of tears, blood streaming from his nose and mingling with his tears. Finally, when Moral could no longer produce a sound, Arthur ceased his assault and stood up. Moral lay on the ground, groaning softly, unable to rise. Arthur cast a water sphere spell, which burst upon Moral's head, startling him awake. Get up. Moral struggled for what felt like an eternity before managing to sit up halfway. Do you understand why I struck you? Moral dared not meet Arthur's gaze, merely nodding repeatedly. Speak. Why did you betray me? It was Kaleo who forced me. He extorts a protection fee from me every month. If I refuse to comply, he not only threatens me, but also jeopardizes our family's business. Who is Kaleo? Arthur was momentarily bewildered. You don't know who Kaleo is? Moral looked equally perplexed, having fought him 3 times without knowing his name. Are you referring to that blonde lad? Arthur felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling that he had never allowed the other to fully state his name. Kaleo is the 3rd grandson of Marquis Garfield. The Marquis is the deputy commander of the city guard, responsible for the defense and security of the eastern district of the royal city. Arthur had no clear understanding of the deputy commander's position. He scoffed. So he's just a 3rd grandson? Moral blinked at Arthur, unable to discern whether he was fearless or ignorant. Our family's business in the royal city relies heavily on the protection of Marquis Garfield. If he were to lift a finger, our salt trade could come to an abrupt halt. I am truly compelled. Moral continued to explain. Arthur crouched down, poking Moral's forehead with his finger. I hit you merely to ensure you remember that you are not the only one who should be feared. Mistakes come with consequences. Now tell me how you intend to compensate for the losses you caused me. Moral was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the confrontation was far from over. Arthur inquired, how much do you pay Kaleo in protection fees each month? 200 gold coins. That is utterly unjust. Arthur fumed inwardly, recalling how hard Tony and Angus had labored for an entire year to earn the same amount. It was merely pocket change for the wealthy offspring of noble families. Starting this month, your protection fee will be paid to me. What about Kaleo? Arthur seized Moral by the collar, a cold smile spreading across his face. I will speak to him. It cannot be that he always seeks me out. Moral emerged from the room with dark circles under his eyes, his face swollen like a pig's head, his eyes barely able to open a slit. Arthur leisurely followed behind him. Could you move a bit faster? If you dawdle any longer, we'll miss our practical magic class. Are you truly determined to confront him directly? I am not like Kaleo, who resorts to underhanded tactics. If we are to settle this, we must do so openly and honorably. After all, we face the same fate. Let us deal with this matter first. Moral gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Unlike the magical students who resided in the magic tower, those at Weiyun Hall lived in lofts, shared between 2 students. At that moment, Arthur and Moral stood before a 7-story loft. Occasionally, passing students cast curious glances at them, as it was rare for a wizard to venture into the martial arts hall. Does he live in this building? Should I call him down? Yes. I'll go up and summon him. Arthur seized Moral's arm. Shout from here, but make it louder. Remember, we are here to challenge him, not to make friends. Moral took a deep breath, summoning his courage, and began to shout towards the upper floors. Kaleo, come down. Arthur is here to challenge you. Moral's sudden outburst shattered the tranquility of Weiyun Hall, causing nearby students to halt in their tracks, while windows above creaked open as curious onlookers leaned out. Arthur remained unsatisfied. That was insufficient. Do you want me to teach you how to insult someone with my fists? Stealing a glance at Arthur's clenched fists, Moral finally cast aside all reservations and yelled, Kaleo, do you dare to accept the challenge? Hurry down, you cowardly scoundrel. Perhaps previously, some had not paid attention to what Moral was shouting, but this time, his unabashed insults drew the attention of everyone around. Windows flew open one after another, and the crowd below swelled, filled with murmurs of speculation. What are they doing? Challenging Kaleo? Are they insane? No wizard freshman has ever dared to provoke us. Look at that guy with the massive sword. He is one of the 4 oddities of this cohort, the sword-wielding wizard. The surrounding students were abuzz with chatter, as such a spectacle had never occurred in the annals of Blood Yao Royal Academy, where wizards had never before challenged martial arts students. The reasoning was simple. In one-on-one encounters, wizards invariably met with ruin against equally matched warriors. While wizards possessed greater destructive potential, they required time to construct magical arrays and maintain distance, whereas in a direct confrontation, warriors would never afford wizards the space or time to cast spells. Kaleo, you coward. Spineless wretch, a petty schemer who only knows how to play tricks behind people's backs. As Moral unleashed his tirade, he grew louder and more invigorated, releasing all the pent-up grievances he had endured at Kaleo's hands. Amidst Moral's scathing insults, a furious, reddening face appeared at the base of the loft, charging towards him. Chapter 55. A battle to earn renown. Kaleo had never endured such a profound insult. As the grandson of a marquis, he had been elevated beyond reproach since childhood. However, ever since encountering Arthur, his misfortunes had begun. Not only had he faced humiliation at Arthur's hands, but now he found himself confronted and ridiculed by the entire academy. Having long cast aside the academy's regulations, he lunged at Moral, intent on retaliating. Caught off guard, Moral was unprepared, but Arthur had been vigilantly watching the loft's entrance. As Kaleo burst forth, Arthur moved almost simultaneously, intercepting Kaleo's incoming punch with one of his own. Both combatants' fists were enveloped in fighting spirit. Yet the distinction lay in the fact that Arthur, a level 3 warrior, could only allow his fighting spirit to emanate faintly, a delicate crimson glow encasing the tips of his fists. In contrast, Kaleo, a level 4 battle officer, had mastered the art of separating his fighting spirit from his body. A cerulean orb of considerable size, akin to a watermelon, enveloped his fists. The 2 fists, one large and one small, collided with tremendous force. Arthur staggered back 3 steps to dissipate the impact, while Kaleo similarly retreated 3 steps. The onlookers erupted in astonishment, shocked that Arthur, a mage, possessed fighting spirit and had managed to hold his own against Kaleo despite being a mere level 3 warrior. Arthur's ability to withstand Kaleo's assault was attributed to his superior physical conditioning, a testament to the grueling training he had endured under Randall's tutelage over the past 3 years. The Bloodlight Royal Academy was known not only for its eccentricities, but also for its formidable and unusual prowess. Kid, you escaped yesterday. Today, don't think you can run. Kaleo's gaze was as lethal as a predator's, fixated on Arthur. In return, Arthur coolly regarded Kaleo. You lofty individuals often mistake others' forbearance for fear. Today, I shall demonstrate that in my eyes, you are nothing. With that, Arthur dismissed any further dialogue and launched a punch aimed directly at Kaleo's throat. A lethal strike intended to end the confrontation. The earlier clash had already revealed to Kaleo that he did not possess the upper hand in strength. Thus, he deftly sidestepped Arthur's thrust, simultaneously delivering a kick to Arthur's midsection. A battle officer not only possessed greater strength, but also swifter speed, which prompted Kaleo to alter his tactic, seeking to overwhelm Arthur with agility and technique. However, what he did not anticipate was that Arthur would not evade, instead retaliating with a fierce blow to Kaleo's abdomen. Both assailant strikes met their targets simultaneously. Arthur stumbled sideways from the impact of the kick, nearly losing his balance. While Kaleo bent forward, his body racked with excruciating pain. In this exchange of injuries, Arthur's strike to Kaleo's abdomen was evidently more brutal. Without granting Kaleo a moment's respite, Arthur lunged forward, aiming a punch at his temple. Kaleo, gritting his teeth against the pain, retreated rapidly, while Arthur stepped in, executing a flying kick aimed at Kaleo's chin. In response, Kaleo crossed his arms to shield his chin, forcefully striking down at Arthur's ankle. Arthur, instead of retreating, transformed his kick into a stomp directed at Kileao's abdomen. Should that stomp connect, it would surely rupture Kileao's insides. With no choice left, Kileao was compelled to retreat once more. Arthur's relentless assault pursued Kileao's vital points. Should Arthur gain the upper hand, Kileao would find it impossible to recover. Apart from a few sporadic exchanges, he was left dodging, resulting in an increasingly desperate predicament. Are you certain that lad is a mage? His martial prowess is more ferocious than that of a warrior. Kileao, stop dodging and confront him. What a disgrace. Allowing a mage to best him. Various murmurs arose from the crowd, each word cutting deeper into Kileao's pride. Suddenly, he let out a roar. Enduring Arthur's punch to his chest, and the entirety of his fighting spirit erupted forth, he was determined to fight back. Clenching his fists together, he channeled all his fighting spirit into a massive cerulean orb, unleashing it with ferocity, akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey. The technique, Mighty Tiger Strike, drew upon all his fighting spirit for a single powerful blow, an unstoppable force akin to a tiger descending from the mountain. As Kileao's fighting spirit surged, Arthur sensed the impending danger. As the Mighty Tiger Strike was unleashed, he began to retreat, swiftly positioning his enormous sword before him. The colossal cerulean orb collided with the blade almost instantaneously. The orb detonated, sending Arthur hurtling backward, landing several meters away. After that decisive blow, Kileao knelt on the ground, gazing at the unmoving Arthur in the distance, a smile creeping onto his face. The arena fell silent. Had the battle truly concluded? That nearly cost me my life. Arthur sprang to his feet, spitting a mouthful of bloodied saliva onto the ground. Kileao's smile faltered. He attempted to rise, but was met with failure. The recent attack having depleted all his fighting spirit, he would not have the chance to stand again. As Arthur approached, a punch struck Kileao's chin, accompanied by a sound of cracking bone, sending him collapsing backward. Arthur's foot then landed upon Kileao's face, slowly rotating, crushing down. I told you in my presence. You are nothing. Arthur's gaze remained tranquil, as if he were merely performing a mundane task. The humiliation was stark and unadulterated. What had begun as a minor altercation at the academy gates had spiraled to such an extent. The root of this humiliation lay in Kileao's pride, which could not accept being repeatedly bested by a mere country bumpkin, culminating in this public disgrace of being trampled by Arthur. Before Arthur could savor the fruits of victory, he was suddenly seized by the collar and lifted off the ground. I warned you against fighting within the academy. Arthur quickly donned a smile. Professor Ogu, we were merely sparring. If you don't set me down soon, I shall be late for my magic practical class. Magic practical? What you need now is to be confined. Professor Ogu disregarded Arthur's protest, lifting Kileao with his other hand. Among the onlookers, a dark-skinned youth stood alone at a distance, observing Arthur being taken away by Professor Ogu. His eyes gleaming with keen interest. What a fascinating individual. At the Garfield Marquisate, the elderly Marquis, his hair completely white, sat upright in the hall. His robust frame clad in resplendent robes. His brow furrowed slightly, eyes alight with vigor. Even at his advanced age, he remained at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Beside the old Marquis sat a man and a woman, both middle-aged. The man remained silent, while the woman quietly wept. The Marquis's frown deepened. He had earned his face and dignity through hard work, and to return home only to weep after being struck was intolerable. The Garfield family had no place for such weakness. Suddenly, the middle-aged man lifted his head to explain, Father, Kileao has suffered a few injuries and some indignities. It is a minor matter, merely being trampled upon. Who did this? Have you determined who it was? The old Marquis inquired with a stoic expression. A country bumpkin. The middle-aged man replied quietly. Nonsense. The Marquis rarely resorted to vulgarity. Kileao perceives him as a country bumpkin. And you, his father, concur? Do you think no one with influence can enter Bloodlight Academy? The middle-aged man bowed his head once more, not daring to retort. Investigate who issued that child's letter of recommendation. The Marquis directed the steward standing behind him. Chapter 56. Strong-armed recruitment. When Arthur next beheld the morning sun, it was 2 days later. Due to the severity of the incident, Professor Ogu had shown no mercy this time, confining both Arthur and Kileao in a dark, claustrophobic cell for a full 2 days. The greatest punishment of confinement lay in the loneliness of being unable to communicate with the outside world. Prolonged isolation could drive a person to madness. However, the professor's punishment had not yielded the desired effect on Arthur. The undisturbed confines allowed him to immerse himself in the practice of Danyang refining spirit and magical meditation. Arthur awoke only once to replenish his food and water. And in the blink of an eye, the 2 days had passed. Emerging from the confinement, Arthur was invigorated and brimming with fighting spirit, a stark contrast to the languid Kilao beside him. Were it not for their simultaneous emergence from confinement, one might have doubted if Arthur had truly been imprisoned. From now on, every time I see you, I will strike you. To Arthur's astonishment, he had threatened Chilao. Get lost. If you dare to brawl in the academy again, it won't merely be a 2-day confinement. Professor Ogu reprimanded Arthur sternly. Boss. Morar hurriedly approached. What brings you here? Who is your boss? Arthur looked utterly perplexed. Did I not pay you protection fees? From today onwards, I shall follow you. Morar grinned mischievously. Follow me. Are you not afraid that Chilao will retaliate against your family's business? You are unaware, but Chilao has suffered a tremendous loss this time. The old Marquis has made it clear that the Garfield family does not tolerate incompetence. He must regain the lost honor on his own and will not be permitted to utilize any family resources. Morar said gleefully. This outcome was indeed unexpected for Arthur. He had anticipated facing Chilao's more frenzied vengeance. Without the backing of the Garfield family, Chilao was truly inconsequential in Arthur's eyes. Boss, you have no idea. Your exploits have spread throughout the academy these past few days. No sorcerer has ever dared to challenge a martial artist in Wuyun Hall one-on-one. Not only did you win, but you also trampled Chilao underfoot. It was simply magnificent. Morar's excitement grew with each word. Observing Morar's fervent gaze, Arthur suddenly felt a chill. This fellow's attitude had shifted too rapidly, forgetting how he had previously beaten him. Boss, let us celebrate. I shall treat you to a meal. Morar suddenly proposed. The mention of food sparked a thought in Arthur, prompting him to dash towards his magical tower. Boss, don't run. You won't have to spend a dime. I'll treat you. Morar chased after him. Arthur abruptly flung open the door to his room, realizing that during his sudden disappearance these past 2 days, Arno had gone without food for 2 days, as he would never take the risk of venturing outside. Hearing the door open, Arno turned his head. Apart from his pale complexion and bloodshot eyes, he appeared otherwise unchanged. Arthur felt relieved. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances and was unable to return. You haven't eaten anything, have you? Arno scratched his head, responding, Eat? I forgot. This fellow is even more relentless than himself. Perhaps only someone with such dedication could ultimately become the most formidable sorcerer. Arthur silently marveled. Arno, look. I succeeded. Arno joyfully presented a piece of armor to Arthur. A palm-sized magical array was engraved on the chest of the armor, with a modest magical crystal embedded at its center, mysterious magical light flowing across the armor. What is this? Let me see. A large hand reached out from behind Arthur, snatching the armor away. Both Arthur and Arno were momentarily stunned. In his haste, Arthur had forgotten to close the door, not anticipating that Morar would follow him in. What is so interesting about a piece of enchanted equipment? The creator of this must be a fool to enchant a level 1 armor. Moreover, the lines of the magical array are uneven. It's clearly the work of a novice. Morar chattered incessantly. Arno exchanged swift glances with Arthur. The secrets of the enchanter must not be divulged, and a murderous glint began to surface in Arno's eyes. Boss, where did you acquire this enchanted armor? It couldn't possibly have been made by your little attendant, could it? Morar inquired, blissfully unaware. Indeed, it was crafted by Arno. He is still a novice and is somewhat clumsy with his techniques, Arthur replied, his expression unchanging. Morar exhibited an incredulous expression, exclaiming, Boss, I was just joking. I didn't expect it to actually be his creation. Boss, you are truly remarkable. To have an enchanter as an attendant is impressive. I am definitely sticking with you. Is being an enchanter that impressive? Arthur continued to probe. Of course, a dual-element sorcerer. One can only become an enchanter with the Church's consent. How did he manage to pass the Church's scrutiny at such a young age? Although Arno was of the same age as Arthur, his small stature made him appear merely 12 or 13, which elicited Morar's astonishment. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about enchanters? A hint of coldness crept into Arthur's tone. Morar, oblivious, responded proudly. Which enchanter from the Church is your master? Perhaps I know them. I have no master. Nor have I reported to the Church. I figured it out on my own, Arno retorted, glaring at Morar. If you haven't reported to the Church, then it would be dire if they found out. Morar muttered. Arthur and Arno remained silent, and Morar, noticing the hostile gazes directed at him, realized he had spoken out of turn. Morar rubbed his hands together, awkwardly stating, Boss, rest assured, I will not report your attendant to the Church. How can I trust you? After all, you have betrayed me once before, Arthur replied softly. I can swear, but oaths hold no meaning for one lacking credibility. Boss, if you do not trust me, there is nothing I can do. However, as long as it is within my capability, I shall do whatever you ask, Morar declared. thumping his chest. I recall that you are a gold element sorcerer, correct? Utilize alchemy to extract all the metals from that pile of discarded equipment in the corner. Extracting metals? I can do that. Morar was taken aback by the simplicity of Arthur's request and promptly scampered over to the pile of discarded equipment to begin his work. Arno looked at Arthur with a questioning gaze, evidently not grasping Arthur's intentions. Arthur offered no explanation and silently observed Morar from behind. Morar was indeed inept. After extracting only 5 pieces of equipment, he had exhausted his magical energy and exclaimed, "Let me rest for a moment. I need to recover my magic before continuing." "Do you know what you are doing?" Arthur suddenly asked from behind him. "Isn't it just extracting a few pieces of equipment?" Morar replied dismissively. "Show him, Arno." Arthur instructed. Arno raised his hand, enveloping the piece of armor Morar had previously held in a cloud of black mist. As the black mist dissipated, the surface of the armor was instantly riddled with pits, the magical array engraved upon it completely destroyed. This magic is called dark corrosion. Cold sweat began to trickle down Morar's back. He had never encountered a dark sorcerer, but he had heard of dark magic. Even more terrifying was the Church's ruthless treatment of dark sorcerers and those associated with them. The pieces of equipment you just extracted all bear the aura of dark magic. Thank you for helping us eliminate the dark magical presence upon them. Arthur whispered in Morar's ear. Assisting a dark sorcerer is a grave crime that implicates entire families. No one dares to step forward to bear such a burden. Arthur patted Morar on the shoulder from behind, saying, "You can freely call me boss now. We are all in this together." Chapter 57. All are growing. Arthur could not bring himself to silence Morar, and the only remaining option was to recruit him. Additionally, Arthur had other considerations. The mass sale of successfully crafted enchanted equipment would also pose a problem, as neither he nor Arno was suited for such exposure. However, bringing Morar into the fold would immediately solve the procurement of equipment and the subsequent sale of enchanted items, which required frequent public appearances. "Have you made your decision?" Arthur smiled at Morar. Morar's complexion was pale, and his lips trembled slightly. "Do I have a choice?" "Yes, formally joining or being silenced now." "That is no choice at all," Morar muttered under his breath. Arthur remained calm, watching him intently. Morar let out a long sigh. "So what are the conditions for joining?" "Don't expect me to work for free. This is akin to walking into a fire. You will not need to pay protection fees anymore. That won't do. Enchanted equipment does not require taxes paid to the church, and reselling it yields 2 to 3 times the profit. My measly protection fee is insignificant compared to that. My condition for joining is that I must participate in the distribution of profits." The mercenary nature of Morar was immediately laid bare, a quality conspicuously lacking in Arthur and Arno. A fleeting glance exchanged between Arthur and Arno culminated in a shared smile. "Until now, Arno and I had never deliberated on the distribution of our earnings. Given your proposal, we can now establish a fair allocation. Arno and I shall each claim 40% of the profits from equipment enchantments, while you will receive 20%. We will handle the enchanting of the equipment, whereas you will oversee the procurement and sale of the enchanted items." Morar's eyes darted before he extended his hand in agreement. "It is settled then. You two shall take the lion's share for your mastery of the core techniques. I have no objections. Let us seal the deal." Their hands stacked atop one another in unison. "Your private venture into enchanting equipment is simply brilliant. I must say, we should proceed with this." Morar enthusiastically embraced his role. With the potential pitfalls concerning Morar now addressed, Arthur enjoyed a rare period of tranquility within the Blood Glory Academy. His days were filled with timely classes, immersing himself in the vast ocean of magical theories, while nights were dedicated to mana meditation and refining his spirit through Danyang. As his martial and magical energies steadily accumulated, Arthur experienced both the joy and anguish of his endeavors. His leisure time was wholly devoted to the lucrative path of becoming an enchanter. After Arno successfully enchanted for 3 days, Arthur completed his first piece, and from that moment, an unending stream of enchanted equipment began to materialize. Becoming an enchanter did not detract from Arthur and Arno's training as mages. The process of depleting and then replenishing their accumulated mana through meditation was, in fact, a crucial aspect of a mage's growth. The mana Arthur gathered in a single night was sufficient to enchant 3 pieces of equipment. The enchanted items produced daily by the duo were under Morar's stewardship for sale, and he truly exhibited a genius for business. To obscure his extensive procurement of equipment, he even invested his own funds to establish a small weapon shop named San E in a remote alley, hiring a young assistant to openly sell weapons and gear. This obscure shop struggled to make a single sale in days, with the lad often dozing on the counter. Morar leveraged the San weapon shop to procure weapons and equipment in bulk, driving the price of Tier 3 equipment down to an average of 12 or 13 gold coins due to the large quantities involved. After enchanting, these items could be sold for 40 to 50 gold coins. The church mandated that every shop selling enchanted equipment must register the name of the enchanter. Thus, Arthur and Arno's enchanted items could not be openly sold. Consequently, Morar resorted to the black market, where prices were reduced to around 35 gold coins. Even so, after deducting the costs of crystal powder and mana storage crystals, the profit from a single enchanted item reached 20 gold coins. With Arthur and Arno producing 6 enchanted items each day, this translated to a daily profit of 120 gold coins, allowing Arthur to pocket nearly 50 gold coins daily, amounting to 15,000 gold coins in a year. Just months prior, such a sum had been unfathomable for Arthur, surpassing the annual commission earned by the Blue Orchid mercenary group. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. As Arthur's magical prowess grew, so too would the caliber of the equipment he could enchant. While the profession of enchanter is indeed lucrative, it pales in comparison to the exorbitant profits earned by Arthur and Arno. The church collects a third of the profits, and the weapon shop responsible for sales also takes its cut, resulting in the enchanters receiving less than half of what Arthur and Arno earn. High rewards are invariably accompanied by high risks. Should any part of the process falter, drawing the attention of the church or others, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Yet, the young men were not preoccupied with such distant concerns. They reveled in the joy that immense wealth brought, savoring their tranquil and fulfilling academic pursuits. This period marked a rare interlude of peace in their lives. In the Pances Orc wilderness, at the Lalas Valley, the last rays of the setting sun were about to fade, and darkness was poised to envelop the valley. A robust figure emerged slowly from the valley's entrance, his elongated shadow stretching into the shadows of the gorge. "Leon, you have returned." An elder of the lion tribe, with a broad nose and mouth, hastily stepped out from a grand tent pitched at the valley's mouth. "Grandfather, I have broken through." Leon's gaze was icy and filled with murderous intent, a stark contrast to the person who had entered the valley. The elder surveyed Leon with satisfaction. "Becoming an orc warrior is merely your starting point. Your future adversaries will be far more formidable than the beasts within the valley, for they are more treacherous and cunning." "Grandfather, what should I do next?" "Having become an orc warrior, you are now qualified to assemble your own hunting team. I have already arranged the initial members for you." As the elder spoke, 2 orcs, one male and one female, emerged from the massive tent behind him. The male orc was tall and powerful, bare-chested, wielding a massive wolf fawn club as thick as a thigh. The female orc, petite yet voluptuous, was clad in intricate black leather armor that accentuated her curves and vitality. Upon seeing the female orc, Leon's icy demeanor softened, filled with affection. "Shara, little master, you have grown and become an orc warrior like your father." Shara's genuine smile radiated warmth and joy akin to that of a mother. "Shara and the Tyrannosaurus warrior Long Dong will assist you in forming your hunting team. They will be your most trusted allies." Upon the elder's words, Shara and Long Dong knelt simultaneously, using a sharp blade to draw a line across their foreheads, allowing blood to flow. "By the beast god, I, Shara, Long Dong, swear by my ancestors' names to follow Lord Leon for all my days." Leon too took a blade and made a mark on his forehead, dipping his middle finger in his blood and touching it to Shara and Long Dong's foreheads. The mingling of blood and oaths sealed their allegiance. Should any of them betray their vow, the beast god and ancestors would be enraged, and their souls would find no peace in death. This was the most solemn oath of loyalty among the orcs, binding them for life to their sworn master. "Grandfather, I must take my leave. When I return, I shall bring back an orc warrior from a tribe. I advise you to head towards the human borders." Increasing indications reveal that a new war between us and the humans is imminent. For 3 full months, Arthur did not step beyond the academy's confines. His life revolved solely between his room and the classroom. Arno found little opportunity to leave his quarters, the absence of sunlight rendering his complexion even paler. Yet, Arno relished this state, free from the church's pursuit, able to sleep soundly each night, and receiving copies of Arthur's magical notes from class. Arthur was unaware of the dark magic legacy, but it likely paled in comparison to the systematic teaching of magical theories at Bloodglory Academy. Thus, Arno cherished Arthur's notes, often seeking his insight on the many elements he did not comprehend. The inquiries and perspectives Arno presented from the standpoint of dark magic often illuminated Arthur's understanding, rendering complex magical principles clear and simple. This world is inherently composed of light and darkness. Among the 12 schools of magic, Light and dark magic form the foundation of magical theory. The Church's deliberate suppression and distortion of the dark magic legacy over millennia have rendered the entire magical theoretical system incomplete. The two youths were yet unaware that their unintentional exchanges had unlocked the doors sealed by the Church, merging light and dark and leading directly to the source of magic. Regarding the interaction between Moeller and Arno, Moeller has always been indifferent. Apart from his interests in commerce and gourmet cuisine, he rarely indulges in meditation, as becoming a formidable sorcerer has never been his aspiration. I'm heading out for a stroll. Upon seeing Arthur and Arno engrossed in the intricate design of a magic circle, the bored Moeller greeted them and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, I'll accompany you. And Arno should join us as well, Arthur suddenly called out to Moeller. Moeller was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. Exactly, Chief. Now that we're somewhat affluent, it's time to indulge. Where do you wish to go? I know a particularly fascinating place that will broaden your horizons. Moeller's enthusiasm was palpable, but Arthur swiftly interrupted. Articulating his aim, I want to find a sizable trading house to send some money. Some of the larger trading houses on the continent of Baylund can provide services such as loans, storage, and money transfers to select clients, resembling the nascent form of modern banking. In practice, clients deposit money into any branch of the trading house, which then communicates via magical means with the branch closest to the payee. That branch dispenses the funds to the recipient and later reconciles accounts with the originating branch. That sounds dull. Moeller immediately lost interest. Are you coming with me or not? Of course I'll go. How could I dare not accompany the chief? Moeller replied cheekily. I think I'll skip it. You must come, or you'll suffocate in this room. Arthur insisted, dragging Arno out of the room. Once outside the academy, Moeller led the two to the bustling main commercial street, the most vibrant location in the entire Ice Kingdom. Majestic buildings lined the wide streets, where pedestrians and carriages flowed like a river, and the diverse forms of splendid beasts were harnessed to carts, while passers-by donned extravagant attire. Fortunately, before their outing, Arthur and Arno had heeded Moeller's advice and donned new battle gear and robes, making them less conspicuous on the streets. Moeller guided them to a quaint three-story building adorned with intricate carvings, pointing at the golden plaque inscribed with Hungtong Trading House. This is the second largest trading house in the kingdom, and many of our business dealings are with them. I must say, when it comes to sending money, always choose a large trading house. They have numerous branches and a solid reputation. If you happen to choose a trading house on the verge of collapse, you might end up losing your money. Why not go to the largest trading house in the kingdom? Arno couldn't help but ask. Because they wouldn't even entertain us. Moeller replied, somewhat awkwardly. At that moment, a young and beautiful female clerk in her early 20s approached them. The level of service here was evidently a cut above that of the Tiangong weaponry house that Moeller and Arthur had previously visited. The young clerk did not exhibit any disdain for the trio's youth. Instead, she smiled and inquired, How may I assist you, gentlemen? Her professional yet charming smile made Arthur and Arno blush, as neither had any experience interacting with young women. My brother intends to send some money through your trading house. Moeller interjected, not out of a desire to rescue Arthur, but because he was drawn to the attractive young lady. The clerk nodded and led the three to a modest private room on the first floor. After serving tea, she began to inquire about Arthur's specific needs. Where would you like to send the money, and who is the recipient? She explained, for transfers within the kingdom, we charge a 10 fee. For areas outside the kingdom inhabited by humans, the fee is 15. She paused deliberately before adding, we can also assist with transfers beyond human territories. But the cost will be negotiated based on the level of risk involved. Arthur rubbed his hands together. I'm not sure where to send it or who the recipient is. The clerk, along with Moeller and Arno, was momentarily taken aback, and the clerk's expression gradually darkened. Please, don't jest. This is not a place for jokes, she said. Arthur, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, I only know the name of a village, but I don't know its location. No worries. If we have a name, we can help you find it. The clerk's smile returned. Moeller slapped his forehead. Chief, you truly are one of a kind. You want to send money to a village whose whereabouts you don't know, and you don't even know who to send it to? If you're truly flush with cash and have no place to spend it, just give it to me. I'll replace all the images of our God of Light with yours. From now on, you shall be our family deity. Get lost. Arthur kicked Moeller in annoyance. Chief, think it over. You can't squander money like this. Moeller continued to nag, without moving from his spot. Arthur rolled his eyes at Moeller. You're not grasping my meaning. I want you to leave so I can mention the village's name. Ah, so you intended to keep this from me. That's just hurtful. Moeller stormed out angrily. Arno chuckled lightly and voluntarily stepped outside. After a moment's thought, Arthur chose not to stop them. This secret was one he wished to guard alone. Chapter 59. The Thorny Rose. Arthur inadvertently uncovered a secret, triggered by the two ledgers left behind by Randall. He often reminisced about the mercenary group, recalling Captain Keynes, Edelin, Randall, and Tony, and these ledgers were the only remnants left by Randall. Hence, he frequently revisited them, both in memory and with the faint hope that perhaps Randall had left him some clue within. Over time, Arthur found no clues but stumbled upon an unexpected fact. Every 3 months, Randall consistently sent a sum of money to a village named Salonika. Each transaction ranged from 400 to 500 gold coins, accumulating nearly 2,000 gold coins over the course of a year. Without interruption throughout Arthur's 3 years with the mercenary group, Arthur was uncertain why Randall did this, but as a member of the mercenary group, he felt it was his duty to continue this practice. Particularly after acquiring wealth, this notion grew stronger. It became a form of solace, a way to preserve the essence of the mercenary group. The clerk quickly located the village's address, a small settlement situated in the northern region of the Isake Kingdom, far removed from the royal city and the territory of beastmen. Arthur handed over a sizable pouch of gold coins to the clerk, which contained his earnings from selling enchanted equipment over the preceding fortnight. Rest assured, we will ensure the money reaches its destination. For such unspecified transfers, we will deliver the funds to the village chief, the clerk assured, as she swiftly counted the coins and provided Arthur with a receipt bearing the trading house's seal. Should the trading house fail to deliver the funds, Arthur could claim compensation using this receipt. As Arthur exited the transaction room, he let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Outside the transaction room, Moeller still wore an irritated expression. Through their interactions, Arthur had come to understand Moeller's temperament, realizing he was not genuinely angry. Thus, he smiled and suggested, "Let us find a place to dine. Today, I'll treat you." "Perfect. Then let us head to the most expensive establishment on the adjacent street, the Dragon's Saliva Tower. If your money is going to waste, it's better we enjoy a meal." The mention of food instantly lifted Moeller's spirits. "Great. Let us go to the Dragon's Saliva Tower. I haven't had a proper meal since arriving in the royal city." The trio laughed and exited the trading house. To reach the Dragon's Saliva Tower from the commercial street, they needed to pass through a narrow connecting alley. Just after turning the corner, they heard the sounds of a scuffle echoing from the alleyway. From a distance, it appeared that several mercenaries were besieging 2 young girls. "Let us take another route," suggested Morar, knowing that Arthur was disinclined to interfere in others' affairs. Acting on behalf of the righteous and championing justice had never been Arthur's nature. As a mercenary, he believed in the principle that one should reap what they sow. The world was rife with injustice, and selfless acts of valor seldom bore favorable outcomes. Even rangers often remained rootless, wary of the troubles that would follow. Arthur emitted a soft sound of contemplation, but atypically continued down the alley. As they drew nearer, the combatants became clearer. One side comprised 5 burly mercenaries, with only 3 actively engaged in the fray, while the other 2 stood by with their arms crossed. The opposing side consisted of 2 petite girls, no older than 14 or 15. Behind them were 2 additional girls, one older and one younger. The older girl, around 18 or 19, wore the attire of a noble's maid, while the younger, merely 11 or 12, had already blossomed into a graceful figure. What a coincidence! How could it be her? Morar mumbled. "Do you know her?" Arthur inquired. "How could you not recognize a fellow oddity of your caliber?" Suddenly, Arthur recalled Morar's mention of the 4 great oddities of their current academy cohort, which included himself, Xiong, the formidable half-orc Su-Yi, and the Thorny Rose, Guli. Su-Yi, the illegitimate son of Prince Rex, and Guli, the youngest daughter of Duke Ross, one of the kingdom's 4 great dukes, were both noteworthy figures. Arthur scrutinized the 2 girls engaged with the mercenaries. One girl, with short chestnut red hair, was battling fiercely against the mercenaries. Tall and athletic, her long legs exuded strength, each kick slicing through the air. Despite her cold demeanor during the fight, her striking beauty was undeniable, particularly her blue eyes and well-defined nose, which made her exceedingly endearing. The other girl, a water mage wielding a staff, was slightly shorter than her chestnut-haired counterpart, with golden hair and fair skin, her features exquisitely delicate. She periodically conjured water spheres or erected water shields to aid her companions' attacks. "Which one is Guli?" Arthur asked. "Of course, it's the one in the fray. The other girl, Ni, has been in class with us for 4 months now. How could you not recognize her?" Arthur awkwardly touched his nose, admitting, "I never really paid attention." Morar suddenly fixed Arthur with a strange look. "You spend all day in a room with Arno. Do you 2 not like girls?" Arthur paused, momentarily taken aback. before unexpectedly delivering a swift kick that sent Morar crashing against the wall. Their scuffle caught the attention of the combatants, and the two mercenaries watching turned to face them. "Get lost, and don't bring trouble upon yourselves," one grunted. Arthur frowned, detecting the strong scent of alcohol emanating from the mercenaries. Were they causing a ruckus while intoxicated? Their audacity was astonishing, daring to stir chaos in the royal city. The girl named Ni recognized Arthur and Morar immediately, her face lighting up as she called, "Morar, come help." Notably, she did not call for Arthur, suggesting a closer familiarity with Morar. "Fear not, brother is here," Morar shouted as he clambered to his feet, unwilling to miss the chance for a hero's rescue. Despite his loud proclamation, he hesitated to plunge into the fray and instead positioned himself behind Arthur, gathering magical energy. As the magical elements coalesced rapidly, a golden arrow materialized between Morar's palms. The second-tier gold magic, Golden Spike Arrow, was one of the three most potent attack spells accessible to novice mages. Alongside the third-tier fire magic, Explosive Fireball, and the third-tier lightning magic, Lightning Bolt. The fact that a second-tier spell could rival third-tier spells underscored its formidable power. Morar thrust forward, sending the golden arrow hurtling directly at the mercenary facing Arthur. The mercenary unleashed his fighting spirit, catching the golden arrow mid-flight with an enveloping hand, then crushed it between his palms, dispersing it into motes of golden light. Arthur shook his head in dismay. The mightiest attack spell had been rendered ineffective by Morar's lack of speed and insufficient magical concentration. Morar, taken aback, whispered, "Boss, the opponent is too strong. Should we retreat?" Arthur shot Morar a glare. "Now you wish to retreat? It's too late. Let us proceed." Chapter 60, A Familiar Face. Once the decision to engage was made, Arthur acted without hesitation, leaping forward and delivering a punch to the face of the mercenary. Before engaging, Arthur had thoroughly assessed the situation. The three mercenaries facing Guli included one fourth-tier warrior and two third-tier warriors. The mercenaries appeared hesitant, unwilling to unleash their full strength. The moniker Thorny Rose was well-deserved. Guli fought with ferocity, her strikes sharp and relentless, embodying a desperate fighting style. With Ni, the water mage, supporting her, it would not be easy for the three mercenaries to defeat Guli swiftly. Additionally, it was likely that as offspring of noble families, Guli and her companions possessed enchanted gear and defensive fighting techniques. The remaining two mercenaries included one fourth-tier warrior, who had just neutralized Morar's golden spike arrow, while the other, who had yet to engage, was likely not above fifth tier. With Arno covertly assisting, victory in this skirmish was assured. As for Morar, Arthur chose to disregard him. His mere presence was all that was needed. The mercenaries dismissed Arthur as a threat, and as he leaped towards them, one raised a leg to strike. Arthur activated his wind boots, accelerating suddenly, evading the mercenary's kick while crashing into him, toppling him to the ground. The second mercenary, taken aback by Arthur's speed, found his comrade felled before he could react. As he swung a punch, Arthur had already turned, raising his arm to block the blow aimed at his side. Both sides swung their fists once more, but the mercenary experienced an inexplicable sense of lethargy as his punch lost its speed and power. In that fleeting moment of disparity, as the mercenary's fist grazed Arthur's face, Arthur's fist collided heavily with the mercenary's abdomen. The mercenary doubled over in pain, and Arthur swiftly followed up with a knee strike to his chin, sending him sprawling backward. Having dispatched these two mercenaries, Arthur charged into Guli's melee, kicking one mercenary down from behind, then sweeping the legs of the fourth-tier warrior as Arno's weakening spell took effect. Arthur moved like a small tiger, swiftly knocking down several mercenaries, who now lay groaning on the ground, unable to rise. Guli stared at the fallen mercenaries in bewilderment. She had scarcely registered how Arthur had dispatched them. The defeated mercenaries resembled straw men, devoid of the fervor they had displayed while fighting her. Confounded, Guli angrily kicked a few of the downed mercenaries. Unbeknownst to her, Arthur's technique was designed for chaotic combat scenarios, aiming to inflict maximum damage on the enemy in the shortest time. Once struck head-on by Arthur, a mercenary found it nearly impossible to recover. The efficiency of Arthur's attacks was further augmented by Arno's weakening spell. The duo's synergy ensured that even a fraction of a second's delay on the enemy's part would result in a decisive blow, leaving them unable to retaliate. Arthur found Guli's wrathful kicks amusing. He had never encountered a girl quite like her. In fact, he had little experience with any girls. "Thank you for your assistance." Ni approached to express her gratitude. Arthur waved his hand dismissively, and beside him, Morar immediately picked up the conversation. "Nini, did you see that magical arrow I just shot? Impressive, isn't it?" Faced with such audacity, Nini could only roll her eyes in silence, noticing Arthur still gazing at her. Gully, still fuming, retorted, "Don't expect me to thank you. I never asked for your help. I have no intention of assisting you either." Arthur disregarded Gully entirely and walked past her, inwardly scoffing, "Truly thorny." A slightly older maid standing behind Gully promptly intercepted Arthur. "What do you want?" she inquired. "What? Don't remember?" Arthur's gaze shifted past the maid to the little girl behind her. The girl paused momentarily before breaking into a surprised smile. "I remember. You are Brother Arthur. We met at the church." "Shoo." Arthur quickly interrupted her impending words. The girl realized that she shouldn't say more, playfully sticking out her tongue. "Thank you, Brother Arthur, for saving me once again. I'm so glad to see you. What are you doing here?" "I came out with Sophie to buy something. And then we ran into those drunken mercenaries. They were whistling at Sophie and saying all sorts of nonsense." The little girl blushed, clearly unable to voice the rest. "So you know each other?" Gully couldn't suppress her curiosity and approached them. "We met once before," Arthur stated flatly. "Thank you, sister. If it weren't for these two sisters helping, Sophie would have been bullied by those people." Yet, Arthur thought to himself that if this thorny rose hadn't tea-meddled, the mercenaries would have merely exchanged words and wouldn't have truly harmed the two little girls. "What is your name?" Gully asked. "My name is Lucy Sophia Palmer. You can call me Lucy." "Palmer? You are from the Duke of Palmer's household?" Gully raised an eyebrow. "The Duke of Palmer is my grandfather." Gully let out a soft "oh" and advised, "You should hurry back. It's better not for two little girls to wander around alone. The royal city is not as safe as you think." "But the two sisters are also out alone," Lucy retorted. Gully, too fatigued to explain to the little girl, turned to Arthur and said, "Since you know Lucy, please take her back." "My name is Arthur, not you there. And you have no right to command me," Arthur replied. Gully's face hardened. "The last person who spoke to me like that is still lying in bed. This time, it's uncertain who will be lying down," Arthur said provocatively. Nini wanted to intervene but was restrained by Morar, who was eager to witness the outcome of this peculiar confrontation. However, Lucy stepped forward, clutching one of Arthur's arms. "Brother Arthur, please take me back. My brother misses you too." Arthur found it hard to refuse, bidding farewell to Nini before turning to leave with Lucy, not sparing Gully a glance. "Be careful next time, boy," Gully's voice called from behind. "I hope the next person lying in bed isn't you. You are lewd and shameless. Have you learned to tease girls now?" Morar whispered as he approached. Arthur was baffled. "Tease girls? What are you talking about?" Morar chuckled mischievously. "Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. To deal with a girl like Gully, you must use the method of feigned indifference. Now I believe your orientation is fine, but poor Arno." Before Morar could finish his sentence, a kick came from behind, sending his plump body crashing into the wall once more. Chapter 61. Shadows persist. The Duke of Palmer's estate. Arthur found himself once again exposed to the grandeur of the world. His Majesty King Strike had bestowed an entire small mountain in the southern city to Duke Palmer as a fiefdom. The estate almost occupied half the mountainside, rivaling the Blood Glory Royal Academy in size. The inner courtyards of the Duke's estate were intricately arranged like a labyrinth, with pavilions and towers of various designs, and exotic flowers and stones scattered throughout. Even Morar, who had grown up in a wealthy family, was left in awe. Lucy guided Arthur and the others through a side entrance, navigating through winding paths into a tranquil courtyard on the outskirts. As they entered, a beautiful middle-aged woman rushed in, accompanied by a 7- or 8-year-old boy. The woman embraced Lucy tightly, exclaiming, "I was so worried. Are you all right?" While Lucy recounted the events, the little boy tilted his head curiously at Arthur, gathering courage to approach him. "Brother Arthur, may I touch your sword?" "Of course," Arthur replied, casually unsheathing the massive sword from his back and placing it before the boy. The boy reached out cautiously, eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Unbeknownst to Arthur, the earlier altercation in the church had left a profound impression on the boy, Nova, who now idolized him and insisted on training to become a warrior like Arthur after entering the royal city. After the middle-aged woman learned the details of the incident from Lucy, she expressed her gratitude to Arthur and Arno, inquiring about their circumstances in the royal city. Arthur had no desire to entangle himself with the Duke of Palmer's household, offering only brief responses as he prepared to take his leave. Just as the woman and Lucy were urging him to stay, the door swung open, revealing the middle-aged scholar they had encountered in the dilapidated church. The scholar's expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing Arthur and Arno, quickly darkening. "After that incident, I prefer not to have any more connections with you." Lucy immediately pouted in displeasure. While the middle-aged woman hastily explained, Lucy was harassed by some mercenaries today, and they were the ones who brought her back. The scholar's countenance softened slightly, and he sighed, meeting his fate. If you encounter any difficulties in the royal city, feel free to seek me out. But it's best not to come to the estate. There are too many eyes here. We will no longer have any dealings with the Palmer family. Now that Lucy is safe at home, we shall take our leave." Arthur bowed slightly before departing. Throughout the exchange, Arno had remained silent. Lucy looked on, teetering on the brink of tears, while the middle-aged woman cast a reproachful glance at her husband, at a loss for words. Only the little boy, confused, invited, "Brother Arthur, will you come to my house to play often?" The scholar shot the boy a fierce glare, causing him to shrink back in fear. As Arthur reached the door, he suddenly paused. "One more thing. The mercenaries we encountered today didn't seem to be merely drunken troublemakers. Something felt off. Please take care of yourselves." The scholar hesitated, beads of sweat inexplicably forming on his forehead. Once outside the Duke's estate, the night had fallen. Morar parted ways with Arthur in front of the academy, planning to return home for the night. Arthur and Arno made their way back to the magic tower alone. "Arthur, I will be leaving soon," Arno said, breaking the silence that had enveloped them. "Do you have somewhere to go?" Arthur inquired. Arno remained silent. "If you have nowhere to go, just stay here steadily." Arno bit his lip, confessing, "I'll eventually be a burden to you. You're still thinking about this afternoon's events, aren't you?" From his perspective, I understand his actions. In the face of survival, everyone makes different choices. He chose to evade, while I chose to resist. You need not worry about burdening me. Some matters cannot be avoided simply by wishing them away. Arthur firmly clapped Arno on the shoulder. "Regarding the church's pursuit, you cannot hide forever. Sooner or later, you will have to stand before them openly, instilling fear and trembling in their hearts. When that day comes, I will undoubtedly be by your side." "Arthur." Arno's eyes suddenly reddened, and he struggled to continue, words caught in his throat. In the absence of excessive words, and perhaps after a prolonged period of no contact, it is in moments of peril and adversity that true friends emerge, those who steadfastly choose to stand by your side. "Let us proceed. For our training to become formidable mages must continue tonight," Arthur declared, draping an arm around Arnold's shoulder. Suddenly, a student of the magical arts, engrossed in 2 hefty tomes, hurriedly approached, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Arthur and Arnold, and collided with Arthur. In that fateful instant of impact, a glinting dagger shot forth from beneath the spellbook, piercing through Arthur's combat attire and embedding itself in his chest. Just prior to the collision, Arthur had instinctively turned aside to grant passage. And it was this timely maneuver that spared his life. The dagger narrowly missed his heart, entering instead at a perilous angle. The assailant was swift, withdrawing the blade almost as quickly as it had struck, aiming a second blow towards Arthur's throat. Arnold, witnessing the entire sequence unfold, was unable to even tear open a spell scroll in time. As the second strike was unleashed, Arnold instinctively turned, placing his own body in the path of the blade aimed at Arthur. A sharp sound echoed as the dagger sliced through Arnold's magical robe, leaving a deep gash at the nape of his neck. Both Arnold and Arthur collapsed, with Arnold still shielding Arthur's form. "Arnold, get away," Arthur shouted as the third strike approached. Because Arnold was fully covering him, the dagger plunged into Arnold's back. This was the first moment Arthur locked eyes with the assassin, whose gaze was as cold and devoid of emotion as ice. With great effort, Arthur raised a hand, and the spell scroll slipped from his sleeve, tearing open as a blazing fireball erupted towards the assailant. The assassin barely had time to raise a hand to shield his face before the fireball detonated upon him. The assassin's aura flared as he summoned his energy to resist the flames, rolling desperately on the ground while stifling cries of pain. When he finally rose, his magical robe was tattered and half of his face charred, yet his eyes remained unwavering, driven by a singular resolve to eliminate Arthur. He retrieved the dagger from the ground and lunged once more at Arthur. In that moment, Arthur, having sustained 2 grievous wounds, could no longer evade. Arnold, rising from the ground, charged at the assassin again, only to be effortlessly swatted aside. Blood flowed freely from Arthur's mouth, yet a bitter smile graced his lips. Despite his desperate struggle, he could not seize control of his fate. As the blade flashed before him once more, he resignedly closed his eyes. A refreshing sensation enveloped him, akin to being immersed in a cool stream, invigorating and soothing, even dulling the pain of his wounds. Was this the sensation of death? It seemed not so agonizing after all. What lay beyond the veil of death? Contemplating this, Arthur opened his eyes to find himself indeed submerged in water, more precisely, encased in a flowing sphere of liquid. The cool liquid coursed over him, visibly mending the wounds on his chest. Water nourishment. The name of a 10th level water magic spell sprang to mind. Such a powerful healing spell could only be wielded by a grand mage. And only such potent magic could have pulled Arthur back from the precipice of death. Who had saved him? Though his body remained immobile, he strained to turn his head. What met his gaze was a graceful figure enveloped in a shimmering magical aura. Even her loose robe could not conceal her alluring curves. Arthur had never beheld such beauty up close, although he had previously encountered that radiant aura. It had been a female mage performing a magical scan on him. But at that time, seated behind a desk, her exquisite form had escaped his notice. Whether the mage sensed Arthur's impure thoughts or it was mere coincidence. Just as he was lost in reverie, the water sphere enclosing him shattered, and he fell heavily to the ground. Upon hitting the ground, Arthur noticed a massive floating water sphere above. The assassin was trapped within, clutching his throat in agony, unable to escape despite his frantic struggles. Although the appearance was similar, the sphere encasing the assassin was not a healing spell, but a high-level variant of the basic water sphere spell, a 7th-level magic called the sealing water sphere. As long as the sphere remained unbroken, the trapped individual would suffocate due to lack of oxygen. "Get up and stop feigning death," a voice urged as someone kicked Arthur. Rising, he recognized the presence of the Vice Dean, the Grand Mage Helix. As expected, there was more than one assassin infiltrating their ranks. As a 7th-level war school mage lurked nearby, a figure descended from the sky, the formidable Austin, casting a charred corpse onto the ground. "Old Helix, you should have been more careful. What use is a dead body?" Helix exclaimed in frustration. "I barely struck him with Thunderstrike, and he perished unexpectedly," Austin retorted, indignant. Helix, uninterested in further banter, turned to the female mage, instructing her to lower the assassin to extract any information. As the water sphere shattered, the assassin fell to the ground, coughing violently before raising his head. His gaze swept over the onlookers, finally landing on Arthur, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. "Quickly, he is going to commit suicide," someone shouted. The female mage shook her head. "It's too late. Healing magic has little effect on the internal harm caused by toxins." Austin, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "Old Helix, you must be losing your touch. Professional assassins never divulge information. Keeping him alive would be futile." During their exchange, the assassin succumbed, his body beginning to decay. Such potent poison, capable of destroying the body even after death, Helix mused, then effortlessly conjured 2 fireballs to incinerate the corpses completely. He had given up hope of gleaning useful information from the assassin. With the trail of the assassin now severed, Helix circled Arthur 3 times, exclaiming, "It seems we underestimated you. What calamity have you brought upon yourself to warrant the involvement of a 6th-level war lieutenant and a 7th-level war school for your assassination, when you are but a fledgling?" "I'm not certain. Perhaps they mistook me for someone else," Arthur replied, feigning innocence. Helix, with a peculiar expression, scrutinized Arthur. "Mistaken identity? I'd like to know if I'm mistaken." With that, he seized Arthur by the collar and lifted him into the air. Arthur found himself airborne, the speed causing him to squint against the wind. In the blink of an eye, they reached the top of a weathered 3-story tower. Helix, as if tossing a chick, hurled Arthur towards the tower's structure. "This is the end," Arthur thought. Unable to react midair, he chose to close his eyes and brace for impact. Upon contact with the tower, a flash of magical light enveloped him, and Arthur's body passed through the wall as if it were mere air. When Arthur opened his eyes again, he found himself in an expansive circular chamber. The room's area was evidently several times larger than the diameter of the tower. Gazing upward revealed an expanse of azure sky, seemingly without bounds. The walls of the room were lined with bookshelves, filled to the brim with countless tomes on magic. At the center stood a massive long table, cluttered with an array of peculiar magical apparatuses. Aside from these, there was nothing else in the room. What place is this? Spatial magic? Arthur pondered in confusion. "This is my magic tower. No one on the continent can penetrate the magical barrier to glimpse what transpires within. Now, you may speak the truth. What is your relationship with Canes?" In a flash of light, old Harry materialized beside Arthur. "How do you know I have a connection with Canes?" Arthur asked, astonished. "I've known since the first day you entered the academy. For Cain Starfall, sword resides with you. That scoundrel was once my student. Do not tell me you found that sword as well." "So it is called Starfall," Arthur murmured. "You didn't even know the name of that sword. Has Cain said nothing to you? Where is that rascal now?" This time, old Harry was the one taken aback. Arthur lowered his head gloomily. "He is no longer here." "No longer here?" Harry was momentarily stunned. Chapter 63. The Aquamarine Ring. After Arthur recounted the entire sequence of events to Harry, old Harry sat in silence for a long while before letting out a profound sigh. He could have walked away. Twice, he made the same choice. Old Harry shook his head repeatedly, his eyes reddening. "While we old fellows still strive to live on." He departed first. Arthur did not intrude. At that moment, any words of comfort would be futile. After a while, old Harry regained his composure. So, the assassins that attacked you and ambushed Keynes are from the same group? Arthur nodded gravely. The manner and ferocity of these assassins mirrored that of the incident in Sauron's Gorge. Old Harry furrowed his brows tightly. The assassin organization is one of the most troublesome factions. They will not relent until their objectives are met. Moreover, an assassin organization capable of easily obliterating a B-rank mercenary group is undoubtedly among the most powerful on the continent, a terrifying existence that even small kingdoms dare not provoke. Harry pondered before asking, "What exactly have you done to provoke them?" Arthur shook his head. It should be due to that commission task. But only Captain Keynes knew the details. After my escape, Aunt Nightingale warned me not to investigate this matter before becoming a battle general. You are right, Aunt Nightingale. That force behind it is far beyond what you can contend with now. I cannot avenge Keynes and the mercenary group, but I will assist you in seeking information about that mysterious assassin organization. Arthur bowed deeply to Harry. Thank you. As long as they cannot kill me, I shall eventually take my revenge. In the future, do not venture out recklessly. As long as you remain in the academy, I can ensure your safety. Any assassins daring to enter the academy will not leave alive, old Harry declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. No one can easily withstand the wrath of a 12th level archmage. Old Harry gestured, and a thick tome flew from the wall bookshelf. Upon opening the book, Arthur discovered a hollow storage compartment within. Old Harry extracted a verdant ring, intricately engraved with a miniature magical array on its jade surface. By infusing sufficient magical energy into the ring, one could activate it in times of danger to instantly unleash a 9th level water-based protective spell, the Water Dome, capable of withstanding the full force of any warrior below the battle general rank. Thank you, Dean. Arthur eagerly accepted it, cherishing the ring. He understood that this was a precious item for preserving life. Had he possessed such a means before, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament today. It seems that fortune has favored me in misfortune. Arthur placed the ring on the ring finger of his left hand and beamed at old Harry. Dean, do you have any more treasures like this? You want more? Arthur nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at grain. Look, Arno was injured today as well. If you have any spare ones, could you possibly give me another? Do you think this is a cabbage? Look closely. The aquamarine ring is a 9th level magical item that cannot be purchased for 50,000 gold coins. I tell you, this one is merely on temporary loan. You must return it upon graduation. Old Harry exclaimed, his mustache bristling with indignation. Arthur was taken aback. He had thought that since he had found a means of earning money through enchanted equipment, he had become somewhat affluent. He never expected that the profits he had risked his life to accumulate over 3 years would not even match the value of this ring. Arthur couldn't help but lament. There is never enough wealth to be earned in this world. Ignoring old Harry's ire, Arthur shamelessly continued to plead. Dean, what if I encounter a battle general level powerhouse in the future? Can I exchange this ring for a better magical item? Then you might as well stand still and wait for death. Old Harry seized Arthur by the collar once more and hurled him against the wall's bookshelf before he could react. With a flash of magical light, Arthur landed outside the magic tower on the ground. Brushing off the dirt from his clothes, he muttered, that old man is truly stingy. Meanwhile, within the underground chamber of a noble estate in the royal city, a tall, slender man clad in black was seething with rage. Are you fools? Who told you to strike within the Bloodshining Academy? Just pulling a professor from there would be enough to get you killed 3 times over. Several masked figures, dressed in various attire, knelt before him, their heads bowed in fear, none daring to offer an explanation. The man in black continued to rage, kicking over a plump man kneeling to his left. Legio, were you the one commanding this operation? Explain yourself. My lord, please calm your anger. We were forced to act within the academy. We have been monitoring for 4 months, and this is the first time we confirmed the target's whereabouts. He hasn't set foot outside the academy for 2 or 3 months. We feared we might miss this opportunity and not know how long we would have to wait. Legio explained in a low voice. The man in black scoffed, clearly displeased with Legio's explanation. Worried about missing an opportunity? What happened to your patience? Having been a merchant for so long, have you forgotten the most basic tenets of an assassin? My subordinates were at fault. We deployed absolute kill assassins. The operation was originally foolproof, but you still failed. Who shall bear the responsibility for this? The icy tone of the man in black sent beads of sweat cascading down Legio's forehead. Suddenly gritting his teeth, he drew a dagger from his bosom and without hesitation severed his left hand, cutting off his pinky and ring fingers. 2 fingers for 2 lives? Consider this a concession. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Do you know why I demanded those 2 fingers from you? To instill a lasting memory. Not only for you to remember, But the priority of this mission is to capture that elusive fish. The youth may possess something the employer desires. If capture fails, only then may you proceed to kill. Yet you recklessly initiated an assassination mission. I truly did not understand the mission's priority. You must have feigned ignorance, right? Kuei Lang lost an arm due to this task and was penalized by the organization. Do you intend for that youth to disappear completely? Helping Kuei Lang to cover up this matter entirely? Lei Jiu quaked in fear, kneeling once more. I dare not. I dare not. Whether you dare or not. Regardless of the benefits promised by Kuei Lang, you must remember, he is merely a commander, and who do you ultimately answer to? The kneeling figures dared not breathe. Acutely aware that in such internal factional struggles, a single misstep could lead to annihilation. Depart at once. Arrange for someone to keep a close watch on Shui Yuan. I refuse to believe that he can hide there for eternity. Yes, a few individuals, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly departed. Naturally, they did not overhear the musings of the figure in black. This blue enchantress truly is a source of vexation. A mere slip in vigilance has cost me yet another elite from the Juzi coup. Chapter 64. A visit from the Rose without the Shui Yaoling. Arno had no means to enter or exit the magical tower and its chambers alone. When Arthur returned to the tower, Arno had already been waiting outside for quite some time. The enigmatic sorceress had, during her rescue of Arthur, casually cast a healing spell that mended Arno's wounds. Throughout the entire ordeal, neither Old Harry nor the female sorceress had directed their attention towards Arno. Arthur looked at Arno, wanting to say something, but ultimately settled for a simple, "Let us go back." Had it not been for Arno's desperate attempt to save him, Arthur might not have escaped this predicament. After enduring numerous trials together, mere words of gratitude felt inadequate. Arno, on the other hand, regarded this act as entirely natural. He had instinctively shielded Arthur from that blade. The incident seemed to fade into the past, and upon returning to their quarters, the two resumed their magical meditation as planned. Just as Arthur was on the cusp of entering a meditative state, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Gazing at the striking young woman standing at the entrance, Arthur was momentarily taken aback. The girl was none other than the thorny rose, Guli Luosi, with whom he had interacted earlier that afternoon. With a hint of irritation, Guli remarked, "Why are you in a daze? Aren't you going to invite me in?" "Oh, please come in." Arthur finally remembered to invite Guli into the room. It seemed she was not there to settle the score from earlier. Could it be that, as Mo Lair had suggested, the ploy of feigned indifference had borne fruit? Arthur pondered, his cheeks involuntarily flushing. "Stop overthinking. I came to see you because I have something to discuss." "Isn't it about who was lying on the bed?" Arthur retorted casually. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Spending too much time with Mo Lair had made him rather glib. Guli's charming face fell instantly. "If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll make sure you lie down and never get up again." Upon realizing the implications of her words, Guli's face turned crimson. Fortunately, Arthur refrained from further teasing her. "Aren't you here for a reason?" "Oh right. I came to inform you that the mercenaries we encountered this afternoon were not merely drunk troublemakers. They had someone orchestrating their actions." "Yes, I know." "How could you possibly know?" Guli asked, her expression one of astonishment. "I am also a mercenary, and I understand their ways. Although mercenaries may lack quality and often engage in drunken brawls, those who honor their code would never casually bully women or children on the streets. Even if the ranks are mixed, it is unlikely that a group of mercenaries would all conspire to drunkenly harass women. Moreover, this is the heavily guarded royal city. If 5 mercenaries dared to emerge all at once, there must be something amiss." Guli circled around Arthur, assessing him from head to toe, and remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so astute. Your deductions are quite impressive." Arthur felt slightly unnerved under Guli's scrutiny. "Is that why you sought me out so late, to confirm this matter?" "Of course not. After you all left, I handed those mercenaries over to the patrolling city guards. Coincidentally, the officer leading the patrol today was a former lieutenant under my father. I instructed them to deal with those ruffians harshly." To Arthur's surprise, one of the mercenaries voluntarily confessed, revealing that they were hired by the owner of an underground trading house to cause trouble. With this information, Arthur began to piece together the events. It was clear that the officer had taken a harsh approach to please Guli, leading the mercenaries to fear for their safety and thus refrain from concealing the truth. The officer likely relayed the intelligence back to Guli. And what now? Are the city guards preparing to investigate the puppet master behind this? The 2 girls were unharmed. The city guards would not seek unnecessary trouble. They intended to detain those mercenaries for a couple of days and then release them. Arthur nodded gently, recalling that during his time in Hua Ao Lei Si, he had learned of the city guards' protocols. Their responsibility lay in defense and maintaining order. while serious crimes involving loss of life or theft fell under the jurisdiction of the Lord's court. What does your urgent visit mean tonight? Isn't that little girl your friend? Don't you care about who intends to harm her? Gully glared at him. She isn't exactly a friend. We've merely crossed paths before. Besides, even if someone intended to harm her, that falls under the jurisdiction of the Palmer Duke's estate, and it is not my place to intervene. Gully did not expect Arthur to retort so quickly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Unsure of how to continue with her prepared remarks, Arthur, suppressing a smile, suggested, if you have other matters to discuss, just come out with it. If not, you should head back early. It wouldn't look good for others to see you leaving my room at this hour. It wouldn't look good for you? Gully raised her fist, ready to explode. Stop. This is my room. If a fight breaks out, it will surely spread. Frustrated, Gully stomped her foot several times, but ultimately restrained herself. We can settle today as score later. I came to propose raiding that underground trading house and giving that owner a thorough beating so he dares not commit further misdeeds. Is that girl connected to you? The city guards are already reluctant to seek out trouble. Why are you so eager? Arthur inquired, locking eyes with Gully. Though Gully had revealed her purpose for the night, Arthur doubted her motives were purely out of righteous indignation. I'll say it again. That is an underground trading house, and we must ensure they pay the price. But the owner is merely an intermediary. What significance is there in making him pay? Are you foolish? The price he pays will be ours. Arthur was momentarily taken aback, tentatively asking, are you suggesting we plan to rob the trading house? Don't phrase it so harshly. We are merely ensuring they pay for their sins. Goodness. Arthur slapped his head twice, confirming his sanity. The daughter of a duke was indeed preparing to commit robbery. Truly, every peculiar flower is aptly named. Will you go or not? I need a clear answer. Gully urged impatiently. Wait a moment, let me gather my thoughts. Which underground trading house do you intend to rob? Does the daughter of a duke truly lack funds? I do not lack, but NI does. 3,000 gold coins for tuition is a considerable sum even for many nobles. NI's father is merely an earl. He clenched his teeth to send NI to Shui Yuan solely to secure her a wealthy husband, but NI is unwilling. Arthur nodded, empathizing with the burden of financial constraints. For the sake of a friend, you truly are a valiant girl. Suddenly, Gully erupted, kicking Arthur in the abdomen. You are the one who is valiant. Though Gully's attack was abrupt, Arthur had remained vigilant since her entrance, swiftly capturing her ankle. Let go. Gully's face flushed crimson. Arthur realized that the ankle he grasped was smooth and rosy, leading up to a slender, lotus-like calf, curvaceous thighs, and a gently rising bosom, all accompanied by Gully's fierce gaze. Startled, Arthur quickly released her. Gully turned to leave. Wait, are you planning to go alone? Gully paused, slowly turning back. NI is not only my friend, she is also my distant cousin. Arthur softened his tone. Even if I agree to accompany you, with our limited strength, will we truly be able to handle the situation? You need not worry about that. Those mercenaries said that the trading house is peculiar, with few guards. There should be no warriors of the Battle Academy stationed there. Most importantly, that underground trading house primarily deals in enchanted equipment, generating daily revenues in the tens of thousands of gold coins. Arthur's interest peaked. Then let us proceed, for if trouble arises, the Duke's name will shield us. This matter has nothing to do with the Duke of Loasi. It is solely my decision. Very well, it is unrelated to the Duke of Loasi. Arthur did not wish to engage in a dispute with a woman over such matters. If something were to happen to his dear daughter, he was certain the Duke's household would intervene. Therefore, let us act tonight to preempt any caution on their part. Arthur contemplated for a moment. It would not suffice for just the few of them to undertake such a significant task. They needed to enlist some assistance. Who are you planning to recruit? I have no trustworthy allies. Arthur cast a glance at Gully and thought to himself, of course, you cannot find any help. Otherwise, you would not have come to me after just one meeting this afternoon. Nevertheless, he smiled and said, when engaging in such endeavors, one must seek out a fool. Chapter 65. Night raid on the black market. The so-called underground trading houses appear no different from legitimate businesses on the surface. However, they secretly deal in various contraband and goods of dubious origin, including stolen items from thieves, military supplies, enchanted equipment sold illicitly by enchanters, and even smuggled foreign slaves. Each of these can yield substantial profits. Underground trading houses are a vital component of the black market, aside from private transactions between regular customers. The majority of items bought and sold in the black market are facilitated through these underground platforms. The establishment they currently occupied, the Xian Inn, served as a guise for an underground trading house. Regular guests were accommodated in the side courtyards, while those assigned to the back courtyard never re-emerged. After successfully concluding their transactions, these individuals simply exited through a small door in the back. Were it not for the mercenaries leaking information today, outsiders would have been oblivious to the underlying operations. A few figures crouched at the corner of the back door of the Exine Inn, remaining motionless for nearly an hour. Can we move now? My legs are going numb, Gully whispered in complaint. Let us wait a little longer. We shall act in the later hours when their guard is lower. This raid on the underground trading house had been entirely instigated by Gully. Yet it was Arthur who naturally assumed command during the execution. Gully had no experience in such matters. Had it been left to her, she would have boldly charged in and taken what she wished. As a seasoned mercenary, Arthur had executed countless operations involving reconnaissance, ambushes, strike planning, and retreat arrangements alongside Tony and Angus. Arthur's decision to venture out this time had unexpectedly caught the mysterious assassin organization off guard. They could hardly fathom that just hours earlier, he had been the hunted, and now he was plotting to rob others. Cheong stood close to Arthur, her face alight with excitement. The process of recruiting him had gone astonishingly smoothly. She wondered if he was truly foolish, as he seemed oblivious to the risks and moral implications of their actions, focusing solely on the thrill of such an exhilarating endeavor. Meanwhile, behind the three of them, Arno and Ni remained silent. Arno was habitually quiet. Since Arthur had decided to proceed, he would follow suit. Ni, however, was terrified, still reeling from the events. And when Gully shared the plan, she had thought Gully had lost her mind, ultimately being dragged along by her. Arthur produced several black leather half-masks and distributed them to the others, instructing them to wear them, as it was imperative that their identities remain concealed. Prepare to move. Stay behind me, and do not act independently without my command. After issuing his orders, he gestured and stealthily approached the small door leading to the back courtyard of the Exine Inn. Gully followed closely behind, gripping a silver shotgun of indeterminate material, a mix of tension and excitement coursing through her. Ni trailed closely behind Gully, positioned at the center of the group, one hand tightly clutching her magic wand while the other grasped Gully's clothing. Cheong brought up the rear, his head bobbing as he scanned the surroundings, appearing utterly unconcerned. Among the group, only Arno maintained a semblance of normalcy. Upon seeing Arthur glance back, he nodded slightly, signaling he was prepared. Arthur inwardly sighed, questioning why he had so rashly agreed to Gully's plan, leading these novices into a raid that could very well endanger them. He gestured for the group to halt at the side of the door, then retrieved 2 small vials from his bag, pouring their herbal contents together and gently igniting them beneath the wooden door. A faint glow flickered in the darkness, and the smoke wafted through the cracks into the inn's back courtyard. The smoke produced by the burning of wild chrysanthemum and tricolor mandrake could incapacitate guardian beasts such as hunting dogs, dire wolves, and serpentine lizards. This was one of the first survival skills Arthur had learned from Tony. Along with the subtle smoke, a layer of indistinct black mist drifted into the inn's courtyard. Unnoticed by anyone due to the cover of night, Arno quietly moved to Arthur's side, reporting that there were 5 individuals in the courtyard, one of whom was located in the room beside the door, while the others remained inside, their ranks unclear. Utilizing the black mist as a medium, Arno's dark perception could discern the enemy's numbers and positions, though it could not ascertain their ranks. Moreover, the range and precision of his perception would expand as Arno's level increased. It is said that dark sorcerers are masters of the night, a power derived from their dark perception abilities. A formidable dark sorcerer could cover an area of several dozen miles, with every rustle of grass and movement of trees within their dominion. Arthur gently pushed the door, only to find it locked. Arno approached, placing his hand at the center of the door's seam, and with a soft click, the lock fell to the ground. The dark corrosion had finally served its intended purpose. After waiting a moment with no sound from within, Arthur cautiously entered, followed closely by Arno. Gully, however, remained rooted in place, previously puzzled by Arthur's insistence on bringing his attendant. She had not anticipated that the frail boy who had never spoken a word in her presence possessed such peculiar abilities. Go in, Cheong urged from behind, prompting Gully to snap out of her astonishment. The back courtyard of the Exine Inn featured a decorative hill, surrounded by several rooms, with the side facing the inn separated by a tall courtyard wall, connected by an arched moon gate. Arthur instructed the others to remain where they were while he stealthily approached the moon gate connecting the front and back courtyards, locking the courtyard door from the inside. This rendered the back courtyard a sealed realm, allowing them a moment's respite to retreat should the sounds of their impending conflict alert the front courtyard. Arno indicated 4 rooms, suggesting which one housed the trading house guards. Let us take them out one by one. Arthur positioned Gully, Cheong, and Ni to guard outside 3 of the rooms while he and Arno stealthily advanced toward the room nearest the back courtyard door. The room was secured from the inside with a wooden bolt. Arno replicated his earlier success, using dark corrosion to melt the bolt. Arthur had not brought his Starfall greatsword tonight, opting instead for a rare enchanted hunting knife. The previous excellent grade hunting knife had long ceased to suit him. After earning some coins from enchanted equipment, he immediately spent 200 gold to acquire a new blade, which bore a single enchantment for sharpness, capable of piercing armor of level 4 or below with a single strike. The noise of opening the door did not disturb the slumbering occupant within. The long stretch of tranquility had dulled his vigilance, just as the knife's edge approached his throat. Perhaps as a warning from the specter of death or a jolt of murderous intent, the man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. Yet it was too late for any reaction. Arthur swiftly covered his mouth, and in an instant, the blade sliced through his throat. A faint scent of blood wafted from the room, signaling that the night of slaughter had only just begun. Chapter 66. Midnight Assassination. Arthur slipped out of the room, signaling that the task was complete. The trio guarding the doors of the other rooms released a collective sigh of relief during the time Arthur was inside. They had been even more anxious than he was in action. Unlike the seasoned Arthur and Arno, who have been familiar with death since childhood, Gully and Ni have never truly taken a life. The stark contrast between direct combat and the cold brutality of assassination is profound. As for Cheong, his background remains a mystery, yet the feigned nonchalance upon his face betrays the weight of his experiences in Arthur's eyes. Following the same approach, Arthur and Arno gently pushed open the door to the room guarded by Gully, only for Gully to halt Arthur's advance with a swift gesture. "Let me handle this," she whispered in a hushed tone, her gaze fixed on Arthur with unwavering resolve, leaving no room for dissent. The Duke of Ross established his family through martial prowess, and all 5 of Gully's elder brothers serve in the military. Although she is the sole daughter, the Duke, despite his affection, has not raised her entirely as a girl. The strong family ethos has cultivated Gully's formidable character, earning her the moniker of the Thorny Rose. Arthur made a cautious gesture, allowing her to take the lead. Gully leaned forward, moving slowly towards the bed, pausing momentarily with each step. Arthur, following closely behind, refrained from urging her onward. It is natural to feel apprehensive during one's first endeavor in such matters. As Gully reached the bedside, she raised her silver handgun, yet found herself unable to strike as she gazed at the young man, snoring thunderously. Perhaps he had never committed any heinous act. Why should she take his life? Internally, Gully wrestled with her turmoil, while Arthur silently observed from behind, knowing that no one could assist her. She must confront this inner conflict alone. The principle of survival of the fittest is inherently unethical, yet it stands as the doctrine of existence in this realm. People witness the brutal war between humans and beastmen, yet none feel remorse for the beasts they slay casually, simply because these creatures are deemed too weak, and the weak are often overlooked. Suddenly, Gully thrust the handgun towards the man's chest. The bullet penetrated, eliciting a soft grunt as the man bolted upright, leaving Gully momentarily stunned. She failed to deliver a fatal blow to the heart. This was merely a natural physiological reaction to an unexpected assault. Arthur, ready for such an eventuality, swiftly covered the man's mouth and nose, forcing him back onto the bed. The man began to struggle violently, but Gully quickly regained her composure, withdrawing and stabbing again and again. She lost count of how many times she struck. When Arthur seized her wrist, the man lay motionless, his chest a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. As Gully exited the room, her gaze flickered. Was it excitement or fear? At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. With a creak, the door to the room guarded by Ni swung open, and a middle-aged man stumbled out. In her panic, Ni froze, unable to react. The man nearly collided with her before noticing her, startled by her black mask. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Arthur leaped forward, thrusting his hunting knife into the man's side. The man reacted almost instantaneously, twisting to evade while swinging his arm towards Arthur's head. The surge of energy emanating from him revealed him to be a warrior of considerable rank. Typically, if Arthur were to face him alone, victory would require significant effort. However, the element of surprise was on Arthur's side. The man could not evade Arthur's blade, which grazed his side, cutting him deeply. At that moment, Arno's weakening spell struck him, rendering his next attack feeble and ineffective. Arthur seized the opportunity to grasp the man's wrist, pulling him forward, causing his body to topple. It was then that Gully leaped in, driving her handgun upward into the man's chest, the tip emerging from his back. The formidable warrior was dispatched in an instant through the combined efforts of Arthur and his companions. "Wayan, what are you doing?" A voice boomed from within the room, accompanied by the sound of weapons being readied. "We must act decisively," Arthur shouted as he charged into the room. As he entered, a glint of cold steel lunged towards his face. Arthur parried with his hunting knife, deflecting the blow, and with a swift motion of his left hand, conjured a fireball that shot forth. The fireball struck the opposing man, who recoiled in fear while attempting to extinguish the flames. Gully sprang from behind Arthur, her silver gun thrusting forward. Cold plumb defies the snow. Gully understood the urgency for a swift resolution, unleashing a technique infused with energy. The gun's tip shimmering with 5 points of icy brilliance, resembling a blossoming plum flower as it pierced the man's chest. With a series of explosive sounds, the icy projectiles detonated upon impact, each creating gaping wounds, blood splattering as the lifeless form collapsed. Meanwhile, the sound of splintering would echoed from outside the room, as another warrior burst forth. Alarmed, Arthur realized that both Cheong and Ni outside were spellcasters. Should they be approached by the enemy, danger lurked. Suddenly, a flash of light flared outside, followed by a scream. When Arthur dashed out, he found Cheong crouched before a nearly charred corpse. "Are you all right? How did you dispatch him?" A sudden flash of light blinded him, followed by a trio of explosive fireballs, 2 scrolls doing the trick. "What do you think? Am I clever?" Cheong remarked, his face beaming with pride as he looked at Arthur. "Another light spell and explosive fireballs. Did you intend to draw attention to our little heist? Are you foolish? You are nothing short of a liability." Arthur struggled to contain his frustration. "Am I a fool? Do you need to point that out?" Gully added, her tone sharp. Cheong scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I got a bit carried away, forgetting we were in the midst of a robbery," Arthur urged. "We must act quickly. Someone will come to investigate. We need to search for valuables. Let us split up. Have we even found that detestable merchant yet?" Gully suddenly reminded them. "Perhaps he lies among the dead. Even if not, pillaging this place will bring him more anguish than death." Acknowledging the urgency, the group promptly began to search through each room. However, to their astonishment, after a thorough sweep, they discovered not a single valuable item. Could the intel have been incorrect? Gully began to doubt, realizing that if this was not an underground market, their actions would amount to wanton slaughter. "It cannot be wrong," Arthur asserted with conviction. Suddenly struck with inspiration, they must have hidden their treasures away. There must be a secret chamber or hidden door in the courtyard. Given the frequency of access, it cannot be too concealed. Arthur's words ignited clarity in everyone's minds. Their gazes swept across the courtyard, ultimately converging on the prominent rock formation at its center. Chapter 67, The Space Ring. The absence of pavilions made the solitary rock formation stand out starkly, making it impossible to ignore. A cave entrance leading directly into the rock was brazenly exposed. The more conspicuous the location, the less likely it is to be scrutinized. It seems the owner of this underground market has indeed invested considerable thought into his concealments. The group rushed into the passage, traversing several paces until they reached its end. While a typical person might retreat in confusion, Arthur and his companions understood that there were likely traps within. They meticulously surveyed the surroundings before spotting a stone that exhibited signs of frequent movement. With a forceful push, a massive stone within the rock shifted, revealing a half-human-sized opening and a winding passage leading downward. The passage was short, with magical stones embedded in the walls providing illumination. At the passage's end, a spacious hall of nearly 100 square meters unfolded before them. Weapons, armor, staffs, and even the colossal skulls of magical beasts, alongside sacrificial artifacts of beastmen and intricately carved elven bows, adorned the walls. Before the entrance, a wall is lined with display cabinets, categorized into 6 major types: Mahjong, Jingshi, Yaoji, Saoliao, Gongfa, and Mofa. Each category showcases a minimum of a dozen items, and behind the display cabinets stands a row of tall, sealed cabinets, the value of which is beyond imagination. The group, momentarily dazzled by the sight, realizes that each item could fetch anywhere from dozens to hundreds of gold coins. The items on display alone are roughly worth 30 to 50,000 gold coins, not to mention the treasures concealed within the cabinets. Don't just stand there. Hurry and grab the most valuable Jingshi and Gongfa. Arno, go open those cabinets. The contents must be even more precious. Arthur nearly shouted. The group lunged forward, with Arno racing toward the largest, most robust cabinet. The dark corrosion spell is a bane for locked items. It merely requires corroding the lock core, and then obtaining the treasures becomes effortless. Gully and Ni rushed toward the cabinet containing Jingshi, as women, like dragons, often lack resistance to glittering objects. Arthur's gaze immediately fixated on the intricately carved elven bow hanging on the wall, Since the incident at Silin Gorge, he had longed for a suitable bow, and the sight of this one reminded him of the elven Alaya. Among them, only the foolish Cheong remained unhurried, wandering from one item to another without taking anything. The others, however, swept through the space like a whirlwind, quickly filling their beast hide pouches, while the larger weapons and armor on the walls remained largely untouched, amounting to less than 1/5 of the total items. "Let us go. We'll be trapped if we delay." Arthur urged the others to exit swiftly. "What about the remaining items?" Cheong suddenly inquired. "Throw a few fireballs, destroy what you can." "That would be such a waste. Are you sure you want to abandon them?" Gully couldn't help but scold Cheong. With a beaming smile, Cheong replied, "Since you don't want them, then they're mine." He reached for a piece of armor, but as soon as he touched it, it vanished. Cheong's hands moved like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Anything passing through his grasp instantly disappeared. "A spatial ring," Gully exclaimed in astonishment. Although Arthur had never seen a spatial ring, he had learned a thing or two since entering the Bloodlight Academy. Among the 12 schools of magic, spatial and temporal magic are regarded as the forbidden zones of sorcery, inaccessible to anyone below the rank of a Grand Mage. In contrast to the utterly unpredictable nature of temporal magic, spatial magic has achieved some results through countless attempts by generations of mages, the most well-known being spatial teleportation, magical messaging, and the spatial ring itself. Utilizing spatial magic, a small spatial ring can encompass dozens to hundreds of square meters of space. The principle may not be overly complex, but it requires a spatial stone as a medium, crafted by a Grand Mage well-versed in spatial magic, to forge a spatial ring. Both spatial stones and Grand Mages proficient in spatial magic are rare resources, rendering every spatial ring that reaches the market highly sought after, worth at least 200,000 gold coins, often with no availability. 200,000 gold coins. This amount would cause even the wealthiest noble families in the kingdom to wince. Yet here was Cheong, possessing a spatial ring. What was his true origin? "You scoundrel, why didn't you mention such a treasure earlier?" Arthur hurled his beast hide pouch at Cheong. Cheong merely raised his hand, and the pouch was absorbed into the spatial ring. The others followed suit, hurling everything they could find in the hall towards Cheong. He deftly caught and stored all the items. Just as Arthur lifted a massive iron cabinet, unable to open it in time, Cheong panicked. "Don't throw that. You could crush me. Let me store it." Their looting left the hall cleaner than a dog's lick. "Let us go." Arthur's voice brimmed with exhilaration. Even if the merchant were alive, he would surely be driven to madness. As the group burst out from the rockery passage, the sounds of heavy footsteps echoed in the front courtyard, and someone began to pound on the door. "Cheong, set the place ablaze. Everyone, retreat." Arthur called out. "What is the point of burning it down now that we've finished looting?" Cheong felt perplexed. This time, Arno had used dark magic several times, leaving behind a significant trace of dark magic elements, which could very well attract the church's attention. A fire would help to obscure the remnants of dark magic as much as possible, but Arthur couldn't explain this to Cheong. "Just do it quickly, as I said." "You wouldn't understand even if I explained." Cheong didn't argue with Arthur. Instead, he casually pulled out a fire dragon spell scroll and hurled it at a nearby building, the roaring fire dragon instantly engulfing an entire row of houses. Using a fire dragon spell to start a fire? What a waste. Arthur couldn't help but curse inwardly. The colossal fire dragon and the flames shooting into the sky illuminated the entire street in crimson, and more people drawn by the commotion rushed onto the street. This was escalating. Just as Arthur and Cheong dashed out the back door, the moon gate connecting the front and back courtyards collapsed, and a burly man with his torso bare emerged from the rising dust, spotting Arthur's retreating figure. "Little thief, where do you think you're going?" The man leapt several times, chasing down the street of the backyard, while Arthur and Cheong had only managed to cover a few dozen meters. In mere moments, the man had closed the distance to within 10 meters of Arthur. "Die!" The man unleashed a fierce wave of fighting spirit, a serpent-like energy crashing toward Arthur from behind. The fighting spirit manifested. This was Dyer. He was a warrior from the Battle Academy. Chapter 68. Divvying up the spoils. Arthur and his companions had enjoyed remarkable fortune during their heist at the merchant shop, purely by chance. Those who engage in underground businesses of such dubious profit are invariably figures with connections in both the lawful and unlawful realms. Moreover, within the royal city, the underbelly is rife with individuals of both high and low stature. How could an underground merchant shop lack formidable protection? Only Guli and the rest, naive youths with no societal experience, would dare to target a merchant establishment. Their earlier success was attributed to the long period of peace that had led to complacency. No one anticipated that someone would dare to target a merchant's interests. Ironically, The warrior from the Battle Academy, responsible for nighttime security, was preoccupied with soliciting prostitutes and drinking, and had passed out in the guest room of the front courtyard. The commotion created by Arthur and his party roused him from slumber, courtesy of the woman in bed. Realizing his dereliction of duty, the warrior's eyes turned red with rage. If Arthur and his group managed to escape, he knew well the brutal methods employed by the merchant. He immediately unleashed his most powerful fighting spirit technique, the furious Python's Devour. Arthur activated his windstorm boots, accelerating his body while pulling Qiong along. The fighting spirit technique erupted behind Arthur. Even if it didn't hit, the explosive force sent Arthur and Qiong tumbling. "You little rascals! How dare you meddle in someone else's business? I'll take you back and flay you alive." The warrior from the Battle Academy had closed in. Discovering that the thieves were merely young boys and mistaking them for inexperienced delinquents. Little did he know that Arthur and his companions were students of the prestigious Bloodlight Royal Academy. "Fight with all we have, or we want to escape," Arthur yelled as he scrambled to his feet. The warrior from the Battle Academy scoffed. "What do you little ants think you can do against me?" He unleashed a second fighting spirit technique, sending a massive python once more towards Arthur. This time, Arthur did not evade. Instead, he reached out to meet the giant python. "Let us see what you've got." Water curtain sky. A colossal water curtain appeared before Arthur and his companions, connecting heaven and earth. The fighting spirit python crashed against the water curtain, creating only ripples. The Battle Academy warrior was nearly dumbstruck. "Who are you? How can you possess such power?" As the water curtain dissipated, two roaring fire dragons surged from either side, for Qiong had simultaneously unfurled two magic scrolls. The formidable 7th-level fire spell, Huolong Shu, was such that even the strongest warriors of the academy dared not confront its fierce edge directly. The man unleashed a barrage of fists imbued with his fighting spirit, attempting to disperse the fire dragon while simultaneously retreating. During this withdrawal, a sudden sense of weakness enveloped him, causing his internal energy flow to become erratic. The effects of Ainua's weakening spell had taken hold, and although its impact on the Academy warriors was considerably diminished due to the loss of two significant realms. In a life-or-death moment, even the briefest delay could be fatal. As he summoned all his strength to unleash a final surge of fighting spirit, two fire dragons, still partially intact, collided with him, engulfing him in flames. The Academy warrior roared in fury as he burst forth from the inferno. His body charred, and his trousers reduced to mere scraps clinging to him. Barely escaping the flames, he stumbled directly into a thick mist of water, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Nini's 2nd-level water spell, Shui Wu Shu, lacked any lethal force. However, upon contact with the warrior's burnt skin, it transformed into painful blisters. In his agonizing state, the warrior failed to notice a glint of silver flashing through the mist. Before he could react, it pierced through his chest, leaving a gaping wound the size of a fist, shattering his heart and causing his lifeless body to collapse to the ground. The 5 of them had combined their efforts to swiftly eliminate the 7th-level Academy warrior. Guli raised her hand, and the silver short spear flew back to her grasp. Arthur gazed at the short spear in Guli's hand, swallowing hard. It was an exceptional grade weapon, imbued with both flight and swift thrust magical arrays. At critical moments, these offspring of noble families truly possessed treasures for self-preservation. In Arthur's room, he, Ainua, Guli, and Nini watched as Qiong excitedly retrieved items from her spatial ring, their faces alight with exhilaration. In the span of a few moments, the items had accumulated to fill half of the living room. There was no greater joy than sitting together to divide the spoils. Counting their gains, they amassed over 13,000 gold coins, 78 enchanted pieces of equipment, 23 manuals on fighting techniques, 37 martial arts tomes, 53 types of magical spells, various grades and sizes of magical crystals, and an abundance of unknown potions and materials. The gold coins and widely useful magical crystals were evenly divided among the 5, but they encountered difficulties in distributing the remaining items. Though the remaining enchanted equipment, techniques, and potions held significant value, they could not be liquidated in the short term. Once these items circulated, it was likely that others could trace them back to them. Arthur was the first to suggest that while they could not sell them externally for now, they could use them themselves without attracting attention. Each person could take turns selecting items they could utilize. With so many items, everyone had several they favored, and thus they agreed to Arthur's proposal. Among the 78 enchanted pieces of equipment, only 3 were of the 5th level, the rest were of the 3rd and 4th levels. Arthur voluntarily relinquished his claim to the 5th level piece, opting instead for 2 4th level items. One was the elven intricately carved bow he had long coveted, upon receiving it, he discovered Elven script engraved on its back. Surprisingly, Qiong could understand the Elven script, which read the bow's name. Yuzi Yuzhong, the upgraded version of the bow gifted to him by the Elven Ilya. The other item was a 4th-level soft armor, as Arthur had long since needed to replace his 2nd-level mercenary leather armor. This soft armor, known as Yunling Tungjia, was uniquely crafted from a living vine. When paired with a specific crystal called Yunling, it could self-repair through the vine's growth after sustaining damage. The armor bore a 2nd-level wood-based magical array called Mu-1, which functioned to distribute the force of attacks across the entire armor, thereby mitigating impact. The combination of the vine and the wood array made this armor a remarkable creation, with defensive capabilities rivaling that of 5th-level armor. Inspired by Arthur, Enua also selected 2 4th-level items. One was a ring inscribed with a 4th-level ice magic called Lian Huan Bingjian. Due to his identity, Enua could not employ offensive dark magic. Remaining in a supportive role, this ring granted him a means for direct attack. The other was a silver cloak adorned with 2 2nd-level light-based magic spells, Guanghuan and Shengjia. This cloak was the favorite of light-based priests, serving little purpose beyond flaunting and basking in the reverence of their followers. However, if this cloak were draped over a dark magician, would anyone dare to question Enua's intentions? The remaining 3 5th-level items were chosen by Guli, Nini, and Qiong, respectively. Perhaps the awe from Arthur's water-curtain sky had profoundly impressed Qiong, as she selected a ring inscribed with a 5th-level gold magic protective array, Jin Dunjun. Nini chose a 5th-level top-tier magic staff, named Yunji Qing. Finally, the last item for Guli was a 5th-level longsword inscribed with the Thunderstrike spell, which was somewhat cumbersome for Guli, who was accustomed to wielding a spear. As for the fighting techniques and martial arts manuals, only Guli and Arthur could make use of them. The highest among them were merely mid-grade techniques, which Guli found beneath her interest. Arthur, however, was intrigued and selected a mid-grade fighting technique named Yuhuju and a sword technique called Kuang Leijian. Both techniques were characterized by their simplicity and brutality. None of them touched the magical tomes, as the Academy had access to the Royal Library, where various magical books could be borrowed at any time, rendering these circulated tomes unworthy of their attention. The remaining potions and materials were largely unfamiliar to the others, with only Arthur recognizing a few. He distributed the known healing and recovery potions among them, as these could prove life-saving in critical moments. The remaining items, which could not be utilized immediately and could not be processed, were temporarily returned to Qiong's spatial ring for future distribution when an opportunity arose. This haul of spoils had inadvertently forged a solid alliance among the 5. Chapter 69. The Aftermath. While Arthur and his companions joyfully divided their spoils, the entire royal city was in uproar. The city guards had completely sealed off the entire block where the Xian was located. The original site of the inn had been reduced to a heap of rubble. Qiong's fire dragon spell had been excessively fierce, incinerating a row of buildings in the backyard while the residual flames spread to the front. In the ensuing chaos, no one had attended to extinguishing the fire, and by the time the water mages arrived, the entire inn had become an inferno. The destruction of an inn and the deaths of 6 individuals, one of whom was a registered 7th-level Academy warrior, elevated this incident beyond a mere public safety case. The city guards had transferred the matter to the specialized investigation unit of the court, where a group of officials in dark robes was on site gathering clues and examining the bodies. Among the crowd gathered outside the cordon, a man in an ornate long robe, veins bulging on his forehead, trembled slightly. His left hand, freshly bandaged, had begun to bleed anew from the pressure of his fury. Investigate. I want a thorough inquiry. Even if you have to scour the entire underground forces of the royal city, find out who did this. The man growled softly. Several figures in black swiftly emerged from the crowd, vanishing into various directions. In the ensuing 6 months, the underground forces of the royal city underwent a tumultuous upheaval. Often, a single related piece of news or rumor would spark a massacre, resulting in the reshuffling of more than a third of the factions amid the turmoil. At the Palmer Duke's residence, a middle-aged scholar paced gently around the room with a teacup in hand. I have managed to obtain the testimonies of those mercenaries at the city guard station. Just as that child said, this incident was no accident. Someone had hired a group of wandering mercenaries through an underground business as intermediaries. The old steward slightly bent his body and reported softly from one side. Following this lead, let us see if we can uncover who is orchestrating things from behind the scenes. The old steward smiled bitterly. Just last night, the merchant house was set ablaze. Severing this lead, the middle-aged scholar's expression gradually hardened. Regardless of which among them was responsible, I am well aware of their intent, to intimidate Lucy as a warning, pressuring me to vacate the Duke's residence. However, their eagerness to cut off the lead seems rather ruthless. It remains inconclusive whether the instigator aimed to silence us. It is said that the underground merchant house has deep-rooted connections. Eradicating an entire establishment for such a trivial matter would be an excessive loss. The middle-aged scholar nodded. There is no need to pursue this further. This incident serves as a reminder that some individuals are impatient to take action, indicating that I may have appeared too feeble in their eyes. Ever since the eldest son perished in battle last year, the Duke has yet to designate a successor. Yet suddenly summoned you back and entrusted you with significant responsibilities. Clearly, some are concerned about you encroaching upon their interests. The middle-aged scholar snorted softly. Could the Duke truly pass the title to someone from outside the family? Do not forget, the lady bears the surname Palmer. And the Duchy of Isaac has already produced 2 marquises in recent years, the old steward reminded. I severed my own meridians and fled with Gloria, which already demonstrated my resolve. If some individuals remain uneasy and resort to underhanded tactics, they must not blame me for being heartless, declared the middle-aged scholar, his eyes suddenly radiating a fierce, killing intent, shedding any semblance of a scholar's gentleness. The old steward coughed twice. Only then did the middle-aged scholar's murderous aura gradually dissipate. Shifting the topic, we must truly express our gratitude to the lad named Arthur. Who would have imagined he could gain admission to the Blood Radiance Royal Academy? I wonder which force supports him. I had great faith in that young fellow, chuckled the old steward. Disburse 1,000 gold coins from the estates under my management and send them to him as a token of appreciation, inviting him to our home for a visit, mentioning that Lucy and little Nova miss him dearly. The old steward paused, surprised. Given that dark mage associates with him, are you not concerned about being implicated in drawing trouble from the church? The middle-aged scholar laughed. For thousands of years, why has the church failed to eradicate those dark mages? Do you truly believe it is due to their strong vitality? The middle-aged scholar shook his head, answering his own question. It is because there has always been someone discreetly supporting them from behind. Dark mages are a double-edged sword. If wielded skillfully, they become a lethal blade that strikes unseen, but mishandled, they may harm oneself. Now is the time to take some risks. Both he and Arthur are worthy investments. As the turmoil outside intensified, the instigator of the events, Arthur, could not remain entirely uninvolved. Awakening early from a night of dividing spoils, he was startled by a rapid knock at the door. As the door opened halfway, a drenched Morale rushed in impatiently. The enchanted equipment has encountered trouble. Morale's first words stunned both Arthur and Arno. Arthur seized Morale by the collar. What happened? How did the church find out? It's not the church. It's the black market that has encountered an issue. Morale quickly waved his hands to explain. Arthur gradually released Morale's collar, the tension within him easing. As long as the church had not discovered anything, there was still room to maneuver. Speak slowly. The underground merchant house we frequently supply has run into trouble. They have unknowingly offended some enemies and were burned to the ground last night. Half of our equipment was acquired by them, so in the short term, our supplies may be difficult to move, sighed Morale. Damn it, they shot themselves in the foot. Arthur cursed in frustration. Arthur and Arno were responsible only for the enchantment of the equipment. Procurement and sales through the black market had always been Morale's responsibility. Arthur only knew that to mitigate risks, Morale had sold half the equipment to an underground merchant house and the other half to 2 or 3 seasoned traders profiting from black market price discrepancies. Yet he had never inquired about the specific recipients. Who would have thought that this time, through a twist of fate, he would sabotage his own business? No wonder he recognized 2 pieces of equipment as very familiar. What do you mean by shooting oneself in the foot? Oh, what I meant was I've been concerned that our shipment volume has been too high and concentrated lately, making us vulnerable to scrutiny. Even without this incident, I had planned to reduce equipment supply. Arthur's words were not mere evasions to Morale. After several battles, Arthur realized his combat strength was still inadequate. Had it not been for some other means, it would have been difficult to retreat unscathed. He had already decided to devote more energy to the cultivation of fighting spirit and magic. Morale nodded. It's for the best. The money we've earned recently is enough. And frequently dealing with those in the black market carries significant risk. Arthur chuckled. Money is never enough. I happen to have a batch of commonly available potions and materials. You can sell them at our own merchant house to offset our revenue losses. Morale looked at Arthur, puzzled. Potion materials? How did you acquire them? Are you sure you want to know? Arthur replied with a teasing smile. Morale's eyes darted, quickly shaking his head like a rattled drum. I don't want to know anything. I know nothing. Arthur laughed. Truly a clever fat man. Chapter 70 Year-End Assessment. As the external turmoil escalated, Arthur obediently secluded himself within the academy, diligently honing his skills without stepping outside even once. During this period, he received 1,000 gold coins sent by the old steward at the behest of the middle-aged scholar, which took him by surprise. However, Arthur could roughly infer the intention behind this gesture. It was merely an attempt to curry favor in advance, ensuring his future assistance. This was a common tactic employed by the noble families, and the loquacious morale had often chattered about it to Arthur. Yet Arthur, still inexperienced, did not realize that the middle-aged scholar had factored Arno into his calculations as well. Gratefully accepting the coins offered to him, Arthur adopted a different perspective. Having been a mercenary for 3 years, he was accustomed to viewing every task through the lens of a mercenary. He naturally regarded the thank you money as a reward for saving Lucy. As for the expectation of loyalty, Arthur would treat every task as a mercenary mission, retaining the authority to decide whether to accept based on the offered remuneration. He resolutely declined the invitation to visit, for he would not dare to venture out at this time. Whether it was the cultivation of fighting spirit or the accumulation of magic, both required time and persistence. Gradual accumulation, repeated forging, breakthroughs between life and death were all necessary to elevate one's level and combat strength. The path along which Arthur must tread to become a formidable warrior was still quite distant. Time passed without measure, as the first snowflakes of winter drifted down in Xingjiuyuo. It marked 6 full months since Arthur entered the Blood Radiance Academy. Walking back to his room, the coolness of the snowflakes against his face alleviated some of the heat within. Arthur examined his fighting spirit. He was still far from the breakthrough needed to become a third-tier warrior, yet the pain inflicted by the Danyang Lianshun was increasingly unbearable. Without the guidance of Keynes and Randall, he was left to navigate this path alone, sometimes doubting how much longer he could endure. Arthur tilted his face upwards, allowing more snowflakes to land on his skin, hoping the cold could ease the burning sensation that followed his training. A thought suddenly flashed through Arthur's mind. Perhaps there might be a better way to alleviate this pain? Lost in contemplation, he unconsciously veered onto another path, leading toward the Academy's administrative district and the Royal Library. This marked Arthur's first visit to the library in 6 months. As he pondered whether to inquire with someone, he was met by a portly figure approaching him directly. "Boss, what brings you here? Are you off to seek out Professor Goose Skeleton once again?" M.O. Lair greeted Arthur from a distance. After more than half a year of study, every student had their own preferences regarding professors, and Arthur, an eccentric, surprisingly favored the professor known in hushed tones as Professor Goose Skeleton. Arthur's reasoning was simple. Professor Goo had bested him in combat twice, leaving him bewildered as to how the professor executed his techniques. Professor Goo was the most formidable warrior Arthur had ever encountered, surpassing even Captain Keynes before his ascension to general. Respecting strength and gravitating towards the powerful is the most fundamental mindset of a mercenary. Furthermore, upon closer interaction, Arthur discovered that Professor Goo was not as aloof as the rumors suggested. In reality, even the notoriously ill-tempered Randall was manageable for Arthur. Occasionally, Arthur would seek Professor Goo's guidance on perplexing issues regarding his training, and he found that the professor, responsible for the Academy's discipline, possessed extensive knowledge in both magic and combat energy. This frequent interaction led to M.O. Lair's inquiry. Arthur shot M.O. Lair a glare. While Arthur was immersed in the agonizing rigor of training, M.O. Lair, the indolent fellow, lounged about idly in front of him, seemingly content to merely pass the days at the Academy, which greatly unsettled Arthur. "Shouldn't it be me asking what you're doing here?" Having spent considerable time with Arthur, M.O. Lair had long since deciphered his temperament and recognized that his irritation was not genuine. With a sheepish grin, he replied, "I was at the library, hoping to find a couple of powerful yet easily mastered gold-type spells." Arthur stared at M.O. Lair in astonishment. "Has the sun risen in the west? You actually want to learn magic?" "I don't want to either. The year-end exams are just around the corner. If I end up at the bottom and get eliminated, my old man will kill me." M.O. Lair lamented with a woeful expression. Only then did Arthur recall old Harry's sudden visit to the classroom one day to discuss the year-end assessments, mentioning elimination, but he had dismissed it as irrelevant to him. However, for students like M.O. Lair, who were habitually lackadaisical, the year-end assessment loomed like a deadly sword hanging over their heads. The kingdom stipulated that graduates of the Bloodlight Academy would be directly granted the title of knight. Yet, this was not a backdoor privilege for the children of the kingdom's affluent nobility. It was a deliberate effort to cultivate the backbone of the kingdom's aristocracy. The stability of the noble class was foundational to the kingdom's governance, and His Majesty King Streg did not desire a breed of nobility marked by decadence and vice. Rather, he sought to nurture true nobles who valued honor and bore responsibility. Bloodlight Academy, adhering to His Majesty's vision, served as a platform for cultivating genuine nobility, with each graduating class becoming the backbone of the kingdom's aristocracy. Thus, many of the Academy's regulations were personally established by His Majesty, including the stringent admission requirements for third-tier warriors or second-tier mages under the age of 16, aimed at selecting the finest talents for the kingdom. Additionally, there was a system of elimination for the last-ranked students. Every year, the student finishing at the bottom of the year-end assessment would be eliminated, one each year. Among the 23 new mage students in Arthur's cohort, theoretically, only 18 would graduate 5 years later with the qualifications for knighthood, and the actual number was likely even lower. In the Martial Cloud Hall, one student would be eliminated from each class, leading to a total of 20 eliminations after 5 years. His Majesty emphasized a system of rewards and penalties. Those finishing last in assessments faced elimination, while the top scorer would receive a scholarship equivalent to the full tuition fee of 3,000 gold coins for the following year. The sole method of assessment involved dueling among students, aligning with His Majesty's consistent philosophy that any knowledge that could not be applied in practice was worthless. Observing Mo Lair's woeful expression, Arthur felt a sense of balance return to his heart, and, suppressing a chuckle, asked, "Did you find what you were looking for?" Mo Lair spread his empty hands, sighing, "The powerful ones are far too complex, and the easy ones are just trivial spells, completely useless in combat." Arthur felt an urge to kick him for his habitual laziness and desire for shortcuts at critical moments. Such fortune was hard to come by. However, he could not abandon him, for if Mo Lair were truly eliminated, many tasks would genuinely remain unfulfilled. "Let us go. I'm headed to the library as well, and I can help you look." Chapter 71. Old Jack. The Bloodlight Academy Library was nestled within the mountains behind the administrative district, fortified by the robust mountain rock and a large protective magical array. The cave's entrance was intricately carved in the shape of the library's grand door, with a magical barrier separating the library into two realms. This seemingly thin layer of magical barrier was insurmountable for warriors below the rank of general. The key to opening this barrier was the Bloodlight token each student possessed. With their tokens in hand, Arthur and Mo Lair passed through the barrier as if traversing a curtain of water. Beyond the barrier was not the anticipated cavern passage. Upon stepping through, Arthur found himself in the center of a silver oval hall, standing atop an ancient circular magical array. The outer barrier not only served as a magical shield, but also functioned as a short-range spatial teleportation mechanism. Arthur gazed around to find countless magical tomes floating in the air, neatly arranged in layers along the walls. Below the walls stood a few towering bookshelves, yet they were sparsely populated and coated in dust. The floating books were all relatively new, less than a millennium old. The volumes lying on the shelves were ancient, over 1,000 years old, but most had outdated magical arrays and recorded events that were unverifiable, unless one was engaged in research. It was best not to disturb those ancient texts. Suddenly, a frail voice emerged from behind Arthur, startling him. He turned sharply to find an elderly, wrinkled mage slumped over a short table at the center of the magical array. The old mage appeared to be half asleep, having seemingly dozed off while resting upon the table, which was cluttered with several black-bound magical tomes, one of which had saliva stains on its open pages. Arthur distinctly recalled that when he entered the hall, only he and Mo Lair had been present, and judging by the table and the old man's posture, he seemed to have been there all along. How peculiar. "That old fellow is like a ghost. I was startled when I first arrived too," Mo Lair muttered quietly beside him. Arthur shot Mo Lair a disapproving glance and bowed to the old mage, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance. How should I address you?" The old mage nodded with satisfaction, pleased by the politeness of such a young man. "How should you address me? Let me think. They now call young Harry Old Harry, so you may call me Old Jack," though Old Harry was a moniker used behind the back of the students. Arthur dared not refer to this elder mage, who was older than Master Harry Kess, by such a name. The old mage casually handed Arthur a black-bound magical book, explaining, "The directory of all the magical tomes in this layer is contained within. To access any book, simply channel your magical energy or combat energy at the title, and it will come to you. Of course, if you truly wish to peruse tomes over 1,000 years old, you will need to retrieve them from the shelves yourself. But handle them with care, as they are quite fragile." After thanking the old mage once more, Arthur opened the magical tome. As the tome of magic unfurled, lines of text materialized autonomously. The table of contents was divided into two principal categories, magic and Duki. The section on magic further delineated into 12 elemental categories: Jin, Mu, Shui, Hua, Tu, Feng, Lei, Bing, Guangming, Heian, Kongjian, and Shijian. The subsequent page was dedicated to first-level gene magic. Arthur perused the entire catalog of gene magic at an astonishing speed, only to be taken aback upon discovering that the highest tier of gene magic reached merely level 6. Magic of level 7 and above is beyond the purview of novice magicians such as yourselves, the elderly mage elucidated, seemingly aware of Arthur's perplexity. When will I be eligible to study it? Arthur inquired. You must attain the rank of a level 4 intermediate magician and receive the endorsement of a senior magician willing to be your mentor, who will then impart the knowledge of magic beyond level 7. Arthur nodded, refraining from further inquiry, for he understood that reaching the status of an intermediate magician was still a distant aspiration. What Arthur remained oblivious to was that this was a regulation established by the Magicians Guild. Magic of level 7 and above wielded tremendous power and destructive capability. If such knowledge fell into the hands of unscrupulous magicians, the ensuing devastation and loss of life would be incalculable. History had witnessed numerous tragedies where great magicians unleashed forbidden spells, resulting in the obliteration of cities. The mentorship requirement served as a safeguard against the moral and ethical integrity of magicians. After a moment's contemplation, Arthur placed his finger upon a line in the catalog and infused it with a modicum of magical energy. To his astonishment, the text shimmered into gold and began to animate as though striving to leap from the pages. Among the floating tomes, one particular book's spine glimmered with golden light and flew directly towards Arthur. He handed it to Morar, rapidly selecting a second volume. You shall practice these 2 spells. Master them swiftly. Your casting speed must be as rapid as possible. If fortune does not betray you, you shall not find yourself at the bottom of this year's assessment. Morar gazed at the 2 grimoires Arthur had handed him, nearly moved to tears. The second-level spell, Jin Dun, and the first-level spell, Jin Shu Qiu, were particularly disheartening. Especially the latter, which was essentially the introductory magic for Jin magicians. Noticing Morar's expression, Arthur remarked nonchalantly, You need not be so touched. I am not moved. I am on the verge of tears. I already know both of these spells. Ah, splendid. There is no need to start from scratch. Your chances of success have increased significantly. Arthur reclaimed the grimoire from Morar, infused it with another trace of magic, and released it, allowing the book to return to its original position. Boss, I am preparing for battle, not to concede without a fight. How can I combat others with these most rudimentary spells? Arthur suddenly fixed Morar with a serious gaze. The outcome of a battle is never determined by the level of magic. The act of taking a life. A great magician's aimless casting of a forbidden spell pales in comparison to a killer's swift cut to the throat. As long as the optimal combat strategy is chosen, even a first-level spell can vanquish formidable foes. Really? This is a matter of life and death. Do not deceive me. Morar still appeared skeptical. Jin Dun is recognized as the most potent defensive magic among the elementary spells, while Jin Shu Qiu boasts considerable offensive capability, and its greatest advantage lies in its rapid casting and low consumption. Once you master the correct attack strategy, I assure you, you will triumph over the majority of novice magicians. Arthur emphatically grasped Morar's shoulders. Unbeknownst to Arthur, the old mage, who had been dozing at the table, suddenly opened his eyes wide with surprise. After resolving matters with Morar, Arthur endeavored to seek solutions to his own queries. He scrutinized the text intently, his fingers gliding gently over the lines, occasionally pausing to ponder or channeling magical energy to retrieve a book and peruse its pages. Growing weary, he seated himself upon the floor, at times even venturing beneath the ancient shelves to carefully extract a tome for examination. Time flowed slowly, and no one pressed Arthur. Morar had long since returned in impatience, while the old mage had seemingly succumbed to slumber. As Arthur gently closed the pages of the magic directory, he could not suppress a sigh of disappointment. He had gleaned nothing. Young man, sighing so much is not favorable, the old mage remarked, having awakened unbeknownst to Arthur. Elder, are all the tomes housed within this library? Arthur asked, harboring a glimmer of hope. How could they all reside here? This is the Royal Library, which contains records of events spanning nearly 10,000 years. This level only houses books available for public borrowing. So, there are other levels to the library? That is a secret, but in light of your respectful demeanor towards this old man, I shall divulge a tidbit. There exists a second level dedicated to secret tomes and a third level for classified texts, the old mage replied with a smile. May I have the privilege of viewing them? Foolish lad, since these are secret tomes, they are not intended for mere students to peruse. Disappointment flickered across Arthur's face, vanishing almost as swiftly. Thank you. I believe I should take my leave now. How might I exit? Are you giving up so easily? Arthur could no longer conceal his frustration. Please, do not jest with me. The old mage's expression suddenly transformed into one of intriguing amusement. In times past, you would not have qualified to see them, but recently the second level's custodian has been replaced by an eccentric young girl. She might take a liking to you and grant you some leniency. That is wonderful. Could you possibly intercede on my behalf? Arthur, unwilling to relinquish his last shred of hope, implored. I do enjoy that appellation. However, I am far too old to plead with a mere girl. I can only inquire whether she will acquiesce. Thank you, esteemed elder. Arthur, adept in emotional intelligence, recognized the old mage's fondness and was eager to address him more frequently, for his age afforded him no detriment. The old mage produced a magical token resembling Arthur's own Xuyao Ling, swiftly inscribing several lines of characters upon it. With a flash of light, the characters vanished from the token. Arthur understood this to be a magical messaging function. Their Xuyao Ling could only passively receive magical messages, unlike the old mage's ability for two-way magical communication. Before long, the old mage's token glimmered, revealing a brief message. Young man, fortune favors you. Proceed forth. No sooner had the old mage spoken than the magical array beneath Arthur began to illuminate, the radiance blinding him. When Arthur reopened his eyes, he found himself not in the original hall, but rather in a modest study. In the center of the study stood an enormous desk. In stark contrast to the old mage's cluttered workspace, this desk bore only an open grimoire and a steaming teacup, while a female magician attentively read, her head bowed. Upon seeing her, Arthur froze momentarily, then bowed and greeted, Professor, I did not realize you were here. The woman behind the desk was one of the examiners from his entrance assessments, who had saved his life a few months prior. Yet Arthur was still unaware of her name. The female professor slowly raised her head, displaying a hint of surprise. Oh, so you are the one the old mage spoke of? Her voice was melodious, enchanting. One could only imagine the beauty of her face, complemented by her striking figure. Arthur gazed upon her visage, obscured by the glow of magic, lost in thought. I did not anticipate encountering you, Professor. I have yet to express my gratitude for your assistance the last time we met. Arthur bowed once more. You may call me Shaylin. It was a trivial matter. Do not dwell upon it. What tomes do you seek? I shall assist you in your search. Thank you. Do you possess a magic directory? I can search for myself. Even the magic directory is classified. Reveal to me what you seek. Arthur scratched his head and reluctantly disclosed his circumstances to Professor Shaylin. Let me ascertain your situation. She replied. A magical halo appeared above Arthur's head, gently descending to his feet before rising back again, repeating this motion thrice. Arthur observed the halo's up and down movement with curiosity, clearly sensing that this was not merely a simple detection spell. Although I am not a martial artist, I understand that your cultivation requires a gradual approach. The fighting technique you are currently practicing, while widening and toughening your meridians more than others, has also inflicted considerable harm upon them through such a reckless training method. The damage may be subtle at present, but as it deepens, the ultimate outcome could be the rupture of your meridians. Such a situation generally arises during intense battles or when breaking through level thresholds. Arthur couldn't help but admire Professor Shaylin. Tony had warned him long ago that the Danyang Lianshun could lead to a fatal explosion during advancement. Is there a solution? Arthur inquired, filled with hope. The entire library holds no book that can resolve your dilemma. The only solution is to immediately abandon your current practice and start anew with a different fighting technique. Professor Shaylin's words fell upon him like a cold bucket of water. Arthur clenched his fists, internally battling with himself. Perhaps sensing her words were too harsh, Professor Shaylin softened her tone, stating that she did not understand why Keynes had guided him toward this technique, but it was undoubtedly a dead end. The library offers an abundance of fighting techniques to choose from. Switching now would not significantly impact your martial path. This is unrelated to Captain Keynes. I chose this myself. If I decide to change my fighting technique, what grade can I expect? You could receive a fighting technique of no higher than mid-level Xian rank without any cost. If you excel during your time at the academy, the king may grant you a high-level Xian rank or a low-level D rank technique as a special reward. What about a Tian rank technique? Arthur asked tentatively. Do not even think about it. Mid-level or higher techniques of D rank are closely guarded secrets within noble families and sects. Those who possess Tian rank techniques are exceedingly rare, let alone sharing them. So, Professor Shaylin, what level do you believe I can reach with the Danyang Lianshun I am currently practicing? If the hidden dangers to your meridians were absent, the fighting technique you are practicing could achieve high-level D rank based on your progress and fighting spirit, and should you master it fully, you might even rival a low-level Tian rank technique. Professor Shaylin's assessment of this technique aligns closely with Keynes and Randall's opinions from years past. However, her tone shifted, stating that if the risks within the technique remain, It could only be classified as high-level Huang rank at best. The Berlin continent has clear standards for classifying techniques. Those with ordinary aptitude who can cultivate to level 3 warrior are categorized as Huang rank, those reaching level 6 as Xian rank, and those attaining level 9 as D rank. Exceptional talents like Arthur, who can transcend levels with lower-tier techniques, are not considered in this standard. For instance, the pain induced by the Dan Yang Lian Shun can only be endured by ordinary practitioners up to level 3. Thus, Professor Shaylin categorized it as high-level Huang rank. Arthur pondered for a moment, and when he raised his head again, his gaze had turned resolute. "Thank you, Professor Shaylin. I have made my decision. Please escort me out." "You have decided to give up?" "No, I wish to continue trying." "Are you certain?" "Continuing the practice will inevitably lead to death." "I am certain. I would rather die a glorious death than accept being a mediocre martial artist who is merely manipulated by others." It was as if a flame was igniting in Arthur's eyes. Observing his stubbornness akin to that of a young bull, Professor Shaylin suddenly smiled. Chapter 73. Life's Injustices. Arthur was momentarily taken aback by Professor Shaylin's sudden laughter. "Do you find my decision laughable?" he asked awkwardly. Shaylin shook her head, stating that she believed she had found the person she was looking for. Looking for someone? Arthur still did not grasp Professor Shaylin's meaning. Every martial artist and magician aspires to become the strongest, yet only a few can truly reach the pinnacle. "Why?" Shaylin continued. "People yearn to witness the glorious sights at the summit, unaware that the path to the highest point is fraught with thorns and perilous cliffs. A fall would result in shattering bones. Without great determination and the courage to face death, one can never ascend. And you are the person I seek, possessing both tenacity and bravery." "Me? I am in search of a suitable candidate to assist me with the task. If you are willing, you may come to find me after the year-end assessment." "And the reward?" Arthur blurted out due to habit, immediately feeling awkward, as he had yet to repay Professor Shaylin for saving him earlier. However, Shaylin remained unfazed, stating that the reward would be if you managed to return alive. "I can assist you with certain issues regarding your cultivation techniques." Happiness arrived too swiftly, and Arthur momentarily lost his composure. "Did you not say that no book in the entire library could resolve my problem?" Shaylin chuckled softly, clarifying that while the library's collection may not provide answers, she never claimed to lack solutions. As she spoke, Shaylin withdrew a translucent magical staff from her bracelet and began to swiftly wave it through the air. The higher the level of the magic circle, the more intricate it becomes. Utilizing a magic staff accelerates the construction of the formation. Arthur could already feel the magical elements in the space rapidly gathering in response to Professor Shaylin's movements. Suddenly, she pointed her staff at Arthur, and before he could react, a massive magical orb enveloped him entirely, causing him to lose consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself lying on the library floor, with a table and Professor Shaylin's feet nearby. Arthur rose, feeling an unprecedented sense of refreshment and clarity. The pain from his previous cultivation was entirely absent. "What have you done to me?" "I used the 12th level water magic, Water's Ripple, to cleanse all the hidden injuries accumulated from your practice of Dan Yang Lian Shun. Consider it an advance payment for the task," Shaylin explained softly, her voice revealing a hint of weakness. Arthur was touched. The magnitude of this advance payment was indeed considerable. Water's Ripple is known as the strongest healing magic, the only spell capable of purging hidden injuries from the meridians, highly sought after by martial artists across the continent. And even at great expense, one cannot easily find a master of this magic. Arthur's gratitude was palpable, but before he could express it, Shaylin waved her hand, and he was transported outside the library's light barrier. This visit to the library had rekindled hope within Arthur. He began to speculate about the task Professor Shaylin would assign him, pondering the arduous challenges that awaited him. As for the upcoming year-end assessment, he was entirely unconcerned. Someone as carefree as Arthur was not alone. Xiong had been waiting in Arthur's room for quite some time, engaging in a lackluster conversation with Arno, who only responded sporadically. Ever since their joint venture, Xiong had taken to visiting Arthur's room frequently, seeking more thrilling escapades, but Arthur and Arno never stepped beyond the academy's confines. After repeated visits, their interactions devolved into mere drinking and chatting. Arthur discovered that Xiong possessed a wealth of knowledge about the continent's history and various curiosities. While Xiong was particularly fond of hearing Arthur's tales of mercenaries, his face lighting up with longing, wishing he could abandon his noble status to become a mercenary. More are often interjected with humor, and most of the food and drink were brought in by him from outside the academy, while Arno remained the best listener, rarely speaking up and never mentioning his own background. Occasionally, Gully would also bring Ni along, sneaking out fine wines from the Duke's mansion. often managing to get Arthur quite intoxicated. The time spent at the academy, along with the bonds formed among the group of young men and women, flowed by like a gentle river, unhurried and unnoticed. Today is rather peculiar. Arthur is absent, and even that lazy, rotund morale has begun to apply himself. Xiong reclines on the carpet, murmuring to himself. Arno, seated cross-legged on the carpet, engrossed in a hefty tome of magic, shows no inclination to acknowledge Xiong. Why not teach me some dark magic? That would surely be fascinating. Xiong initiated a conversation with Arno. Ever since the incident at the underground market, Xiong had already deduced Arno's true identity. Yet this fool not only remained oblivious to the potential troubles he could attract, but also piqued his interest in dark magic, relentlessly pestering Arno with questions, as if he were on the verge of consulting the Church of Light directly. Study dark magic? Are you a fool? Arno retorted, realizing immediately the futility of his words, and then returned to his silence. Life is so dull. Xiong continued to lament. Life is inherently unfair. While some languish in complaints about boredom, others must struggle fiercely to survive, and some seem to exist solely for the sake of relentless endeavor. Leon was struck in the chest, blood spewing forth as he was sent flying. The one-eyed werewolf atop the rocks looked down with disdain at Leon, saying, I've heard a lad from the Golden Lion family has been raiding nearby villages recently, but with you and your meager band of warriors, you think you can make me, the one-eyed, follow? You might as well return home and continue suckling. Leon, rising once more from the ground, were the stains of blood that had already soaked into his leather armor. Behind him, Shala observed Leon's swaying figure with a sympathetic gaze. Had Leon not previously forbade her and Long Dong from intervening in his battles, she would have already rushed in to flay this reckless level 5 werewolf warrior alive. Leon spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. You scoundrel, not only are you weak, but you also talk too much. After joining me, you shall not speak unless commanded. The one-eyed werewolf erupted into raucous laughter. How amusing. Since when did the proud lionkin learn to boast? His laughter was abruptly cut short as Leon emitted a brilliant golden light, blinding those present. This pure fighting spirit, he barely managed to utter before the radiant light enveloped him, and with a swift punch, Leon shattered the one-eye's hastily raised arm, landing a second blow squarely on his face. As the one-eyed fell back, Leon planted his foot on his neck, declaring, I offered you a chance before. You were simply too weak to seize it. Now, you have one final choice, submit or die? I submit. I swear fealty to the Golden Lion family, the one-eyed capitulated. Devoid of any dignity, Leon lifted his foot and turned his back entirely to the one-eyed. Kneel and swear your loyalty. But remember, you are not pledging allegiance to the Golden Lion. You are swearing to me, Leon. Chapter 74. Year-end examination, whether in anticipation or dread. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. The year-end assessment for the new students of Blood Glory Royal Academy has commenced. The sky is overcast, with sporadic snowflakes adding a grim atmosphere to this fate-determining examination. The 23 students of this cohort stand in a circle around the 500-square-meter arena, drawing lots one by one. The year-end assessment at Blood Glory Academy determines rankings through combat. Students draw lots to establish matchups, with the victors progressing to subsequent rounds, ultimately determining the top scorer who will receive a scholarship. The losers of the first round must also compete against each other. The victor advances, while the defeated must continue battling until the last one is eliminated. Ultimately, the one who is eliminated may not be the weakest, but certainly the unluckiest. For luck is also a component of strength. Additionally, the use of enchanted equipment, magic scrolls, and other items is unrestricted during the combat. As wealth too is a facet of power. The entire assessment process is a true reflection of His Majesty Strelch's military philosophy. To the victor belong the spoils, regardless of the means. Only the living have the opportunity to speak, for history is written by the victors. As the assessment begins, the student who drew the number 1 lot is invited to the stage. The Grand Magician Austin presides over the assessment, who, without any preamble, directly announces the commencement. The assessments proceed one after another, with the Academy incorporating these evaluations as part of practical teaching. Hoping students will learn to identify the weaknesses of various types of magicians by observing the battles of others. Xiong, having drawn the number 1 lot, dressed in white, strides confidently to the center of the arena, first bowing with a smile to Grand Magician Austin, then to his peers surrounding him. Below, Arthur scoffs. Xiong always presents himself as courteous and charming before outsiders, making it difficult for those who dislike him to harbor true resentment. Xiong's opponent is a tall, slender youth who approaches the arena with a serious expression after Xiong. The two stand 20 meters apart, facing each other, before Austin officially announces the start. Since magicians require time to cast spells, battles must maintain a certain distance to allow for spellcasting. The tall youth raises a wooden wall in front of himself as his initial move. This is the most conventional combat method for magicians. First, they shield themselves, then unleash offensive magic. While his opponent is busy erecting defenses, Qiong calmly strides forward 10 meters, producing a magic scroll with a flourish and tearing it open. A colossal fire dragon roars forth from the scroll, instantly reducing the wooden wall before the tall youth to ashes. The searing heat forcing the onlooking students to retreat a couple of steps involuntarily. The youth opposite Qiong stands utterly stunned, his planned offensive magic disrupted. For the immense fire dragon is overwhelmingly intimidating for a level 2 magician. As the flames sear closer, threatening to engulf the youth, a bolt of lightning suddenly descends from above, scattering the fire dragon. Qiong is declared the victor as Austin promptly announces the results of the assessment. That bolt was undoubtedly his intervention, for as the examiner, he bears the responsibility to ensure the safety of the students. It would not do to have casualties during a practical assessment. How shameless. He opened with a fire dragon technique. What is that even? Arthur muttered under his breath. That's just rogue behavior. Morale chimed in eagerly beside him. Big brother, do you think if I didn't use your methods and borrowed a couple of fire dragon scrolls from Qiong, he would lend them to me? Please have the student who drew the number 2 lot come to the stage. Austin has announced the commencement of the second round. A petite girl with delicate features gracefully walks onto the arena, yet her opponent does not appear. What excellent luck. Could it be a bye? Murmurs begin to circulate among the audience. I will count to 3. If the other student does not come to the stage, it will be declared a loss, Austin. The Grand Magician elongates his voice to begin the countdown. It seems this match will indeed be a bye. Big brother, what number are you? It will soon be my turn, Morale babbles nervously. 1. Wait, I'm here. As Morale speaks of his turn, Arthur finally glances at the lot in his hand. As Arthur steps forward, the girl's expression shifts from joy to one of despair in an instant. Ever since he dealt with Kaleo, Arthur has become the acknowledged oddity among this year's new students. Facing Arthur guarantees inevitable defeat. Can I voluntarily forfeit? The girl pleads with a quivering voice directed at Grand Magician Austin. Honor must be defended with blood, to retreat in the face of a mightier foe. Lacking even the courage to fight, is unworthy of being a student of Blood Glory Academy. Those who voluntarily forfeit will be eliminated immediately. Austin's resonant and authoritative voice reverberates in the ears of every student. I will fight. The girl clenches her silver teeth, her small face set in determination. Begin. As soon as Austin's voice fell, Yace's swift wind technique was instantly activated, propelling him forward like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the 20-meter distance, and before the young girl could even release her defensive spell, Yace was already before her, the Starfall giant sword crashing down towards her face. Ah! The girl let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the arena, instinctively crouching down and covering her head. Yace's sword halted just above her, suspended in midair. Yace emerged victorious, flashing a grin at Austin as he joyfully dashed off the stage, the entire encounter from his strike to his exit taking less than 10 seconds. You call that a fighter? I think you are the real rogue. Morar muttered softly from below. The previous 2 matches concluded with remarkable swiftness, causing several professors, who usually taught these students, to shake their heads in disbelief, feeling as though their months of magic lessons had been in vain. Both Qiong and Yace had not adhered to the conventional fighting style of mages. Fortunately, among the magic students, only Yace and Qiong were such anomalies. The 2 youths who took to the stage next were, by contrast, typical mages. One wielded fire magic while the other specialized in earth magic, each erecting a fire shield and an earth shield before them. The fire mage began to move rapidly, launching a barrage of fireballs at his opponent, interspersed with a few swiftly shot fire arrows. The earth mage also maneuvered swiftly across the arena, predicting his opponent's movements, causing spikes to erupt from the ground unexpectedly, while also deploying a few swamp techniques to set traps. This long-range magical exchange was the quintessential combat style of mages. Both were second-level mages, remaining vigilant against each other. Despite their intense back and forth, it was unlikely that a victor would emerge in the short term, as it would likely take the depletion of one side's magic to determine the outcome. While the magic students were engaged in their distant duel, the martial artists had already descended into a brutal melee. The year-end assessments for the magic and martial arts departments at Blood Glory Academy were conducted separately. This arrangement stemmed from the rarity of one-on-one duels between martial artists and mages in actual combat scenarios. Once a mage is cornered, they possess little to no capacity for resistance. In practical situations, mages are typically positioned to be protected, taking on the roles of controlling the battlefield or providing firepower. In terms of direct confrontation, mages of equivalent rank overwhelmingly dominate martial artists. Aware of their disadvantages, mages usually reserve 1 or 2 instant cast spells within their wands or equipment, preventing martial artists from closing the distance. This is also one of the reasons Blood Glory Academy mandates that martial artists be at least 3rd level, while mages must be at least 2nd level, as the advancement of mages is significantly more challenging. As Yace exited the stage, the half-orc Hwei, who was deemed untouchable, was making his way to the arena. Over the past 6 months, Hwei had faced nearly every young contender here, the only exception being Yace, whom he had not yet challenged. When the opponent for the recently concluded match realized the draw was against Hwei, they were instantly paralyzed with fear. As Hwei brushed past him, the next to take the stage was Guli. "I'll be waiting for you in the final match." Guli shot a provocative glance at Hwei. A thorny rose unafraid of anyone. "I won't hold back just because you are a woman," Hwei replied expressionlessly. Hwei typically refrained from striking women, which is why he had never had the opportunity to spar with Guli. The academy did not offer any special considerations for female students during assessments, as adversaries on the battlefield would not show mercy simply because one is a woman. In fact, female warriors and mages captured during conflicts with orcs often faced a fate worse than that of men. Guli's opponent for this match was Qilao. Qilao glared at Guli with fiery eyes. Due to Yace, he had fallen from being the grandson of a marquis to becoming the subject of ridicule, and the past few months had been a torturous ordeal for him. His resentment towards Guli had intensified, as she had recently been seen in close proximity to Yace. Guli smirked at Qilao. "Is your face itching again? Want to test how it feels to be under my heel?" Almost simultaneously with the examiner's command to begin, Qilao lunged at her with a roar, unleashing his energy in a frenzy. The blade of his sword radiating energy nearly a foot long as he slashed madly towards Guli. Guli was startled by Qilao's fervor, but, undeterred, raised her silver spear to meet him. The clash of spear and sword sent Guli reeling back 5 or 6 steps, almost losing her grip on her weapon. Before she could regain her balance, Qilao shouted and unleashed his energy technique, sending several sword energies aimed at Guli's vital points. Guli stumbled backward, simultaneously hurling her silver spear forward. Qilao had no intention of dodging or defending. The sword energies relentlessly pursued Guli. The silver spear flew through the air, embedding itself in Qilao's shoulder, while 3 sword energies pierced through Guli's combat attire, causing blood to gush forth. "Today, I will kill you." Qilao's eyes turned bloodshot, entering a near-frenzied state as he completely fixated on Guli as though she were Yace. In terms of strength, Qilao, a 4th-level battle lieutenant, ranked among the top 5 in this year's new martial artists, although he had previously encountered Yace, whose power was simply monstrous. Over these past months, Qilao had channeled all his humiliation and anger into rigorous training, and he had never been so focused in his life, resulting in a significant rise in his prowess in just a few months, temporarily sealing his wounds with energy. Guli beckoned for her silver spear to return from Qilao's shoulder, a fountain of blood following it. Didn't he expect to encounter a mad dog today? Come on, let me see how else you can bite. Even with her injuries, the thorny rose retained her fierce spirit. Qilao lunged at her once more in a frenzied charge. This time, Guli refrained from recklessly clashing with Qilao. With a flick of her wrist, her 3-foot-long spear suddenly elongated into a 5-foot-long flower spear. The silver spear, named Feishing, was an exceptional weapon that offered far more than mere thrusting capabilities. The adage "an inch longer, an inch stronger" held true as Guli flicked the spearhead, deflecting Qilao's sword, then swiftly turned the spear to stab at Qilao's throat. Despite Qilao's madness, he could not ignore the lethal thrust aimed at his vital point. Sidestepping and raising his sword to block, before their weapons could meet, Guli's spear technique transformed. With a twist of her wrist, the flower spear traced a semicircular arc, aiming to strike Qilao at the waist. Qilao, unable to raise his sword in time to defend, could only dodge to the side. With a swift motion, the spear tip grazed past him, slicing through his combat attire and leaving a long gash at his waist. Guli beckoned Qilao to come again. Qilao charged once more. Desperate, but Guli's movements were nimble, her agility allowing her to evade while attacking, denying Qilao any opportunity to clash directly. After a few exchanges, another strike from Guli's spear grazed Qilao's cheek, leaving a cut on his handsome face. In terms of energy, Guli could not match Qilao, but in martial skills and techniques, she outclassed him by a significant margin. Guli practiced the family's superior Earth-grade martial technique, the 100 birds attacking the Phoenix spear technique, personally taught by Duke Ross since childhood. The spear technique was intricate, balancing the real and the illusory when perfected. It resembled a phoenix leading a flock of birds in an attack, with countless spear shadows leaving no room for escape. Guli aimed to wear Qilao down, inflicting shallow cuts on him with each few exchanges. In no time, Qilao bore 7 or 8 wounds that his energy could not staunch, appearing as if he had emerged from a sea of blood. The spectators below watched in awe, thinking they should keep their distance from this woman in the future. She was far too ruthless, resembling not just a thorny rose, but a deadly wasp. During this period, Guli took the opportunity to consume 2 hemostatic and energy-replenishing pills, which were among the spoils from the last raid on the merchant's shop, unexpectedly finding them useful so soon. Qilao's frenzied assaults failed to inflict any damage on Guli. The significant loss of blood had begun to unsteady his steps. In a desperate attempt, Qilao once again employed the sword technique of fighting spirit. Anticipating his determination to fight to the end, Guli deftly evaded. And this time the sword energy barely grazed her. Overwhelmed by excessive blood loss and depleted of all fighting spirit, Qilao collapsed to the ground. Unable to rise again, Guli emerged victorious. Without casting a glance at the fallen Qilao, she strode off the arena. In her haste, she inadvertently stepped on Qilao's face as she exited. Chapter 76. Amusing battle in the Mo Lin Tom martial arts arena. The duel between 2 young sorcerers had persisted for a quarter of an hour without a clear victor. The spectators below had become drowsy, having witnessed the limited repertoire of spells from the second-level sorcerers being reused repeatedly. Given a choice, they would have preferred to watch the straightforward and brutish combat style of Qiong and Yasi. The fire element sorcerer had yet to launch his fireball when it flickered and dissipated, having exhausted his last drop of magical energy. Meanwhile, the wood element sorcerer had not even had the chance to celebrate, as the wooden shield protecting him shattered. Both boys were momentarily stunned. Their magic had run out simultaneously, prompting them to look for Austin. In the battlefield, there is only victory or defeat, life or death. No concept of a tie exists. The assessment rules state that a tie counts as a failure for both, relegating them to the elimination group, Austin the Grand Sorcerer announced. The 2 boys stared at each other, wide-eyed, realizing Austin's implication but unsure how to proceed. Should they simply sit down and recover their magic, competing in recovery speed instead? The fire element sorcerer was the first to react, shouting as he lunged at his opponent, taking him down before he could react, and then mounted him. The wood element sorcerer, realizing he had no choice, countered fiercely, pinning his opponent beneath him. They rolled and grappled on the ground like children, much more entertaining than their previous exchange of spells. The surrounding students laughed until their sides hurt, cheering for the 2. Ultimately, the fire element sorcerer won by using his greater weight to keep his opponent down. In the subsequent 4th match, it was only after Austin called for the 3rd time that Mo reluctantly ascended the stage. His opponent was a noble named Qi Si Nuo, an ice element sorcerer who was typical of the aristocracy, often neglecting his training in favor of indulgence. Although Mo had never sparred with Qi Si Nuo, it was evident that the latter's ice magic possessed significantly greater offensive capability. In the 12 elemental magic schools of the continent, if categorized by offensive and defensive strength, fire, ice, wind, and thunder are primarily offensive, while gold, wood, water, and earth are primarily defensive. Light and darkness, space and time, emphasize control with a balance between offense and defense. Unlike the socially withdrawn Yasi, Mo was well acquainted with everyone in the class, and he found common ground with Qi Si Nuo. Mo grinned at Qi Si Nuo. "Brother, please go easy on me later." Qi Si Nuo replied with a broad smile, "If you let me pass, how about I take you to the Shao Chunyu bar for a drink?" The 2 exhibited no intention of fighting and instead began discussing matters right there on the arena. "Begin." Austin disregarded their chatter and declared the match underway. The moment Austin's words fell, the previously amicable pair simultaneously began to construct their magical arrays, embodying the perfect definition of friends engaged in revelry. An ice shield hovered in front of Qi Si Nuo, protecting his vital areas. Almost concurrently, Mo summoned a metallic shield and charged towards Qi Si Nuo. When Mo was halfway to Qi Si Nuo, an ice arrow formed between Qi Si Nuo's palms, which he then launched at Mo. The metallic shield in Mo.'s hands expanded as he charged, reaching the size of a large pot lid by the time the ice arrow approached. He hunched down, concealing himself behind the shield, and the arrow struck the center of the shield, causing Mo to stagger as a layer of ice swiftly spread across its surface. The spread halted at his hands, thanks to a pair of inconspicuous gray gloves. Imola Air adjusted his stance and continued his advance. Chi Si Nua began to conjure a second ice arrow while retreating. Distance was crucial in sorceress combat. Only by creating space could one gain the time needed to cast spells. When they were 10 meters apart, the ice arrow was once again shot towards Imola Air. At this moment, Imola Air's shield had grown yet again, becoming thicker. As he lowered his head, the ice arrow struck the golden shield once more. Prepared. Imola Air's body merely swayed slightly as he pressed on towards Chi Si Nua. When he was 3 meters away from Chi Si Nua, a wave of frost swept towards him. After 2 failed ice arrows, Chi Si Nua resorted to the second-level frost spell. Meanwhile, Imola Air held his golden shield, which had now grown to the size of a door. He crouched behind it, shielding his entire body as the frost crackled against the shield, inflicting no harm upon him. Despite the onslaught of frost, Imola Air continued his relentless advance. Frost spells are restrictive. Although they cannot completely freeze an opponent, they significantly hinder movement. Chi Si Nua intended to create distance again to seek a new opportunity for attack, but he was unprepared for Imola Air, who charged through the frost, shield raised. With a flash of magic beneath his feet, Imola Air accelerated, closing the distance of 3 to 5 meters in an instant. Chi Si Nua had no time to evade as he was struck head-on by the massive shield. The weight of the metallic shield, combined with Imola Air's body mass and the tremendous impact, knocked Chi Si Nua unconscious. Simple and brutal. A decisive blow, that was the combat style designed for Imola Air by Yasi. In this battle, Chi Si Nua had cast 4 spells: Ice Shield, 2 Ice Arrows, and Frost, while Imola Air had utilized only the Golden Shield spell, yet he had executed it to perfection. Yasi believed that the Golden Shield, as the strongest defensive magic among beginner spells, could withstand attacks from various magical elements as long as Imola Air was not hindered by his opponent's magic, allowing him to close in and ultimately wield the shield as a weapon to resolve the conflict. To ensure the success of this strategy, Imola Air spent 900 gold coins on 5th-level protective gloves to mitigate fire, ice, and electrical damage through the golden shield, and 300 gold coins on 4th-level gale boots to enable sudden acceleration for a lethal strike. Similar to Cheong's combat approach, this was also a victory achieved through the accumulation of gold coins. Imola Air triumphed. When Austin announced the result, Imola Air leaped joyfully in the arena and excitedly rushed towards Yasi, eager for a celebratory embrace. However, Yasi had no interest in embracing a heavy man and instinctively kicked out, sending Imola Air tumbling back into the arena. Chapter 77. Eccentric Showdown. The year-end assessment battles continued, yet aside from a few peculiar characters taking the stage, there were no further ripples in the martial arts arena. Due to the small number of students in the magical department, they concluded their first day's assessment early, while the martial arts department continued their first round until the moon hung high in the sky. On the second day of the assessment, the 11 victorious students from the magical department, along with 1 student who received a bye, would continue to duel until a final victor emerged. Meanwhile, the 11 students who lost the previous day would also compete until one unfortunate soul was eliminated. Each day's assessments would involve a fresh draw, and luck often favored the foolish. Thus, Cheong drew the number 1 again. This fellow's combat style was identical to the previous day, as he opened the Fire Dragon spell scroll right away. Having battled the day before, his opponent was well prepared. As the Fire Dragon roared forth, the opponent launched a massive water sphere. The Fire Dragon plunged into the water sphere, rolling and struggling violently within, yet it could not escape, gradually shrinking into a small dragon swimming inside the sphere. When the Fire Dragon ultimately vanished, the water sphere shattered, raining down droplets upon the arena. The level 7 water magic, Sealed Water Sphere, was indeed the nemesis of the level 7 Fire Dragon spell, and among these students, Cheong was not the only one with wealth. Before his opponent could revel in triumph, 2 fire dragons surged in from either side. Cunning move. The opposing youth cursed. Turning to flee, Cheong flung a level 7 magic scroll worth 500 gold coins as if it were a mere cabbage, achieving another victory bought with gold. It must be noted that gold is quite valuable. A typical family in the Isaac Kingdom spends only 3 to 5 gold coins a year for their living expenses. Was it truly worth spending 1,500 gold coins on such a trivial contest? Surely, he must be foolish. Below, Arthur squinted, observing Cheong with curiosity. Who was this fellow, and what was his background? He seemed to possess an endless supply of money, tossing gold coins without a hint of regret. Was he really so foolish? Next up was Nini, whose tranquil demeanor starkly contrasted with Gu Li's haughty character. Perhaps only such a personality could befriend Gu Li. After her thrilling experience previously, Nini's combat prowess had also significantly improved, skillfully alternating between water arrow, water sphere, and water shield, combined with the enhancement of her level 5 magic staff, Yun Ji Qing. She maintained a steady advantage over her opponent, a wood-type young mage. Ultimately, Nini propelled her adversary into the air with a sudden burst of water from the ground, successfully advancing to the next round. When Morar took the stage again, he appeared more confident than the previous day. However, his opponent today was a wind-type mage. Although the opponent's wind blade could not penetrate Morar's golden shield, their agile movements denied Morar any chance to engage closely. Realizing his previous tactics were ineffective, Morar chose to maintain distance and attack. His strategy was to hurl fist-sized metal spheres at the opponent. The wind blade was a level 2 spell, while the metal spheres were merely level 1 magic, thus consuming less energy and allowing for a quicker casting and attacking frequency. While the metal spheres lacked tremendous power, a blow to the head or face could cause significant injury, and strikes to the body were painful. The wind-type mage had no choice but to dodge, unable to find time to retaliate due to the constant harassment, leaving him in a most precarious situation. A single miscalculated dodge resulted in a metal sphere striking him, after which he could no longer counterattack. When Arthur took the stage once more, everyone anticipated he would conclude the battle with his usual straightforward brutality. Instead, he engaged his opponent in a magical duel. Arthur employed only one spell throughout the match, the level 2 chain fireball. The fireballs he unleashed, though small, flew forth in rapid succession like a repeating crossbow, striking his opponent from various angles and directions. What seemed to be the simplest of fireball spells produced an effect akin to a level 9 meteor shower, raining fireballs down upon his adversary. Both Austin in the arena and the observing professors nodded in approval. Arthur's display epitomized the magical control that old Harry had taught them in their first lesson. Understanding this principle paved the way toward becoming a grand mage, with only the accumulation of magical power and knowledge remaining. The magical department's second day of assessments concluded early once again, yet unexpectedly, Arthur did not return to his room. Without greeting anyone, he stealthily made his way to the Wu Yun Hall. Arthur's intention was straightforward. He wished to observe the battles among the warriors, hoping to glean insights into their martial techniques and combat styles. Although he had dedicated the past 6 months to studying magic, he had not neglected the training of his martial skills. However, due to the lack of guidance, his progress had not been particularly evident, which was one reason he frequently sought out Professor Ogu. Arthur had intended to sneak over and observe discreetly, yet he overlooked his own reputation within the academy, especially with the unique Starfall greatsword at his back, making it nearly impossible not to be recognized. Even in the academy, Arthur was wary of letting the Starfall sword out of his sight. Over time, the sword's considerable weight had ceased to be a burden, instead providing him with a sense of security and a constant reminder of his responsibilities. Arthur carried his sword even during classes, earning him the peculiar title of the sword-bearing mage. As soon as Arthur appeared at the Wu Yun Hall, it caused quite a stir, with many students shifting their focus from the arena to him, their gazes often unfriendly. Arthur's previous challenge and victory over Qilao had not only humiliated Qilao, but had also brought shame to many warriors, who felt dishonored by being bested by a mage. Some even contemplated challenging Arthur in the Magic Forest Tower to regain their lost pride, yet upon assessing their own abilities, they found themselves lacking the confidence to guarantee a victory over him. Furthermore, Professor Skeleton had issued a warning that any provocateur in the Magic Forest Tower would face a month of confinement, which helped quell the unrest. Unexpectedly, Arthur reappeared at the Wu Yun Hall, clearly here to provoke. A slight commotion arose within the crowd. Arthur remained oblivious to the significant attention his presence attracted, choosing to ignore the hostile glares directed at him. His focus was entirely consumed by the fierce combat occurring in the arena. A cold, stern youth donned in black martial attire faced off against a graceful girl clad in silver armor. Gu Li versus Xiao Yi. Due to the random draw rules, this clash of two peculiar individuals had erupted ahead of schedule. Chapter 78. Xiao Yi's challenge. Gu Li and Xiao Yi were widely recognized as the top contenders among the new martial students of this cohort. Their early confrontation would determine who would reign as the foremost warrior of the martial arts department. A noble lady and the illegitimate son of a prince. Both were the center of attention both within and beyond the arena. Noticing that Arthur had yet to take any further action, all eyes returned to the stage. Gu Li and Xiao Yi exchanged no words. The moment the examiner announced the start, their fierce clash began. Unlike the battles among mages, warriors did not require distance or protective shields. They launched directly into fierce attacks aimed at vital points. Gu Li's silver spear elongated instantly, and with a sharp flick, The spear tip thrust through the air, targeting Xiao Yi's chest with 3 precise strikes. Xiao Yi wielded a pair of specially crafted claw gauntlets that gleamed with a dark luster, equipped with 4 razor-sharp claws and 3 protruding spikes on the back. This weapon was exceptionally sinister. A strike could result in deep, lacerating wounds, and even a direct punch could leave multiple holes in the body. Faced with Gu Li's incoming spear, Xiao Yi swiped his left claw, deflecting the spear tip with a metallic clash, while simultaneously lunging forward to deliver a right hook. The 3 spikes on his claws aimed directly at Gu Li's face. The so-called gun thrusting in a straight line emphasizes grand gestures and swift movements. Should one allow Xiao Yi to close in, the effectiveness of their marksmanship diminishes significantly. Gu Li swiftly retreats, her wrist twisting as she transitions from thrusting to drawing the gun, aiming for Xiao Yi's waist. Xiao Yi, with a light touch of his toes, lunges forward once more, attempting to envelop Gu Li in his embrace, his claws poised to pierce her abdomen first. With the distance lost, the power of Gu Li's sweeping shot fades, and she is compelled to leap backward into the air. Xiao Yi follows closely, refusing to permit her any opportunity to catch her breath or regain her composure. To Gu Li's surprise, she finds herself at a disadvantage from the outset, as Xiao Yi effectively counters her adept shooting technique. Gu Li's combat style, characterized by agile movements and rapid speed, complemented by her fierce marksmanship, typically allows her to evade 2 or 3 opponents of equal skill, but against Xiao Yi, who shares her swiftness, she finds no advantage. Xiao Yi's fighting style resembles that of a wild, untamed leopard. His strikes are both rapid and ferocious, with his claws targeting vital points. In midair, realizing she cannot escape Xiao Yi, Gu Li grips the gun barrel and spins rapidly. As Xiao Yi's claws lunge forward, they collide with her weapon, igniting a shower of sparks in the air. The 2 combatants part ways, landing on the ground simultaneously. From the moment the examiner called the start to their separation, only a few seconds elapsed, yet their clash proved more intense than any previous bout. Upon landing, Gu Li finds herself slightly panting, but Xiao Yi has no intention of granting her a moment's respite. As soon as he touches the ground, he pounces again. Gu Li grits her teeth in frustration, never having been so beleaguered. She swiftly draws a long sword from her back, and as the blade emerges, a streak of lightning descends from the heavens. The 4th-tier magic, Thunder Command, is the enchantment bestowed upon her 5th-tier longsword. In the contest of martial prowess, Gu Li, forced to utilize an enchanted weapon first, has effectively conceded a point. However, her fiery temper prompts her to disregard all else. Defeating Xiao Yi is her immediate priority. As the lightning strikes him, Xiao Yi crosses his claws, and the electric energy bursts forth, enveloping him in a dazzling light. When the light dissipates, Xiao Yi kneels slightly, his body trembling, yet unscathed. It appears his dark, clawed gauntlets are no ordinary items, having absorbed much of the lightning's power. Gu Li then hurls the long sword like a projectile, her fighting spirit surging, as she unleashes a torrent of silver energy from the gun's tip, casting dozens of silver projectiles towards Xiao Yi, like petals forming a vast net. Xiao Yi deftly dodges the incoming sword and springs from the ground, crossing his claws in rapid succession, each sweep generating 3 strands of black energy. The energies intertwine, swiftly crafting a dark net of energy, the technique known as Shadow Claw. The silver storm and the black shadows collide violently, resulting in an explosive clash that sends both Gu Li and Xiao Yi reeling backward. Gu Li feels as if her entire body is collapsing, yet she struggles to rise. As she sits up, a dark figure lunges toward her, 3 glistening spikes poised dangerously beneath her chin. Xiao Yi's cold gaze fixes on her. Had they not been in a tournament, Gu Li believes he would have struck without hesitation. Blood trickles from the corner of Xiao Yi's mouth, as the energy clash inflicted wounds upon him comparable to Gu Li's. But he possesses greater resilience, rising faster than she can. Gu Li's expression dims as she opens her mouth several times, the words "I lost" caught in her throat. For someone as resolute and unyielding as Gu Li, admitting defeat is an arduous task. Xiao Yi emerges victorious, as the examiner announces the result. He turns to leave the arena, his eyes meeting those of Yasi from the audience below. Gu Li, with her head bowed, also catches sight of Yasi, fighting back tears as she swiftly exits the arena, her footsteps echoing in haste. Yasi remains rooted in place, arms crossed, deep in thought, replaying the moments of their confrontation and pondering how he would fare against Xiao Yi. After the year-end assessment, I wish to challenge you to a duel. Xiao Yi stands before Yasi, issuing a challenge. At last, someone from the warrior department has stepped forward. The nearby students overhear Xiao Yi's challenge. causing a stir as attention shifts to the unfolding drama. Yisi scrutinizes the half-orc before him. Xiao-Yi stands nearly as tall, with dark skin and a stern visage. His yellow eyes devoid of emotional fluctuation, his small ears resembling those of the former warrior Shala. I refuse. Yisi's calm reply astonishes everyone. Are you afraid? A hint of expression appears on Xiao-Yi's face, a cold smirk. Are you worried about crying when I trample you? Then let us fight. I do not engage in meaningless battles. What do you desire? What do you have to offer? After a moment of silence, Xiao-Yi responds, if you win, I will grant you one request. Yisi contemplates for a moment, shamelessly stating, I will concede a bit, reluctantly accepting. It is settled then. Xiao-Yi turns and walks away without stipulating any conditions. Yisi scratches his head, murmuring softly, losing carries no significant cost. Perhaps I am not at a disadvantage. On a high platform in a corner of the arena, the two deputy heads of the academy, Old Ha Li and Mo Lei, stand side by side. The youngsters are maturing rapidly. Soon, they will be the guardians of the kingdom. Old Ha Li reflects with admiration. Another star rises from the Ross family. As for the other two, Mo Lei's words trail off. Puzzled, Old Ha Li gazes at Mo Lei. I believe Yisi and Xiao-Yi possess even greater talent. I have spent many years by the side of the old king and have come to understand many things. A half-orc faces immense challenges in the realm of humans. Mo Lei gently shakes his head. That is Rex's concern, not for us retired old fellows to ponder. And the other? The talent of Kane C from years past likely rivals that of the young lad below, yet the outcome is known to you. Although His Majesty has assigned me to retirement, I am not yet senile. Kane C has not reached our age and must find a successor to pass down his Starfall sword, yet the sword has manifested in that child. A long sigh escapes them, and neither speaks further. Chapter 79, Boundless Ambition. The news of Xiao-Yi's challenge to Yisi swiftly spreads throughout the academy. This is not merely a contest between two individuals, but a clash of strength between the magic department and the warrior department, drawing the attention of students and professors alike. Among the four remarkable freshmen of this cohort, the battle between these two is essentially a contest for the title of the King of Oddities. Though the title of King of Oddities is a student-invented moniker, it is nonetheless recognized as a mark of strength among the new students, with each iteration of the King of Oddities becoming a target for the nobility to recruit. On the third day of the Magic Department's tournament, Yisi becomes the center of attention upon his arrival, with eager eyes focused on him from every corner. Regardless of their prior feelings towards him, Yisi embodies the Magic Department. Should he triumph against Xiao-Yi, all students of the Magic Department would feel a sense of superiority over their warrior counterparts. Mo Lei approaches Yisi, saying, Boss, you were intentionally provoking him yesterday, weren't you? Next time, take me with you, if it comes to blows. I can back you up. Yasser cast a disdainful glance at Morar, considering it a sufficient response. Having triumphed in 2 matches at the arena, Morar's ego had grown considerably. However, he remained oblivious to the situation and continued unabashedly, Boss, did you know? This matter has caused quite a stir, allegedly even attracting the attention of the vice deans. Old Harry and Moray. A hint of surprise crossed Arthur's face. He had always perceived his duel with Xiao-Yi as a trivial matter in the eyes of the Academy's upper echelons, at most eliciting the intervention of Professor Ogu. What stance does Old Harry take? Arthur could not help but inquire curiously. I heard that the 2 vice deans have tacitly approved your duel with Xiao-Yi, and they even placed a wager, supposedly with a considerable stake. Arthur looked incredulous. Who told you such nonsense? How could a bet between the vice deans reach the ears of a mere student? Believe it or not, I have reliable sources. Not only are the vice deans gambling, but there are also others in the academy taking bets on who will ultimately win between you and Xiao-Yi. I hear several professors are involved as well. Intrigued, Arthur reflected on his previous associations with Tony and others, which made him familiar with such matters. Which side has the larger stake? Boss, you are at 5-1, while Xiao-Yi is at 1-1. Arthur pondered. So they believe Xiao-Yi has a greater chance of winning? Morar, interpreting Arthur's contemplation as concern, hastily reassured him. It's primarily because the students from the warrior department are numerous, hence many are betting on Xiao-Yi's victory, leading the bookmakers to deliberately lower his odds. However, we are all rooting for your success. Arthur remained silent, lost in thought. Boss, you absolutely must defeat that half-orc. I have wagered 100 gold coins on your victory. Arthur's eyes flickered as he beckoned Morar closer, lowering his voice. You should place a bet of 1,000 gold coins on Xiao-Yi winning. Morar gaped in shock, unable to respond for a moment. You must be joking. Does my expression suggest jest? Arthur replied. Boss, you really need to think this through. That's the King of Oddities we're talking about, not to mention the reputation of all the students in the magic department. Morar's face flushed with urgency. Can the King of Oddities fill one's stomach? Arthur had never placed much importance on such titles. His experiences as a young mercenary had deeply ingrained in him the belief that empty fame was far less significant than gold coins. You could also bet 1,000 gold coins on Xiao Yi's victory, but make sure to spread the bets. Do not alert the bookmakers or risk their collapse. On table 2, Austin has already begun the countdown. Remember what I said, bet on Xiao Yi winning, Arthur reminded him before swiftly leaping onto the dueling platform. Upon looking up, Arthur was momentarily taken aback to see Qiong, that fool, grinning at him. Following Gu Li and Xiao Yi, the other two oddities had encountered each other early. They both smiled at one another, and even after Master Austin announced the start of the match, neither seemed inclined to engage. How about this? You forego the Fire Dragon spell scroll, and we settle this based on our true abilities. I am not a fool. Why would I abandon my strengths? Arthur shot Qiong a fierce glare, thinking to himself, your strength lies in throwing gold coins. In that case, you should also refrain from using Fire Dragon spells. Just convert the cost of the magic scroll into cash, and I'll concede to let you win. How much do you want? You are well aware of my capabilities and magical equipment. If it comes down to it, even 6 Fire Dragon spells may not guarantee your victory, right? As a brother, I'll give you a deal, 3,000 gold coins, and I'll yield this match to you. Qiong pondered seriously for a moment before agreeing. Let us begin. This time, Qiong indeed refrained from using any magic scrolls, leisurely hurling a series of fireballs, arranged in a triangle towards Arthur. Oh dear, how impressive! Arthur turned and fled, leaping off the dueling stage. As the examiner, Master Austin's frustration was palpable. The two openly conspired in front of him. Cheating! You two little rascals will see how I deal with you if you fall into my grasp. Thus, the duel between the two oddities concluded in a farcical manner, leaving the audience, eager for a spectacle akin to the previous absurd battle, thoroughly disappointed. Boss, your standards have truly plummeted. Morar approached Arthur the moment he exited the stage. With a wry smile, Arthur replied, this time, I genuinely could not win. That fool kept bombarding me with Fire Dragon spells, leaving me no opportunity to approach. It was better to swindle him out of 3,000 gold coins. Even if I ultimately won, the prize wouldn't amount to that. Boss, I am truly impressed by you. Morar extended his thumb in admiration. Within the academy library, a magical circle shimmered, and old Harry appeared before Shailen's desk, immediately seizing a fragrant teacup and draining its contents in one go. Calming the mind, regulating the meridians, enhancing perception, the Yubai tea is truly a remarkable brew. Old Harry closed his eyes, savoring the aftertaste. I heard you placed a bet with Weisstein Moray? Shailen inquired, looking up. Oh dear little girl. Why aren't you following the script? I compliment the tea, and shouldn't you offer me some? Shailen chuckled. But I don't have any to spare. Who knows if I'll even get to drink it myself, as that place grows increasingly unstable. What a shame for such a splendid brew. Old Harry shook his head, not continuing the conversation. You are aware of the betting situation, aren't you? Isn't that news you deliberately leaked? I am genuinely curious about what you bet with him that necessitated such widespread knowledge. His Earth-level superior technique, fire and thunder, if it isn't disseminated broadly. I fear he may not honor his losses, Old Harry boasted. He is willing to part with his prize technique? Shailen's tone was filled with astonishment. No matter how formidable the technique, it remains lifeless. Does he plan to take it to the grave? Moreover, what I wagered is worth the risk. You truly care for that child. Old Harry sighed deeply. That scoundrel Keynes has been gone for years, leaving not a word behind. He departed and left the child here with me. Does he think I am unaware of his intentions? After a moment of contemplation, Shailen slowly spoke. There is something I have yet to discuss with you. I wish for Arthur to assist me with that matter. The moment Shailen spoke, Old Harry's brows furrowed in disapproval. No, I cannot agree. That matter is a one-way trip. In the arena, Arthur and Xiao Yi stood facing each other. Xiao Yi maintained an impassive expression, yet beneath his cold gaze simmered a fierce fire, poised to erupt the moment the examiner announced the commencement. Arthur wore a faint smile, his squinted eyes betraying a sense of mirth. If not for their positioning in the arena, he could easily be mistaken for the sunny boy next door. Surrounding the arena, students crowded thickly, not only those from this year's warrior and magic departments, but also numerous upperclassmen drawn by curiosity regarding this contest between a warrior and a magician. In the history of Bloodlight Academy, direct confrontations between warriors and magicians were a rarity. Among the crowd, Arno, Morar, Xiong, Guli, and Ni stood together. Guli gazed at the stage with anticipation, her mind racing with thoughts. questioning why she had lost to Xiao Yi while Arthur immediately accepted his challenge. Xiong muttered to herself, Arthur lost to me. If he wins against Xiao Yi today, shouldn't the title of King of Oddities belong to me? Suddenly, someone stepped heavily on Xiong's foot. Huh? Who stepped on me? Her shriek amused many students nearby, yet no one noticed Morar, who kept his head down, visibly disheartened. On a hillside, distant from the arena, a group of 5 or 6 young men had gathered. At the center of their circle was a smooth bronze mirror, displaying the scene from the arena with startling clarity. The 4th-level light system magic, Mirror of Light, utilizes the principle of light refraction to recreate distant scenes within its reflective surface. Chiwalun, that young man with a sword on his back, is the one who humiliated your brother, Arthur, by stepping on him, isn't he? Indeed, that is he. A young man with a long face and an arrogant demeanor replied expressionlessly. Chi Rao, that unfortunate lad, has indeed attracted the attention of this generation's peculiar king. A youth with a scar over his eye remarked with a grin. Are you, the old king of oddities, really not going to intervene? A silver-haired mage inquired. Chiwalun snorted lightly. If he himself lacked the capability to become the king of oddities, then it was only fitting that he be beaten, especially since his grandfather had declared that he was not allowed to utilize any family power. On a high platform at one corner of the arena, Old Harry and Leo stood side by side. Youth is such a wonderful thing. Watching it ignites a fervor in me, making me yearn to join in and fight. Leo exclaimed, crossing his arms. You should first present your fighting spirit before seeking out an opponent. Otherwise, if you were to be carelessly defeated, I would be the one losing out, wouldn't I? Leo huffed coldly. Old Harry, you needn't prod me with your words or play those little tricks to make it known to everyone. I, Leo, have never been one to break my promises. You should consider what you will do if you lose instead. Don't end up trying to weasel out of handing over that item. Would I lose? Old Harry has never misjudged a person. As the 2 old fellows bantered, the battle below commenced. Xiao Yi darted forth like a black panther, his sharp claws aimed directly at Arthur's throat. Arthur's lips still curled into a smile. Yet the Starfall greatsword in his hands was enveloped in fighting spirit as he swung it down. Xiao Yi maintained his pouncing posture, with his left hand striking horizontally against the sword's body while his right hand lunged forward to stab. However, Arthur's greatsword differed from Gu Li's flying star silver spear. The clash of claws and blade failed to divert the massive sword entirely. Arthur swiftly adjusted, transitioning the downward slash into a sweeping motion aimed at Xiao Yi's chest. Xiao Yi ducked low, evading Arthur's horizontal strike, while simultaneously clawing forward, targeting Arthur's legs. As Arthur retreated, he swung the greatsword down in a desperate bid. Even if Xiao Yi managed to grasp his legs, he would still be struck on the back, likely shattering his spine. Xiao Yi rolled aside to evade the blow, then sprang up, launching an attack from the side against Arthur. When Arthur's initial strike missed, he pivoted, swinging the sword upward diagonally once more towards the incoming Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi adjusted his footing, altering his direction to circle behind Arthur, attempting to launch an attack from the rear. Arthur's massive sword traced an arc, his body slightly turning to once again thwart Xiao Yi's assault route. Xiao Yi's weapon was too short to inflict fatal damage unless he was in close proximity, a fact that Arthur had already discerned. The greatsword danced in his hands, executing deflections, strikes, stabs, points, and slashes, creating an impenetrable barrier around him, denying Xiao Yi any chance. Xiao Yi circled around Arthur, darting in and out with relentless attacks. Should Arthur make even the slightest mistake, Xiao Yi would tear him apart. Arthur's Starfall greatsword moved with a deceptive slowness, each swing resonating with the force of thunder. Every strike a crucial defense against his foe. In the arena, the 2 figures twirled, soaring and diving in an intense clash, their sword energies intertwining, claw shadows filling the air, rendering it difficult to discern a victor. The spectators below held their breath, eyes transfixed, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. My goodness, that young lad is a mage? He should be in our martial arts department. Leo, witnessing Arthur for the first time in action, was utterly astonished. Old Harry was quite pleased, realizing too late that young Arthur was a dual practitioner of both magic and martial arts. Is it truly possible for someone to master both? Leo shook his head in disbelief. In the arena, both Xiao Yi and Arthur had begun to breathe heavily. Although Xiao Yi was slightly faster than Arthur, the latter's deadly resolve allowed him to counterattack effectively, nullifying any advantage Xiao Yi might have had through speed. With claws weaving like threads, a black net of fighting spirit descended upon Arthur, who was already prepared for Xiao Yi's attack. The windstorm boots activated, propelling Arthur several meters to the side, causing Xiao Yi's charged strike to miss entirely. It seemed Xiao-Yi had anticipated that Arthur would evade. As Arthur moved, Xiao-Yi did as well, raising his hand to launch 3 sharp spikes from his gauntlet. No one expected that Xiao-Yi's weapon concealed hidden projectiles. The 3 spikes, swift and fierce, were aimed at the moving Arthur, who could barely twist out of the way, desperately contorting his body. 2 spikes grazed his sides, while the third pierced through Arthur's protective vine armor with a soft thud. But that was not the end. Xiao-Yi raised his other hand again, sending forth another trio of spikes. Arthur was utterly unable to evade, straining to lift his greatsword. With a clang, 1 spike struck the sword, while the other 2 pierced Arthur's abdomen and grazed his face, leaving a wound from which blood began to flow. Xiao-Yi immediately pursued, his gauntlet's claws crossing in a fierce attack, unleashing a fighting spirit technique that tore through the air in 6 intersecting black lines aimed at Arthur, leaving him no avenue of escape. Facing the oncoming black fighting spirit, Arthur instinctively reached for the Bai Shui ring on his finger, only to hesitate and instead hurled his Starfall greatsword in a spinning arc. The sword struck at the very center of the intersecting black energies, instantly dispersing them. Xiao-Yi, now close at hand, swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blade that flew past his chest. With a flick of his hand, 3 fireballs surged through the gap created by the shattered black fighting spirit. The rapid-fire fireballs, conjured in an instant, marked Arthur's transformation from martial artist to mage. The distance was so minimal that, with a series of explosive sounds, the 3 fireballs struck Xiao-Yi squarely in the chest. Xiao-Yi rolled on the ground and quickly regained his feet, staring at his scorched armor with gritted teeth, declaring, "I concede." Arthur was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted, clutching the spike embedded in his chest, and exclaiming, "No, I am the one who has lost." Both competitors rushed to acknowledge their defeat, leaving Old Harry, Leo, and Morar stunned. What would happen to their wager? Chapter 81, Shaylin's Mission. In the Academy Library, Professor Shaylin squinted at the smiling Arthur. Outside, the commotion he had caused was nearly chaotic, yet he appeared unaffected, arriving at her side first. No one could comprehend why. Despite Xiao-Yi clearly admitting defeat, Arthur would still fall to the ground in concession. With Arthur's actions, the outcome of the match had become a question mark. Students who had bet on either Arthur or Xiao-Yi's victory refused to acknowledge their loss, both sides pursuing the bookmaker for their winnings, with the bookmaker steadfastly refusing to relent even upon returning the principal. While the minor squabbles among students were manageable, the 2 vice deans, Old Harry and Leo, escalated their banter into a physical altercation, ultimately culminating in a clash atop Mount Azar's snow line. The commotion they created even drew the attention of the royal guards, and the Mage Guild, fearing an invasion by powerful foes, nearly activated the royal city's defensive magic array. It seemed that the title of the Peculiar King, passed down through generations at Bloodlight Academy, might be vacant for the first time. Arthur remained blissfully unaware that all this chaos had erupted from his desire to earn 1,000 gold coins. "Have you made your decision?" Shaylin inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Arthur. "If Professor Shaylin can truly assist me in resolving the training issues with Danyang Lianshan, I am willing to accept this task. Before you make your final decision, I must inform you of 2 crucial points. First, while I cannot completely resolve the issues arising from Danyang's Lianshan training, I can alleviate its detrimental effects on your energy meridians, ensuring that your cultivation beneath the War General remains untroubled. Second, this task carries considerable risk, and the great magician Halik S has explicitly disapproved of your acceptance of it." Arthur pondered for a moment, aware that all missions entail risk. His primary concern was whether the rewards would be commensurate with the dangers involved. "The status of a war general is still distant from me. Merely inform me of the task specifics, and I shall assess whether to accept it. I require you to journey to a certain location, and then find a way back and relay to me what you have witnessed." Find a way back? Arthur immediately discerned the underlying implications in Shaylin's words. "Are you suggesting that I might not return?" Shaylin nodded. "The place I need you to go is exceptionally far. I will transport you there using a spatial magic array, and then you will return through a spatial wormhole magic scroll." Arthur scratched his head. "I still do not comprehend the dangers associated with this task. That location has not been visited for many years. No one knows what perils you may encounter once you step out of the magic array. Additionally, all magical elements have been sealed there, rendering you incapable of casting spells. Then how do I utilize the spatial wormhole magic scroll? This is precisely why I have chosen you. Only the area surrounding the magic array is devoid of magic. Elsewhere, magical elements still exist. You must rely on your martial prowess to reach a place where you can invoke magic, and only then can you use the scroll to return. If you encounter any misfortune before sensing the flow of magical elements, You will never return. How far must I travel after leaving the magic array? Shaylin shook her head. No one knows. Perhaps a kilometer, perhaps 100 kilometers. I am merely a third-tier martial artist. You should seek a more formidable warrior. Shaylin smiled. It is not easy to find someone who excels in both martial and magical disciplines. More importantly, there are many powerful entities monitoring that area. If an overly strong warrior were to venture there, it would attract their attention. I only wish for you to stealthily take a look for me. After a moment of contemplation, Arthur replied earnestly, I regret to inform you, Professor Shaylin, that I cannot accept this task. Shaylin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a swift rejection from Arthur. Before she could inquire further, Arthur explained, I believe the level of danger associated with this task is disproportionate to the reward. Should I accept it, there exists a significant likelihood that I may not return, implying that this is a gamble with my life. Yet, the compensation merely addresses cultivation issues beneath the war general level, which does not warrant such perilous stakes. Shaylin quickly grasped his reasoning. What kind of reward would compel you to risk your life? Arthur gestured towards Shaylin's wrist. A spatial bracelet like yours. Shaylin suddenly burst into laughter. You little rascal, I suspect you have calculated this all along. Feeling a bit embarrassed by her laughter, Arthur hastily waved his hand. I truly had no such intentions before understanding the task's peril. Your sword, food, and water cannot be carried through the spatial array. Even if you did not mention it, I would temporarily lend you a spatial bracelet. If you manage to return alive, I will personally gift it to you. Arthur was taken aback. He had just worried that the reward needed to be substantial, yet Professor Shaylin was offering him spatial equipment valued at 200,000 gold coins without hesitation. Was she truly just a professor at the academy? Shaylin retrieved a golden bracelet from her desk drawer and handed it to Arthur. The internal space of this bracelet was merely 10 cubic meters, but that would suffice for his current needs. I have already placed the food and water you will require during this task inside it. Arthur eagerly accepted the bracelet and slipped it onto his wrist. The center of the bracelet was adorned with a spatial stone slightly larger than a grain of rice, and intricate magical patterns were engraved on its surface. This remarkable little object contained an internal space of 10 cubic meters. Arthur attempted to establish a connection with the spatial stone using his consciousness. Upon contact, he entered a vast, white, independent space, the interior of the spatial stone. His hand grasped his starfall sword, and with a mere thought, the great sword materialized within the spatial stone. This was truly fascinating, akin to acquiring a new toy. Arthur engaged in various experiments, thoroughly enjoying himself. Do you need to prepare anything else? Or is there something you would like me to handle in case you do not return? Shaylin's voice pulled Arthur back from his newfound amusement. After a moment of reflection, he ultimately shook his head. I cannot entrust the enmity of the Blue Rose to another. And Arnu's survival skills exceed my own, so I need not worry about him. If you are ready, shall we proceed? Shaylin appeared anxious, eager to send him off before old Hallike could locate him. Upon receiving Arthur's affirmative response, Shaylin replaced the 6 magic stones beneath the magic array, each the size of a fist. Arthur had never encountered such pure magic stones before. Standing in the center of the magic array, Arthur calmly regarded Shaylin. Do you have any further requests? If you find yourself able to cast magic without encountering any danger, I hope you will venture as far as possible. Should you sense any extraordinary presence observing you, return immediately. This is not part of the task. It is simply a personal request of mine. Arthur nodded. Radiant light emanated from the 6 corners of the magic array, instantly enveloping him. Would he be able to return? Shaylin murmured to herself as she gazed at the now empty magic array. Chapter 82. The mysterious world. A cascade of shimmering light flowed before Arthur, who felt no sense of his physical form, as if he were immersed within the radiance itself. There was no time, no weight, no corporeal sensation. Only the flowing light surrounded him, while his consciousness remained alert. Yet this was a torturous ordeal, for the spatial tunnel seemed to stretch infinitely. Arthur closed his eyes, forcing himself to forget everything. In a daze, he seemed to drift into a long, long dream, where Kayins, Tuni, Anua, Jelly, and Shaylin each made fleeting appearances before vanishing again. After an indeterminate duration, Arthur felt pain, a pulling sensation, a tearing agony, as if countless hands were grasping at his body, intent on ripping him apart. With a sudden jolt, Arthur opened his eyes to find himself contorted and sprawled upon the ground. He gradually moved his limbs, adjusting himself to a normal position before slowly rising. As Arthur straightened his knee, he collapsed again, as though an unknown, tremendous force was yanking at him, forcing his limbs to remain firmly pressed to the ground. The gravity here was nearly 3 times that of Baylund continent. Arthur lay motionless, allowing his body to gradually acclimate to the weight before cautiously straightening his knee, rising to an upright position, and lifting his gaze to behold a world that left him utterly speechless. Before him lay a realm of dark crimson hues, with rough, dark red rocks extending infinitely beneath his feet. The sky above was also a deep red, and as far as his eyes could see, there was no sign of plant life or living beings. This was a desolate, lifeless world. Arthur found himself on a slightly elevated, flat hillside, where the magic array beneath him had been completely obscured by the dark red rubble, leaving only a few faint traces of its lines visible. He felt no breeze. The air was nearly stagnant, just as Shaylin had described. The absence of any flowing magical elements rendered his own magical power seemingly sealed, as if he could not summon even a trace of it. In this world, where gravity was amplified, a frail magician would likely find it arduous to move. Arthur checked the contents of the spatial bracelet, relieved to find that everything remained intact. Arthur first took out food and water to replenish his energy. Upon entering this unfamiliar world, he understood that he must first adjust his body to its optimal state. When he slung the Starfall greatsword back onto his back, the immense weight nearly brought him to his knees. The sword now felt heavier than it had the first time he lifted it. Resisting the urge to return the Starfall sword to his spatial bracelet, Arthur forced himself to take that first arduous step. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and it felt as though he were carrying a mountain on his back. Every step forward was a tremendous struggle. Yet he persevered, moving forward one step at a time. When fatigue overtook him, he paused to catch his breath before continuing onward. After what felt like half a day, the food he had previously consumed had been exhausted. Arthur turned back. The hill where the magic circle resided was only a few hundred meters behind him. A bittersweet smile crept across his face, yet he still did not stow away the Starfall sword. In truth, Arthur was compelling himself to adapt swiftly to this new world, pushing his body to be ready for combat as soon as possible. He sensed that this seemingly barren and lifeless realm concealed a significant danger, and he must prepare himself for battle before it arrived. For Arthur longed to return, as there were many responsibilities awaiting him back home. This world appeared devoid of direct sunlight, lacking the cycle of day and night, making it impossible to discern direction. The sky was perpetually a dark crimson. He chose a direction and pressed on, each few dozen meters marking his path with a straight arrow etched into the ground with his sword, fearful of losing his way without any landmarks. At first, lifting the sword felt almost impossible. Each movement required him to gather strength beforehand. However, as he continued onward and left behind arrow after arrow, he found he could wield the Starfall sword in quick succession when his original hill was no longer visible. The seemingly endless journey was monotonous enough to drive one mad, and the lifelessness of the world was almost enough to break his spirit. Yet, the weight of the Starfall sword reminded Arthur that he was still more than a mere shell of a human. Thus, he consciously immersed himself in mastering the sword, revisiting every technique he had once learned, contemplating the integration of swordplay with the death technique, occasionally unleashing a strike to experiment with angles of attack. The high-tier sword technique, Quang Lei Zhan, which he had obtained from looting an underground merchant, had previously eluded his study. Now, he had practiced the entire technique numerous times, tirelessly refining it. In this timeless realm, he lost track of how long had passed. Yet he realized that the fluidity with which he wielded the Starfall sword now mirrored that of a peaceful match in the arena. Moreover, his technique had gained a new depth. Every strike was meticulous in its control of power and angle, leaving no energy wasted. As Arthur habitually carved an arrow into the ground, the sword abruptly halted mid-air, and tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. Beneath the sword's edge lay a thorny, diminutive plant adorned with several bright red leaves. It was the first sign of life he had encountered since arriving in this world. This plant symbolized hope. It was not a world devoid of vitality. Overcome with excitement, Arthur began to run. As he dashed forward, the number of plants on the ground multiplied, first appearing as solitary specimens, then blossoming into clusters. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, turning his head to gaze at the nearby clusters of red thorns, murmuring softly that the world teeming with life was truly wonderful. Arthur fell asleep, experiencing a sense of peace he had not felt since arriving in this realm. A faint rustling sound brushed against the ground, awakening him. As he sat up, the sound vanished in an instant. His gaze swept across the landscape. Aside from the scattered red thorns, there was nothing else in sight. Slinging the Starfall greatsword across his back, he retrieved a fourth-tier elven bow named Yuzi Yoshang from his spatial bracelet and knocked an arrow, aiming at the nearest cluster of thorns. The arrow embedded itself in the thicket, emitting no sound. He knocked a second arrow and aimed for the next cluster, then a third. With cautious steps, Arthur advanced, systematically clearing the thorny clusters with his arrows. Upon releasing his seventh arrow, a small, dark red-skinned creature leaped out from behind the thorns and turned to flee. A smile crept across Arthur's lips as he swiftly loosed his eighth arrow. The creature fell in response, the arrow piercing through its thigh and pinning it to the ground. Arthur approached and flipped the creature over with his foot. Just as he did so, it sprang back to life, baring its sharp teeth and lunging for his throat. Arthur swiftly raised his bow, the back of it pressing firmly against the creature's neck, rendering it unable to reach him. Only then did he get a clear view of the creature. It stood roughly at his thigh, its dark red skin hairless and wrinkled, with red eyes and a pointed snout filled with sharp teeth. Aside from its lack of a tail and fur, it bore some resemblance to a monkey from the continent. Despite being restrained by the bow, the creature was exceedingly fierce, screeching and clawing at Arthur. With a powerful flick of his wrist, Arthur hurled the creature to the ground. It rolled several times, its eyes rolling back as blood streamed from its mouth and nose, finally falling motionless. Was it dead? Was this creature truly so fragile? He thought it would be a fine specimen to present to Shaylin. He bent down to retrieve the creature's body. Just as his hand neared it, the creature suddenly sprang back up, leaping onto Arthur and biting down. Arthur was clad in 4th tier Yunling tongue armor, and the creature's bite left no mark on the vine armor. However, the shock it sent through him was considerable. He quickly grasped the creature by its neck and squeezed. With a loud crack, Arthur crushed its neck without holding back, ensuring it was dead beyond any doubt. He stored the body in his bracelet, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He had been careless, almost falling victim to such a feeble creature. Such ferocity and cunning. What kind of being was this? As Arthur pondered, he suddenly felt a tremor within him, a surge of magical energy awakening. In that moment, he sensed the scattered magical elements in the air. Though insufficient to conjure a spell, it was a glimmer of hope, a promise of returning home. Filled with excitement, Arthur pressed onward. Having traversed only a short distance, he encountered another group of the red-skinned creatures. 7 or 8 of them suddenly emerged from the thorns, but this time, instead of fleeing, they charged at Arthur with intent to attack. Their mode of attack was no longer reliant on teeth and claws. Instead, they wielded a black stick approximately the length of an arm, 1 inch sharpened enough to be barely considered a weapon. Nevertheless, the combat prowess of these diminutive creatures remained woefully inadequate. With a swift flourish of his great sword, Arthur dispatched them one by one, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. He picked up one of their crude weapons and exerted considerable effort to snap it in two. Capable of crafting weapons and employing cunning tactics, these beings could no longer be simply categorized as monsters. They exhibited a level of intelligence akin to that of the human race, the Orcs, and the Elves. Arthur's battle with these small creatures had merely commenced, and as he pressed onward, an increasing number of them erupted from the thickets and the ground, launching themselves at him. Initially a few, then a dozen. Eventually they came in swarms. While they posed no significant threat to Arthur, their ceaseless assaults were a nuisance, and as he traversed the area, he left a trail of corpses behind. Arthur sensed that he was encroaching deeper into their territory. They must perceive him as an invader, hence the relentless attacks. Yet, he felt compelled to advance, for the magical elements in the air grew more vibrant the further he went, and he was beginning to communicate with them, needing only a sufficient quantity. Amidst the slaughter, which even Arthur found tiresome and regretful, he lost track of time until the clusters of red thorns vanished, revealing a sparse black forest before him. The trees were not particularly tall, their trunks scarcely thicker than a person's embrace, and curiously, both trunks and branches were devoid of leaves, entirely black. Numerous small creatures stood upon the trees, wielding weapons crafted from the branches of these very trees. Arthur was eager to plunge into the forest, sensing the rich flow of magical elements within. If he could enter, he could activate the magical scroll and return home. However, he halted before the woods. Waves of small creatures surged from the forest, not immediately attacking but instead forming ranks before it, quickly creating a dense barrier that obstructed his path. Arthur stood momentarily stunned. These small creatures had arranged themselves into 5 orderly formations, resembling a proper army. The sheer number of them, exceeding 1,000, sent shivers down his spine, particularly the last 2 rows of each formation, where the creatures stood significantly taller, their skin shifting from a dark red to a more ominous black. Their weapons were no longer crude wooden spears, but rather axes akin to stone blades, glinting ominously. At the forefront of the formation stood a singular black creature, its height comparable to Arthur's, clad in crude but functional armor made from the bark of the black trees. Wielding something resembling a scepter, It was undoubtedly the general of this army or the king of these red-skinned creatures, as Arthur observed it. The creature also regarded him with an unervingly calm gaze, starkly contrasting the ferocity and rage in the eyes of the other monsters. If not for the visible differences in their forms, Arthur might have mistaken it for a fellow being with flesh and spirit. Just as Arthur hesitated, a sound akin to a horn echoed from within the woods. The king of the red-skinned creatures pointed its scepter forward, and the towering beasts at the rear of the formation charged to the front, hurling their stone axes at Arthur. A shower of axes rained down upon him like meteorites, leaving him momentarily unsure whether to advance or retreat. Chapter 84. Encircled, faced with the barrage of stone axes, Arthur's instinct was to flee. Charging headlong into an army is not valor, it is folly. Even if each individual in this army was only marginally stronger than the monkeys on the continent, their sheer numbers could easily overwhelm him. Even the lions of the savannah would flee from the onslaught of a massive swarm of wasps. Arthur turned and ran, covering several meters in an instant, yet he could not entirely escape the range of the axes, which struck him on the body and head. Although he was protected by a level 4 vine armor, each axe that connected felt like a heavy punch. One axe struck him squarely on the back of the head, akin to a blunt blow, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. With his hands guarding his head, he dashed forward, experiencing firsthand what it meant to flee in terror. The horde of creatures behind him erupted in triumphant cheers, their cacophony resembling a high-decibel sonic weapon. Even after sprinting nearly 100 meters, Arthur felt a throbbing pain in his head. The black creature leader waved its scepter forward, and the monster army screeched as they charged at Arthur with reckless abandon. In the vast expanse of the crimson wasteland, devoid of any cover or concealment, it was a visible chase. Arthur was alone in front, fleeing, while behind him the throng of monsters pursued. In full flight, the short limbs of these creatures proved no match for Arthur's speed. As time passed, the pursuing horde began to stretch out, eventually forming a long, thin line. Initially, Arthur was genuinely fleeing, but soon he intentionally slowed his pace, occasionally stopping to rest, allowing the small creatures to continue following him. As the group of pursuing monsters became sparse, Arthur suddenly turned and charged back. When the creatures leapt toward him, they discovered their companions had dwindled significantly. With a swing of his great sword, he cleaved through 2 or 3 small monsters at once, and with a swift follow-up, he dispatched those rushing from behind, swiftly slaughtering 20 or 30 in mere moments. After a brief delay, the remaining small creatures regrouped and charged at Arthur once more, prompting him to turn and flee again. This cycle repeated several times, resulting in hundreds of small monsters meeting their demise at Arthur's blade. However, these creatures were not foolish. After a few encounters, the pursuing horde suddenly halted. No matter how Arthur attempted to entice them, they refused to continue the chase and began to retreat instead, seemingly giving up. Observing the retreating small creatures, Arthur smirked coldly. They thought they could pursue and withdraw at will, but it would not be so easy. Arthur pursued them with his sword drawn, wreaking havoc among the rear ranks, and when they attempted to retaliate, he would turn and flee once more. After encountering Arthur, this group of monsters found it difficult to escape, leaving dozens of corpses behind with each passing moment. Suddenly, the sound of horns echoed again from the monster horde, signaling a halt to their retreat as they began to regroup. Arthur paused, taking a sip of water while squinting at the assembled creatures ahead, pondering their intentions. Were they preparing to confront him once more? Neither Arthur nor the regrouped monsters made a move, standing at a distance, locked in a standoff. It seemed they were waiting for something. Upon this realization, Arthur noted something amiss. The number of monsters that had gathered was significantly fewer than those before the forest, and despite his efforts, they should not have dwindled to less than a third of their original strength. At that moment, horns blared from behind him and on both sides, indicating the presence of monsters in the other 3 directions. Arthur found himself surrounded. Cursed be it, he had been outmaneuvered. Arthur cursed vehemently, realizing he had underestimated these creatures. Their intelligence was likely on par with that of humans. They had cleverly dispatched a portion of their forces beyond Arthur's line of sight, employing self-sacrifice to lure him into a trap. It remained uncertain whether this strategy had been premeditated or devised in response to his previous counterattacks. There was no turning back now. As the encroaching creatures closed in, Arthur spat onto the ground and surged forward into the throng of monsters. The horde parted like the gaping maw of a beast, eagerly awaiting his charge. Arthur plunged into their midst, instantly besieged by a swarm of smaller foes. This time, he fought with desperate resolve, unleashing the full might of the Thunderblade technique he had recently mastered. The sword struck like a tempest, cleaving and slashing with wild ferocity. The formidable Starfall sword, long and powerful, was perfectly suited for melee combat, and with each swing, he felled 2 or 3 adversaries. A sweeping arc would take down a multitude. The smaller creatures fell like harvested wheat, and soon, a thick layer of their corpses surrounded Arthur. He fought valiantly, but the relentless onslaught of the creatures showed no fear of death, charging at him one after another, using their lives to hold him back. Arthur's armor was drenched in the blood of his foes, and every step he took became increasingly arduous. Amidst the slaughter, he cast a furtive glance around. The monsters encircling him remained densely packed, while hordes from the other 3 directions drew ever closer. Realizing he could soon be trapped, Arthur resolved to hold nothing back. Channeling his fighting spirit to its zenith, he unleashed a powerful surge of energy from the Starfall sword, which erupted among the creatures, creating a wide passage over a meter in breadth and several meters long, littered with dismembered limbs. With 2 leaps, he navigated through the gap, swiftly delivering a second strike that carved another path. After 2 strikes, the horde was pierced through, although the Thunder Slash was of a lower tier. Its sheer brutality and immense destructive power made it ideal for the battlefield. As Arthur prepared to leap again, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the side. It was the leader of the monsters, thrusting a black staff towards his side. Undeterred, Arthur countered with a swift strike. The monster leader executed an astonishing twist, narrowly evading the blade, and before Arthur could react, the staff pierced his side. A tingling numbness coursed through his waist, causing him to collapse to the ground. The shock from the leader's attack far outweighed the physical injury. Its evasion was no mere instinct, but rather a display of martial prowess. Where had it learned such skill? The monster leader raised its staff high, preparing to bring it down upon Arthur's head. Chapter 85. The passage of time. Arthur's injury was not severe. His fall was more a result of the numbing effect of the staff. Thanks to the protection of the Yunling tongue armor, the sensation was fleeting. As the leader's staff descended, Arthur, lying on the ground, swiftly raised his left hand. In his desperate bid for survival, a sharp hunting knife materialized in his once empty grasp. With a flash of steel, he struck, driving the knife through the monster leader's jaw, the blade emerging from its mouth. With a swift motion, he withdrew the knife, blood spraying forth as the creature collapsed. The entire horde erupted in a cacophony of shrieks, frantically charging toward Arthur. Rising to his feet, he sprinted away, deftly seizing the peculiar staff of the monster leader. In full flight, Arthur quickly distanced himself from the pursuing creatures, racing back to the Black Woods, this time without hindrance. Upon entering the forest, he felt a long-lost surge of magical energy flowing smoothly within him, the magical elements in the air buzzing with vitality. He retrieved a spatial wormhole magic scroll from his handring. With a mere spark of magic, he could return home. However, as he hesitated to unfurl it, he recalled Shaylin's request and decided to learn more about this strange world. Gripping the Starfall sword tightly, he ventured deeper into the woods. Though small monsters continued to emerge, their numbers posed no real threat, and he dispatched them effortlessly. After traversing a mere 100 meters into the woods, a vast clearing revealed itself, showcasing a sizable settlement. After eliminating the last wave of creatures that charged from the settlement, Arthur stepped inside. The village was not small, but was remarkably primitive and rudimentary. Black branches formed the walls, while inside stood small huts with pointed roofs constructed from tree bark, bound together by a peculiar brown vine Arthur had never encountered. Attempting to tear off a piece of the vine to store in his handring, he found it remarkably resilient and could not break it. He took particular note of their food supplies, uncovering dark red moss and brown mushrooms, along with various jerky made from unknown creatures. These items were unlike anything he had seen on his journey, suggesting their food sources lay on the other side of the woods, indicating a richer biodiversity than he had initially imagined. Walking through the village felt akin to stepping into a realm of diminutive folk, as most rooftops barely reached his shoulders. A towering structure at the center naturally drew his attention. It was a circular altar constructed of red stone. At its heart stood a grand statue carved from the same black wood as the village, rough-hewn and with an indistinct face. One hand crossed over its chest while the other held a staff aloft. The figure bore more resemblance to humanity than to the sharp-beaked monsters. Arthur surmised that this must be a deity revered by the village or tribe, and gazing upon it, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Perhaps Shaylin would recognize it. With that thought, he reached out toward the statue. Just then, a massive projection seemed to cascade from above, enveloping the statue in a surge of tremendous energy. The overwhelming force pressed down upon Arthur, as if the statue might spring to life at any moment. In a sudden burst of determination, Arthur's fighting spirit surged, and he swung the Starfall sword towards the statue's head, intent on cleaving it in two. In that instant, the statue truly came to life. The hand that had been resting across its chest lifted, and the staff began to emanate a dark aura. Arthur's blade struck the raised hand with a resounding crack, severing the forearm that fell to the ground. Yet the immense energy continued to escalate, nearly immobilizing him, making the prospect of another strike impossible. The staff's end was now directed at Arthur, and the dark light intensified. With a mighty roar, Arthur unleashed every ounce of his fighting spirit, pushing back against the oppressive force, rolling forward to grasp the fallen arm, while simultaneously tearing open the spatial magic scroll. Shaylin paced slowly around the room, cradling a teacup, her magical aura dissipating in solitude, revealing a youthful and enchanting face. Her bright eyes, delicate brows, petite nose, and fair skin presented a visage reminiscent of an angel. Suddenly, a rift opened before her, expanding and releasing a radiant white light. In the next moment, Arthur tumbled through the breach, landing heavily on the floor. Shaylin's hand trembled, causing her teacup to crash to the ground, spilling tea everywhere. As she murmured, "You have returned?" Arthur, struggling to rise, managed to lift his head and exclaimed, "Professor Shaylin, I never realized you were so young." Startled, Shaylin let out a scream, her magical aura swiftly cloaking her face once again. "Are you surprised that I can return?" Arthur clearly heard her earlier whisper. "No, it is wonderful that you have returned. I have been waiting for you." Shaylin hurried forward to help him to his feet. Arthur flipped his hand, and a cascade of items tumbled onto Shaylin's desk, including the lifeless body of a small creature. Shaylin gasped, covering her mouth with one hand, utterly incredulous. After gathering his thoughts, Arthur recounted the details of his recent journey to Shaylin, who interjected with numerous questions, eager for every nuance. Clearly, Arthur's gains from this expedition exceeded Shaylin's expectations, as she remained lost in contemplation long after he finished speaking. "Thank you for your hard work. Consider this hand ring a formal gift. I will return in a few days to fulfill my promise to you," he stated. Without further ado, he stepped into the center of the magic circle. "Wait, there is one more thing." Arthur suddenly spoke just as Shaylin was about to activate the magic circle, causing her hand to freeze in midair. "Shaylin, you look truly beautiful." In a flash of light, Arthur vanished, leaving Shaylin in a daze, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Upon his exuberant return to his room, Arthur found it empty and coated in a layer of dust, suggesting it had been unoccupied for quite some time. He proceeded to knock on Morar's door, and a round, cherubic face peeked out from behind it. Morar, momentarily taken aback, then enveloped Arthur in a tight embrace. "Boss, you're finally back. I thought you had perished. You're the one who looks like you've gained weight during my absence." Arthur managed to extricate himself from Morar's grip. It was then that he noticed Arno, obscured by Morar's bulk, and chuckled, "Since you weren't in your room, I assumed you were here indulging in snacks." Arno smiled shyly. "You're back. I'll gather my things and return to our room." Arthur failed to notice the glistening in Arno's eyes as he turned away under the pretext of gathering his belongings. "Boss, your timing is impeccable. Quickly, teach me how to ace this year's year-end assessment." Morar urgently sought assistance without inquiring about Arthur's recent whereabouts. "Are you out of your mind? The year-end assessment just concluded, didn't it?" "It can't be. It hasn't even begun." Morar's confusion was evident. Arthur found himself equally bewildered. Morar did not appear to be joking. Shaylin's astonished expression, the dust in his room, Morar's added weight. These events coalesced in Arthur's mind, and he suddenly grasped the reality. He seized Morar's arm, demanding, "Tell me, how long have I been away?" "1 year." Arthur was utterly stunned. He had been absent for an entire year. With no sunrise or sunset to mark the passage of time, he was uncertain how long he had lingered in that strange world. Yet it could not have been a year. Based on the provisions he consumed, he estimated a maximum of just over a month. However, a year had elapsed on the mainland of Baylund, and Arthur was at a loss for the cause. Time-related matters are notoriously complex. Although time magic is classified within the 12 schools of magic, it remains a forbidden area, with no mage openly claiming mastery over it. Arthur could only speculate that perhaps the flow of time differed between the two worlds, or that he had consumed an extensive amount of time traversing the spatial corridor. Regardless of the source of the issue, he had been absent from this world for a year. In that year, much had transpired. The cohort of new students from the previous year had begun to advance. Huey and Goli had both reached the rank of 4th-level battle lieutenant, while Cheong and Nini had ascended to 3rd-level mages. Even Morar, the notoriously indolent fellow, was on the cusp of becoming a 2nd-level mage. Observing his own standing, Arthur couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. He was still far from a breakthrough in either fighting spirit or magical power. Arthur was not exempt from assessments due to his year-long absence. A A few days later, he witnessed firsthand the growth of his peers in the arena, where their mastery of magic and combat had matured significantly. In his opening match, he once again faced the young sorceress from last year's first round. Compared to the previous encounter, where he had effortlessly placed his sword at her throat without her casting a single defensive spell, this year she unleashed 2 protective spells before he reached her, and only after a fierce lightning strike delivered by a magic scroll did she concede gracefully. Despite her defeat, the young woman descended from the arena with a smile, evidently having avenged her earlier humiliation. As the battles progressed, Arthur emerged victorious in each bout, yet it was clear they were significantly more challenging than the previous year. Notably, in his duel with Nini, he resorted to employing the combat techniques from the Stormblade sword art to secure his victory, relying solely on magical combat. Arthur found himself unable to surpass Nini's prowess. If there remained one individual whose abilities had not changed, it was Qiong, who still relied on the same unoriginal fire dragon technique in the arena. Nevertheless, Qiong stood firm in the final confrontation, as no one could rival him against the formidable 7th-level fire magic. In another confrontation with Arthur, Qiong proposed the same wager as last year. This time, let me win? Fine. Arthur agreed without hesitation. I have an additional condition. You must tell me where you have been this past year. Deal. Arthur did not linger, turning to exit the stage immediately. You 2 little rascals. Once again, making a deal in front of me, Master Austin, the Grand Mage, could no longer contain his fury, and 2 lightning bolts, each as thick as an arm, descended from the heavens. Arthur and Qiong had no chance to evade and were struck down, their bodies charred and convulsing on the ground. The students watching were terrified into silence, realizing that the title Thunderbolt Austin referred not to his spells, but to his temper. Many were unaware that following the year-end assessment, Arthur and Huey had one more duel. This time, Arthur sought Huey out, and neither made their intentions public. Their match was held in a secluded hillside behind the Academy's administrative district. Arthur's aim was to measure the gap that had widened between him and Huey over the past year. However, the outcome of the duel surprised even Arthur. Now a 4th-level battle lieutenant, Huey was stronger and faster, yet Arthur adeptly maneuvered through every attack. The Starfall sword in Arthur's hand seemed to possess a mind of its own, always appearing in Huey's path, deftly deflecting and neutralizing his power-laden strikes. Huey's relentless assault resembled a torrential storm, while Arthur's movements were as gentle as a spring breeze, gradually wearing down Huey's fervor. In that moment, Arthur's feelings of disappointment finally dissipated. The year he had lost was not devoid of progress. Training under triple gravity in that peculiar world had refined his swordsmanship, and now, back in normal gravity, Arthur's control over the power in his sword was meticulous, showcasing a level of maturity beyond his years. Additionally, during Arthur's absence, the Palmer Duke's residence had visited 3 times, leaving behind valuable gifts despite his absence. Among the gifts was a visiting card from a middle-aged scholar named Zino Hyer, the Duke's son-in-law. The tale of Zino had once caused quite a stir throughout the royal city, and even Morar could recount it vividly to Arthur. The essence of the story was that Zino had eloped with the Duke's beloved daughter, Gloria, and had evaded the high-level warriors sent by the Duke to intercept them. Ultimately, the Duke himself had to intervene to retrieve them, but Gloria, determined to resist, threatened her life, and Zino, in a desperate act, damaged his own meridians, sacrificing his 8th-level warrior status to win the Duke's compassion, allowing them to leave. The story concluded years later when the Duke suddenly had an epiphany and summoned the couple along with their 2 children back to the Duke's residence, where he increasingly valued this son-in-law. After hearing this, Yeser couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile, realizing that his connection with the Palmer Duke's mansion was inescapable. This was something Yeser was aware of, but there were several other matters unbeknownst to him. In a clandestine chamber beneath the royal city, a tall man clad in black stood against the wall, his voice cold as he spoke. Such a trivial matter. Yet your 2 groups of assassins have been tracking it for an entire year without a single lead. How have you managed this? Legio, dressed in a resplendent robe, wore a look of bitterness. After our previous failure, you instructed us to exercise patience and to refrain from acting within the Blood Yao Academy. We have been vigilant. Yet the target has not left the Academy even once in over a year, leaving us with no opportunity to strike again. Are you implying that the continued failure is my fault? Legio dared not speak further, immediately kneeling on the ground. There has still been no clue regarding the recent robbery at the trading house, has there? Cold sweat trickled down Legio's face. You have failed to accomplish both tasks. Set aside your other responsibilities and prioritize this matter. The black-clad overseer's dismissive remark stripped Legio of his other duties. Thank you, overseer. The overseer waved his hand. Continue to observe. He cannot remain inside forever. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate Legio, in the following year, Yeser did not step outside the academy even once. With the imminent threat of the turmoil in his cultivation behind him, Yeser dedicated an entire year to the arduous training of his combat energy and magic. As time flew by, when another year-end approached, Yeser finally reached the pinnacle of level 3 in his combat energy. Chapter 87. The Crimson Trial at the Blood Yao Academy. In the arena, a young man with long black hair wielded a colossal sword, his movements as graceful as a dragon in flight. Striking with the speed of a shooting star and the force of thunder, his combat energy surging forth, casting shadows of the sword across the sky. As he sheathed his sword, the myriad shadows dissipated, leaving only the young warrior standing poised. 3 years had passed. The youthful novice who first entered the academy had matured into a vigorous young man. "Fatty, come up here. Let me practice with you." Yeser beckoned to Mo Lair below. "Am I going up to seek punishment?" Mo Lair shook his head vigorously. "Keep slacking off, and let us see how you'll fare in this year's assessment." Mo Lair chuckled. "Boss, I plan to just coast through. This year's assessment method has changed." "Changed? How come I wasn't informed?" Yeser sheathed his gigantic sword and approached the sidelines. "Aside from training, have you paid attention to other matters this past year?" Yeser kicked Mo Lair lightly. "Stop rambling. Tell me how the academy plans to conduct the assessment this year." According to tradition, the third-year assessment is the Crimson Trial. The Crimson Trial? It's no wonder people call us an eccentric academy, always coming up with these peculiar events. Yeser grumbled, yet he paid little heed to the upcoming test. It was understandable for Yeser to complain. Within the borders of the Isaac Kingdom, the Blood Yao Academy's approach to student training had always been distinctive. The Crimson Trial in the third academic year was essentially a practical assessment, requiring students to complete real-world tasks in teams. Each year, the practical tasks varied from hunting magical beasts to eliminating bandits and maintaining public order, aimed at evaluating students' abilities to apply their classroom learning in practical situations. This year's assessment task was recently determined to eradicate several groups of Gale bandits near the royal city, with departure set for 3 days hence, giving students 2 days to form their teams. "Boss, I'm sticking with you," Mo Lair proclaimed. The assessment location ISNT within the academy? Yeser focused on another point. As Yeser intended to discuss details further with Mo Lair, he noticed Cheong, Guli, and Ni approaching together. "What brings you all together? Are you foolish? We're here to talk about forming teams for the upcoming task." Guli retorted sharply, inadvertently chastising both Yeser and Mo Lair. Cheong was indifferent. While Yeser completely ignored Guli, countless painful experiences had taught Yeser the best way to deal with the thorny rose was through silence. Mo Lair had to explain the rules of this year's assessment task. In our cohort of 23 mages and 118 warriors, after 2 years of assessments, only 131 remain. The academy requires us to form 10 teams through free association, with each team containing no fewer than 10 members and no more than 15. Based on each team's performance during the tasks, rankings will be established. The bottom 5 teams will vote to eliminate 1 member from among themselves, while the top 5 will reward 1 outstanding member in a similar manner. Additionally, the first and last-ranked teams will each reward and eliminate 1 more member respectively. In this Crimson Trial, the Academy's assessment extended beyond individual combat prowess to encompass character and interpersonal relationships. Students with poor social skills would find no teams willing to accept them, and even if begrudgingly accepted, they might face elimination during the voting process. "Do you understand the rules, Knight Yeser? I, the princess, am formally recruiting you. Hurry and kneel to pledge your allegiance," Guli said, standing on tiptoe and patting Yeser's shoulder. "Can I refuse? If you're not afraid of being beaten to a pulp, give it a try." "All right, then I submit." Yeser feigned a reluctant expression. The two had long been accustomed to such banter. Over 3 years, their small team of 5 had developed a tacit understanding. A team must have at least 10 members, and we still need 5 more. Ni interrupted their playful exchange. Yeser, Guli, and Cheong exchanged glances, uncertain of whom to recruit. Eccentricity came at a price. Aside from their small group, none of them had any friends. Yeser was entirely disinterested in matters beyond cultivation and felt an invisible barrier between himself and the children of nobility. Guli, known as the Thorny Rose, was hardly approachable. All boys who attempted to pursue or get close to her had faced her wrath, making her a figure to be avoided in the academy. As for the beloved Cheong, while everyone seemed to like him, he treated all with equal humility and enthusiasm, which ironically meant no one truly considered him a friend. Mo Lair pounded his chest. "Leave the remaining 5 to me." "No way," the others nearly shouted in unison. Birds of a feather flock together. The friends Mo Lair typically associates with are all about leisure and entertainment, none of whom could hold their own on the battlefield. Mo Lair rubbed his nose, awkwardly withdrawing. I do have a friend who would likely join us, and I said softly. I have a candidate as well. He might also be willing to join us. Yaser suddenly chimed in. Arno is not an option. The assessment doesn't allow attendance, Gully interjected. Yaser chuckled. It's not Arno. The person I'm referring to, you all know. What about the remaining 3 members? Gully frowned. Yaser pondered for a moment before suddenly grinning. Mo Lair, you can find the last 3 members. Mo Lair looked displeased. Didn't you all just disagree? Now I have to find them. You can seek them. But I have a condition. Anyone wishing to join our team must pay a registration fee of 1,000 gold coins. Ah, Mo Lair and the others exclaimed simultaneously, surprised that Yaser would think to charge for joining. Tell Guli, Xiong, and I to team up. We could win first place just by coasting. Go on. There will be those willing to sign up. It's my fault. I've nurtured him into a habit of earning 3,000 gold coins from every assessment. Xiong remarked quietly from the side. Commander, we have information. The target is about to leave the royal city. A thin man in black hurriedly rushed into the secret chamber. Dressed in resplendent attire, the corpulent commander Legio suddenly lifted his head, tears nearly brimming in his eyes. The moment he had awaited for an entire year was finally at hand. He deliberately feigned a demeanor of composure. Upon hearing the black-clad figure's words, Legio's brow furrowed. The third-year assessment of Shui Yao Academy, although termed the Crimson Trial, did not genuinely involve bloodshed or sacrifice. These students hailed from noble families, and significant casualties in practical combat would pose a dilemma for the academy. Thus, each team was accompanied by a professor from the academy, all of whom were formidable warriors of levels 8 or 9. The professors would refrain from interfering with the students' decisions during combat and would only intervene in life-threatening situations. With a professor accompanying them, attempting to strike against Arthur would not be an easy feat. Send a message to the supervisor. This time, I shall lead the team personally. Just allocate a group of Jew assassins to me, and I shall eradicate this lingering threat, Legio declared through gritted teeth. Chapter 88, A Gathering of Eccentrics. On the final night before their departure, Arthur's room was filled with people. Besides Xiong and Guli, there were 4 new faces. Nini's friend, the wood mage Ai Mayamo Li, was among them. Except for Guli, the others were familiar with Ai May, particularly Arthur, who had encountered her in the first round of assessments for 2 consecutive years. Their unexpected pairing left Arthur feeling somewhat awkward. The other 3 youths were friends brought by Mo Lair, the ice mage Chi Si Nuo, the 3rd-level warrior Gang Se, and Duan. Gang Se was tall and robust, with a cold demeanor, carrying a shield and an exaggerated double-edged hand axe on his back. Duan, on the other hand, was slender, with a long sword slanted at his waist, often squinting his small eyes and stealing glances at Guli when no one was paying attention. Ever since these 2 entered the room, Guli's piercing gaze had been fixed on Mo Lair. What is going on? Arthur discreetly nudged Mo Lair. I merely hinted that they could team up with Guli, and they both promptly paid the registration fee, Mo Lair whispered to Arthur. I truly cannot fathom why any man would be attracted to someone with Guli's temperament. Arthur, what are you 2 whispering about? Where's the person you invited? Guli directed her ire towards Arthur. Before he could respond, a knock on the door interrupted them, and Mo Lair hurried to open it. The group was taken aback by the entrance of a dark-skinned young man. The half-beastman Xiao Yi had arrived. I suppose no introduction is needed. Xiao Yi will be on our team, Arthur introduced to the crowd. Guli nodded expressionlessly at Xiao Yi, while Xiong greeted him with a smile. And the others remained in a state of shock. Arthur, Guli, and Xiong had at least a few friends among them, whereas Xiao Yi had none at the academy. The offspring of noble families harbored deep-seated prejudices against illegitimate children and half-beastmen, and no one wished to associate with Xiao Yi. As a rustic lad from the countryside, Arthur understood this invisible exclusion profoundly, choosing to ignore it, as he was destined to be in a different circle. However, Xiao Yi opted for a different path, resistance. Anyone who displayed even a hint of disdain or rejection in his presence would undoubtedly face Xiao Yi's wrath. Both Gang Se and Duan had experienced his formidable strength firsthand. Yet, Xiao Yi's chosen approach only served to isolate him further, as everyone deliberately maintained their distance. Had it not been for Arthur's initiative to reach out to Xiao Yi, it was unlikely any team would have willingly accepted him. He would have had to resort to coercion to form a team, potentially facing betrayal from his own teammates. Nevertheless, Xiao Yi's extraordinary combat prowess was undeniable. As a 4th-tier battle sergeant, he stood a considerable chance even against 5th-tier warriors. Chi Nua's eyes widened in astonishment as he jabbed Mo Lair, exclaiming, "All 4 eccentrics are gathered here. This team's strength is simply formidable. Brother, you are too kind to think of me." Mo Lair beamed with pride, stating, "With these 4, we are bound to succeed effortlessly. Just remember what you promised." A month at Zhuexianglu. Chi Nua chuckled, "Rest assured, if I secure first place, my family will undoubtedly reward me generously. Now that everyone is here, I shall outline the rules for our team. We will act in unison, and no one is permitted to act independently without following orders," Guli announced. Her gaze particularly fixed on Arthur and Xiaoyi, making her warning unmistakably clear. "Wait a moment," Arthur interjected, halting Guli's speech. "What do you mean by your team? I believe we should formally elect a captain before discussing unified command." "Arthur, are you deliberately trying to oppose me?" Guli retorted, hands on her hips and glaring at him. Arthur quickly smiled and waved his hands. "I would not dare. I am merely concerned about having an inexperienced captain lead this mission." "Arthur, I will remember this." Guli shot a final glare at him, then turned away, donning a smile. "Since there are differing opinions, I shall take a step back. Let us hold a vote to see whom everyone trusts more." Arthur had no objections to this. "I will abstain. I have no preference for who becomes captain." Surprisingly, Xiaoyi was the first to declare his neutrality. "I will abstain as well," Xiong chimed in cheerfully. "Very well, with the 2 of you abstaining, we have 8 participants in the vote. Now, those in favor of me becoming captain, please raise your hands." Guli promptly initiated the voting process. To Arthur's dismay, 7 hands shot up, leaving him the sole dissenting voice. What an awkward situation. Mo Lair, you scoundrel, which side are you on? Mo Lair shrank back. "Boss, a gentleman does not engage in disputes with a lady." "Arthur, did you see that? Do you have anything to say now?" Guli suppressed her laughter, triumphantly gazing at Arthur. "You unprincipled lot will eventually be led astray by this woman." Arthur buried his face in his hands. "Since everyone trusts me to be captain, I will now allocate tasks. Arthur will be responsible for our team's logistics, overseeing the procurement and transport of food, potions, and fragile equipment during the mission. Additionally, Arthur, you should leverage your strengths and take on more scouting and pathfinding responsibilities. Now I'm being set up for failure. Only women and petty men are difficult to deal with." Arthur muttered under his breath. In the Marquis's residence, within a side chamber, Zila Ao implored his second brother, "You must help me this time. If I miss this opportunity, I will never have another chance for revenge. Grandfather has decreed that this matter must be handled by you alone. If I assist you, who will bear the consequences should grandfather find out?" Qi Walun gazed calmly at his once arrogant younger brother, now humbled and pleading. "Considering we are brothers, please help me just this once. You will soon be granted a title upon your return from the border. Grandfather would not punish you even if he found out." Qi Walun looked at Zila Ao with a half-smile. "Yes, we are brothers, but will elder brother hand down the hereditary title to either of us? Attacking students of the academy is a grave offense. I earned this title after 2 years of fighting alongside the beastmen at the border. Tell me, why should I risk my impending title to assist you?" Zila Ao lowered his head, biting his lip in silence. Qi Walun waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Why must you compete with that rustic boy now? Focus on your training. After graduation, when you obtain your title, grandfather has already arranged the path for us. You will have ample opportunities to deal with him later." Zila Ao suddenly looked up. "As long as Arthur lives, my inner demons will not be quelled. By the end of the year, I will officially come of age. If you help me, the family will divide the assets that come to me by share, and I am willing to give you half." Chuo paused momentarily before sliding a piece of paper across the table to Qi Liao, smiling as he said, "This is not coercion. Let us draft the agreement." Chapter 89. The overbearing bandit. The crowd had dispersed, leaving only Arthur and Arno in the room. Arthur conducted a final review of the items necessary for their mission, while Arno sat on the mat, head bowed over a tome of magic. This was their typical interaction, each immersed in their own studies, rarely engaging in conversation, let alone bantering like Arthur did with Mo Lair. Suddenly, Arno set the book aside and declared, "I wish to accompany you." Arthur smiled slightly, explaining that this mission did not permit anyone else's involvement or clandestine assistance. "I have left you ample provisions. Please stay here and await my return." "Take care," Arno replied. "I understand. With the Academy's professors accompanying us, there should be no cause for concern." "Indeed," Arno murmured, once more lifting the magic book. Their exchanges were thus straightforward. Yet, not long after, Arno placed the book down again. "Arthur, after you leave, I intend to be away for a while." "Oh?" Arthur inquired. "My magical prowess has stagnated at the peak of level 3 for far too long. Advancing to an intermediate dark mage will trigger a massive accumulation of dark magic elements, and I require a discreet location to elevate my rank. Oh, take this, Arthur offered, producing a small, dark wooden arm from his spatial ring. You may find it useful during your ascension. What a pure and potent essence of darkness. Where did you acquire this? Arno asked, astonished. I obtained it during a peculiar year in a strange realm. Upon seeing that statue, I felt an uncanny familiarity. And after returning and encountering you, I recalled that it bore resemblance to the magic deity statue in the cathedral. Thank you. With this, I am certain I can break through to become an intermediate mage. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Silence enveloped the room once more. The following morning, golden sunlight bathed the sword-shaped monolith inscribed with blood-red mottos at the academy's entrance. Beneath the monolith, Professor Ogu squinted in the sun's warmth, relishing the winter rays on his face as he stretched languorously. Professor Ogu, you are not the leader of our team, are you? Arthur approached excitedly. Professor Ogu surveyed Arthur and his companions, Xioi, Guli, and Xiong, and his good humor evaporated, leaving him near tears. How did you four end up together? It is truly exasperating. Since we are acquaintances, we will require your guidance throughout this journey, Arthur said with a smile. Professor Ogu glanced around, cleared his throat, and announced, now that everyone is present, let me outline the mission and rules. The Academy has assigned mission locations based on each team's strength. Your team's task is to eradicate the Swift Wind Bandits located 300 kilometers southwest of Wangcheng, in the vicinity of Xieyongling, which is the closest and most formidable band of bandits. While I may lead your team, I will not interfere with your operations. Conduct yourselves as you see fit, as if I am absent. As long as you do not perish, your actions are of no concern to me. So you won't intervene in any fights? Arthur interjected. Once you leave the Academy, any fighting is beyond my jurisdiction. You may commence at will, as long as no one is killed. What about visiting taverns or brothels? Mo Lar chimed in cheekily. Professor Ogu promptly kicked Mo Lar, sending him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise momentarily. While I will not concern myself with matters related to the mission, remember that as long as you remain a student of the Academy, I will ensure you are well educated. Is there no sense of justice? Am I to be punished merely for inquiring? Mo Lauder protested. Professor Ogu coughed awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. All right, let us depart. He disregarded Mo Lauder entirely. The Kingdom of Iceake is characterized by numerous mountains and hills. The undulating terrain stretches for hundreds of kilometers, with the setting sun casting a golden-red hue over the summits of these hills, creating a breathtaking vista that led to the name Remaining Sun Ridge. A vital thoroughfare runs through the hills, connecting to the capital, Xianjialuo. Due to its location, trade flourishes there, and where there is profit, there are risks. Thus, Remaining Sun Ridge has long been a haven for bandits. The city guard and mercenary groups hired by large trading firms have attempted to clear the area numerous times. But peace never lasts long, as new bandits quickly emerge, akin to the rapid regrowth of cut wheat. Previously, only small bands of bandits roamed the area, and they dared not disturb the large trading firms or noble convoys heavily guarded by mercenaries. However, in recent years, a trend of consolidation has emerged, with hundreds of riders appearing in force. Even large trading firms that hired A-class mercenaries have been unable to escape unscathed, rendering this area a significant threat closest to the heart of Wangcheng. At noon, under the scorching sun, a long convoy traversed the rocky paths between the hills, the sound of rumbling wheels echoing far and wide. Armed mercenaries, vigilant, scanned the slopes and thickets on both sides. Leading the convoy, an elderly man, drenched in sweat, turned to the sturdy middle-aged leader, Captain Kyrie. Let us rest in the shade ahead. The merchants and draft animals can scarcely endure any longer. That is unwise. The area around Xieyongling has been particularly unsettled lately. We must take advantage of the bandits' reduced activity at noon to cover some distance, Kyrie replied. The old man wiped the sweat from his brow, nodding with a smile. Very well, let the crew endure a bit longer. Captain Kyrie is more cautious than we merchants. Do these bandits dare to assault your Mugo mercenary corps? In the past, they would not have dared. But I have heard that a bandit known as Black Coyote has united the Swiftwind bandits in this area. They have grown increasingly audacious. Last month, the Goldwing Mercenary Corps, also classified as B-class, suffered losses in Xieyong Valley. Not only were their goods stolen, but over 20 of their brothers perished. This is why I am personally leading the team. With Captain Kyrie at the helm, I feel much more reassured. The old man chuckled heartily, just as his laughter faded. A series of whistles erupted from the woods on either side, and a herd of antelopes charged down the slope. The old man's expression changed dramatically as beads of sweat trickled down his face. Kyrie swiftly drew his sword from behind, shouting, "Enemy attack! Form up!" His mercenaries reacted swiftly, gathering their carts together and forming a protective circle around the convoy. The bandits, numbering 40 to 50 riders, charged down the slope, effectively surrounding the path. Kyrie, experienced in such scenarios, remained calm while the old man was visibly shaken. He dismounted and addressed the bandits. Leader of the bandits, Kyrie requests passage. May I ask for your cooperation? A bandit leader, wielding a hefty iron club, leapt down from his mount and swaggered forward, saying, Captain Kyrie, we mean no harm. We simply seek to earn our keep. Bandits do not typically resort to killing or pillaging immediately. Rather, they often extort money, with true violence only arising from failed negotiations. I understand the rules. Let us treat your men to drinks, Kyrie offered, producing a pouch of coins he had prepared. The bandit leader smirked coldly. The drinking money is waived. Each cart incurs a toll of 2 gold coins. That contradicts the established rules. Kyrie's expression turned somber. The rules are set by us. The previous Goldwing mercenary corps, unwilling to comply, led to misunderstandings. We all seek profit. I advise you not to risk the lives of your brothers and crew over a mere handful of gold coins, the bandit leader threatened openly. Kylie turned to the elder, realizing that the final decision rested with the employer. Should the employer choose to bear the pain of expense to resolve the matter, the funds would indeed come from them. Conversely, if the employer refused to part with their coins, the mercenaries, having accepted their remuneration, would have no choice but to confront the bandits with all their might. The elder, continuously wiping the sweat from his brow, faced the daunting prospect of paying over 60 coins for a single cart, while the profit from his entire caravan scarcely amounted to 200 or 300 coins. After much hesitation, he finally relented, saying, I will pay this amount. The storm of conflict seemed on the verge of abating, and the elder had already turned to fetch the gold from his caravan when a swift arrow suddenly shot forth from behind Kylie, aimed directly at the throat of the bandit leader. Chapter 90. The newcomer's what had seemed a settling storm was reignited by the unexpected arrow. It flew with remarkable speed. The arrowhead enveloped in a fierce energy. The bandit leader, taken by surprise by the mercenaries' sudden assault, could only twist his body in a desperate attempt to evade. Although he managed to avoid a fatal blow to his throat, the arrow still struck deep into his left shoulder. With a furious yell, he yanked the arrow from his shoulder and shouted, They are treacherous. Kill them all. Kylie stomped his foot in anger, lamenting the folly that had led to this predicament. Before entering the territory of Sheong Ridge, Kylie had encountered several young mercenaries escorting 2 carts. One jovial young mercenary approached, expressing a desire to join forces with his caravan. Initially hesitant, Kylie relented when the young man presented his G-level mercenary badge and referred to him as senior, requesting his protection. It was common for merchant caravans to travel together in dangerous areas. A larger group would deter smaller bands of bandits. Moreover, these young mercenaries were newly initiated G-level fighters, prompting Kylie to recall his own youth and feel compelled to assist them. Little did Kylie know that his moment of compassion would lead these inexperienced young mercenaries into such dire trouble. At this point, however, it was too late for explanations. The enraged bandits would offer no opportunity for dialogue, leaving Kylie with no choice but to fight for survival. Protect the cargo. Attack, he commanded, swinging his great sword as he charged at the oncoming wind bandits. As Kylie moved, he felt an intense heat surge from his side. In an instant of distraction, a colossal fire dragon roared past him, lunging toward the horde of wind bandits. Faced with the oncoming inferno, many of the bandits were paralyzed with fear. The majority, possessing only first or second tier strength, had never witnessed such a formidable fire spell, rendering them incapable of fleeing. The fire dragon swept through the ranks of bandits, leaving behind only charred remains that barely resembled human forms. In the aftermath of the fire dragon's passage, a barrage of ice spears, water arrows, and golden arrows rained down upon the still reeling bandits, their cries of agony rising to a cacophony. Several of the bandits, who had not yet engaged in the fray, were thoroughly intimidated by the explosive scene and sought an escape, only to find tendrils of vines rapidly emerging from the ground, blocking their retreat. Simultaneously, several swift figures darted into the bandit ranks, the foremost of which was a dark silhouette heading straight for the bandit leader. The bandit leader, having been ambushed and slightly scorched by the fire dragon, was seething with rage. He bellowed and swung his iron staff horizontally at Hui, who narrowly evaded the blow by crouching low and darting forward like a beast, brushing past the bandit leader while delivering a swift strike with his arm guard against the bandit's side. A sharp sound echoed as the razor-sharp claws sliced through the protective leather armor, drawing blood from the bandit leader's waist. As the bandit leader turned to retaliate, Jelly had already reached his rear, thrusting her silver spear toward his back. The bandit was forced to abandon his assault on Hui, redirecting his focus to parry Jelly's weapon. In that moment, Hui seized the opportunity to charge at the bandit leader once more. Gangzer plunged into the midst of the bandit horde. His left arm raised with a round shield to absorb incoming attacks, while his right wielded a dual-bladed axe, cleaving through foes left and right. Dun followed closely behind, his slender sword darting out with incredible speed to protect Gangzer from attacks on either flank. Dun's strikes were particularly insidious, often landing as Gangzer's shield absorbed an opponent's blow, allowing his sword to pierce the enemy's body from the side. Some bandits attempted to launch a sneak attack from a distance with throwing knives and short axes. But before they could act, an arrow struck one of them down. Arthur stood atop a cargo cart, drawing a beautifully crafted longbow, unleashing arrows in rapid succession that named each bandit in the chaos. While the arrows lacked the potency of magic, their frequency and speed were unmatched. The elven archery technique, combined with the fourth-tier bow, morning arrow, resulted in the swift demise of several bandits, each shot claiming a life. Among the ranks of the Wind Bandits, there were indeed a few warriors of the battle lieutenant level, but they were all thoroughly occupied by the relentless magic spells cast by Cheong, Nini, and Morar, unable to raise their heads in defiance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them were at least third-tier mages. Kylie swallowed hard. It was rare to see even a single mage, yet today 5 emerged, all seemingly no older than 17 or 18. Who were these individuals? Even Kylie, despite his naivete, could not believe they were mere novice mercenaries. Stop dawdling. Have your men join the fight. We cannot allow a single bandit to escape. Arthur bellowed from atop the cart. Not only was Kylie taken aback, but the mercenaries and merchants behind him were equally astonished. The once menacing Wind Bandits were being decimated by these young mages. Even the fearsome bandit leader, wielding an iron staff imbued with energy, clearly of at least 5th or 6th tier strength, was being easily thwarted and suffering significant losses at the hands of a young man and woman. With Arthur's rallying cry, the mercenaries, fueled by fervor, charged toward the Wind Bandits. Kylie, not one to remain idle, prepared to assist Hui and Jelly in dispatching the bandit leader, confident in his own 7th-tier prowess, greater than that of the bandit leader. Stay out of this. Both Hui and Jelly shouted in unison. Kylie, momentarily embarrassed, found himself at a loss. Had the young generation become so audacious, challenging foes beyond their level while forbidding assistance? Unbeknownst to him, he had encountered 2 renowned oddities. With the situation already in their favor, the charge of dozens of mercenaries sent the Wind Bandits into a panic. With no avenue for escape, Arthur's arrows and Amy's vine sealed off any possibility of retreat. In a matter of moments, aside from a handful who surrendered, the remaining bandits were completely annihilated. The battlefield was left with only the bandit leader, who was desperately resisting the combined assault of Hui and Jelly. On a distant hill, 3 youths surrounded a bronze mirror, intently observing the unfolding battle. Kiwalin, have you considered this carefully? Our junior brothers and sisters are not to be trifled with, especially with the skeleton professor in tow, remarked a silver-haired mage in a somber tone. Kiwalin scoffed. I certainly won't be foolish enough to take action myself. The orcs we covertly transported from the border will serve our purpose well. By the gods, you truly are generous. Those orcs are worth a substantial sum. The scar-faced youth muttered. Scarface, I will cover your share with Xiao Yin. You won't suffer a loss, Kiwalin replied. You misunderstand. I'm not here for money. I took the risk to join you for other reasons.